The freshman Lin Fei awakens a lavish system after a serendipitous encounter with the campus belle. Upon entering the university, he quickly captures the admiration of a charming younger girl and the gentle campus beauty, while also drawing the attention of Russian and Korean female exchange students who pursue him. The crux of his dilemma lies in having become the owner of a media company with thousands of female live streamers, leaving Lin Fei in a quandary over how to allocate his time. Chapter 1. The system bestowed upon him a media company. As the morning sun graced his face, Lin Fei shook his head in a state of confusion. Just as he intended to rise, he suddenly felt something entwined around him, its touch delicate and smooth, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air. In an instant, Lin Fei felt as though struck by lightning and became fully alert. Looking down, he was astonished to find that it was indeed the enchanting woman from the bar who had approached him the previous night. At this moment, her porcelain-like arm was wrapped around Lin Fei's waist, the exquisite sensation evoking a sense of wonder at the creator's artistry. The girl's hair was somewhat tousled, yet could not overshadow her breathtaking beauty. This girl was stunning, surpassing any beauty Lin Fei had ever encountered. Her brows arched like crescent moons, her eyes shimmered like rippling waters, her delicate visage as fragile as a flower caressed by a gentle breeze, her waist as slender as a willow swaying in the wind. She was a vision of elegance that even the renowned, she's sure, could not rival. Just as Lin Fei marveled at this divine work of art bestowed upon him by the heavens. The corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a small red plum blossom on the pristine white sheets. My heavens, what have I done? Is the Almighty playing some cruel joke on me? The blood could not possibly be his own, which could only imply one thing. Lin Fei rubbed his forehead in frustration, pondering the absurdity of it all. Who would have thought one could encounter such a situation in a bar these days? It was truly an extraordinary anomaly. Recalling the events of the previous night, Lin Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. This girl must have been intoxicated by those ruffians and sought him out for assistance. However, in his excitement, he mistakenly assumed she was one of those women of the bar, and he had not held back. After a series of intimate exchanges, what a disaster! On the very first day of school, I may end up in jail. I fear I might be the first person in history to face such a fate, Lin Fei lamented, anxious that she might awaken and report him to the authorities. While Lin Fei sat on the bed, contemplating how to handle the situation, the woman draped over him stirred awake. Bai Qian slowly opened her eyes and gently lifted her head. Upon seeing Lin Fei beside her, her complexion drained of color. The man before her was unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar. Soon, fragmented memories of the previous night resurfaced in her mind, and she quickly grasped the situation. This must be a misunderstanding, Lin Fei spoke cautiously. Bai Qian disregarded his words, lowering her head to bury her face in her knees. Moments later, she could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Lin Fei, flustered, hurriedly attempted to console her, saying, "Please don't cry. There may truly be some misunderstanding between us. Last night, I thought you were," but Bai Qian was inconsolable, continuing to weep unabated. She wept for an indeterminate length of time before finally lifting her head, murmuring to herself, "Why must this befall me? Why?" She could not comprehend why fate relentlessly pursued her. Her mother had passed away when she was merely 9, leaving her to rely solely on her father and younger brother throughout her childhood. Her father, lacking formal education, could only sustain the two of them through arduous labor. Recognizing that knowledge was the sole key to altering her destiny, she dedicated herself to relentless study. However, scarcely a year had passed since her university admission when her father fell ill. After taking on a summer job, she was deceitfully lured to a bar under the guise of a gathering for summer workers, and now, such an unfortunate incident had transpired. Observing the tear-streaked face of the girl, Lin Fei felt as though a heavy stone had settled in his heart, rendering him breathless. The profound sense of guilt he experienced was unprecedented. Lin Fei inhaled deeply and uttered, "I am truly sorry. Is it of any use to say such things now?" Bai Qian paused momentarily before offering a bitter smile. Wiping the tears from her face, Bai Qian took a deep breath and prepared to leave. Yet, in this tense atmosphere, Lin Fei found it impossible to harbor any ill thoughts. Moreover, he noticed her attire was quite modest. Her trousers faded from frequent washing, suggesting she hailed from a poor family. Upon observing these details, he furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a heaviness in his heart. 3 minutes later, Bai Qian composed herself and silently made her way towards the door. Lin Fei quickly stepped forward and grasped her arm. Bai Qian turned to him, her gaze icy as she asked, "Do you wish to try again?" Lin Fei hastily shook his head and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, what has transpired cannot be undone. I implore you not to entertain any drastic thoughts." "I have no need for your insincere sympathy," Bai Qian retorted coldly, forcefully withdrawing her hand. Yet Lin Fei grasped her arm once more, insisting, "Promise me you won't do anything foolish. I have just begun my first year of university, and my future is bright. Let go of me." Bai Qian fixated her gaze on Lin Fei, unsure of what to say to compel him to release her. Ultimately, she could not withstand his persistence, and, taking a deep breath, nodded begrudgingly. Only then did Lin Fei allow her to leave. After Bai Qian's departure, Lin Fei began to tidy the bedding, only to realize something was amiss. What was it? Where's the child's diaper bag? With this thought, Lin Fei rushed towards the trash bin, frantically rummaging through its contents, but found nothing of significance. Reflecting on the situation, he realized he was somewhat disoriented, yet it seemed he truly had neglected to take precautions. "Oh no, this situation is truly absurd," Lin Fei groaned, pressing his forehead. This was a genuine catastrophe. They say the likelihood of accidents is as high as 99. He dared not imagine the consequences if something were to occur. This utterly melodramatic scenario was something he would not even dare dream of. Moreover, he had no means of contacting that girl. If only he had asked her to leave a number. Just as Lin Fei finished smoking 3 cigarettes and began to process the situation, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have awakened the goddess strategy system." Lin Fei felt utterly bewildered. Before he could comprehend the situation, a blue holographic screen suddenly appeared before him. Host name, Lin Fei. Age, 20. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Appearance, 9.0. Physique, 9.0. Upon witnessing this display, Lin Fei was left in a state of astonishment. Was this truly a system? He had only encountered such things in novels, never anticipating that it would manifest in his own life. However, how is this system supposed to function? Upon binding with an object, the system will provide the host with randomly allocated goddess strategy funds, which can only be spent on the corresponding bound object. As long as the host can elevate the bound object's affection level to over 90, it will be deemed a successful strategy, and the host will receive 50 of the goddess strategy funds spent on that object as a reward. Upon hearing this explanation from the system, Lin Fei understood the situation. It seemed he had not instantaneously become wealthy. Rather, he had merely acquired an opportunity to spend money, and it could only be utilized on the bound woman. Moreover, he realized he could not merely spend money. He also needed to foster emotional connections to increase her affection. However, Lin Fei felt no trepidation. With sufficient funds, winning the affection of a girl should not pose much difficulty, and he would not solely rely on money. Yet he was uncertain how much money this system could provide. Ding! The system is currently binding with a special target. Name, Bai Qian. Age, 20. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 9.8. Physique, 9.6. Comprehensive score, 9.7. Purity, 99. Goddess strategy funds, 99.9 billion. Current affection level towards the host, 150 points. Once the affection level of this woman exceeds 90 points, it will be deemed a successful goddess strategy, rewarding the host with 50 of the funds spent. Note, after exceeding 60 points in affection, each additional increment of 10 points will yield skill reward. As soon as the words left the system's mouth, a black and gold bank card materialized in Lin Fei's hand. Once he regained his composure, he was utterly astonished. 9 billion. And that was just for one person. With this, he could win over anyone. The system is about to distribute a beginner's gift package. Ding! Beginner's gift package received. 50 million renminbi McLaren P1, Maybach G650, Ferrari SF 9100 shares of Shanghai Media Company. At this moment, the system's voice echoed once more. What? So much? Lin Fei had initially thought this was a useless system, yet he was astounded by the sheer magnitude of the beginner's gift package. 3 cars, each one a dream vehicle. If one were to drive such a magnificent vehicle in their freshman year, would it not imply that throughout these 4 years, one could never have the same girlfriend twice? Moreover, astonishingly, he has become the proprietor of Shanghai Media Company. It is worth noting that Shanghai Media boasts a plethora of beautiful internet celebrities and streamers, each embodying the ideals of fair skin, exquisite beauty, and long, slender legs. Should he indeed assume the role of a boss, it would not be long before Lin Fei's bank account swells with a deposit of 50 million. 3 sets of car keys also materialized upon the table. The system subsequently informed him that the vehicles had all been parked in the underground garage of the hotel. What day could this be? Lin Fei pondered, as the events of today had unfolded in a manner too bizarre to comprehend, leaving his mind in a state of disarray. After indulging in a hot shower and spending 2 hours on the sofa to process the bewildering occurrences, Lin Fei finally exhaled deeply before vacating the room. In the underground parking lot, after much deliberation, Lin Fei ultimately chose to drive away in a sleek black McLaren P1 and proceeded to the airport to pick someone up. He was on his way to meet a girl he had befriended during a gaming session of King of Glory over the holidays. Given her V10 status, he often shamelessly sought her out for duo matches. This arrangement allowed him to share a bit of gameplay experience. Over time, they exchanged WeChat contacts and became not only close friends but also confidants. However, Lin Fei was taken aback to discover that she had enrolled in the same university as him. It is noteworthy that prior to this revelation, they had never discussed their college applications, making this coincidence all the more remarkable. An hour later, Lin Fei arrived at the airport. The Wuming Mountains are connected. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying the caller ID, Song Jiai. "Hello, old Song, where are you?" Lin Fei inquired cheerfully. "If you keep calling me old Song, I shall ignore you henceforth." On the other end of the line, a girl retorted with feigned annoyance. "All right then, Miss Song, where are you located?" "At exit 3, Lin Fei. Hurry up, it's sweltering out here." Soon enough, Lin Fei arrived at exit 3. After waiting for a minute, a girl emerged, clad in a beige French-style tank top and a light blue skirt, pulling along a small suitcase. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, tall, and possessing an outstanding demeanor. Her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking, her skin as white as finely milled jade, with delicate, arched brows and almond-shaped eyes reminiscent of gentle autumn waters. The purity reflected in her gaze was indeed a rare sight. Although he had previously seen her image on WeChat, witnessing her in person left Lin Fei utterly captivated. "Jiai, over here," Lin Fei called out, leaning out of the car window to beckon Song Jiai. Lin Fei, her eyes sparkled with recognition as she hurriedly dragged her suitcase towards him. Upon reaching the car, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. She had never imagined that the man who frequently coaxed her into gifting him skins would actually be driving a supercar like a McLaren. "Let us talk after we get in the car," Lin Fei remarked as he opened the front trunk of the vehicle. "All right," Song Jiai responded promptly, placing her suitcase inside before climbing into the car. Just as she settled in, the system's voice resonated, announcing, "System has detected target number 001, initiating automatic binding." Name, Song Jiai. Age, 19. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Attractiveness, 95. Figure, 96. Comprehensive score, 955. Purity, 100. Goddess Pursuit Funds, 88. 8 billion. Current affection level towards the host, 50 points. Another binding. Lin Fei felt a surge of excitement. Though he was slightly bewildered that Song Jiai already harbored 50 points of affection for him. Could it be the result of the 2 months he spent gaming with her? "Lin Fei, why are you dawdling? Start the car already. Everyone behind is honking." Song Jiai playfully tapped Lin Fei on the head. "Oh, I was just lost in thought." Lin Fei chuckled before starting the engine. The car swiftly departed from the airport, merging onto a wide avenue. "I didn't expect you to be a hidden rich second generation," Song Jiai remarked with a smirk. Lin Fei paused, thinking to himself that without the system, he wouldn't have a penny to his name. However, since he indeed possessed wealth now, he decided to play along. "Yeah, what of it? And yet you keep tricking me into giving you skins. Pay me back. Immediately." Song Jiai exclaimed, extending her hand in mock indignation. "What do you mean by tricking? I've helped you conquer so many stars, haven't I?" Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you mention the ones that fell?" Song Jiai rolled her eyes. "Fine, how much do you want? I'll give you 10 times. Lin Fei suddenly recalled the system's mechanics and hastily added. Seeing Lin Fei's serious demeanor, Song Jiai thought he was genuinely upset and wanted to distance himself. Her expression softening. Lin Fei, don't misunderstand. I was only joking. I willingly gifted them to you. I never expected you to pay me back. No way. How could I not pay you back? Lin Fei firmly refused. Song Jiai, believing Lin Fei was truly intent on severing ties, felt her eyes welling up and quickly shook her head. Lin Fei, I was just kidding. Please don't be angry. Angry? Lin Fei looked at Song Jiai in confusion. Song Jiai paused, then asked, Lin Fei, are you really not angry? I thought you would be upset when I mentioned paying you back. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Lin Fei smiled gently. Then why do you keep saying I should pay you back? Song Jiai pouted. All right, no need to pay me back. Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively. This absurd system truly found itself at a loss when encountering a girl from a wealthy family. It was impossible to spend money when others were unwilling to accept it. It felt akin to striking a fist into cotton. System, oh system. Please provide me with some realistic girls. Huayang City, Huayang University. Today marked the second day of registration for first-year students. At the smallest west gate of the university, a series of buses emblazoned with the university's insignia stood at the entrance. As new students and their parents disembarked with their luggage, senior students donned in volunteer vests eagerly assisted the newcomers with their bags, all in a bid to earn credits. Yet, many also seized the opportunity to coax freshmen into acquiring campus and gym memberships. The expansive university square was teeming with tall, slender, sweetly charming, modestly serene, and vivaciously cheerful young women, a sight that dazzled the eyes. At that moment, accompanied by a roaring sound, a sleek black McLaren pulled up to the university entrance. The driver was none other than Lin Fei. Numerous students and parents who recognized vehicles immediately identified the McLaren, their gazes drawn to the windshield, eager to discern the identity of its occupant. However, the car showed no signs of stopping, instead heading straight for the entrance. As the window rolled down, Lin Fei deftly produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, offering one to the approaching security guard. Hey, the school parking is free, right? The guard accepted the cigarette, replying, It is indeed free, but only for student or faculty vehicles. Are you a student or a teacher? I'm a freshman this year, Lin Fei replied with a smile, simultaneously pulling up the admission message on his phone to show the guard. Wow, this year's freshmen are impressive. Driving a sports car right after starting university, the guard thought, feeling secretly astonished. All right, you can go in, the guard waved, lifting the barrier. The registration was waived, as Huayang University had ample parking spaces. Wow, a freshman driving a supercar. How impressive. It seems we have another rich second generation here. Goodness, our university is really thriving, with such wealthy students. If I could befriend him, I'd be living the high life. I suspect it's rented for show, someone suggested. Agreed, it's likely rented. Modern students have a strong sense of vanity. Such scenarios are quite common. Nearby students and parents speculated as they watched the departing sports car, but few recognized it as the limited edition McLaren P1, with some mistakenly believing it to be a 720. Following the route he had inquired about previously in the freshman group, Lin Fei successfully parked the car. After stepping out, he turned to Song Jiai. Which building is your dorm in? Building 8, Lan Yuan, Song Jiai replied. Lin Fei pulled out his phone to check the campus map he had found in the freshman group. Wow, what a coincidence. Building 8 is right across from our dorm. Lin Fei chuckled. Perfect. We can go together, and you can help me with my suitcase. Song Jiai teased with a playful smile. Carry it yourself. Lin Fei shot her a glance. Unfazed, Song Jiai took hold of Lin Fei's hand, shaking it playfully. Come on, help me out. All right. Don't be so cheesy, Lin Fei said, a hint of annoyance on his face, as he grabbed Song Jiai's suitcase. Seeing this, she beamed with delight, following closely behind Lin Fei. Chapter 2. Fei Gu, are you eating so well? Huayang University is quite expansive, covering approximately 4,000 acres. Consequently, the journey from the parking lot beneath the library to the dormitory building is rather lengthy. Thankfully, the university provides a shuttle bus for just 1 yuan, which can take students directly to the dormitory. After purchasing 2 cups of lemon water to quench their thirst, the pair stood by the roadside, waiting. Due to Song Jiai's presence, several boys occasionally stole glances in their direction. At that moment, a tall, handsome boy approached Song Jiai, smiling as he said, Hey, can I add you on WeChat? Song Jiai waved her hand dismissively and pointed to Lin Fei, who was distractedly smiling at his phone. The boy immediately felt embarrassed, realizing he had unwittingly interrupted. Sorry for the intrusion, he said awkwardly, quickly departing. Don't point randomly, or else I'll blame you if I can't find a girlfriend later, Lin Fei remarked, lifting his head and pouting. Song Jiai felt her cheeks flush slightly, then retorted playfully, Humph, narcissist. As it was only the second day of registration, the campus was bustling with students, and it took them over 10 minutes to board the shuttle bus. 10 minutes later, The bus arrived at the girls' dormitory, and Lin Fei and Song Jiai stepped off. After dragging the suitcase to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Lin Fei prepared to leave. As soon as he had taken a few steps, he was called over by Song Jiai. Lin Fei, shall we have dinner together tonight? My treat, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile, teasingly responding, have you struck it rich? Song Jiai rolled her eyes and retorted, what? Do you think I'm usually stingy? All right then, I'll reluctantly accept your invitation. Lin Fei replied, hands tucked into his pockets with a grin. Song Jiai made a playful face and continued, I'll be waiting for you downstairs at 6:30. See you. Sure. See you later. Having visited the dormitory the previous day, Lin Fei easily found his way back. Upon entering, he discovered that his 3 roommates were already present, busy making their beds. Hey, brothers, you're here so early? Lin Fei greeted them. Hee hee, coming early means we get to see beautiful senior sisters. One slightly chubby roommate chuckled as he accepted the Chinese cigarettes Lin Fei offered. We have too much stuff, better to tidy up early, remarked another roommate, who was dark and appeared quite earnest. Hey, brother, you've arrived? Said the third roommate, a sun-kissed, handsome fellow dressed in sports attire. Seeing that all 3 roommates seemed quite amiable, Lin Fei felt at ease and handed out the cigarettes. His roommates graciously accepted them, whether they smoked or not was inconsequential, as the real purpose was to establish camaraderie. After sharing a cigarette, Lin Fei called the vendor from whom he had ordered bedding, arranging for delivery. Although it required a slight additional fee, Lin Fei was not short on funds at that moment. By evening, the 4 of them had nearly finished unpacking and took a moment to introduce themselves. Lin Fei learned the following about his roommates. The chubby one was Zhao Feng. Hailing from a small city in the province, with an extroverted personality and a penchant for gaming. The lean, dark-skinned one was Lu Daqiao. From the countryside of a neighboring province, sturdy and dependable, clearly someone worth befriending. And the athletic, cheerful fellow in sportswear was Xia Xiang, a local from Huayang, residing in the Danyang district of Huayang City, who enjoyed basketball and playing the guitar, evident from the well-off background suggested by his belongings. Are you guys hungry? We have military training tomorrow. How about we go out for a meal tonight? Zhao Feng proposed. My girlfriend already made plans with me. Xia Xiang replied apologetically with a smile. I also have an engagement. Lin Fei shrugged with a wry grin. Indeed, Song Jiai's invitation for dinner was genuine, and she had already sent a message on WeChat stating that she would wait for him downstairs at the male dormitory at 6:30. Damn, I'm up against you guys with partners. Zhao Feng lamented. By the way, you're not. Zhao Feng glanced at Lu Daqiao. Lu Daqiao shook his head. No, I've made plans with a guy. My brother has already invited me. Forget it, let us head downstairs. I'll grab a bite at the second canteen. Zhao Feng sighed with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, downstairs at the male dormitory, Song Jiai, dressed in a sleek black dress, held a small mirror in one hand to check her makeup, while balancing 2 cups of Dear Luck coffee in the other. Song Jiai's natural beauty was striking, and with her light makeup, she looked even more breathtaking. Her tall stature, confident gaze, and braided hair cascading over her left collarbone exuded both sweetness and allure. Wow. Look at 12 o'clock. That beauty in the black dress is stunning. One of the boys exclaimed. Hey, look at 9 o'clock. There's an exciting show. Another added. I see. You shout so loudly. Do you really think others are deaf? Many passing boys maintained a calm demeanor, yet could not help but steal glances. A few brave souls contemplated approaching her for her WeChat, but quickly reconsidered, realizing that this girl was likely already taken, thus abandoning their thoughts. After all, attempting to woo someone already in a relationship was fraught with risks, and the possibility of retribution was all too real. Nonetheless, they lingered, curious as to which fortunate fellow had captured this stunning girl's attention. At that moment, Lin Fei and his friends emerged from the stairwell. The astute Zhao Feng spotted Song Jiai from a distance. Brothers, at 10 o'clock, there's a beauty, Zhao Feng said with a mischievous grin. The 3 of them turned to look, and Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. It was none other than Song Jiai. Fei Ge, why are you grinning like a fool? Zhao Feng teased. Lin Fei ignored him and walked straight towards Song Jiai. What brings you here so early? Lin Fei asked with a smile. This is called punctuality, do you understand? Song Jiai huffed playfully. Ah, you're smiling, Lin Fei remarked. By the way, here's the coffee I bought for you, Song Jiai said, handing Lin Fei the cup. He graciously accepted it and took a sip. How did you know I love lattes? Oh, you like lattes too? I was worried you wouldn't. Song Jiai replied, her surprise evident. Indeed, I've always adored lattes. Lin Fei nodded, although in truth, he preferred the bitterness of Blue Mountain coffee. At this moment, however, Song Jiai's happiness took precedence. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, envious glances surrounded him, particularly from Zhao Feng. No way. Fei Ge is living the high life. Zhao Feng's eyes nearly bulged with envy. Looks like we should learn from Fei Ge more in the future, Lu Dachao remarked seriously, having never experienced romance himself. Fei Ge knows how to play the game. We must learn, Xia Xiang chimed in, nodding in agreement. After savoring a few more sips of coffee, Lin Fei finally asked, Jai, have you decided where you want to eat? Song Jai shyly smiled. I haven't figured it out yet. She initially thought of inviting Lin Fei for hot pot, but felt it might seem too casual. Then she considered Western cuisine, but deemed it too formal. After much contemplation, she decided to consult Lin Fei. No worries. I'll take you to a place, Lin Fei assured her with a smile. No way. You clearly stated that I'm treating. If you insist on this, I shall ignore you. Song Jai feigned anger, though her beauty shone through even in mock annoyance. Lin Fei playfully flicked her forehead. I'm in, I'll find the place. The bill is still on you. Ouch. That hurts. What are you doing? Song Jai pouted, touching her forehead. Sorry, I'm just used to teasing my niece. Lin Fei chuckled awkwardly. Next time you do that, be careful. I practice taekwondo, Song Jai declared, playfully throwing a few mock punches. Their banter, perceived by onlookers as flirtatious, drew some annoyed comments from nearby boys. Can you two show off your affection somewhere else? Additionally, some questioned why Lin Fei, despite his wealth, chose to stay in the dormitory. Honestly, with a university spanning thousands of acres, sometimes we even have to take the school shuttle just to attend classes. Even before military training has begun, people are already criticizing why Lin Fei doesn't buy a villa to live outside. I ask, has Lin Fei never seen a villa or an apartment before? Is he in such a hurry after living in a doghouse for decades? With early morning classes in the dormitory, let alone living outside. And perhaps my outline is written by some trolls who know the university town's housing better than I do. As they exchanged a few more playful jabs, Lin Fei called out to his roommates. Brothers, I'm heading out first. All right, Fei go. Lu Dachao grinned broadly, giving Lin Fei a thumbs up. Zhao Feng shot Lin Fei a cheeky grin, his intentions clear. With that, Lin Fei turned and left with Song Jai. Are they your roommates? Song Jai inquired with curiosity, her beautiful eyes glinting with intrigue. Lin Fei smiled and nodded, responding, yes, they all are. We just met today, and our interactions have been quite pleasant. How can you be so familiar on the first day? Boys socializing is so straightforward, Song Jai remarked with a hint of envy, slightly furrowing her brows. I barely exchanged a few words with my roommates today. It feels like everyone is waiting for someone else to take the initiative. That's merely because I was fortunate enough to encounter normal individuals, Lin Fei expressed with relief. Thank goodness I didn't end up with any eccentric roommates, especially those pretentious types. I don't even know the names of my roommates, Song Jai said with a wry smile, shaking her head. Don't worry, you'll become acquainted during military training, Lin Fei said, flashing a reassuring grin. Oh, I dread military training. The weather has been nothing but sunny these past few days. With 2 weeks of military training, I'll surely end up tanned to a crisp, Song Jai lamented. Just apply some sunscreen, Lin Fei suggested with a chuckle. No, sunscreen doesn't really help. If I'm out for half a month, my skin will definitely suffer. Song Jai began to expound on the topic. As they continued their conversation, they reached the vicinity of the library. Lin Fei called out to Song Jai, wait here for a moment. I'll go get the car. Go ahead. I want to need to take a taxi now. Song Jai responded playfully, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Before long, Lin Fei emerged from the underground parking lot, driving a McLaren P1. The head-turning quotient was nearly 100% as Lin Fei deliberately lowered the windows, eager for everyone to notice that he was a young man behind the wheel of such a luxurious vehicle. Many perceptive girls had already pulled out their phones to capture photos of Lin Fei, intending to post them on their confession walls. No one is in the passenger seat. Ladies, he is single. If you become his girlfriend, you must be incredibly happy. Look at how cool he is driving a supercar with one hand. This spectacle drew numerous disdainful glances from the boys, who internally scoffed. A bunch of shallow individuals only interested in wealth. Upon arriving at the library entrance, Lin Fei called out to Song Jai, hurry up and get in. As he opened the passenger door, coming, Song Jai exclaimed, jogging over. Once inside, Lin Fei attentively fastened her seatbelt, his movements gentle and focused. At that moment, their bodies were nearly pressed against each other, and the proximity allowed them to distinctly sense one another's breaths. Song Jai felt her heart race, her cheeks flushing with warmth. This intimate contact enveloped them in a subtly ambiguous atmosphere. However, it was fleeting, as Lin Fei swiftly secured her seatbelt. With a sigh of relief, Song Jai felt as though she could finally breathe again. That brief moment had left her nearly breathless. Scientific studies indicate that proximity between opposite sexes often leads to a state of mental fog, blurring one's consciousness, where feelings can easily blossom. For this reason, the success rate of face-to-face confessions significantly surpasses that of online declarations. After all, when someone stands before you, the palpable presence and emotional exchange can profoundly move one's heart. Moreover, when girls find themselves in such close quarters, their emotions are heightened, and their rationality may waver, making them more receptive to confessions. As they traversed the path from the campus to the school gate, Lin Fei reveled in the myriad of envious glances directed his way, not solely due to his McLaren, but also because of the enchanting Song Jai seated beside him. No wonder successful individuals tend to seek out young and beautiful companions. Indeed, it is a significant boost to one's image. Upon exiting the school, they entered a broad 8-lane avenue, and Lin Fei accelerated. Playing a recommended instrumental piece perfect for driving, Lin Fei hummed along. "Lin Fei, what car do you think is good? I want to buy one in a while," Song Jai asked. Her grandfather had recently given her a sum of pocket money, amounting to 15 million, which should suffice for a car of her liking. After pondering, Lin Fei replied, "For girls, Aston Martin and Maserati are quite suitable, but it largely depends on your preference, as prices vary with models." "Is it expensive?" "My budget is around 10 million. Song Jai tilted her head, admitting her ignorance about cars, only recognizing license plates, but not models. "Huh, that is definitely enough." Lin Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, "Is this girl trying to show off? Oh, then you must help me choose when the time comes. I'm clueless about which cars perform well." Song Jai looked at Lin Fei eagerly. "Of course, no problem," Lin Fei nodded, contemplating whether he should simply gift Song Jai a car, but what excuse would suffice. From what he had gathered, Song Jai's background was certainly impressive. Not only was she wealthy, but she likely held some influence as well. Such a girl would be the hardest to give gifts to, as she might not appreciate or accept them. A compelling reason would be necessary. "Jai, when is your birthday?" Lin Fei inquired. "In March, why do you ask?" Song Jai responded curiously. "Oh, just a casual question," Lin Fei chuckled. Song Jai rolled her eyes, playfully scolding. "I thought you had a surprise for me." Half an hour later, they found themselves in a bustling food street. Since they hadn't decided on anything during their journey, they would have to rely on chance here. This street was an old one in Huayang City, filled with long-established eateries, not the overpriced and underwhelming trendy spots. As Lin Fei guided Song Jai, they hadn't settled on a dining location, yet Song Jai had already collected an array of snacks. As they walked, she savored the food, her fair face puffed up with treats. "This meat skewer is delicious, and these potato slices are so crispy," she exclaimed, providing culinary commentary as she indulged. "Goodness, you're going to burst at this rate," Lin Fei joked. "Not at all. I could eat more." Song Jai waved him off defiantly. Before long, Lin Fei discovered a bustling eatery named Zhao Ji Night Food Court. Upon entering, Lin Fei ordered 3 bottles of beer, a selection of skewers, and 2 pounds of garlic shrimp. Out of curiosity, Song Jai ordered a grilled chicken, summing up to around 400 yuan. Afterward, they found a spot outside to sit. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the girl's hair lightly, radiating a vibrant youthfulness that momentarily captivated Lin Fei. Truth be told, Song Jai was undeniably one of the most beautiful girls he had ever encountered. Her beauty was not merely superficial, it encompassed her grace, eloquence, and soul. Noticing Lin Fei's gaze, Song Jai's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heart racing. Lacking any prior romantic experience, she found herself momentarily flustered. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a twinge of joy within. Chapter 4. Dance Department Senior Kai Sinyan. Due to being confined and plot adjustments, this text has undergone significant editing, particularly regarding the billiards hall, air hostess, and Shanghai Media Headquarters sections. The billiards hall segment was altered for positive energy, as the original plot was quite intense. Adjustments were necessitated. I will manage the narrative moving forward, starting from chapter 85. As it was just past mealtime, the restaurant was not overly crowded, and the dishes arrived promptly. After a busy afternoon, Lin Fei was ravenous and eagerly dug into a skewer of grilled kidneys. Song Jai cautiously picked up a small crayfish, peeling it slowly. After a considerable amount of time had passed, she finally managed to peel it, yet its appearance left much to be desired. "This shrimp is so difficult to peel," she couldn't help but complain. Lin Fei chuckled and effortlessly peeled a crayfish in just a few swift motions. "Here, give it a try," he said, offering the succulent meat to her lips. Jai was momentarily taken aback, instinctively parting her lips. "So what do you think? The taste is quite decent, right?" Lin Fei inquired. Oh, yes, it's delicious," Jai finally responded, her face flushing a deep crimson to the nape of her neck. This was the first time a man, aside from her closest relatives, had fed her. The sensation was peculiar, yet rather delightful. By the time she regained her composure, Lin Fei had already peeled 7 or 8 crayfish into her bowl. "Hurry and eat. It'll taste different if it cools down," he said with a grin. While savoring grilled kidneys, Jai nodded, her gaze towards Lin Fei softening further. Jai's affection level, 5. Their meal lasted nearly half an hour, and to Lin Fei's surprise, Jai was indeed not exaggerating. She had a remarkable appetite. Despite having indulged in numerous snacks prior, she devoured a significant amount of the dishes they had ordered. However, when it came time to settle the bill, the disdainful glances from those around them seemed to accuse Lin Fei. How could a man let a girl pay? Lin Fei felt helpless. After all, it was she who had insisted on treating him, and it would be rude to refuse. After their meal, the two strolled through a nearby park, engaging in light conversation. They returned to campus around 9 in the evening. After dropping Jia off at the girls' dormitory, Lin Fei headed straight back to his own room. Along the way, soft murmurs from the nearby grove hinted at couples engaged in intimate activities. Upon entering the dormitory, before he even opened the door, he heard Zhao Feng's voice. Damn it! Hurry up and unpack your bag. Zhao Feng sighed dramatically. Lin Fei walked in to find only Zhao Feng and Lu Dachao present. Oh, just you two? He remarked. Xiang went out with his girlfriend, you know how it is. Zhao Feng chuckled. Lu Dachao smiled silently. Tomorrow's military training. I hope he doesn't overexert himself, Lin Fei teased, shedding his clothes in preparation for a shower. I'm worried he'll be too weak to stand at attention. Zhao Feng laughed heartily. After his shower, Lin Fei felt refreshed and invigorated. He threw on a pair of shorts and climbed into bed to scroll through Douyin. After watching several videos, he stumbled upon a live stream by a beauty with the username CC Xiaoyan. Noting the location was only 2 kilometers away. She must be from the same school. He mused. Entering her profile, he gleaned some information. She was a sophomore, single, majoring in dance, with a versatile style, alluring makeup, and a love for travel and hiking. However, upon returning to the live stream, he noticed only about 50 viewers. The system has detected target number 002, automatic binding imminent. Name, Kai Xinyan. Age, 21. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Attractiveness, 94. Figure, 96. Overall score, 95. Purity, 100. Goddess Strategy Fund, 77. 7 billion. Current affection level towards the host, 0 points. Successful strategy, 50 cashback. Lin Fei's lips twitched at the system's prowess. Welcome, Old 8 loves to eat Kuan burgers, announced the stream. On screen, Kai Xinyan, dressed in a pink tank top, formed a heart shape with her hands and winked with her large, captivating eyes. Without any preamble, Lin Fei sent a 10 million diamond gift. Thank you, Chenggu, for the flowers. She exclaimed gratefully. She had only just begun streaming, typically attracting a mere handful of viewers each day, with most being male students from her school who rarely sent gifts, opting instead to tease her or engage in idle banter. Sister, you're so beautiful. Can I add you on WeChat as the top supporter? Lin Fei intentionally commented first. I'm sorry, but I don't add V, Kai Xinyan replied with a polite smile. Bro, don't even think about it unless you're President Wang. Another viewer chimed in. Bro, if you send a carnival gift, you might just get added, another suggested. Bro, everyone in the stream is broke. You'd be number 1 with just 50 bucks. Kai Xinyan remained silent, continuing to respond to other viewers' questions. Suddenly, dazzling gift effects lit up the stream. Old 8 loves to eat Kuan burgers, sent Carnival 1. Old 8 loves to eat Kuan burgers, sent Carnival 2. The seamless transition of carnival effects left Kai Xinyan momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, she covered her mouth, overwhelmed with excitement. Having streamed for just over half a month, her total earnings amounted to a mere 400 bucks, barely enough for a drink. Yet now, she had received multiple gifts valued at 3,000 each. Xinyan, this seems to be the most expensive carnival gift. Her roommate exclaimed, astonished. Wow. 666666696. Incredible. Bro, you're amazing. My goodness. These carnivals are being sent like beer. But it didn't end there. More carnivals and dream castles poured in. To quickly exhaust his funds for cashback, Lin Fei kept sending gifts in a frenzy, his fingers working tirelessly. Although he possessed the looks and charm to win her over, he felt it would be too time-consuming. And his current goal was to utilize the system to spend as much as possible. In this era, no one disliked money. Spending money increased affection levels and allowed for cashback. Moreover, Lin Fei was confident he could win her heart. Old 8 loves to eat Kuan burgers, sent Dream Castle 666. Old 8 loves to eat Kuan burgers, sent Carnival 666. Old 8 loves to eat Kuan burgers, sent Carnival. Wouldn't it be great if I could recharge 1 billion at once? The entire live stream was enveloped in effects for nearly an hour, and viewer numbers skyrocketed. With the final Dream Castle sent, Lin Fei felt exhausted. It was his first time experiencing such fatigue from spending money. He wished for a machine that could continuously click for him. Meanwhile, Kai Xinyan was utterly speechless. Covering her face, her small mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. She had only just ventured into streaming, hoping to earn some pocket money from milk tea. Yet this overwhelming scene left her utterly dazed. Xiaoya, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming. Kai Xinyan found the situation utterly surreal and hastily turned to her friend, who was already nestled in bed, exclaiming. Her friend, a bespectacled young woman named Jin Xiaoya, looked puzzled at Kai Xinyan's astonished expression. But her confusion quickly morphed into shock upon glancing at the figures displayed on the backstage screen. Xinyan, is this truly real? This person has gifted you nearly 4 million. Jin Xiaoya gasped, left utterly speechless, standing in place and muttering to herself. Since Kai Xinyan was live-streaming from her dormitory, her words instantly ignited a chorus of gasps among the other 3 roommates, who promptly leapt out of bed. Subsequently, Jin Xiaoya relayed the astonishing news of Kai Xinyan's 4 million in gifts to the others, causing them to erupt in excitement, jumping with joy. Although the gifts were not for them, the sheer magnitude of the sum sent waves of exhilaration through the group. Wow, Xinyan, you've struck it rich. One exclaimed. Yes, don't forget about us. You simply must treat us to a lavish meal at the finest buffet. Chapter 5. The Invitation from a Beautiful Senior. At this moment, Kai Xinyan regained her composure and promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, General Cohen, for the carnival and the dream castle. Kai Xinyan's favorability rating increased to 20. May I add you on WeChat now? Lin Fei commented. Yes, of course. Kai Xinyan nodded. The generous gifts warranted a connection. However, the chat room erupted in a frenzy, with comments flooding in one after another. Numerous viewers from Huayan University, as well as boys from nearby schools, lamented their heartbreak. It was well known that Kai Xinyan was renowned as a stunning beauty, a goddess in the dreams of countless otaku. Yet now, she had caught the eye of a wealthy benefactor, and they could only envision the disheartening scenario of Kai Xinyan with a hefty Mediterranean gentleman in a hotel. Oh no, my goddess is destined to be taken by the #1 big spender. Goddess, please don't. I've already bought lottery tickets. Wait for me. Damn it. That #1 is a beast. Brothers, let us crowdsource to take him down. Real rich guy? Dude, have you lost your mind? Come on, stop with the nonsense. If you keep talking like this, I'll mute all of you. Witnessing the chaos in the comments, Kai Xinyan felt her face flush with anger. As the comment section spiraled out of control, she hastily uttered a few words before ending the stream, anxious about the rumors that might arise the next day. Once the stream concluded, Kai Xinyan immediately followed Lin Fei. She felt that, having received such lavish gifts, it was only courteous to acknowledge him. However, upon opening Lin Fei's Douyin profile, she discovered that his bio stated he was a student at Huayan University. He is from our school? Kai Xinyan and her roommates gasped in astonishment. They had imagined him to be a middle-aged tycoon, but instead, he was a fellow student. Several wealthy second-generation students at their school were already taken, and one was even pursuing Kai Xinyan. They were baffled by the emergence of yet another mysterious affluent student. Xinyan, has she added you on WeChat yet? Hurry and check his moments. Jin Xiaoya urged excitedly. Wait a minute, I haven't added him yet, Kai Xinyan replied. Then, Kai Xinyan sent Lin Fei a private message. General Cohen, thank you for your gifts. Please send me your WeChat ID so I can add you. Shortly after, Lin Fei sent her his WeChat ID. In the dormitory, as Kai Xinyan's friend request came through, Lin Fei accepted it and casually browsed through her moments. There were family photos, beautiful pictures, travel snapshots from her moments. It was evident that Kai Xinyan's parents were a teacher and a doctor, indicating a nurturing family environment and solid education. The details in her moments suggested that she had a commendable character. The system's taste is quite discerning. She is truly high quality, Lin Fei mused, stroking his chin. At that moment, Kai Xinyan sent him a message. General Cohen, I sincerely appreciate your gifts. By the way, I noticed you're from Huada. Are you a student there? Lin Fei replied. Yes, I'm a freshman this year. Really a freshman? Jin Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this year's freshman class so impressive? To be so generous right off the bat. Another roommate marveled. Xinyan, quickly check his moments. See what he looks like. Jin Xiaoya urged. Kai Xinyan nodded and clicked into Lin Fei's moments, only to find that he had posted nothing. Why doesn't he have a single post? Jin Xiaoya frowned. Perhaps he simply doesn't like to share on social media, Kai Xinyan speculated. By the way, what do you think? Since he has gifted me so much, how should I express my gratitude? Should I treat him to a meal? Kai Xinyan inquired. This guy showering you with gifts suggests he might be infatuated with you at first sight, but since you don't know much about him yet, I think it's a good idea to invite him to dinner first. You can gauge his character and appearance. If all goes well, I believe you might find love. Jin Xiaoya suggested, her eyes gleaming. Kai Xinyan's cheeks flushed. Find love? You're dreaming. Following this, her roommates each voiced their opinions and plans, leaving Kai Xinyan's face burning with embarrassment. After the lights went out in the dormitory, Kai Xinyan continued chatting with Lin Fei on WeChat, learning his name and major. She discovered that Lin Fei was quite knowledgeable, Whether discussing music or travel, they found common ground. Kai Xinyan was no stranger to admirers, having received nearly 5 confessions each month since the cultural performance in her freshman year. Yet, those suitors often had their quirks, either pretentious or overly rigid, leaving her disinterested. It was rare for her to encounter a young man with whom she could converse normally. Kai Xinyan noted her favorability rating had reached 10. Current favorability rating, 30 points. Lin Fei thought to himself, astonished at how quickly it had escalated to 30 points. As their conversation continued, Lin Fei also recognized that Kai Xinyan possessed a commendable worldview and exceptionally high emotional intelligence. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, she was quite talkative when the topic shifted to her interests. They chatted until the early hours, and Kai Xinyan finally extended an invitation. Lin Fei, do you have some time soon? I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for your support today. Sure, any time works for me. Just let me know when, Lin Fei replied. Kai Xinyan responded, how about tomorrow evening? Is that okay? Sounds good, Lin Fei confirmed. All right, then good night for now. I have an early class tomorrow, Kai Xinyan replied. Lin Fei wished her good night, and they both drifted off to sleep. However, that night, many at Huada found themselves restless, as their dream goddess had just added the #1 benefactor on WeChat. The main host and the #1 benefactor had connected on WeChat. The following midday, after Lin Fei and his roommates concluded their class meeting in the lecture hall, they headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Lin Fei casually selected a stall serving stir-fried dishes, ordering 4 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, along with a glass of orange juice. He and his roommates settled at a window-side table, beginning to devour their meals with gusto. At Huada, the male-to-female ratio was 3:7, resulting in a predominance of female students, many of whom were exceptionally beautiful. As Zhao Feng ate, he cast lecherous glances at the passing beauties in skirts, admiring their long legs. Lin Fei and his companions were wholly engrossed in their meal, occasionally stealing glances up. Lu Daqiao was shy, while Xia Xiang felt secure in the knowledge that his girlfriend was already quite remarkable. As for Lin Fei, he believed he had the charm to attract any woman he desired. In contrast, Zhao Feng, who brazenly surveyed the surroundings, might find himself on the receiving end of public ridicule at any moment. Suddenly, the cafeteria erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Goodness, those legs are incredibly long. And that beauty doesn't look like she's from our homeland. Of course, with those long legs and blue eyes, she must be from Eros. She's probably an international student or an exchange student. Our linear algebra professor mentioned that 30 exchange students from Eros arrived at our school this year. Indeed, foreign girls are stunning. Brothers, I feel the urge to learn a foreign language. Glancing around, Lin Fei noticed that many eyes were fixated on the fruit stand. What is happening? He inquired, puzzled, looking at his 3 roommates. It seems there's a beauty. Zhao Feng had already risen, activating his eye-catching mode. Oh my, Brother Fei, there's a foreign girl. Zhao Feng exclaimed suddenly. A foreign girl? Lin Fei stood up, peering toward the fruit stand. There, a stunning beauty, approximately 1.8 meters tall with an alluring figure, was selecting fruits. She possessed the quintessential Slavic appearance, with distinct facial features and a prominent nose. Her long, chestnut hair flowed like silk, and her deep, captivating blue eyes sparkled. A delicate blush adorned her fair, refined face, reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale. Brother Fei, I dare say this is the most impeccably shaped girl I've ever seen. She is practically flawless. Zhao Feng marveled, just as Lin Fei was about to express his agreement. A voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. System has detected target number 003, initiating automatic binding. Name, Irina. Age, 20. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 64 kilograms. Attractiveness, 94. Figure, 98. Overall score, 96. Purity, 100. Goddess Strategy Fund, 88. 8 billion. Current affinity towards the host, 0 points. Special skill reward from the system. Proficiency in Russian and Russian culture. Chapter 6, Irina from Eros. Suddenly, Lin Fei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. As the sensation subsided, he discovered a plethora of Russian knowledge flooding his mind, as if the language had seamlessly transformed into his second mother tongue. Lin Fei attempted to speak. His enunciation and pronunciation felt utterly natural. System brother, that's impressive. Meanwhile, the Russian beauty had settled at a window-side table to dine. Numerous boys around her glanced occasionally, but none dared approach. Alas, she is indeed beautiful, but we are unworthy. She towers over me, and even if I could charm her, I'd be like a toothpick in a water jar. Zhao Feng lamented. Do you believe I could win her over? Lin Fei scanned the 3 of them. Brother Fei, if you can pull this off, I'll cover today's meal. Zhao Feng said earnestly. Really? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. Zhao Feng patted his chest. All right. Lin Fei grinned, picked up his tray, and strode toward the Russian beauty. Zhao Feng was dumbfounded. You're really going for it? I was just trying to spur you on. Lu Daqiao and Xia Xiang wore looks of shock. Goodness, Brother Fei is that bold? But isn't he already taken? Zhao Feng recalled the girl from the boys' dormitory yesterday, who was equally stunning. Brother Fei, you're insane. You already have such a beautiful girlfriend and still want more. Without hesitation, Lin Fei sat directly across from the Russian beauty. Hello, beautiful. I hope I'm not disturbing you. He greeted in perfect Russian. Upon hearing Lin Fei's warm approach in her native tongue, Irina's eyes sparkled with surprise. Having been in Huaxia for nearly a week, he was the first to initiate a conversation with her, and in Russian no less. Soon, Irina beamed a warm smile and replied in Russian, not at all. I'm very welcoming. Irina, Affinity 5. Witnessing this interaction, onlookers were left utterly astounded. Wait, are you really going for it? Many who had anticipated Lin Fei's embarrassment now felt a bitter pang of disappointment. He was genuinely bold and, to their astonishment, fluent in Russian. You are the most beautiful girl from Arrows I have ever encountered, as graceful and elegant as Pushkin's Daria. I was captivated the moment I laid eyes on you. Lin Fei gazed deeply into Irina's eyes, speaking earnestly. Irina blushed slightly, covering her mouth with a smile. Oh, really? Thank you so much for your kind words. You are quite handsome and charming as well. Such cheesy pickup lines were typically beyond Lin Fei, but he felt they might resonate with a foreign girl. Irina, Affinity 10. As anticipated. May I ask your name, my friend? Irina blinked playfully. Lin Fei, he replied with a smile. Hello, Lin. I'm Irina Ivanova. You may call me Irina. Irina extended her hand confidently, adorned with a radiant smile. Miss Irina, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lin Fei said, shaking her hand. So cold, so soft. However, he withdrew his hand after just a second, for Lin Fei prided himself on being a gentleman. Damn, had I known it would be this easy, I would have approached her sooner. Me too. I regret not doing so. Bro, why don't you take a good look at yourself? She's tall and handsome. While you look like a quirky egg, you really think you can woo a foreign girl? Laughter erupted around them as the scene of their handshake caught everyone's attention, igniting fervent discussions. By the way, are you an exchange student? Lin Fei inquired curiously. Yes, I am a student from the Southern Federal University of Arrows. Here to study Chinese, Irina smiled. That's great. I love Huaxia, she added, demonstrating her slightly imperfect Chinese. Your Chinese is excellent. I believe your proficiency will soar in no time. Lin Fei praised sincerely, disregarding his conscience. Thank you for your encouragement. However, my pronunciation still needs work. But I'll keep striving. Irina blushed at the compliment. Do you use WeChat? Lin Fei transitioned to the main topic. Irina nodded. Yes, I just downloaded it. My teacher said it's very convenient in Huaxia. Let us exchange WeChat, so you can ask me any questions in the future. Okay, Irina gladly agreed, as Lin Fei was her first friend in Huaxia. After adding each other on WeChat, Irina finished her meal, bid farewell to Lin, and left the cafeteria. Upon returning to his seat, Lin Fei found his companions utterly in awe. Brother Fei, I've never respected anyone more in my life. You're the first. Brother Fei, I'll rely on you to help me find love from now on. After the military training mobilization meeting in the afternoon, Lin Fei took a shower and changed into a fresh outfit before heading to the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory, known as Guiyuan, housed the sophomore students of the Fine Arts College, all of whom were exceptionally beautiful and graceful, with fair skin and long legs. Consequently, many boys often took a detour through this area on their way to the cafeteria, hoping to encounter their destined romance. However, the girls from the Fine Arts College tended to be discerning. To win their favor, one had to possess at least two of the three attributes: wealth, good looks, or charm. Of course, there were also a few romantic souls among them, who prioritized character and values over appearance. These girls often hailed from affluent backgrounds and exhibited gentle personalities and elegant manners, embodying the ideal type for many boys, albeit in scarce numbers. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Lin Fei sent a message to Kai Xinyan and rolled down his car window to appreciate the scenery outside. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Kai Xinyan had just finished applying a delicate touch of makeup and donned a white spaghetti strap dress. Her slender waist perfectly supported the fabric, and her graceful shoulder lines and exquisite collarbone accentuated her long, straight legs. Cascading black waves of hair framed her shoulders, adding an alluring charm to her appearance. With elegantly arched brows, captivating eyes, a prominent nose, and naturally rosy lips, her features were nothing short of impeccable. The addition of a platinum necklace and pearl earrings further elevated her noble elegance. Xinyan, you look absolutely stunning today, Jin Xiaoyao exclaimed, gazing at Kai Xinyan with starry eyes. Indeed, that dress seems tailor-made for you. I finally understand men. If I were one, I would be enamored with Xinyan for at least 3 years. The other roommates echoed their heartfelt compliments. unable to fathom which man could resist the allure of the woman before them. Thank you all for the kind words, hee. I'll bring back some delicious treats for you. Kai Xinyan smiled gently in response. Chapter 7. How can she be so beautiful? Downstairs, Lin Fei sat in his car, cheerfully humming a tune. In the brief span of a little over 10 minutes, a tall senior girl clad in a purple bodycon dress approached, requesting his WeChat. Though the system hadn't yet bound to him, Lin Fei decided to share his WeChat. After all, it was rare for someone to approach him so boldly, and he didn't wish to hurt her feelings. Although he was now wealthy, he believed in remaining humble. Hey, handsome, can I add you on WeChat? A sweet voice reached Lin Fei's ears. He turned to see a girl wearing glasses and a short skirt standing by his window, her demeanor shy. She stood around 1.7 meters tall, with a figure that was not overly slender, yet certainly attractive. Her oval face boasted a rosy complexion, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with charm, fitting the mold of a classic beauty adored by men. Just as Lin Fei was about to respond, the system's voice resonated in his mind. System has detected target number 004, binding in progress. Name, Yin Jiaojiao. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Attractiveness, 92. Figure, 96. Overall score, 94. Purity, 100. Goddess conquest funds, 40 billion. Current affection level towards host, 30 points. A surge of delight coursed through Lin Fei at the successful binding. Can I add you on WeChat? Yin Jiaojiao repeated. Of course. Lin Fei promptly opened his QR code. Yin Jiaojiao beamed with joy as she quickly added him. My name is Yin Jiaojiao, a sophomore in the dance performance program, class 3. Let us keep in touch, handsome. Bye. With a bashful smile, she turned and scurried away. Lin Fei was left somewhat perplexed. Why did she run off so quickly? Was she really that shy? At that moment, Zhao Feng suddenly sent several screenshots, pointing out that someone on the confession wall bore a striking resemblance to him. Lin Fei checked the confession wall, and indeed, found a photo of himself from the previous day, captured while driving, though the clarity was less than ideal. Scrolling through, he discovered 2 posts searching for him, both from women, with a lively comment section where many boys expressed a desire to add Lin Fei on WeChat. Alas, the burdens of charm do weigh heavily. Lin Fei sighed with a wry smile. As the Wuming Mountains connected to the outer peaks, Lin Fei's WeChat ringtone chimed. It was Kai Xinyan calling. Upon answering, her melodious voice filled his ears. Lin Fei, where are you? I'm right downstairs, he replied with a smile as he exited the car. Okay, at the stairwell. Kai Xinyan hung up and took a moment to check her reflection in a small mirror before stepping outside. As soon as she walked out of the dormitory, her eyes fell upon Lin Fei, who stood beside a greenbelt. Is that him? The night prior, Kai Xinyan had fantasized about Lin Fei's appearance, envisioning him as either a greasy, unkempt man or a delicate-looking fellow. Never did she imagine he would turn out to be such a tall and handsome gentleman. At that moment, Lin Fei also looked up and was captivated by Kai Xinyan's beauty. She was 10 times more stunning than during her livestream. The white spaghetti strap dress perfectly showcased her enviable figure, while her slightly mature curls and high heels added an extra touch of allure. It was said that youthful charm is precious, but a beauty with both youthful and mature elegance must be priceless. Just her presence alone could ensnare the hearts of countless boys. Kai Xueshan, you look far more beautiful than in the videos. Lin Fei approached, wearing a warm smile. Kai Xinyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, You're even more handsome than I imagined. Does this mean I've passed the interview? Lin Fei joked. You're quite the charmer. Kai Xinyan said, feeling a bit shy. No need to call me Lin Xiao, just Lin Fei is fine. That title feels rather pompous, he chuckled. Then you can simply call me Xinyan. Xueshan makes me feel old, she replied, feeling more at ease in Lin Fei's pleasant company. Alright, let us get in the car then, Lin Fei suggested. Sure. Settling into the passenger seat of the McLaren P1, Kai Xinyan discreetly admired the car's interior while her curiosity about Lin Fei's background piqued. Not only was he driving a multi-million-dollar sports car, but he also received gifts worth millions on Douyin. This was no ordinary wealthy heir. One wouldn't dare to splurge like this without at least 10 billion in assets. Lin Fei, what does your family do? Kai Xinyan couldn't help but inquire. Lin Fei smiled and replied, Oh, we run a small business. Recently, I was entrusted with managing a company, so I have a bit of money. Wow, you're a boss at such a young age. Impressive. A hint of surprise flashed in Kai Xinyan's eyes. Lin Fei chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Actually, you are my greatest treasure, my dear Xueshan. As the vehicle exited the school gates, Lin Fei inquired, By the way, where are we eating? Have you decided? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Kai Xinyan exclaimed, quickly pulling out her phone. It's called Zhao Ji Private Kitchen, the one by Sia Park. She had meticulously chosen this place from many options, knowing that typical boys preferred not to dine in Western restaurants, as they prioritized service, ambience, and flavor. Zhao Ji Private Kitchen not only boasted high standards, but also exceptional cuisine, with the added allure of being nestled beside the park, surrounded by mountains and water, ensuring an exquisite environment. Lin Fei nodded, having heard of Zhao's Private Kitchen, which enjoys considerable fame in Huayong, though he had never visited it before. The distance from Huada to Xia Park is not far, and with light traffic along the way, it typically takes just over 10 minutes to arrive. As the music played within the car, Lin Fei gradually increased the speed. Rather than feeling apprehensive, Kai Xinyan found herself exhilarated by the rapid pace. Observing Lin Fei's focused demeanor while driving, a hint of admiration sparkled in her eyes. Kai Xinyan, affection level 5. Noticing her gaze, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. After all, men often revel in the adoration and fascination bestowed upon them by beautiful women. Xia Park, situated in the southeastern part of Huayong City, is a picturesque locale where mountains and waters embrace each other, adorned with lush trees and a serene atmosphere. It stands as one of the most bustling parks in the city. A small commercial area by the riverside hosts numerous establishments, predominantly cafes and upscale restaurants, frequented by the affluent. Pulling up to Zhao's Private Kitchen, Lin Fei parked the car, noting the array of luxury vehicles already lined up: Land Rovers, Porsches, Bentleys, and Rolls-Royces, all indicative of the distinguished clientele it attracts. As they exited the car, a hostess clad in a pink qipao approached them. "Good day, welcome to Zhao's Private Kitchen. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" She greeted, her smile warm and inviting, while she discreetly assessed Lin Fei and Kai Xinyan. The woman was strikingly beautiful, and the man was not lacking in charm either, though their attire seemed rather casual. "We have made a reservation in advance, on the second floor," Kai Xinyan replied, handing her phone to the hostess with a smile. The hostess glanced at it, nodded, and said, "Very well, please follow me." Upon entering, Lin Fei was greeted by a subtle yet delightful aroma that invigorated the senses. The restaurant's decor was impressive, exuding a sense of ancient elegance. The main hall was already bustling with patrons enjoying their meals. Lin Fei casually surveyed the dishes, finding them quite appealing. They reached a window-side table on the second floor, where the hostess gestured for them to sit, saying, "This is your reserved table. I wish you a pleasant dining experience. Should you need anything, please feel free to call our servers." After a courteous bow, she turned and departed. "Thank you," Lin Fei nodded. Once seated, a server approached, standing attentively by, awaiting their orders. "Lin Fei, you should order," Kai Xinyan suggested, handing him the menu. Lin Fei nodded and began to peruse the extensive menu, which featured a plethora of dishes, each accompanied by illustrations and flavor indicators, indicating a thoughtful and professional touch. He selected several dishes he had never tried before, along with a couple of sides, before passing the menu to Kai Xinyan. After a brief glance, she also ordered a vegetable salad, marinated fresh meat, and 2 portions of dim sum. The attentive server diligently recorded their selections. "That's all for now," Kai Xinyan concluded. "Would you like any beverages?" the server inquired. Lin Fei turned to Kai Xinyan, smiling as he asked, "Shall we indulge in a glass of wine?" Kai Xinyan nodded thoughtfully and politely asked the server, "Do you have any recommended red wines?" "Currently, we offer Lupin, Petrus, Latour, Lafite, Obiang, and Chateau Asson. Which would you prefer?" The server replied with a smile. Kai Xinyan hesitated before looking at Lin Fei, saying, "Lin Fei, which one do you prefer?" "Petrus, I suppose," Lin Fei answered after a moment's consideration. Kai Xinyan nodded and addressed the server. "Do you have the 1982 vintage of Petrus?" "Apologies, miss, we do not have the 1982 vintage. But we do have the 1992 available," the server replied with a hint of regret. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Fei's eyes. He had previously read about Petrus in a magazine and had hoped to indulge in it someday, only to find the opportunity slipping away. However, he quickly rationalized that it was understandable. Such renowned wines are produced in limited quantities, particularly the older vintages. Kai Xinyan glanced at Lin Fei, seemingly seeking his opinion. "The 1992 will suffice," Lin Fei affirmed. "Then we shall have a bottle of the 1992, Kai Xinyan smiled. "Very well, please hold on a moment." The server replied with a nod before departing to fetch the wine. Lin Fei turned to Kai Xinyan, inquiring with a smile, "Xinyan, do you know a bit about wines?" "I took a wine appreciation course in my freshman year, and I've always had an interest in wine culture, so I know a little," Kai Xinyan replied with a smile. "Ah, I see," Lin Fei nodded. Soon, the server returned with the wine, presenting it unopened. Aged wines typically do not require decanting, as doing so may lead to oxidation, diminishing the wine's optimal tannic structure and aroma. However, some prefer a softer flavor and might choose to decant for an hour or two, while they awaited their dishes. Kai Xinyan regaled Lin Fei with amusing anecdotes from their university life, including tales of couples engaging in indiscreet acts in the gardens, a student defecating in a pier's basin, a man stealing dozens of pairs of underwear, and a girl juggling 6 boyfriends before being discovered. She animatedly shared these stories, laughing heartily, completely shedding the image of an elegant beauty. Lin Fei listened, secretly astonished. Indeed, university life was far more thrilling than high school. Before long, an array of dishes began to arrive at their table. Black truffle baked Australian lobster, crab roe tofu, braised chicken with chicken mushrooms, steamed grouper, and marinated fresh meat, totaling 8 dishes that nearly filled the table. Each dish was a feast for the senses, igniting their appetites. Once all the dishes were served, the server asked, "Would you like me to open the wine?" "No need. You may leave. We can manage on our own," Kai Xinyan replied politely. "Understood. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to call," the server acknowledged before departing. After Kai Xinyan served herself rice, Lin Fei entered what could only be described as an eating frenzy, devouring one bite after another. Watching Lin Fei eat voraciously, Kai Xinyan felt no disgust. Rather, she found it amusing, akin to watching a food show. In fact, as she observed him, her appetite seemed to grow. "Eat up, it truly tastes delightful," Lin Fei encouraged. Kai Xinyan nodded and began to eat. Yet, as expected of a beauty, her dining demeanor remained exceptionally graceful. Halfway through their meal, Lin Fei uncorked the wine and poured a glass for each of them, allowing it to breathe for a moment. "Cheers." Lin Fei smiled, raising his glass. Kai Xinyan daintily wiped her mouth, lifted her glass, and looked at Lin Fei, revealing a charming smile. Clink! The 2 glasses chimed together, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Meanwhile, at Huayang University, by the artificial lake, Song Jiai wandered alone, occasionally glancing at her phone. She had sent several messages to Lin Fei that afternoon, but he had yet to respond. Although they were not officially a couple, she felt a sense of unease in her heart and, having skipped dinner, had come to the lake to walk and clear her mind. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Perhaps Lin Fei has always regarded me merely as a friend. He is so remarkable, undoubtedly admired by countless girls. What am I in comparison? Song Jiai murmured to herself. However, he chats with me every day during the holiday, and on that particular day, he even fastened my seatbelt and fed me shrimp. The mere recollection of Lin Fei fastening her seatbelt and feeding her sent a blush to Song Jiai's cheeks and made her heart race uncontrollably. This sensation, akin to the beginnings of love yet not quite there, rendered Song Jiai, a novice in romance, utterly defenseless. Even as she closed her eyes to sleep at night, Lin Fei's visage danced before her mind's eye. Before attending university, she had been under her family's strict supervision, chauffeured to and from school. And if she ventured too close to a male classmate, she would face at least 2 hours of interrogation upon returning home. Such a confining existence was intolerable to her. Thus, Song Jiai chose to attend Huayang University, far from home. While pondering why Lin Fei had not responded to her messages, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her grandfather, Song Mingjong, calling, and she promptly answered. Compared to her father's sternness, her grandfather was indulgently affectionate. "Hello, Grandpa," Song Jiai greeted softly. "Little E, how are things over there? Are you adjusting well to your meals and accommodations?" Came the concerned voice from the other end. "Yes, the dormitory is quite pleasant, and the dining hall is spacious with food to my liking," she replied gently. "That is reassuring. I was worried you might not adapt to the dorm life. I was discussing with your father about purchasing a house for you." "Grandpa, there's really no need to buy a house. I plan to finish my undergraduate studies here and then go abroad. It would be a waste to leave it empty, especially with property prices dropping so rapidly." "Wouldn't that be a loss?" Song Jiai articulated. "That is a valid point. By the way, I forgot to mention. The governor of the province where you are studying is your Uncle Lu, the one who visited us last New Year. If you encounter any issues, don't hesitate to call him. I will provide you with his number shortly," Song Mingjong added. "All right, sounds good." Song Jiai nodded. She was aware that Uncle Lu had been her grandfather's secretary when he was the head of Anhui province, and she was surprised to learn he had ascended to such a position. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with her grandfather, Song Jiai reluctantly hung up. Taking a seat by the lakeside, she found her thoughts drifting back to Lin Fei, which led her to descend into a melancholic reverie. However, before she could dwell on it for long, a swarm of mosquitoes descended upon her, leaving her with several unwelcome bites. Cursing under her breath, she vacated the lakeside and made her way to the soccer field. The Huayang University soccer field at night resembled a bustling market in broad daylight. Students congregated here for jogging, romance, leisurely strolls, and various club activities, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At that moment, half of the field was occupied by a soccer match, while the other half featured upperclassmen singing and dancing, with cheers and shouts echoing in jubilant unison. Song Jiai settled into a spot on the edge, listening to the music while occasionally glancing at the game. Having been influenced by her older brother, a professional player, she had developed a keen interest in soccer. She even attended several matches during the last World Cup with him. At present, the game was fiercely contested. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward with remarkable speed, skillfully maneuvering past two defenders before unleashing a powerful shot. The goalkeeper was caught off guard, and the ball found the back of the net. Goal! Cheers erupted from the crowd. It's Chao Shuayu, my dream guy. Oh, is he the one who won the Golden Boot at last year's Provincial College Soccer Tournament? Yes, indeed. Our advisor is a fan of his. Around the field, many girls swooned, their faces filled with admiration as they watched Chao Shuayu celebrate his goal. Yet, Chao Shuayu paid them no mind, his gaze fixated solely on Song Jiai. This girl possessed an aura distinctly different from the others. Her purity and charm were truly rare. If only he could win her over. On the surface, he remained composed, but internally, he was already strategizing how to capture Song Jiai's heart. Now in his junior year, he had garnered quite a reputation, having dated over 40 girls since his enrollment, spanning 3 provinces and numerous universities. At one point, he had managed to juggle 6 relationships simultaneously, akin to a master of time management. Chapter 9. Are you looking to fight me? The surrounding cheers drew Song Jiai's attention to Chao Shuayu on the field. However, after a cursory glance, she turned her focus back to her phone, scrolling through videos. Chao Shuayu's teammates, noticing his unwavering gaze on Song Jiai, exchanged knowing smiles. Hey, Lao Chao, are you thinking about indulging again? Shall we ask for her WeChat? Chao Shuayu merely smiled in response, and they swiftly understood they would wait until after the match. The game resumed, and in the next half hour, Chao Shuayu scored 2 more goals, completing a hat trick and pushing the score to 4-2. The atmosphere on the sidelines reached a fever pitch. With someone blasting upbeat music, numerous girls began inquiring about Chao Shuyu's contact information, eager to connect with him further. While handing out his details, Chao Shuayu deliberately ran towards Song Jiai during his celebration. However, she barely acknowledged him, displaying a complete lack of interest. Yet, the more indifferent she appeared, the more exhilarated he felt. Achieving something too easily lacked the thrill he craved. After the match concluded, the crowd thinned considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Shuayu tidied his hair and approached Song Jiai with a few teammates in tow. Hello, classmate. I'm Chao Shuayu, the president of the school's soccer club. May I have your contact information? He asked, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile. Song Jiai raised her head, regarding him with a look of bemusement before turning to leave. Chao Shuyu's expression darkened instantly. How could he be rejected? Usually, girls clamored to add him on WeChat. Now he faced this unexpected refusal. Excuse me, may I ask which class you are in? Chao Shuayu pressed on, unwilling to relent as he positioned himself directly in her path. What, are you looking to fight me? Song Jiai rolled her eyes, sidestepping him and walking away without a backward glance. She was still mulling over why Lin Fei had not responded to her messages. And now this guy was bothering her. She was grateful for her composure and not resorting to insults. Chao Shuayu felt the sting of rejection again, muttering, what a facade of indifference. Wow, this girl is truly unique. One of his teammates chuckled. I never thought I'd see the day when Lao Chao gets shot down. Hilarious. Another teammate joined in the laughter. Just wait, I will definitely win her over. Chao Shuayu glared at them, grinding his teeth in determination. Meanwhile, Lin Fei had finished dining with Kai Xinyan and was now ambling through Wanxiang City. Although they were not holding hands, their proximity led passers-by to assume they were a couple. After all, they did indeed make a striking pair. The tall, handsome young man and the fair-skinned, graceful young woman embodied the perfect match. Lin Fei felt a tinge of vanity swell within him, relishing the envious glances cast in their direction. Certainly, Lin Fei realized that ever since he acquired wealth, he seemed to exude a more refined demeanor and an enhanced sense of confidence. This innate self-assurance propelled him into a realm where he could approach everything with an unwavering resolve. Kai Xinyan also relished the experience of shopping at the mall with Lin Fei, as his conversational prowess was truly remarkable. He could engage in topics effortlessly. Before long, the pair entered a Chanel boutique. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by a subtle yet enchanting fragrance. A sales associate clad in a black suit, adorned with a professional smile, promptly approached them. Good day, and welcome to the Chanel store at Wanxiang City. May I assist you in exploring our latest handbag collection, or anything else? The sales associate's voice was gentle yet polished. Kai Xinyan smiled lightly. Let us browse casually for now. Of course, the sales associate replied, bowing slightly before stepping away. As Lin Fei and Kai Xinyan strolled through the store, she inquired about his opinions on various items. Lin Fei, lacking expertise, could only imagine how a particular bag would look on Kai Xinyan and offered some rather uninspired suggestions. The store was filled with an array of products, from bags to earrings, sunglasses, shoes, and clothing. It must be said, some items were indeed visually appealing and exuded sophistication, while others were undeniably unattractive. Kai Xinyan soon set her sights on a pair of earrings encrusted with shimmering rhinestones and called the sales associate to request a fitting. After providing some sanitizing tools to disinfect her ears, the associate proceeded to adorn her with the earrings. Before long, a stunning heart-shaped earring sparkled on Kai Xinyan's earlobe, radiating a brilliant gleam. "What do you think? Do they look good?" she asked Lin Fei, her captivating smile illuminating her face. "Beautiful," Lin Fei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in genuine admiration. "Sir, your taste is impeccable. Finding such a beautiful girlfriend. These earrings seem tailor-made for her, and they truly enhance her beauty." The sales associate remarked sincerely. "He isn't." Kai Xinyan began to clarify, but then reconsidered. If the sales associate were to discover that they were not a couple, it might lead to unfounded speculations about their relationship. She could easily be misconstrued as a mistress or a pampered college student. Lin Fei, however, was unperturbed and grinned. "I think so too. I'll take these earrings as a gift for this lovely lady," he stated nonchalantly, as if the price of 48,888 yuan were merely 488. "Very well, sir," the associate said, suppressing a smile as she began to prepare the packaging. Just as Kai Xinyan was about to refuse, Lin Fei leaned in closer, whispering, "These earrings are exquisite and deserve to grace your ears. Moreover, if you refuse, it would be quite embarrassing for me." Although Lin Fei had known Kai Xinyan for less than 2 days, he could discern that she was not a materialistic woman. She was merely a girl with normal emotions, possessing her own standards and boundaries when it came to relationships. If Lin Fei were simply wealthy, winning her over would be a futile endeavor, for in Kai Xinyan's heart, looks, character, wealth, talent. Turning to Lin Fei, she noticed his resolute demeanor, which did not appear to be a mere act, and she reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Then, for everything else I buy next, you cannot cover the bill," Kai Xinyan whispered earnestly in Lin Fei's ear. She genuinely felt overwhelmed by the sudden generosity and lacked a sense of security, fearing that it might lead to an imbalance in their relationship. Lin Fei was taken aback by Kai Xinyan's firmness and could only nod in acquiescence. Subsequently, Kai Xinyan selected an exquisite handbag and a knitted sweater, also purchasing sunglasses for both herself and Lin Fei. Initially, Lin Fei resisted, but he could not withstand Kai Xinyan's persistent persuasion and ultimately relented. Moreover, after trying on the sunglasses, he realized they suited him quite well. In half an hour, over 200,000 yuan had been spent effortlessly. However, this amount was still acceptable for Kai Xinyan at this moment. Upon exiting the store, in an attempt to alleviate her sense of indebtedness, Kai Xinyan unceremoniously dragged Lin Fei into a dedicated Armani store. Yet, influenced by the saying that the poor wear Nike while the rich wear Adidas, he suggested that she take him to Prada instead. Prada, also an Italian luxury brand, is renowned for its fashionable and exquisite designs. It emphasizes the fusion of innovation and tradition, creating clothing that boasts unique materials and novel design elements, resulting in many items that exude individuality and style. Thus, Kai Xinyan led Lin Fei into the Prada boutique. Inside, Lin Fei found himself akin to a devoted spouse, as Kai Xinyan urged him to try on various garments and shoes. At that moment, it truly felt reminiscent of postmarital life. Here, even a seemingly ordinary t-shirt began at several thousand yuan, while suits were priced in multiples of 10,000. Lin Fei had previously failed to discern the difference between low-end and high-end brands, but after merely touching the fabric of those t-shirts, he recognized his past short-sightedness. The tactile experience was in an entirely different league from the cheap garments he had worn. It was no wonder that the t-shirt he had purchased for over 200 yuan had remained vibrant and wrinkle-free after more than a year. Indeed, expensive items seemed to possess only one notable flaw: their price. Chapter 10. Are you monitoring my girlfriend? Before long, Kai Xinyan had selected a tailored suit for Lin Fei. "Lin Fei, try on this suit. It will undoubtedly look splendid on you." As if that needs saying, Lin Fei replied with an air of confidence. "Oh, how shameless. Hurry up and try it on," Kai Xinyan playfully chided, nudging him towards the fitting room. Lin Fei smiled warmly. "All right, I shall emerge looking dapper enough to dazzle you." After Lin Fei entered the fitting room, Kai Xinyan resumed her search for short-sleeved tops. "Xinyan." At that moment, a voice filled with surprise called out. Kai Xinyan recognized the voice and turned around to see a robust young man in a black t-shirt approaching, accompanied by a tall female companion laden with various luxury items, including Balenciaga, Hermes, and Chanel. "Xinyan, what a coincidence to meet you here. It seems we are truly fated," the young man exclaimed, his eyes appraising her from head to toe. "Wow, you look stunning today. No wonder I, Du Yonghui, have set my sights on you." "Senior Du." "It is indeed quite a coincidence," Kai Xinyan replied with an impassive expression. This man, surnamed Du, had pursued her for over 6 months, during which he had even gifted her a house worth over 1 million and a BMW, yet she had never accepted his advances. Although she enjoyed the lifestyle of the affluent, she held a deep disdain for someone like Du Yonghui, who was the epitome of a social climber. No amount of money would entice her to engage with him, especially given his mediocre appearance. Du Yonghui, accustomed to Kai Xinyan's indifference, continued to smile. Xinyan, this is a men's clothing store. Are you here to reminisce about our past, hoping to buy me clothes and be with me? At his words, the female companion beside him visibly bristled but dared not react. Internally, Kai Xinyan scoffed. Be with you? How about you take a good look in the mirror? However, she would never voice such sentiments in public. Senior Du, I believe you are mistaken. I am here accompanying my boyfriend to shop for clothes, Kai Xinyan clarified. Boyfriend? Du Yonghui blinked in surprise, then donned a knowing expression. Xinyan, with how much I pay attention to you, how could I not know if you have a boyfriend? Are you monitoring my girlfriend? At that moment, Lin Fei emerged from the fitting room, now clad in a sleek black suit. Lin Fei. Upon encountering Lin Fei, Kai Xinyan felt an immediate sense of reassurance and hurried to his side. However, as she approached, she suddenly felt a strong hand encircle her waist. The moment she realized it was Lin Fei, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Lin Fei, with a playful grin, looked at Du Yonghui and said, Aren't you curious about who Xinyan's boyfriend is? Well, here he is before you. Take a good look. Witnessing his idol being embraced by another, Du Yonghui's expression soured, resembling someone who had just tasted something foul. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he remembered that he had always been in contact with Kai Xinyan's roommate, and surely she would have known about her boyfriend. Therefore, this man must either be a relative or a mere friend. He must be your cousin or a friend, right? Du Yonghui declared confidently. He is indeed my boyfriend, believe it or not. Kai Xinyan responded, intertwining her arm with Lin Fei's. Let him stew in his thoughts. Lin Fei chuckled softly before leading Kai Xinyan to a more open area. So how do I look in this outfit? Have I impressed you? He asked, releasing her and placing his hands in his pockets with a broad smile. Kai Xinyan appraised him from head to toe and replied seriously, Not bad. My taste remains impeccable. Is it the person or the attire that impresses you? Lin Fei teased with a smirk. Of course, it's the outfit. Kai Xinyan rolled her eyes. As the two exchanged flirtatious banter, Du Yonghui felt as if he were being betrayed. However, being in a public place, he suppressed his anger and left with his female companion. Damn it. If I don't deal with you, I won't carry the surname Du. And you, Kai, just wait. Once Du Yonghui departed, Kai Xinyan turned to Lin Fei, her face flushed with indignation. Who allowed you to touch my waist? Didn't you also hold my hand? I say we're even now. Lin Fei shrugged, feigning innocence. Kai Xinyan pointed at him, momentarily speechless, caught off guard by his retort. Fine. I'll get you next time. She waved her hand dismissively. By the way, was that person your admirer? Lin Fei joked. Kai Xinyan nodded and added. I've rejected him countless times, yet he continues to pursue me. Ah, a typical love-struck fool, Lin Fei chuckled. Kai Xinyan remained silent, as the truth was undeniable. But he is not as handsome as I am. No wonder you don't fancy him, Lin Fei joked again. Kai Xinyan couldn't help but laugh. You really are quite narcissistic, aren't you? With a newfound affection of 10, she forcibly bought Lin Fei several t-shirts, jackets, and shoes before they finally exited the mall. By the time they returned to campus, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After dropping Kai Xinyan off at her dorm, Lin Fei carried his numerous bags back to his own. Upon entering, his three roommates quickly gathered around, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the Prada logo on the bags. Bro, you're incredible, Zhao Feng exclaimed. Lu Daqiao appeared bewildered, but it was clear from his friends' reactions that these items were far more prestigious than Nike or Adidas. Stop flattering me. These are gifts from someone else. I couldn't possibly afford them. Lin Fei waved them off with a smirk. What the hell? Are you trying to break my heart, bro? Zhao Feng clutched his chest in mock agony. Why is it that I've pursued 10 girls and failed with each, while you're already reaping the rewards? This must be the world of the handsome, Lu Daqiao declared seriously. From now on, I'm learning from you. I want to find someone too. Lin Fei responded earnestly. I will share all my secrets with you, ensuring all my brothers find love. I just want to say, you're amazing, said Xia Xiang, admiration evident in his eyes. Having dated several girls without one ever spending money on him, he felt deep envy as he witnessed Lin Fei receiving expensive gifts from girls. While feigning modesty, Lin Fei felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction inside. After changing out of his clothes, he headed to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Kai Xinyan's roommates gathered around, admiring the exquisite earrings worth over 40,000 and the luxurious handbag priced at 100,000. Xinyan, these earrings are stunning. I wish my boyfriend would give me a pair. This bag has such a rich texture. Is it Chanel? I want one too. The roommates chattered excitedly, their faces filled with envy as they wished for handsome and wealthy partners to shower them with gifts. Jin Xiaya leaned close to Kai Xinyan and whispered mischievously, So, What do you think of Lin Fei? Kai Xinyan bit her lip, recounting the events of the day to Jin Xiaoya. You must act quickly. Such a high-quality man is incredibly sought after. If you're not careful, some other vixen might snatch him away. Jin Xiaoya urged earnestly. But what if he doesn't like me? What if he prefers someone else? Kai Xinyan expressed her concerns. Jin Xiaoya, hearing this, frowned. Xinyan, why are you lacking in confidence? You are one of the 3 beauties of our art college. Besides, as the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. If you put in a little effort, Lin Fei will be yours without a doubt. Kai Xinyan pondered. He seems different. Although he can be quite charming, he doesn't overtly express his admiration for me. This intrigued Kai Xinyan, as Lin Fei, despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, felt refreshingly different from the persistent admirers she had encountered. This man seemed to embody the qualities of a reliable partner. Chapter 11. Military training begins. Jin Xiaoya shot Kai Xinyan a knowing look. He is only trying to create a good image in front of you. If he didn't like you, would he spend so much on you? Kai Xinyan fell silent, realizing the truth in Jin Xiaoya's words. Who would frivolously spend millions on a stranger? Even for show. One would choose a more crowded venue rather than a small streamer-esque platform. Little did she know, if she accepted, Lin Fei could shower her with billions. And she would receive a handsome rebate. See, I make sense, right? Jin Xiaoya beamed with pride. Kai Xinyan nodded thoughtfully, then asked, what should I do next? Jin Xiaoya stroked her chin, contemplating before suggesting, Xinyan, our club has a fashion show in 2 days, right? Yes, what about it? Kai Xinyan inquired. Listen to me. Jin Xiaoya leaned in close, whispering her plan. Kai Xinyan's fair cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Seeing her friend hesitate, Jin Xiaoya was exasperated. This is a necessary step. We cannot be stingy. Think about it. Men like Lin Fei attract many admirers. If a vixen gets to him first, you won't even have a chance to cry? That makes sense, Kai Xinyan murmured. But had she already considered Lin Fei as a potential boyfriend? After all, they had only known each other for 2 days. In the boys' dormitory, Lin Fei, having just finished his shower, lay down on his bed and opened his phone, only to discover a plethora of messages on WeChat. Foremost among them were various notifications from the class group regarding military training schedules and locations. Following that, 3 messages from Song Jiai caught his attention. Video. Lin Fei, look at how ridiculous I look in this military training uniform. These pants are so oversized. And let me tell you, these military shoes are incredibly uncomfortable. Standing at attention in them is going to be a real ordeal. Lin Fei clicked on the video and erupted into laughter akin to a pig's squeal. In the footage, Song Jiai was clad in her military uniform, but her camouflage pants were excessively baggy, almost 2 sizes too large. When she tugged at the pants, there was enough space beside her to accommodate another person. While this could be attributed to her slender waist, the size of the pants was undeniably excessive, especially considering the top fit her normally. One could only wonder what the manufacturer was thinking. Lin Fei responded with a laughing cat emoji and remarked, you could open a fried chicken shop inside those pants. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei received messages from the 2 girls he had just added that afternoon. Their names were Yan Jiao Jiao and Zhao Meixian. Both were second-year students from the School of Arts, albeit with different majors. Yan Jiao Jiao was in dance performance, while Zhao Meixian was studying broadcasting and hosting. Their beauty and figures were on par with Kai Xian, especially Yan Jiao Jiao, whose pure appearance combined with her ample curves evoked thoughts of striking contrasts. Zhao Meixian sent 2 messages. Handsome, you are so good-looking. What is your major? What is your name? Do you have a girlfriend? Yan Jiao Jiao also sent 2 messages. Handsome, which class are you in? Are you free? Want to grab a late-night snack together? The last message from Yan Jiao Jiao was sent at 10:30 p.m., just over 10 minutes ago. Lin Fei gazed at his phone, a slight smile gracing his lips at the prospect of a late-night snack. However, the dormitory rules at Huada were exceedingly strict. Returning after 11:30 p.m. was nearly impossible unless the dorm supervisor happened to be one's mother. Just as he was about to reply affirmatively, he suddenly remembered the military training scheduled for the next day. Perhaps it was best to decline, so he texted back, I have military training tomorrow. No sooner had he sent the message than Yan Jiao Jiao replied instantly. No worries, we can go out next time. By the way, you mentioned military training? Is that so? Indeed, why do you ask? Lin Fei replied. Oh, nothing much. I just didn't expect to encounter such a handsome freshman among you all. Today, I was a bit shy to ask for your WeChat, she confessed, feeling bashful. By the way, what is your name? What is your major? Software engineering, Lin Fei. He responded. So, you're an engineering student. No wonder you're so handsome. Yan Jiao Jiao replied. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Fei decided to end the conversation, stating he was feeling tired, as he had little interest in such girls on a mental level. Yan Jiao Jiao immediately ceased messaging. sending a sweet voice note to say goodnight, which made Lin Fei's heart race. With her commendable figure and looks, perhaps there would be a chance to converse further. A few minutes later, Kai Xianyan sent him a goodnight message, to which Lin Fei also replied in kind. After watching a few videos, he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Lin Fei and his 3 roommates, now clad in camouflage uniforms, made their way to the football field. By this time, quite a number of students had already gathered. The 4 of them sat on the field, eagerly devouring their breakfast. As he ate, Lin Fei responded to messages. Early that morning, both Kai Xianyan and Yin Jiao Jiao had sent him messages inquiring whether he had had breakfast and offering to bring him some if he had tea. Unfortunately for them, Lin Fei had already arrived at the football field. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fei and his roommates followed the class group messages to the designated assembly point. His class consisted of 60 students, with 37 boys and 23 girls, which was quite a high ratio of females for an engineering discipline. Their counselor, Chen Zhan, who was not much older than 30, was humorous and was currently explaining the rules for military training. Once they formed a neat line, the commander of the training regiment began to speak, followed by the assembly of the instructors. As soon as the instructors were gathered, the commander issued orders, and the instructors approached their respective teams, allowing the counselor to depart. Before long, a tall, dark-skinned instructor approached, brandishing the company flag emblazoned with the Huayong University emblem and the words 12th Company. Attention! The instructor bellowed as he arrived, his voice carrying strength. Everyone immediately snapped to attention, stealing glances at the instructor. My name is Zhao Donglei, and I will be your instructor from now on. I do not enjoy torturing others, but cooperation is essential. If you perform well, we shall rest. If not, we shall practice. Do you understand? Zhao Donglai addressed the crowd with a serious expression. Understood. Everyone chorused in unison. Quite impressive. I hope the next 15 days continue in this manner. Zhao Donglai nodded approvingly. Chapter 12. The campus bell delivers water. No sooner had Zhao Donglai finished speaking than the commander on the podium announced, we will stand at attention for half an hour, after which each instructor will lead their respective companies to designated training areas. Upon hearing this, a wave of discontent swept through the crowd. Standing at attention for half an hour under the blazing sun was a dual torment of mind and body for many. Lin Fei, however, felt unperturbed. He enjoyed exercising and possessed better physical fitness than most. Standing at attention for half an hour posed little challenge for him. Once the time was up, Zhao Donglai led the group away from the football field to a spacious training area. Other companies accompanied them, as nearly 7,000 freshmen were undergoing military training this year. If everyone were to train on the football field, they would be packed together like sardines. Thus, the training was dispersed across various locations on campus. Fortunately for Lin Fei and his group, their training site was located near the teaching buildings, surrounded by numerous large trees for shade. Furthermore, with 3 sides bordered by academic buildings, the area received minimal sunlight, making it a veritable paradise for military training in the dreams of countless freshmen. Once they formed the proper formation, Zhao Donglai commenced the training. The exercises were simple: left turn, right turn, about turn, and standing at attention. After an hour, he finally allowed the group to sit down and rest. As soon as Lin Fei sat down, Zhao Feng slid over beside him and whispered, Fei Ge, what do you think of the girl in the second row, 4th from the front, in the opposite company? Following Zhao Feng's coordinates, Lin Fei glanced over and indeed found her quite attractive, though her makeup was somewhat heavy. Still, her natural beauty shone through. What? Are you interested in her? He teased. Zhao Feng, the social butterfly, appeared slightly bashful. She's good-looking. I support you in pursuing her. If you need help, just let me know, Lin Fei encouraged. Do you really think I have a chance? Zhao Feng asked, his eyes lighting up. Absolutely. Just go for it. You've got this. Lin Fei grinned. I'll ask for her WeChat as soon as we're dismissed. One must be brave at least once in life, Zhao Feng declared, determination flashing in his eyes. Lin Fei patted his shoulder and nodded affirmatively. At this moment, Lin Fei felt a vibration in his pocket. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovered it was a WeChat call from Kai Xinyan. Hello, Xinyan, what's the matter? Lin Fei inquired with a smile. Is it wrong to call you for no reason? Kai Xinyan replied in a slightly playful tone. Of course not. In fact, I would relish it if you called me every day. Lin Fei grinned widely. Smooth talker. By the way, where are you stationed for military training? Kai Xinyan asked. Over by the Chioshi building. Why do you ask? Lin Fei responded. Just curious, Kai Xinyan said with a mischievous smile. Have you taken some strange medicine, Xinyan? Lin Fei teased. How dare you insult me? Just wait until I see you. Kai Xinyan huffed before abruptly ending the call. Lin Fei gazed at his phone and shook his head with a smile. Hey, bro, are you on the phone with your girlfriend? Zhao Feng chuckled. Don't call her that. It's not the time yet. Lin Fei scolded with a laugh. No worries, it'll happen eventually, Zhao Feng replied nonchalantly. You little rascal. Just then, Lu Daqiao and Xia Xiang joined them, adding to the conversation. Meanwhile, Kai Xinyan approached with 2 cups of lemonade and a box of fruit salad. Unlike her usual alluring self, today she sported a white t-shirt and denim shorts, exuding a youthful sweetness. As she walked, she searched for Lin Fei's figure. My goodness, those legs are longer than my life. That must be Kai Xinyan, the belle of the Arts Academy. I've seen her on the confession wall. Her aura rivals that of a star, truly deserving of the title. I wish I could look like that, sob sob sob. Numerous students resting nearby lifted their heads to gaze at Kai Xinyan. Whoa, bro, isn't that the girl you harassed the other day? Zhao Feng leaned closer to Lin Fei, asking, what do you mean by harassed? Can't you choose your words better? Lin Fei retorted, ahem, I meant to say flirted. Zhao Feng quickly corrected himself. You little rascal. Lin Fei thought of hitting him. At that moment, Kai Xinyan spotted Lin Fei and smiled softly before walking over. The boys from the 12th company became agitated upon seeing her approach. Oh my gosh, she is coming this way. What is happening? Could she be the instructor's girlfriend? I don't know, but it's highly likely. Zhao Donglai, who was chatting with the instructor from the adjacent company, nearly fainted upon hearing their banter. This is no joking matter. Everyone shut up. Zhao Donglai stood up and shouted at the group. The boys immediately fell silent like quail. Seeing this, Zhao Donglai sighed in relief. He dared not joke about such matters. Kai Xinyan, carrying her items, squatted beside Lin Fei and smiled. So, feeling tired? As she spoke, she thoughtfully inserted a straw into the lemonade and handed it to Lin Fei. This scene immediately left the boys in Lin Fei's class in a state of disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, so you're actually dating the senior sister. Dude, how did you manage to pull such a beautiful senior sister so soon into the semester? This is just unfair. I've been single for 19 years. The boys from the neighboring companies felt envious. Lin Fei took a few sips of the lemonade, feeling refreshed. This is definitely sweeter than what I usually buy, he remarked. Smiling at Kai Xinyan, she playfully rolled her eyes at him and then opened the fruit salad, offering a piece of watermelon to Lin Fei. Open wide. After saying this, her face flushed like a ripe peach, looking exceedingly adorable. Lin Fei, not one to refuse, took a bite of the watermelon. However, with so many eyes upon him, he felt embarrassed to have Kai Xinyan continue feeding him, so he picked up a skewer and began to eat on his own. After consuming another piece of watermelon, Lin Fei remembered that his friends had yet to eat. If anyone wants some, feel free to come over. Everyone exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. All right then. At this moment, Zhao Feng, grinning from ear to ear, stepped forward and snagged a piece of watermelon with a skewer. Sister-in-law, with a girlfriend like you. Lin Fei must have accumulated a lot of good fortune in his past life. Zhao Feng said as he munched away. Sister-in-law? Kai Xinyan turned to Lin Fei, looking somewhat flustered. Lin Fei shrugged, feeling helpless. Kai Xinyan, being perceptive, quickly grasped that this boy assumed she was Lin Fei's girlfriend. She wanted to explain, but faced a critical dilemma. She wasn't Lin Fei's girlfriend, yet here she was delivering water and fruit to him. If the others found out, they might concoct outrageous rumors. Thus, she could only smile and nod, thinking to herself, P.S. lucky. Lin Fei also played along, introducing Kai Xinyan to Zhao Feng and Xia Xiang. Don't ask why he didn't introduce anyone else. It was simply because he didn't know them. Kai Xinyan eagerly introduced herself to the others. However, both Xia Xiang and Lu Daqiao felt puzzled, realizing that this girl didn't seem to be the same one who had waited for Lin Fei outside the boys' dormitory last time. Oh well, let us just consider her the second sister-in-law. Chapter 13. What the hell are you doing? After finishing the fruit salad, the break time was nearly over. Lin Fei suggested that Kai Xinyan return to the dormitory, but she insisted on waiting to have lunch with him. Lin Fei had no choice but to acquiesce. Zhao Donglai bellowed for everyone to stand, and instantaneously, all stood straight and aligned. Kai Xinyan found a chair to sit on, listening to music while watching Lin Fei undergo military training. This was one of the joys of being a sophomore, sitting back and enjoying the sight of freshman training under the sun. 1, 2, 1. Attention. At ease. Turn left. About face. That soldier. Step forward. Suddenly, Zhao Donglai shouted. Zhao Feng, startled, quickly raised his head to look at the others. However, upon doing so, he noticed his comrades across from him laughing. Just as he was about to tell them they had turned the wrong way, he suddenly realized the situation was not in his favor. That soldier, are you still looking at others? I'm talking about you. Zhao Donglai sneered. Zhao Feng felt embarrassed and hurriedly stepped forward. Stand straight. Zhao Donglai barked again as Zhao Feng just exited the formation. He immediately assumed the correct military posture. Several girls in the class burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Zhao Donglai shot them a glare, and they quickly silenced themselves. Instructor, I think I might have misheard the commands from the instructor of the neighboring company, Zhao Feng said with a woeful expression. The instructor from the adjacent company just said turn left. Who are you trying to fool? Zhao Donglai laughed in exasperation. Realizing he had been caught, Zhao Feng felt awkward. 50 push-ups. Zhao Donglai commanded sternly. Zhao Feng felt as though the sky had fallen. 50 push-ups were tantamount to a death sentence for him, a homebody. Yet with so many girls watching and his own goddess in the adjacent company, he had no choice but to brace himself. But after just a few, the surrounding laughter erupted once more. Haha, this guy's form is simply ridiculous. A group of girls, feeling a touch of embarrassment, averted their gazes. Kai Xinyan stifled a giggle beside them, while Zhao Donglai struggled to contain his laughter, nearly bursting into fits of mirth. Who did you learn those push-ups from? Despite his best efforts to maintain a serious demeanor, Zhao Donglai could hardly suppress his amusement. Zhao Feng, utterly perplexed, wondered what this group was laughing about and why the instructor had posed such a question. As he looked up, he caught sight of Lin Fei gesticulating wildly with sign language and mouthing words at him. UFING, plank, on, the ground. Once Zhao Feng slowly deciphered the message, a wave of realization washed over him. He felt an overwhelming urge to disappear, glancing at the goddess across from him, relieved that she had not noticed the commotion. Determined not to lose face in her presence, Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and managed to endure 30 push-ups. Eventually, the instructor saw that he was truly struggling and allowed him to return to his unit. I'm exhausted. Zhao Feng gasped as he took his place again. Well done. You didn't lose face, Lin Fei remarked, turning to him. Zhao Feng merely offered a wry smile, thinking to himself that had it not been for the goddess, he would have collapsed after the 10th push-up. They trained until noon, at which point the units dispersed for lunch. I'm starving. We must indulge in something delicious today, Zhao Feng exclaimed as he shed his jacket, exhaustion evident on his face. How about we eat outside? I saw on the confession wall that there's a good chicken pot. Let us give it a try, suggested Xia Xiang. Sounds good, Lu Dachao nodded in agreement. The trio then turned their attention to Lin Fei. How about you and Kai Xinyan join us? Lin Fei proposed. Absolutely, Kai Xinyan replied with a smile. I was worried you might feel awkward, Lin Fei chuckled. What is awkward about this? The university boasts nearly 50,000 students, including graduates, prompting many businesses to thrive nearby, resulting in a vibrant food street with an array of culinary offerings. Most establishments have satisfactory food, as those that do not tend to close quickly. Additionally, the prices are considerably more affordable for students. The chicken pot recommended by Xia Xiang was at the entrance of this food street, run by a young couple. Though the shop was small, it was bustling with customers. Just as they arrived at lunchtime, a table outside vacated, allowing them to skip the line. Once seated, Kai Xinyan's beauty captured the attention of several nearby boys. To respect Lin Fei's status, the roommates allowed him to order. Lin Fei opted for an extra-large chicken pot, complemented by an array of meat and vegetables, and a few bottles of drinks, totaling nearly 200 yuan. Today I'm treating, Lin Fei declared with grandiosity. Since it's on you, I can't be polite. I'll add a Red Bull. Zhao Feng grinned as he scribbled down another drink. One can isn't enough for anyone. Let us make it one each. Lin Fei waved his hand decisively. All right. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate to change his order from 1 to 5. Suddenly, he slapped himself on the forehead, leaving Lin Fei utterly bewildered. What is wrong with you? Lin Fei laughed, scolding him. I forgot to ask that girl for her WeChat. Zhao Feng lamented, looking regretfully at Lin Fei. Lin Fei's expression darkened. Was it really worth getting so worked up over such a trivial matter? Aren't you supposed to be in military training this afternoon? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I believe so. Zhao Feng chuckled awkwardly, realizing he momentarily lost his wits. What WeChat are you talking about? Kai Xinyan asked curiously. Seeing her eager expression, Lin Fei decided to divulge the story about Zhao Feng's crush on a girl from the neighboring unit. Good luck, Zhao. Kai Xinyan teased. Sister-in-law? May your words bring me fortune. Zhao Feng chuckled in response. After about 20 minutes, the chicken pot was finally served, a generous pot filled with chicken, beef, and an assortment of vegetables, exuding an irresistible aroma. Kai Xinyan took on the role of a diligent hostess, serving everyone. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhao Feng and his friends cheered joyfully. This is a meal prepared by the first beauty of the Academy of Fine Arts. In ordinary circumstances, such a woman would be beyond their reach. No need for thanks. Kai Xinyan smiled slightly, feeling a sense of joy within, as it signified her acceptance by the group. Observing this, Lin Fei's admiration for Kai Xinyan grew. This woman was indeed the ideal partner for a career-oriented man. Once the food was served, everyone began to eat. However, Kai Xinyan's first bite was placed in Lin Fei's bowl. Eat more meat. It will help you build muscle, she said softly. Lin Fei graciously accepted, promptly taking a bite and praising the dish. As the two exchanged affectionate gestures, the other three pretended not to notice, diverting their attention to their meals. Just as they were enjoying their food, Lin Fei's phone vibrated a few times. Upon checking, he saw a message from Yin Jiao, asking if he wanted to join her for lunch at the cafeteria. He casually replied that he had already eaten and continued to focus on his meal. A moment later, his phone buzzed again. This time it was a message from Song Jiai, complaining about a particularly terrible dish served at the school. Lin Fei responded with a few emojis and resumed his meal. However, Kai Xinyan had inadvertently caught a glimpse of his messages. Clearly, as Xiaya had said, Lin Fei was quite the catch, but judging by his indifferent replies, those two girls likely lacked the charm to captivate him, she mused inwardly. The meal lasted nearly an hour, and by the end, they had completely devoured the pot, leaving not a drop of sauce behind. Chapter 14. Lin Fei takes action. After the meal, Lin Fei naturally fulfilled his promise and settled the bill. Lu Dachao and Xia Xiang still wanted to transfer money to him, as they were all students and not wealthy heirs. Lin Fei, however, declined and told them he wouldn't pay next time. It's already 1:50. We need to hurry back, Lu Dachao remarked after glancing at his phone. We want to make it on foot. Let us ride those shared bikes over there. Lin Fei pointed to a row of neatly parked yellow bikes. Zhao Feng and Xia Xiang agreed. But Lin Fei, I don't know how to ride, Kai Xinyan admitted. Feeling a bit awkward. Sister-in-law, let Fei go take you. It's no big deal. Zhao Feng chuckled. Those bikes are so small. How can I ride? I might as well walk back since I'm not training anyway, Kai Xinyan said. No worries. They can accommodate. Lin Fei reassured her, recalling how in high school, people would often ride on a single shared bike. Half convinced, Kai Xinyan followed Lin Fei to where the bikes were parked. At that moment, a Porsche 911 pulled up to the curb. A tall, robust man clad in a wine-red t-shirt and white shorts stepped out and walked directly toward Kai Xinyan. Xinyan, what a surprise to see you here. It's such a coincidence. Du Yonghui exclaimed with a grin. Wow, is that a Porsche 911? Ah, that's Du Yonghui, the president of the basketball club. Look at his height. It's definitely him. Is he really the first center of our university? He is incredibly muscular. And he must be nearly 2 meters tall. Moreover, I've heard from friends that his family is extremely wealthy, with assets in the hundreds of millions. His father is acquainted with our school leaders. Many boys nearby who are fond of basketball recognized Du Yonghui and expressed their admiration. Some girls who were unfamiliar with Du Yonghui, upon hearing the explanations from those around them, also displayed looks of infatuation. Xia Xiang and her companions, upon observing Du Yonghui's physique, couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Is there something you need, Senior Du? Kai Xinyan inquired directly. In the past, she might have been more polite, but now, with Lin Fei by her side, she felt a surge of confidence. Nothing much. I just happened to pass by and saw you here, so I thought I would come and take a look. Are you heading back to school? I just bought a new car. Would you like a ride? Du Yonghui said, gesturing towards the Porsche 911. No, thank you, Senior Du. I'm not accustomed to such luxury. Kai Xinyan declined outright. Wow, I just realized how beautiful this girl is. That's Kai Xinyan, the top beauty of the art college. The one who went viral on Douyin last year during the arts festival with her dance, getting hundreds of thousands of likes. You guys don't know that Du Yonghui is pursuing her, do you? The incident with the 999 roses on the playground was when he was trying to win her over. But it seems like Kai Xinyan doesn't fancy Du Yonghui, a student remarked, igniting a wave of excitement among the onlookers. With two prominent figures from the campus present and a love triangle unfolding, who wouldn't want to indulge in such juicy gossip? Naturally, Du Yonghui overheard the chatter around him, and his expression darkened upon hearing that Kai Xinyan did not like him. Xinyan, is that pauper really your boyfriend? Du Yonghui questioned, pointing at Lin Fei. Du Yonghui, I ask you to respect my boyfriend. He is not some pauper. I love him dearly. And I hope you won't harass me any further to avoid misunderstandings. Thank you. Kai Xinyan retorted angrily upon hearing Lin Fei insulted. Kai Xinyan's voice was loud enough for many nearby to hear. Kai Xinyan has a boyfriend. This shocking news would surely become one of the hot topics in the boys' dormitory that night. Du Yonghui felt as though his heart was bleeding. Why was this happening? He had wealth and stature, and a line of girls seeking his affection. What did this boy have that surpassed him? Just then, Lin Fei arrived on his little yellow bike and approached Kai Xinyan. Seeing Du Yonghui, Lin Fei smiled and said, Hey buddy, if you can't win her over, why not just move on? Why cling so desperately? What the hell is it to you? Du Yonghui snapped at Lin Fei, who had long been an annoyance to him. Lin Fei's expression turned cold. He swiftly tossed the little yellow bike aside and advanced, delivering a powerful punch to Du Yonghui's face. Before Du Yonghui could react, Lin Fei kicked him hard. Having played soccer since childhood and always as a striker, Lin Fei possessed a strength that was unparalleled, sending Du Yonghui sprawling to the ground. That wasn't the end. Lin Fei followed up with another forceful kick to Du Yonghui's abdomen. Ah! Du Yonghui cried out in agony, curling up like a shrimp. That kick had been delivered with full force, nearly forcing the wind out of him. From now on, watch your mouth, Lin Fei said, towering over him. Du Yonghui's face turned pale, blood streaming from his nostrils as he feared another blow from Lin Fei and hastily nodded in submission. He felt intense pain in his abdomen, struggling to breathe. Though he was tall and strong, he had been sheltered all his life and was a mama's boy. When faced with someone formidable, he turned out to be a coward. From the moment Lin Fei struck until Du Yonghui begged for mercy, no more than 40 seconds had elapsed. Wow, Brother Fei is ruthless. Zhao Feng gulped, murmuring to himself. Looks like we can't afford to provoke Brother Fei in the future. Lu Daqiao recalled the force of Lin Fei's kick and felt a twinge of pain in his own abdomen. Nearby students, who had been enjoying their meals or sipping milk tea, began to react. Wow, this guy is incredible. He just took down the president of the basketball club. If you ask me, that was a sneak attack. But let's be honest, he really went hard. And he was wearing military training gear, no less, and still a freshman. Everyone began to revel in the spectacle, analyzing who might win if the fight continued. Lin Fei, are you alright? Kai Xinyan finally snapped out of her shock and rushed over with concern. I'm fine, Lin Fei replied, shaking his head as he propped himself back on the little yellow bike. Do you think he'll be okay? Should we call an ambulance? But don't get me wrong. I'm not worried about him. I'm just afraid if something happens, it might affect you, Kai Xinyan said with a worried expression. He'll be fine after lying down for a bit. Trust me, the human body has remarkable self-healing abilities, Lin Fei reassured her. With Lin Fei saying so, Kai Xinyan felt relieved. Let me see if I can squat down, Lin Fei said, shifting backward slightly and turning to Kai Xinyan. Kai Xinyan chuckled. This mode of riding reminded her of her childhood days when she would ride on her father's electric bike to buy groceries. I'll give it a try. Kai Xinyan laughed and attempted to squat down. However, the space was too cramped, and forcing herself to squat made it difficult to balance. Forget it. Just sit in front of me, Lin Fei suggested, seeing that it was impossible to squat. In front, Kai Xinyan glanced at the small space. If she sat there, they would be pressed closely together. Being close together wasn't a problem, but the position was quite awkward. Are you going to sit or not? If not, I'll leave you to walk back alone, Lin Fei urged. Kai Xinyan hesitated, considering walking back. But then she remembered that she was ready to be his girlfriend. So she decided to sit. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Kai Xinyan took her place in front of Lin Fei. Wow. I didn't expect that in this day and age, there would still be a girl willing to smile while riding a bike. What a rarity. It seems not all girls from the art college are gold diggers. There are still good girls out there. No wonder she's the top beauty. She chooses love over money. If I could find a girlfriend like that, I wouldn't mind living in a big villa and driving a Maybach. Chapter 15. Pure and sweet girl, Luo Xiaoxi. Du Yonghui staggered to his feet, watching as the two rode away on the little yellow bike. His face ashen and filled with resentment. What exactly did this loser have that caught Kai Xinyan's eye? Was he more handsome than me? Perhaps just a little bit. Was he wealthier? I don't see it. He doesn't even wear a watch. Du Yonghui was perplexed, but decided to keep an eye on things just in case. Kai Xinyan was definitely not the type to fall for a loser. This guy might possess some merit. However, I refuse to believe that anyone could surpass the Du family. Du Yonghui's expression darkened as he drove away. Although he had just been knocked down by Lin Fei in front of others, he felt no concern. Anyone who dared to spread the word would face his wrath. Xinyan, what you said earlier really moved me, Lin Fei teased from the little yellow bike. What did I say? Kai Xinyan asked, still processing. I love him dearly. Please don't harass me anymore to avoid misunderstandings. Huh? Lin Fei mimicked Kai Xinyan's tone. You're impossible, Kai Xinyan exclaimed, embarrassed and furious, and pinched Lin Fei's thigh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lin Fei yelped in pain. 5 minutes later, at the east gate of the school, Kai Xinyan boarded the shuttle bus at the school, en route to attend classes in the teaching building. While Lin Fei and Zhao Feng made their way to the football field for assembly, the midday sun blazed relentlessly, casting a harsh glare. On the football field, waves of heat shimmered in the air. Once gathered, the first order of business was to stand in military posture for half an hour. Under the punishing sun, the students donned expressions of agony, yet none dared to slacken their resolve. The afternoon of military training swiftly passed. After dispersal, Lin Fei initially intended to head to the cafeteria with a few roommates, but unexpectedly received a message from Song Jiai inquiring if he would like to join her for a meal. Having had little contact with her in recent days, Lin Fei felt a twinge of guilt and readily accepted her invitation. After all, Song Jiai's fondness for him was tantalizingly close to reaching a score of 90. He needed to make an effort. They agreed to meet on the second floor of the third cafeteria, where hot pot and teppanyaki were available, making it an ideal dining choice for the two. Upon arriving at the second floor of the third cafeteria, Lin Fei quickly reunited with Song Jiai. She was clad in the camouflage t-shirt and military uniform issued during training. Although devoid of the embellishments of more fashionable attire, her ethereal beauty and striking figure remained undeniable. Every passing boy turned to glance at her. While many at Huada were beautiful, few could maintain such allure in military garb. Order whatever you desire. It's on me today. Lin Fei declared with a generous grin. You said it. I shall feast upon you. Song Jiayi replied playfully. Order freely. I'd even let you have a gas canister if that's what you want. Lin Fei chuckled. Song Jiayi burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. After perusing the menu, she finally settled on a spicy hot pot. Finding a table by the window, she began placing her orders. Even after selecting numerous side dishes and drinks, the total came to just over 100 yuan. It seems I can't really indulge you. The school prices are too low, Song Jiayi remarked, pouting at Lin Fei. Gazing at the adorable girl before him, Lin Fei smiled warmly. No worries. Next time we shall choose a more expensive place. I wholeheartedly agree. Song Jiayi exclaimed, raising her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Having not seen each other for a day and a half, it seemed she had a plethora of topics to discuss, from tales of dormitory life to the cafeteria food, and then on to anecdotes about the military training instructors and the parcel station. She regaled him with gossip and complaints as if she were a storyteller. Lin Fei, let me tell you, that place has the most atrocious food. It's even worse than dung. Song Jiayi said indignantly, even slipping in a phrase from her hometown dialect. Lin Fei doubled over in laughter. Her use of the dialect caught him off guard. Realizing her slip, Song Jiayi's face flushed crimson. She had only ever used her dialect for arguments or insults, so inadvertently revealing it was quite embarrassing. Don't you dare laugh. She scolded fiercely. All right. I won't laugh. He replied, chuckling heartily. In the midst of their meal, Song Jiayi suddenly broached the topic of the day. She had been asked for her WeChat at the football field. So, did you give it to him? Lin Fei inquired casually, chewing his food. Well, he was quite charming and athletic, and after adding him, he often chats with me. Responding almost instantly, Song Jiayi said, her face radiating happiness. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei abruptly set down his chopsticks, feeling a pang of unease, akin to having his ground pulled beneath him. So, have you two started dating? He forced a smile, feigning curiosity. Sensing his reaction, Song Jiayi decided to play along. Well, she feigned bashfulness. After this meal, we might not need to stay in touch anymore. Wouldn't want your boyfriend to misunderstand. Lin Fei took a deep breath and said. Song Jiayi sensed a shift in Lin Fei's gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. Oh dear, I've gone too far. Yet, she felt a twinge of delight. If Lin Fei was upset, it must mean he cared about her, and his lack of responses was surely due to being busy. Actually, I was just teasing you. You didn't even see through my clumsy acting. Song Jiayi laughed as she slid into the seat beside him, playfully chiding him. That's not my concern. Why are you explaining? Lin Fei replied with a grin. You humph indeed. Song Jiayi pouted, returning to her meal. Lin Fei inwardly chuckled. This girl thought she could play tricks on him. What was she thinking? After finishing their meal, the two returned to their dormitories to rest, as they were to assemble again at 7 in the evening. Typically, evening military training was far more relaxed than during the day, often consisting of singing songs or performing skits, allowing for some leisure. Some classes, less stringent in their supervision, even allowed students to skip training. Upon arriving at his dorm, Lin Fei dashed into the bathroom for a shower, the sweat from the afternoon's training clinging to him. After washing up, he emerged to find several roommates had already returned. However, Zhao Feng appeared rather glum. Lin Fei approached him, asking, What's wrong, old Zhao? Fei Ge, does being unattractive mean one is unworthy of love? Zhao Feng inquired. Gazing at Lin Fei, What, did someone reject you? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Zhao Feng nodded slowly, recalling the disdainful look from the girl, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. If the first doesn't work out, then move on to the second. If that one fails, go for the third. If wealthy, strike precisely. If poor, unleash a barrage. Lin Fei clapped Zhao Feng on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng felt enlightened. You're right. Why should I limit myself to one pursuit? I can chase 10, 20, or even 30. Surely one of them will fancy me. Fei Ge, I've had an epiphany. Zhao Feng declared earnestly. A teachable child, Lin Fei nodded with a smile. As time drew near, Lin Fei dressed and joined his friends for assembly at the football field. Evening military training was considerably more relaxed than during the day, thanks to the agreeable temperature and the opportunity for leisure. After a casual half-hour of training, the commander instructed each unit to gather in a designated area to sing military songs. After belting out a dozen or so songs, the units began preparing for performances. This was the moment to vie for preferential selection rights in relationships. A captivating performance could elevate one's social standing and ensure future romantic prospects. Conversely, a lackluster display could forfeit 4 years of potential pairing opportunities. Soon, many students signed up to perform, predominantly from the Arts Academy. As a female student delivered an exuberant K-pop dance, the atmosphere of the playground became electrified with cheers and screams. However, Lin Fei found little interest in the performances, as the military attire worn by the performers failed to captivate him. Before the dismissal time arrived, Lin Fei and Zhao Feng opted to return to the dormitory. The evening lighting was dim, and with the instructor turning a blind eye, there was little risk of repercussions. Once back in the dorm, Zhao Feng suggested they all head to a bar for some fun. Lin Fei, noticing Zhao Feng's lingering melancholy, agreed to the plan. Xia Xiang, a frequent bargoer, readily accepted as well. Initially reluctant, Lu Daqiao was eventually persuaded by Lin Fei and the others and agreed to join them. After all taking showers and changing clothes, the group set out. The bar they intended to visit, 0 Degree, was conveniently located near Huada, within a nearby shopping plaza. Thus, Lin Fei opted to walk alongside his friends rather than drive. On a summer night at Huada University, the scenery is enchanting, with an abundance of long legs and captivating figures in sight. Before even leaving the campus, Zhao Feng had already fallen for 10 different girls, completely forgetting about the rejection he faced earlier that day. At that moment, a girl clad in a pink princess dress dashed up to Lin Fei. "Excuse me, may I add you on WeChat?" she shyly inquired. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward her, standing at approximately 168 centimeters. With icy blue curls cascading down, long legs, and a face exuding an innocent charm that seemed almost ethereal, she was undoubtedly a natural-born sweetheart. "Remarkable," the system declared. "Target 005 detected, auto-binding imminent. Name, Luo Xiaoxi. Age, 20. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Beauty score, 92. Figure score, 95. Comprehensive score, 935. Purity level, 100. Goddess strategy fund, 99. 9 billion. Current affection level towards host, 1 point. In no time, the staggering sum of 99.9 billion was credited. Yet, Lin Fei felt no joy, as he was bewildered. Why was her affection level only 1 point? "Aren't you asking for my WeChat? By all accounts, you should be enamored by my charm. So why just 1 point?" Chapter 16. The campus belle requests my WeChat. I decline. Could this girl be attempting to prank me? Having watched numerous short videos, Lin Fei was well aware of such tricks, initially feigning interest in obtaining someone's WeChat, then deleting it right in front of them after succeeding. This girl was likely one of those. After all, a mere 1 point of affection could not deceive. Feigning hesitation, Lin Fei eventually waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you." But no. As Luo Xiaoxi reached for her phone, she froze in disbelief upon hearing his response. "No, you're not giving it to me?" She doubted her hearing and quickly looked at Lin Fei. "What did you just say?" Lin Fei flashed a grin, raising his hands. "I said no. What's the matter?" "No?" Luo Xiaoxi questioned, incredulous that such a stunning girl would be rebuffed. "Are you out of your mind? It should be me turning you down." "Who is she?" "Luo Xiaoxi, a linguistic prodigy fluent in English, French, and Spanish, a level 6 pianist at the Royal Academy. Moreover, she was recognized as the second most beautiful in the foreign language college and ranked 9th on the school's confession wall. Yet, here she was, rejected by a boy. Even Zhao Feng and his companions were left utterly bewildered. "Fei Go, have your eyes been smeared with lard? You actually turned down such a beautiful girl asking for your WeChat? Forget it, let us go," Lin Fei instructed his friends. All right, they quickly followed suit. "Hey, stop right there," Luo Xiaoxi exclaimed, furious at being ignored. Although she had approached Lin Fei as a result of losing a bet with her friend, being rejected was a disgrace. "You should consider having your brain checked for issues," Lin Fei retorted, not even glancing back. Although she possessed an impressive 99.9 billion to spend, a rash move could only lead to being manipulated. It was wiser to play hard to get and seize the opportunity when the time was right. Luo Xiaoxi stood there, her fists clenched in rage as she watched Lin Fei's retreating figure. "Hey Xiaoxi, was it fun? Want to try again?" A girl in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts appeared, teasingly smiling at Luo Xiaoxi. "Miao Ling, I'm done. I was outright rejected." Luo Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. "What? How is that possible?" Yu Miao Ling exclaimed in astonishment, having observed Luo Xiaoxi's peculiar demeanor from a distance, unaware that she had faced rejection. "Humph. That jerk better hope I never find out what class he is in." Luo Xiaoxi glared at Lin Fei's distant silhouette, pulling out her phone to snap a picture. Several minutes later, Lin Fei and his friends arrived at a bar, which was already bustling with people, predominantly university students from the vicinity. Colorful lights danced and flickered, while pulsating music filled the air with vibrant energy. The bar was teeming with patrons, and the mingling scents of alcohol and perfume permeated the atmosphere. In the center of the dance floor, a throng of young people moved rhythmically. Naturally, the most eye-catching were the women of various types. Slender waists swayed to the beat, and long legs shimmered under the lights, exuding allure. Their eyes sparkled with a hint of intoxication, and their smiles were irresistibly enticing, drawing many gazes. In contrast to Lin Fei's calm demeanor, Lu Daqiao appeared somewhat apprehensive, as this was his first visit to such a venue. Don't be nervous. They're all just students like us, Lin Fei reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Lu Daqiao couldn't help but marvel at the lively atmosphere, realizing why his high school classmates often frequented bars. Finding a decent booth, they ordered some drinks. Lin Fei announced, "Today's expenses are on me. Brothers, have fun. Money is no object." "Fei Ge, that is not right." Xia Xiang promptly protested. "Yeah, you paid for the last meal. This time we'll cover it," Lu Daqiao insisted. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, considering the bar's prices were hardly low. Lin Fei, however, was undeterred. He opened a shopping app and displayed his balance. Witnessing the staggering figure of 49,999, 544, Zhao Feng and Lu Daqiao were instantly rendered speechless. "Good heavens," Zhao Feng muttered. "Fei Ge, so you've been hiding this deep?" Lu Daqiao stammered, struggling to find his words. Xia Xiang was equally astonished, unable to speak, as Lin Fei's balance nearly rivaled her family's total assets. "So, go ahead and order whatever you like." Lin Fei smiled. "Fei Ge, the one who drives the McLaren on the confession wall, at ISNTU, is it?" Zhao Feng suddenly recalled a post he had seen. "Indeed, that's me." Lin Fei nodded, openly acknowledging it. "Goodness, Fei Ge, what exactly is your background?" Zhao Feng exclaimed, his mind racing. He had fantasized about a roommate being a rich heir who would lead him to fortune, but now it was reality. The thought of graduating and still being able to hang out with Lin Fei made Zhao Feng nearly beam from ear to ear. "What McLaren? What are you talking about?" "Zhao Feng." Lu Daqiao looked utterly confused, as did Xia Xiang. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Feng began recounting the story of Lin Fei's post on the confession wall. "Amazing, Fei Ge. I want to roll with you." Lu Daqiao was the most excited, directly embracing Lin Fei. "Rest assured, Fei Ge is not a callous person. Since we share the same dorm, your matters are now mine as well. Feel free to bring up any difficulties," Lin Fei declared grandly with a wave of his hand. Lin Fei's formidable financial resources alleviated any concerns among the group. After all, the money spent in one night would barely cover others' pocket change. Subsequently, Lin Fei ordered each of his friends a premium dancer. "Fei Ge, may I call you Ifu?" Zhao Feng grinned widely, his hands wandering around the waist of the beautiful girl before him. "Fei Ge, I am feeling a tad anxious." Although the lighting is somewhat dim, it is still evident that Lu Daqiao's face has flushed crimson like a monkey's rear. "My dear, my brother here is a bit shy. Do lend a hand in his education, and I assure you, your tip will not be meager." Lin Fei lit a cigarette and addressed the enchanting woman who was gracefully swaying in front of Lu Daqiao. Certainly. The alluring woman flashed a wicked smile and immediately began to move with even bolder grace. Lu Daqiao could only feel the heat radiating from his face, his gaze faltering as he dared not look at the captivating beauty before him. "Ha ha ha." Xia Xiang and Lin Fei exchanged glances, sharing a knowing laugh. Meanwhile, at the bar counter, Yin Jiao Jiao cradled a cocktail named Around the World, engaged in lively conversation with the bartender. "Would you care to join me for a drink?" "Beautiful?" A confidently dressed young man approached her with an air of self-assurance. "Scram." Yin Jiao Jiao scoffed, unimpressed. This type of barfly, while seemingly impressive, is usually just a facade. 9 out of 10 are nothing but poseurs. They might fool naive young girls, but with someone like her, they would be fortunate to escape without a severe tongue lashing. "You." The trendy young man felt a pang of embarrassment, not anticipating such a forthright dismissal. "Perhaps you are unaware of my status?" He cleared his throat, attempting to casually reveal the green Rolex on his wrist. "What status?" Yin Jiao Jiao scoffed dismissively. "Jiao Jiao. It seems this fellow is quite affluent, having spent nearly 100,000 in this bar," the bartender whispered. 100,000 qualifies as wealthy? Yin Jiao Jiao thought to herself with a smirk. He is merely showing off in this college town bar. She could easily discern that his designer attire was all knockoffs. Spending 100 grand. I wonder how much debt he incurred from loan sharks. "I am Zhang Yang, a regular here, many know me. My father runs a building materials factory in Yuqing, raking in several million in net profit annually," the young man declared nonchalantly. "Impressive, is it?" Yin Jiao Jiao feigned astonishment. Hearing her react this way, Zhang Yang felt a surge of triumph, yet he maintained an air of indifference, claiming modesty. "Is that a green Rolex on your wrist?" Yin Jiao Jiao pointed at his watch, feigning surprise. Though she recognized it as fake, she decided to toy with him. "Oh, this? I've had it for quite some time, although I have several others of similar value. This one is the most comfortable to wear. It's not that expensive. Only a few grand," he replied, deliberately raising his hand to ensure onlookers could catch a glimpse of his Rolex. "Goodness. Isn't that a Rolex green submariner on his wrist?" "It seems to be. I've seen it in videos but can't verify its authenticity." "No doubt. I would wager it's genuine." Just look at the stylish black shoes he's wearing, a Nike and Tiffany collaboration worth several thousands. Many sharp-eyed patrons soon found themselves captivated by Zhang Yang's Rolex. Chapter 17. The Reckless Zhang Yang. Hearing the murmurs of admiration from the crowd, Zhang Yang cast a smug glance at Yin Jiao. At that moment, she set down her drink and approached him with a smile. Zhang Yang smirked internally, thinking she had been acting coy before, and now she sought to ingratiate herself with him. Step aside. Yin Jiao forcefully pushed Zhang Yang aside, nearly toppling him over. She then gracefully walked toward a secluded booth in the corner. Upon reaching it, she halted and reached her delicate arm from behind to wrap around a man's neck. Whispering sweetly in his ear, Lin Fei, what a coincidence. Her voice was sultry and enchanting, evoking fanciful thoughts. Lin Fei, who was sipping his drink, nearly choked and quickly turned to face her. Upon seeing her pure, sweet face tinged with a hint of allure, his irritation dissipated instantly. What brings you here? What? Do you not wish to see me? Yin Jiao teased, then effortlessly crossed the sofa to sit beside Lin Fei. It is said that a woman is most beautiful when slightly tipsy, and at that moment, Yin Jiao embodied this notion. Her cheeks were flushed, and her gaze slightly dreamy. Why would I not? Lin Fei chuckled, wrapping his arm around her waist. Yin Jiao showed no sign of resistance. Her eyes softened even further as she gazed at him. Tall, handsome, and wealthy, this was the kind of man Yin Jiao admired most. She cared not for others' opinions. She simply wished to leverage her natural advantages to live a good life. Compared to those middle-aged men, Lin Fei was far more appealing. Yin Jiao, affection level 10. Goodness, can it really increase like this? Lin Fei's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, most women are not drawn to honest men or sycophants. They merely serve as placeholders. Zhao Feng, Lu Dachao, Xia Xiang, impressive. The intimate scene between the two left the trio speechless, and they could not help but wonder, which sister-in-law was this? Yin Jiao, undeterred, lifted her leg and placed it on Lin Fei's thigh. Today, she wore a Japanese-style school uniform with a white shirt and plaid skirt, complemented by knee-high white stockings that were utterly enticing. This ensemble has quite the charm. Lin Fei leaned in and whispered to Yin Jiao with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, her already flushed face turned even redder, and she playfully struck Lin Fei's back a few times. You brat, what was that push about earlier? At that moment, Zhang Yang approached with an air of entitlement, pointing at Yin Jiao and berating her. Although she had not pushed him to the ground, being dismissed by a woman in front of so many people was humiliating. He had to reclaim his dignity or risk losing face in this bar forever. It means exactly what you think, that I did not take you seriously. What of it? Yin Jiao replied candidly. Who is he? Lin Fei frowned. Just a loser trying to hit on me. Yin Jiao replied with a disdainful huff. I scoff. You think I approached you for a drink to hit on you? You're the last person I do want. Zhang Yang sneered, his voice loud enough to draw attention from several patrons in the bar. Hey, isn't that Zhang Xiao? Zhang Xiao? Which Zhang Xiao? The same Zhang Xiao who flaunted money last time. I even picked up a few bills. In the bar, many familiar faces recognized Zhang Yang. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold as he regarded Zhang Yang. Although Yin Jiao was not his girlfriend, she was still beside him. Zhao Feng and the others also cast him a disapproving look. Only then did Zhang Yang notice their glances, causing a twinge of anxiety within him. However, upon observing their attire and demeanor, he dismissed them as mere college students and regained his bravado. Apologize to me immediately, or this matter will not end here. Zhang Yang glared furiously, pointing menacingly at Yin Jiao, his expression brimming with arrogance as he completely disregarded the others. Fool. Yin Jiao rolled her eyes in utter disdain. A blatant disregard. I'll be damned. Zhang Yang was instantly infuriated, raising his hand to hurl the thick-bottomed glass at Yin Jiao's head. His movement was swift, leaving little time for reaction. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air as a hefty wine glass came crashing down upon Yin Jiao's head. Ah! She cried out in agony. Instinctively clutching the injured spot, her face contorted in pain. As if that were not enough, the remnants of the drink splattered all over both Yin Jiao and Lin Fei, soaking their garments. Lin Fei wiped the alcohol from his face and slowly rose to his feet, his expression as cold as ice as he strode towards Zhang Yang. It was evident to all that Lin Fei was primed for a confrontation. A tense silence enveloped the crowd, each onlooker anticipating Lin Fei's imminent strike. Zhang Yang, standing at a mere 173 meters, trembled involuntarily as Lin Fei approached. Yet, aware of the multitude of eyes upon him, he steeled himself, attempting to project an air of composure. Don't put on a show in front of me. I warn you, if you dare to lay a finger on me, I swear you won't leave this bar unscathed. Zhang Yang threatened, retreating 2 steps while trembling fingers pointed menacingly at Lin Fei. Lin Fei muttered a curse under his breath and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Yang's chest. The force of the blow sent Zhang Yang sprawling over a meter away. "Why you?" Zhang Yang gasped, pain etched across his features as he collapsed to the ground, unable to articulate a coherent thought. As he struggled to rise, Lin Fei swiftly advanced, seizing his collar and unleashing a barrage of resounding slaps across his face. After several strikes, Zhang Yang's visage was swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig. "Well struck." Yin Jiao clapped her hands in approval, observing Lin Fei's relentless assault. Zhang Yang hastily shouted, "Do you believe I want to call my people to have you killed?" Still posturing at this point, Lin Fei retorted, landing 2 more stinging slaps before delivering a final kick that sent Zhang Yang hurtling away. "What are you pretending to be in this university bar?" Zhang Yang crashed heavily onto the sofa across the room, his disheveled state eliciting a chorus of derisive laughter. "Well done, brother. That was spectacular." A complete one-sided thrashing. Many university students, akin to Lin Fei, applauded enthusiastically, with several young women nearly bursting to express their admiration for him. Upon Lin Fei's return, Yin Jiao, disregarding her throbbing head, leaped into his embrace. Lin Fei looked down at her, and she gazed back with eyes glimmering with affection, glistening with unshed tears. "Lin Fei, did you fight for me?" she asked, her expression brimming with anticipation. Faced with her innocent demeanor, Lin Fei hesitated to reveal that his actions were merely a response to the annoyance of being splashed with alcohol. Instead, he ruffled her hair and replied with a smile. "That is certainly one of the reasons." Satisfied with his answer, Yin Jiao felt as if she had just consumed honey. Affection level 10. Without waiting for Lin Fei's reaction, she pressed a kiss onto his cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly stifled the rising smile and cautioned, "Let this behavior be a one-time occurrence." "All right then, I want to do it again." Yin Jiao feigned disappointment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, struggling to his feet amidst the jeers and disdainful glances from the crowd, felt utterly humiliated. After reveling in his notoriety as a wealthy second-generation heir for so long, this moment had shattered his facade. What suffocated him the most was the realization that he couldn't even retaliate after being struck. Casting a resentful glare at Lin Fei, Zhang Yang slinked out of the bar, seething, "You little brat. I will stop at nothing to make you pay." Chapter 18, Mad Dog Fist. Once outside the bar, Zhang Yang found a secluded corner and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and a deep voice resonated on the other end. "Who is this?" Zhang Yang immediately adopted a subservient tone. "Brother Xiong, it's me, Xiao Yangzi. We met last time at KTV." "Xiao Yangzi." The voice on the other end echoed with mild confusion before falling silent for a moment. After a brief pause, it continued, "Oh, I remember now. You're Big Dog's nephew. What is up? Brother Xiong, I'd like to inquire about the current rates for hiring muscle. I only need them for one day." Zhang Yang stammered nervously, as this was his first time seeking such assistance. "Our rates are 600 per person, but since you're family, I can offer you 500. "That's exorbitant," Zhang Yang exclaimed, taken aback that hiring a single person for a day would cost 500 yuan, akin to robbery. "Expensive? If you think it's too high, find someone else," came the dismissive reply before the call was abruptly terminated. "Hey, Brother Xiong, don't hang up. Can I contact you again later?" Zhang Yang pleaded, desperate. "Contact me after you've gathered enough money," came the indifferent response from Brother Xiong. Zhang Yang cursed under his breath as he hung up, quickly checking his balance on a payment app. To his dismay, he was shocked to find only 2,789 yuan remaining. Damn it, my salary vanished so quickly. Just last week, he had received a paycheck of 3,880 yuan, and now he was left with a mere 278. A glance at his WeChat revealed an even grimmer picture, with just over 80 yuan. Combined, he could only summon 7 henchmen. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he remembered his girlfriend, a sophomore studying at a financial university. Without hesitation, he dialed her number. The call connected promptly, and a sweet voice greeted him. "Hey baby, did you miss me? How much money do you have left?" Zhang Yang cut straight to the chase. "Baby, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Her tone shifted to one of concern. "I hit someone with my car, and they're in the hospital. Transfer 3,000 to me immediately." Zhang Yang said in a panic. How did this happen? But I don't have 3,000. I already sent you half of my living expenses last time. And now I only have a little over 1,000 left. Just transfer everything you have. I'll pay you back 2,000 in a few days. Can you at least tell me what happened? Will you transfer it or not? If not, forget it." Zhang Yang replied coldly. "I'll transfer it right away," she exclaimed hastily. Moments later, she sent over 1,087 yuan. After confirming the receipt, Zhang Yang proceeded to call several close friends and acquaintances he had met at the bar. However, the results left him infuriated. Either they didn't answer or claimed to be broke. In desperation, Zhang Yang reduced his asking amount to 100 yuan each. Although this might raise suspicions about his wealthy persona, he was confident he could charm them into believing him later. This tactic proved effective, as 100 yuan was a manageable sum for most, especially since Zhang Yang framed it as an urgent need. In half an hour, he managed to gather over 3,000 yuan. With this money, he planned to hire 3 thugs to teach that brat a lesson, while keeping the rest for a little indulgence. Zhang Yang contemplated his next moves. Soon, he dialed Brother Xiong again to finalize the hiring of 3 thugs. Once everything was in place, he settled down on a chair outside, biding his time. Over an hour later, inside the bar, a tipsy Yin Jiao slumped against Lin Fei, her words slurring as she mumbled incoherently, "More drinks." Meanwhile, Zhao Feng and Xia Xiang were equally unsteady, both exhibiting the telltale signs of inebriation. Only Lu Daqiao and Lin Fei were somewhat better off. Ever since the incident of a night of passion, Lin Fei dared not drink excessively, fearing he might again commit some indiscreet act. If he were to encounter someone healthy, it would be one thing, but if he were to meet someone afflicted with a disease, where would he find solace? Lu Daqiao, being of a minority ethnicity, possessed an exceptional tolerance for alcohol. The drinks at the bar had little effect on him. "It's about time for us to head back," Lin Fei remarked. "Just a little longer, Brother Fei." Zhao Feng slurred, visibly intoxicated. "Daqiao, give him a couple of slaps to snap him out of it." Lin Fei instructed Lu Daqiao. "All right." Lu Daqiao complied without hesitation, delivering a hard slap to Zhao Feng's backside. "Ah!" Zhao Feng let out a pained scream. "Ouch! That hurts like hell." He rubbed his behind incessantly. "Lin Fei, are you all leaving?" Yin Jiao asked weakly. "What, do you still want to drink?" Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. "Well, you must take me with you. I have no strength left," Yin Jiao murmured. Lin Fei nodded and got up to settle the bill. After paying, Lu Daqiao roused Zhao Feng and Xia Xiang from their stupor. Subsequently, Lin Fei supported Yin Jiao, while Lu Daqiao assisted Zhao Feng and Xia Xiang as they leisurely exited the bar. However, as they stepped out and reached a corner, they were confronted by a group blocking their path. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Lin Fei shook his head in exasperation, muttering, "What is it with this little brat again? What do you want?" Lu Daqiao inquired seriously, observing the hostile expressions of the 4 men. "Mind your own business, just stand aside, or you'll be in for it too." Zhang Yang sneered, casting a disdainful glance at him. Yet, if it weren't for the hassle, Zhang Yang would have relished the chance to deal with them all. "Just take care of him, leave the others out of it." Zhang Yang pointed at Lin Fei. The 3 henchmen wielding baseball bats nodded in agreement and began to approach Lin Fei menacingly. Seeing this, Lin Fei quickly leaned Yin Jiao against the wall for support and picked up a rusty railing pole from the ground. "Brother Fei, let me help you," Lu Daqiao declared, tossing the 2 others onto the ground and clenching his fists as he joined Lin Fei. Ding! The system detected the host's danger and was about to issue a skill reward. Reward skill, mastery of all martial arts. In an instant, a wave of warmth coursed through Lin Fei's body, and he felt as if he had been reborn. His muscles became more defined, and his reflexes sharpened significantly. Techniques from Tai Chi, Bajikwan, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and Mad Dog Fist flooded his mind. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he swiftly discarded the iron rod, lunged forward, and delivered a heavy kick to one henchman's groin. Then, before the other 2 could react, he executed the same maneuver again. "Ah! Ouch! Gah!" 3 agonized screams erupted as they collapsed to the ground, clutching their groins and writhing in pain. The attacks flowed seamlessly, executed with ruthless precision. "Is this the Mad Dog Fist taught by Teacher Chen?" Lin Fei mused. Observing the pained expressions of the 3 men, Lu Daqiao stood frozen, unable to articulate a word, his clenched fists still tight as the fight concluded. Yet, why did he feel a chill in his own groin? Swallowing hard, he turned to Lin Fei. "Brother Fei, what kind of leg technique was that?" "Mad Dog Fist." Lin Fei grinned. "What kind of martial art is that? Such a crude name." Lu Daqiao's lips twitched slightly, internally questioning whether Lin Fei was joking. "Damn it, I'm going to make you pay." One of the 3 henchmen groaned as they continued to roll in agony on the ground, still spouting threats. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was utterly dumbfounded, thinking to himself, what just happened? The henchman haven't even touched anyone, and they're already on the ground. Lin Fei, uninterested in the henchman's threats, strode directly towards Zhang Yang. Upon seeing Lin Fei approach, Zhang Yang turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. "Damn it!" Lin Fei exclaimed, watching Zhang Yang sprint away. "Next time, if I catch you, I won't let you off so easily." Seeing that Zhang Yang had vanished from sight, Lin Fei crouched beside the 3 henchmen, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. In self-defense, I failed to moderate my strength. How about this? I'll give each of you 10,000 yuan as compensation for your mental anguish. Sound fair? The three men were momentarily taken aback. Is that for real? One asked, bewildered. Of course, Lin Fei nodded. What do you want in return? Another inquired. A frown creasing his brow as he pondered Lin Fei's intentions. Good question, Lin Fei applauded, appreciating their quick wit. The trio exchanged glances, realizing that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Just give that little punk who brought you here a good beating for me. Lin Fei replied with a smile, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Consider it done. We'll make sure he gets what is coming to him. They vowed, completely forgetting who had inflicted the pain they were currently experiencing. Also, I'll need your assistance with something in the future, though I haven't quite decided what yet. Lin Fei added slowly. Sure. They readily agreed. 10,000 yuan was a significant sum, and given the current legal climate, work as henchman was scarce. Let us settle it then, Lin Fei concluded, opening his payment app. After transferring 10,000 yuan to each of them and collecting their contact numbers, he departed together with his companions. After walking for a while, Lu Daqiao could no longer contain his curiosity. Brother Fei, why did you give them money? They're just mindless thugs. It's not worth it to make enemies with them. Who knows what they might do out of desperation? Lin Fei smiled lightly, reasoning that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He had worked hard to improve his life and didn't want to be bothered by such minor nuisances. Besides, these men had shown willingness to use baseball bats, indicating they were not afraid to engage in violence. They might prove useful in the future. As they walked, Yan Zhao unexpectedly leaned against Lin Fei and fell asleep. Hey, wake up. Lin Fei gently patted her cheek, attempting to rouse her. However, despite several attempts, she showed no signs of waking. Damn it. Lin Fei sighed in frustration, feeling helpless as he pondered what to do next. Brother Fei, why don't you just book a room for Yan Zhao so she can sleep for the night? I'll take Zhao Feng and the others back. Lu Daqiao suggested earnestly. Book a room. Lin Fei's lips twitched slightly, inwardly mocking. Do you have too much faith in my character or too little in her integrity? Let us just do it, Brother Fei. I'll take them and leave first. Without waiting for Lin Fei's response, Lu Daqiao took off with the two. Daqiao, what the hell do you mean by that? Brother Fei, what did you say? I can't hear you. Left with no choice, Lin Fei eventually took Yan Zhao to a hotel and booked a room. However, during the check-in process, the front desk clerks asked repeatedly about their relationship and stressed the importance of avoiding any illegal activities. Lin Fei felt increasingly uneasy under their scrutiny. After placing Yan Zhao on the bed, Lin Fei turned to leave the room. Yet, just as he pivoted, he felt a pair of arms wrap around him from behind. Weren't you asleep? Lin Fei asked, bewildered. I sensed your intention to depart, and thus I awakened. A soft, melodious voice chimed in his ear. At that moment, Lin Fei profoundly grasped the essence of allure and contrast. Merely the sound of her voice sent shivers down his spine. Lin Fei, I'm so frightened being alone. Yan Zhao leaned closer, her tone laced with vulnerability. Frightened? Don't you think it's even more daunting for a lone man and woman? Lin Fei turned to gaze into her beautiful eyes, his heart racing, yet he cautioned her. And what of it? What can you do? Yan Zhao replied, a hint of provocation in her voice. How could he resist such temptation? He swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Yan Zhao's figure appeared slender, yet was delightfully curvaceous, resembling a fluffy cloud of cotton candy. Moreover, she possessed an exceptional talent for managing her expressions, deftly capturing the nuances of a man's thoughts. Nestled in his arms, her cheeks flushed, she realized the moment for a change in their relationship had arrived. Stay and chat with me tonight, she suggested. All right, Lin Fei acquiesced. The morning at Wuming Mountain was marked by the incessant ringing of Lin Fei's phone. The 10th time that day. Fortunately, this call roused him from his slumber. Hello, who is it? He answered, somewhat irked. Fei Ge, you haven't woken up yet? Zhao Feng's astonished voice came from the other end. Lin Fei abruptly sat up, the blinding sunlight nearly overwhelming him. Blinking, he glanced outside to see bustling traffic and radiant sunshine. It was clearly past 10:30. A quick look at his phone confirmed it was indeed 11 o'clock. Is everything all right? Lin Fei promptly inquired. The instructor has asked about you twice. We told him you sprained your ankle getting out of bed this morning and are now at the hospital. Zhao Feng replied with a wry smile. Phew, thank you, my good brother. Lin Fei exhaled in relief, not forgetting to express his gratitude. No problem. Just try to return early and request a leave for the instructor, Zhao Feng advised. Lin Fei nodded. After hanging up, Lin Fei recalled everything that had transpired the previous night. The two had engaged in delightful conversation, and glancing back, he saw Yan Zhao still sound asleep, her disheveled hair cascading over her enchanting face. The room was in disarray, a testament to their playful banter, which had inevitably led to some tussles. Quite normal, really. My self-control is still lacking, Lin Fei sighed, pulling out a cigarette to light. A twinge of regret washed over him. He had spent not a dime, yet found himself in this predicament. Was it truly his charm that had led to this? He merely hoped that his affection level wouldn't exceed 90 points just yet. Midway through his smoke, the system's voice unexpectedly resonated. Yin Jiao, affection level 20. Yin Jiao, current affection level 70 points, reward skill, proficiency in musical instruments. Turning around, Lin Fei noticed Yin Jiao gazing at him with a bashful expression, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Awake? He casually caressed her cheek. She replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Fei gently embraced her, running his fingers through her hair, all while contemplating how to spend the hundreds of billions he had amassed. The rapid development of their relationship left him somewhat flustered. This woman was highly receptive and compliant, making it effortless to spend lavishly on her. The opportunity to seize must not be overlooked. Yin Jiao lay quietly in Lin Fei's embrace, savoring the moment. Although her advances from the previous night were intentional, the influence of alcohol had played a significant role. After all, they were not yet a couple, merely ambiguous acquaintances. Jiao, what is your dream? Lin Fei inquired softly. Chapter 20, Yin Jiao's astonishment. To become fabulously wealthy overnight. Travel the world, clear my shopping cart, grow 5 centimeters taller, indulge without gaining weight, and buy villas globally. Yin Jiao listed her dreams with a silly grin. So many wishes? Lin Fei chuckled. They're all just dreams, whether 1 or 100, it's all the same. She playfully stuck out her tongue. I can help make them all come true, Lin Fei replied with a faint smile. Are you joking, Lin Fei? Yin Jiao laughed, clearly skeptical. To her, even if Lin Fei were wealthy and fond of her, he would only buy her a house or a few bags. After all, the rich second generation are not fools. I dare to buy. Do you dare to accept? Lin Fei asked earnestly, locking eyes with her. According to the system's design, the more he spent, the better. Accumulating raw funds would enable him to stand tall. Seeing Lin Fei's earnestness, Yin Jiao felt a flicker of doubt. Could he be serious? Yet, the notion of purchasing villas, yachts, and more seemed exorbitant. Even if Lin Fei were the son of a magnate, such spending was unfathomable. Although skeptical, she smiled at the principle of making a man happy. If what you say is true, then I, Yin Jiao, will be yours for life. In life, I am yours. In death, your ghost. Should there be betrayal, heaven will strike me down. That is unnecessary, Lin Fei chuckled, gently patting her head. After checking out, Lin Fei persistently sought leave from the instructor, then took Yin Jiao to a high-end Chinese restaurant for lunch. While dining, he contacted several real estate agents selling villas in Huayang. The agents responded promptly, much to Lin Fei's satisfaction. He no longer cared about money. With 5 partners bound to him, his black card held over 300 billion. What does 300 billion mean? Spending 1 million a day would require starting from the Northern Song dynasty to exhaust it. The villas sent by the agents were exquisite, luxuriously decorated, complete with gardens, and ready for immediate occupancy. Yet, all combined, they were priced under 15 billion, too cheap. Thus, Lin Fei inquired if there were better options, only to be told these were the best in Huayang. Never mind, I'll buy them all globally, he decided, opting to acquire all 7 villas the agents had sent. The agents, seeing Lin Fei's decisiveness, eagerly asked when he would like to view the properties and offered to send a car for him. However, pressed for time, he turned to the quietly eating Yin Jiao. Jiao, do you have time in the next couple of days? Yin Jiao put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and replied, I have no classes today. I have classes tomorrow afternoon and evening. Why do you ask? I bought you a few villas. You just need to handle the paperwork with the agents. Once it's done, I'll make the payment, Lin Fei said with a smile. What did you just say? Yin Jiao questioned, doubting her ears. I bought you a few villas, not many, just a little over 10 billion, Lin Fei teased, pinching her cheek. Yin Jiao stumbled over her words, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. I'll have the agents come to take you to see them. These villas are all quite nice. You only need to handle the paperwork, and once I pay, you can move in with your bags. At this point, Yin Jiao fully believed Lin Fei's words. This man was not joking. He truly possessed the capability to fulfill such promises. Just for her few wishes, he was willing to spend over 10 billion on villas. Doing so without hesitation or pretense. In that moment, the deepest chord of her heart was profoundly struck. Lin Fei, why are you so kind to me? Yin Jiao's eyes sparkled with tears, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Fei gently grasped Yin Jiao's hand, remaining silent. Because you are now my woman, Lin Fei stated, gazing into her eyes with a calm demeanor. Of course, this was merely a facade, as his true intention was to accumulate wealth. Yin Jiao shuddered, looking at Lin Fei, momentarily at a loss for words, as 2 scorching tears rolled down her cheeks. Yet, she soon appeared to regain her composure, breaking into a smile. After just one night, you are already like this. Are you not afraid that I am merely after your money? Lin Fei nearly burst into laughter. My dear, I am not afraid of you not spending. I fear you do not spend enough. I possess ample funds. You could deceive me for a lifetime and still not exhaust it. How absurd. Yin Jiao Jiao turned her head, wiping her tears, and playfully scolded him. After their meal, Lin Fei took Yin Jiao Jiao to a cafe to meet with several agents. The agents, all local influencers, recognized one another. When they discovered they were all at the same cafe with the same client, they were taken aback. Lin Fei and Yin Jiao Jiao arrived, and after surveying the group, he calmly seated himself on a bench. The agents, noticing Lin Fei was youthful and lacked ostentatious displays of wealth, began to doubt whether they were being duped. Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase our villas? One female agent could not help but inquire, her skepticism tempered by years of professional politeness. I will transfer the funds to you now, but you must handle everything for me, Lin Fei replied, reclining on the chair, crossing his legs, and wrapping an arm around Yin Jiao Jiao with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the agents' expressions brightened, and they promptly stood, their attitudes shifting to one of greater respect. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we have been in the real estate business in Huayong for a long time and will certainly ensure your satisfaction. We will expedite the process. One bespectacled man in a suit declared. Indeed, we have connections in both circles. You will not be troubled. The others eagerly assured him. All right. Just provide me with the account details, and I will transfer the funds immediately, Lin Fei responded, clearly pleased. The agents scrambled forward, eager to comply. Half an hour later, the payment was completed. The agents were thoroughly convinced and grew curious about Lin Fei's identity. They had heard of the wealthy second-generation elites in Huayong, but had never encountered someone like Lin Fei. They speculated that he might not be from Huayong, but rather a top-tier wealthy individual from elsewhere. The agents began to shower him with flattery, attempting to extract details about his background. The barrage of compliments nearly made Yin Jiao Jiao laugh out loud, while Lin Fei enjoyed the praise. He found it somewhat nauseating after a while and gestured for them to pause. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly spoke. By the way, I forgot to mention, I do not have time to view the properties, and all these villas will be registered under this lady's name. This statement stunned them more than if Lin Fei had produced billions in cash. Mr. Lin, you must be joking. All 7 villas will be transferred to her name? They questioned Lin Fei's sanity. Spending over $1 billion to gift several villas to a woman? Even the most affluent families would not engage in such extravagance. And while this woman was indeed beautiful, there were many more stunning than her. What justified this? Is there a problem? Lin Fei frowned. Having finally found someone who was more accepting, he could not possibly refrain from spending. Lin Fei believed that a mere 100,000 could elevate Yin Jiao Jiao's affection to its zenith. Yet, that was futile. It was the act of spending that truly mattered. Not every woman bound to him would be amenable to lavish expenditures. If he did not make a concerted effort to spend now, it would become increasingly difficult with future companions. No, Mr. Lin, your generous spending for love is admirable. We respect that. The agents hastily shook their heads, praising Lin Fei's lavishness as a model of manhood. They then lavished her with compliments, employing every flattering phrase they could muster. Even the extroverted Yin Jiao Jiao blushed at their praise. Ensure you handle this matter well. If not, I shall hold you accountable. Lin Fei stood, warning them. He had paid in advance, wary they might become complacent. Thus he could not afford to be overly courteous. The agents quickly assured him, fearful of offending this benefactor, knowing that this single transaction could set them up for years of comfort. Soon, Yin Jiao Jiao entered the car provided by the agents, following them to view the properties. However, it was merely a formality, for Lin Fei had already settled the payment. Those villas were effectively hers. Chapter 21. Lu Jinglan upon returning to school. It was just 4 o'clock, and military training had yet to conclude. Lin Fei returned to his dormitory for a shower, perhaps due to the exertions of the previous night, and soon fell into a deep slumber. He was awakened by the raucous return of several roommates. Upon seeing Lin Fei, they all wore mischievous grins. Hey Fei Go, you were worn out last night, weren't you? Zhao Feng chuckled lewdly. Get lost. Lin Fei retorted with a laugh, rising to change into his military training uniform. He had requested the afternoon off, but would attend in the evening as usual. Just as he finished changing, his phone rang. Checking it, he saw it was a WeChat call from Kai Xinyan. After connecting, Lin Fei greeted her with a smile. Xinyan, what is the matter? Kai Xinyan hesitated before saying, Lin Fei, our club is hosting a model showcase on the football field tonight. Could you come support me? A model showcase? Lin Fei's interest peaked. Indeed, there will be many stunning beauties. Kai Xinyan teased. I must attend. Of course, I am definitely here to support you. Lin Fei declared with utmost seriousness. I suspect you are more interested in the other ladies. Kai Xinyan playfully replied. Merely an added bonus. Lin Fei grinned broadly. Humph. You rogue, Lin Fei. Kai Xinyan retorted with mock indignation. Hey, I'm just joking. No one can compare to your beauty, Xinyan, right? Lin Fei chuckled awkwardly. A man's words are mere deception. Kai Xinyan countered with a teasing huff. I am different, Lin Fei proclaimed, thumping his chest. Upon hearing this, his roommates exchanged disdainful glances at Lin Fei. Indeed, Fei Gu, you are remarkably unique. In less than a week since school began, we have already encountered 3 sisters-in-law. After some idle chatter, Lin Fei ended the call and turned to his roommates. Brothers, a female friend of mine is participating in a model showcase tonight. How should I show my support? A female friend? Huh, Fei Gu, which girlfriend is this? Zhao Feng smirked. The one who brought fruit during military training yesterday. Lin Fei shot him a glare. Oh, so it's the second sister-in-law. You must treat this occasion with some seriousness. It needs to have some flair, Zhao Feng asserted. I concur with Zhao Feng. Another chimed in. The trio held Kai Xinyan in high regard and were quite supportive of her. Allow me to deliberate, Lin Fei nodded, stroking his chin in contemplation. However, after some thought, Lin Fei ultimately decided against gifting anything. He was concerned about a repeat of the situation with Yan Jiao, where he had not spent much but had nearly maxed out her affection. Such a scenario would leave him not only empty-handed but also in debt of emotional favor. Lin Fei reasoned that if he were to owe emotional debts, he should first ensure he had accumulated sufficient wealth. Never mind, I won't give anything. Lin Fei shook his head. That evening, the military training concluded early after just half an hour of standing at attention. Subsequently, the gathering was divided into 2 halves, occupying each side of the football field, leaving a spacious area in the middle. Many attendees, having received whispers of the evening's splendid performances, wore expressions brimming with anticipation. Did you hear? It is said that at least 3 of the top 10 campus beauties will grace us with their presence tonight. 3 beauties? Which ones? Let me check the messages shared in the group. We have Kai Xinyan, the top beauty of the School of Arts and the 3rd overall beauty of the institution, as well as Lu Jinglan, the 2nd beauty from the School of Literature and the 4th overall, and lastly, Luo Xiaoxi, the 2nd beauty from the School of Foreign Languages and the 9th overall. Lu Jinglan is truly stunning. I've seen her on the confession wall. Luo Xiaoxi is our favorite. Even before the performances commenced, a spirited debate erupted among the new students. As music began to resonate across the playground, the atmosphere was invigorated. In unison, everyone joined in singing aloud, filling the field with exuberance. With the arrival of 2 elegantly dressed hosts to the center of the field, excitement surged once more. Distinguished instructors and dear classmates, good evening. After a day of rigorous training, we have gathered here on this beautiful night to momentarily set aside our fatigue from military training and revel in this joyous occasion that belongs to us. Following a brief introduction, the performances were about to commence. Lin Fei, seated among the crowd, felt a spark of anticipation. The first act was a peep-a piece titled Ambush from 10 Sides, performed by Lu Jinglan, a student from the 1st class of the Chinese Language and Literature program in the School of Literature. Let us welcome Lu Jinglan. As the announcement concluded, a wave of thunderous applause erupted across the playground. Soon, a tall, graceful woman, carrying a small stool, made her way to the center of the field. She possessed the quintessential features of an Eastern beauty, exquisite yet commanding. Adorned in a white cheongsam with blue floral patterns, it accentuated her delightful curves. Each smile and gesture reminiscent of a classical beauty emerging from a painting. Upon reaching the center, Lu Jinglan politely waved to the audience before gracefully taking a seat on the stool. Jinglan, I adore you. Jinglan, do you have a boyfriend? With her wave, numerous boys around the field sprang to their feet, professing their admiration loudly. Lu Jinglan stifled a giggle and motioned for quiet. In an effort to leave a favorable impression on their goddess, the boys complied, swiftly silencing themselves and reminding those nearby to do the same. Due to the distance, Lin Fei could hardly discern Lu Jinglan's features, only catching a glimpse of her enviable figure. Just as he was about to inquire of Zhao Feng, he noticed the latter had somehow produced a pair of binoculars. What the hell? Where did you get that gear? Lin Fei exclaimed in astonishment. This is what you call professionalism. Zhao Feng grinned. Let me see. Lin Fei snatched them away. Hey, Fei Gu. To his surprise, upon looking through the binoculars, Lin Fei discovered that the girl's face and figure were indeed perfectly proportional. The graceful features of an Eastern beauty, with just a touch of makeup, could easily overshadow countless girls present. System has detected target number 006. Binding process initiated. Name, Lu Jinglan. Age, 20. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 96. Figure, 94. Overall score, 95. Purity, 100. Goddess Strategy Fund, 111. 1 billion. Current favorability towards host, 0 points. System, how did you bind so quickly after just one glance? Lin Fei's lips twitched. Quality target, a rare find. Must bind. The system's voice resonated. Fine. Lin Fei nodded, feeling both elated and somewhat troubled. He had already bound 6 targets and felt time was slipping away. In the center of the playground, Lu Jinglan sat poised on the stool, gently raising her right hand to cradle the pipa, while her left hand delicately adjusted the strings. With the system's proficiency in instruments, Lin Fei easily discerned Lu Jinglan's expertise. She had clearly played the pipa for at least a decade. As the playground gradually fell into a hushed silence, Lu Jinglan's performance commenced. Soft lights focused upon her, and the audience of over 7,000 held their breath in anticipation. As her jade-like fingers danced across the strings, an exhilarating melody erupted. Many in attendance felt the hairs on their arms rise in response. The intense rhythm flowed from her fingertips, transporting everyone back to the ancient battlegrounds of the Chuhan contention. Though Lu Jinglan was a woman, her technique was powerful and assertive. The pipa strings sang under her skilled manipulation, each note resonating like the clash of swords, imbued with a grandiosity that filled the air. Her expressions shifted with the music, sometimes furrowing her brow, at other times exuding a fierce gaze, as if commanding legions into battle. Leaning slightly forward, she immersed herself in the performance, embodying the spirit of a warrior on the battlefield. The audience was captivated by the stunning music, their hearts entranced, scarcely daring to breathe. As the melody progressed, the tempo quickened, and Lu Jinglan's passionate playing intensified, evoking vivid imagery of flashing blades and swirling smoke. When the final note reverberated through the air, the crowd fell into a moment of silence, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause and cheers. Fei go, I genuinely adore this one, Zhao Feng exclaimed, shaking Lin Fei excitedly. All right. How many have you fallen for now? Lin Fei retorted with a smirk, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Jinglan. Nevertheless, one must admit that Lu Jinglan's pipa skills were indeed commendable. Even with his proficiency, he could not underestimate her talent. Moreover, she emanated an elegance and gentleness characteristic of a girl from the picturesque Jiangnan region. Jinglan, I shall be your devoted fan from now on. If I could marry Jinglan, I would gladly drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Jinglan, could you perform another piece for us? Many male classmates rose, calling out with fervor. In response to these cheers, Lu Jinglan smiled softly and bowed. Thank you all for your affection, but I regret to inform you that I cannot perform another piece, as we have many more classmates yet to showcase their talents. Lu Jinglan bowed once more to 3 directions before exiting the stage. The 2 hosts reappeared. Thank you, our dear Lu, for that splendid performance. Next, please enjoy the dance presented by the school's Morning Star Dance Society. As the hosts concluded their lengthy introduction, a group of 7 girls clad in reflective white tank tops and short skirts approached the crowd. With meticulously crafted makeup, tall statures, and a sensuality rating soaring to 10 stars, they captivated the audience. Wow, I must say, I am fortunate to be at this school. Your legs are truly stunning. Sister, I, Chen Jin from Class 1 of Law, formally invite you to dinner later. After a day of military training, the boys were eager for a lively performance. Fei go, what do you think? Not bad, quite standard, Lin Fei replied with a slight smile. This was not mere boastfulness. While the girls were indeed striking, only 2 or 3 of them surpassed an attractiveness score of 85. The most beautiful among them did not even measure up to Yin Jiaojiao, let alone Song Jiayi and Kai Xinyan. Upon contemplating beauty, Lin Fei's thoughts drifted to the woman named by Qian, undoubtedly the most exquisite he had ever encountered. I knew those commonplace women would never capture your attention, so I decided to join De Chao and the others at the front. Zhao Feng, with a wry smile, called upon Lu De Chao and the others to depart. Lin Fei quickly called out, wait for me. Fei go, I'm merely awaiting Kai Xinyan's performance. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no interest in such matters. All right, whatever you say. After weaving through the crowd, they finally secured prime positions at the front. At that moment, the 7 senior girls had already begun to dance, their enchanting gazes and exuberant movements rendering Zhao Feng and Lu De Chao utterly transfixed. Lin Fei, too, was no exception. One cannot deny that the choreography of the Korean girl group was indeed provocative. It is no wonder that affluent individuals are so keen on nurturing such ensembles. The senior girls had barely danced for a minute when the cheers from the audience surged like waves. This reminded Lin Fei of his media company. According to the system, the company was operating normally, with all shares held under his name. Essentially, it was as if he had workers managing it entirely on his behalf. His presence was unnecessary, and he could claim earnings at his convenience. Oh, I forgot to mention, you cannot access the company funds for now, unless you successfully charm 3 or more individuals. The system's voice chimed in. Can you actually read my thoughts? Lin Fei exclaimed, astonished. Of course. Damn it, if I can't touch the funds, what's the point? Lin Fei retorted, exasperated. I neglected to mention that Star C boasts numerous beautiful streamers and artists. Having excess funds is of little use, the system continued. Nonetheless, Lin Fei regarded his company quite favorably. Female streamers, female artists, and himself as the proprietor. It seemed prudent to allocate time to inspect the company's operations, he mused. Stroking his chin. Following the exit of several girls, a male performer took the stage to present a street dance. Clad in classic streetwear, his entrance elicited cheers from numerous girls. The subsequent performance showcased impressive street dance skills, with fluid and captivating movements. Even Lin Fei found himself applauding. At that moment, Lin Fei felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, it was a message from Kai Xinyan. Lin Fei, after the next performance, it will be my turn. Xinyan, go for it. Don't be nervous. I believe you are the most beautiful. Shy emoji. Following the street dance, a law major took the stage to sing. Performing a Cantonese version of Qian Qian Ke Go, her voice resonated across the playground, drawing instant attention, followed by a hushed silence, and then a spontaneous sing-along ensued. The reason was simple. Her singing rivaled that of the renowned Chun Hui Xian. After her performance, the atmosphere in the playground reignited. Let us once again express our gratitude to classmate Yi Jingwen for her performance. Next, we present a fashion show by the most popular Zero Dance Society at our school. Let us welcome them with applause. As the host's words echoed, thunderous applause erupted once more. With the spotlight shining, over 20 girls donned in black robes approached. What on earth? Wearing this for a fashion show? Surely not. I expected something grand. Yet this is a complete letdown. This is akin to a nun's attire. What a disgraceful showcase. These black robes concealed their faces and bodies entirely, leaving the audience unable to see their legs or faces, prompting a chorus of jeers. Yet, some sharp-eyed individuals in the front row discerned a hint of white lace peeking from beneath one girl's robe, and they were keenly aware. Soon, as the 20-something girls reached the center of the playground amidst a cacophony of boos and cheers, the black robes suddenly slipped off simultaneously. In an instant, the playground fell silent. Sensual, beautiful, elegant, fiery, alluring. These were the words that first sprang to mind. Not a single girl among them was unattractive. All were of class flower caliber, with an average height exceeding 170 centimeters. One could not help but wonder if this society had a strict aesthetic standard. Their outfits were a kaleidoscope of styles, showcasing feminine charm. There were elegant evening gowns, spirited mini skirts, and dignified kipeos. Naturally, black and white stockings were not to be missed. In Chapter 23, Song Jiai felt a twinge of jealousy. Kai Xinyan appeared in a stunning black French spaghetti strap gown adorned with rhinestones, confidently occupying the center stage like a dazzling star. The gown, seemingly custom-tailored, hugged her figure closely, perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. The rhinestones sparkled under the lights, radiating a brilliance akin to the starry sky, exuding an air of opulence. Her cascading hair was elegantly styled in an updo, complementing the evening gown beautifully. The sterling silver hoop earrings she wore added a touch of allure and sophistication. Fei Ge, my sister-in-law is simply breathtaking, Zhao Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with envy as he turned to Lin Fei. It's just all right, Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, feigning indifference with a casual wave of his hand. The three immediately shot him murderous glares. Don't look at me, focus on the girls. Lin Fei quickly diverted the conversation. As the music commenced, the audience snapped back from their earlier astonishment. I retract my previous criticism. This is even more captivating than the Victoria's Secret show. Those legs, that figure, that face, absolutely extraordinary. As the music played, the senior girls began their runway walk. The first to step out was a girl in a short skirt and tank top, her figure undeniably alluring. With a confident smile adorning her face, she swayed her hips as she walked. Each subsequent girl who took the stage elicited waves of cheers from the audience. Given the limited space, it wasn't long before it was Kai Xinyan's turn. After just a few steps, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Look there, that's our school's third beauty. Kai Xinyan, truly deserving of the title of a beauty that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall. Wow, if she's only third. I can't even imagine what the first must look like. Kai Xuejia, can I get your autograph? I've been a fan for 10 years. Kai Xuejia, my roommate wants your WeChat. Many in the audience were already familiar with the confession wall, aware of Kai Xinyan's reputation as the third beauty. Moreover, the fervor of the cheers indicated that Kai Xinyan was indeed far more stunning than the photos on the wall suggested. Unfazed by the commotion, Kai Xinyan maintained a gentle smile as she continued her walk. This was not an act of arrogance, but rather a sign that there would be an interactive segment soon. With her distinguished poise and towering height of 174 centimeters, she exuded a commanding presence on the runway. She truly embodies natural allure, Lin Fei murmured to himself. As the runway concluded, the much-anticipated interactive segment commenced. The 20-some senior girls, adorned with radiant smiles, began to make their way down from the edges, eagerly engaging in high-fives with the students participating in military training at the sidelines. Concerned that Lin Fei might feel envious, Kai Xinyan deliberately opted to high-five only her female classmates. As the sight of those fair legs swayed before them, the boys at the sidelines could hardly contain their excitement. "They're almost here. How thrilling!" Zhao Feng exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Did you see that?" Even before making a move, he's already bewitched and utterly lost, Lin Fei remarked, pointing at Zhao Feng, before turning to Lu Daqiao and Xia Xiang. Xia Xiang immediately retorted with a teasing laugh, "Old Zhao, you're undoubtedly going to be the most unsuccessful sycophant of them all. Get lost." Zhao Feng shot him a glare, continuing to eagerly await the arrival of the senior girls. Soon enough, the seniors approached, and Zhao Feng excitedly extended his hand to high-five the girls in front of him, his grin stretching almost to his ears. His infatuated demeanor nearly caused Lin Fei and Lu Daqiao to burst into laughter. At that moment, Kai Xinyan also arrived. Lin Fei looked up, and their eyes met. "Senior, you're so beautiful. I really like you. Can I have a hug?" Lin Fei exclaimed with a wide smile. Upon hearing this, many around them wore expressions of disdain and disbelief. Has this guy lost his mind from excessive indulgence? He must be out of his wits. I wouldn't be surprised if Senior Kai wanted to slap him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Kai Xinyan actually paused, giggling as she replied to Lin Fei. "Then why are you still sitting there?" Lin Fei quickly got up and stepped forward to embrace Kai Xinyan with heartfelt fervor. Just as the crowd was about to gasp in awe, something even more explosive occurred. Kai Xinyan gently kissed Lin Fei on the cheek and then shyly ran away. Kai Xinyan, affection level 10. This kiss was akin to a resounding declaration to everyone present that Kai Xinyan had indeed found her heart's desire. The most coveted flower of the art college, the third most beautiful girl in the school, was clearly taken. This news was undoubtedly a colossal bombshell within the school. Lin Fei was momentarily dazed, questioning the situation. There had been no mention of such an occurrence. "Oh my goodness. Am I seeing things? Senior Kai actually kissed that guy. No. You're not mistaken. She truly did kiss him. No. My goddess. How could she possibly have a boyfriend? Forget it. I'm unfollowing. I refuse to support anyone with a boyfriend." Numerous male students expressed their heartbreak, casting envious and jealous glances at Lin Fei. Particularly in the corner, Du Yonghui was seething, wishing he could devour Lin Fei whole. Yet, compared to Lin Fei, his animosity was directed more at Kai Xinyan. His previous affection had transformed into intense loathing. "Kai Xinyan, you wretched woman, hussy," Du Yonghui cursed vehemently in his mind. Conversely, many girls were now intrigued by Lin Fei. For winning over the school beauty undoubtedly marked him as an exceptional man. The atmosphere became lively as nearly everyone buzzed with discussions about Kai Xinyan and Lin Fei. Yet, they were not the only couple on display, as several other members of the Zero Dance Club were also flaunting their affection with their boyfriends. Meanwhile, Song Jiai sat in place, her expression rife with complex emotions. Could it be that I misread the situation? She silently reassured herself. Yet, how could she mistake Lin Fei's somewhat handsome yet mischievous face? In that moment, a wave of sadness washed over her. When Kai Xinyan had embraced and kissed Lin Fei, her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Wait a minute. What if that vixen had unilaterally taken a liking to Lin Fei? An idea struck her, transforming her expression from bitterness to seriousness. Lin Fei had only been enrolled for a few days. How could he possibly be in a relationship? Besides, she was just as attractive. And they had known each other for so long. Surely if Lin Fei wanted a girlfriend, he would choose her first. I'm pretty, gentle, with a great figure, caring. Can play games with him, do laundry, and I'm intelligent, Song Jiai mused, a silly sweet smile suddenly gracing her face. Lin Fei is mine. No one can take him. She clenched her fist and stood up, heading towards Lin Fei. On the other hand, Lin Fei was utterly bewildered. Song Jiai's affection level had inexplicably dropped by 30 points, only to suddenly rise again. What was going on? He racked his brain, doubting whether the system had malfunctioned. Just as he pondered this, his eyes were suddenly covered, the sensation soft, smooth, and slightly cool. Sniffing the air, Lin Fei sighed in exasperation. Song Jiai. What on earth are you doing? How did you know it was me? Song Jiai jumped in front of him, flashing a bright smile with her pearly teeth. A man's sixth sense. Lin Fei grinned back. The sixth sense? I've got a seventh sense. Song Jiai rolled her eyes. By the way, what brings you here? Lin Fei inquired. I was bored, so I came to chat with you. Song Jiai replied with a wink before suddenly remembering something. She waved at Zhao Feng and the others. Hi, everyone. I'm Song Jiai. Lu Daqiao, Zhao Feng, and Xia Xiang were momentarily taken aback before their faces broke into smiles. Zhao Feng was the quickest to respond, shouting, Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Daqiao and Xia Xiang joined in. Hello, sister-in-law. Song Jia's face turned crimson. Stop that. I'm not. The group exchanged knowing smiles, but remained silent. Song Jia quickly changed the subject. Leaning closer to Lin Fei with a curious expression, Lin Fei, who was that pretty girl earlier? It seemed you two had a special connection. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how to respond, when Song Jia continued, Don't be nervous. I'm just curious. If it's not convenient to talk about, that is fine too. Feeling there was nothing to hide, Lin Fei candidly confessed, her name is Kai Xinyan. She is a second-year senior, and we're quite familiar. A fleeting glimmer of jealousy flickered in Song Jia's eyes, and she pressed on, Just familiar? Can you really kiss someone's cheek if you're just familiar? She felt she might have been too reserved. Why the sourness? Lin Fei feigned a sniff. Who is jealous? I'm just worried you might be lured in by those bad women, and you'll end up losing both your wealth and your heart. Song Jia exclaimed passionately, her expression one of righteousness. Lin Fei chuckled mischievously. How do you know Xinyan is a bad woman? She is quite nice to me. Oh, you're already calling her Xinyan. Looks like you're really hooked. Song Jia huffed indignantly. You're so agitated. You must like me, right? Lin Fei leaned towards her ear and whispered, Who likes you? Who's a dog? A hint of avoidance flashed in Song Jia's eyes as she playfully punched Lin Fei in the waist. Ouch! Lin Fei grimaced, clutching his side. If you don't like me, why hit me? I'll hit you if I want. Song Jia retorted, though a hint of worry lingered in her heart. After another performance concluded, Luo Xiaoxi finally took the stage. Dressed in a pale yellow spaghetti-strap dress and white sneakers, she exuded a cute and lively aura. As soon as she appeared, the male students in the audience grew restless. Tonight's program was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for them. As the music for Love Story began to play, Luo Xiaoxi started to sway her body. Many people pulled out their phones, turning on their flashlights and swaying along. We were both young when I first saw you. When Luo Xiaoxi's melodious voice sang the first line, the entire venue erupted into cheers. I can't believe this is the original singer. Oh, never mind. I lack culture, it's impressive. Luo Xiaoxi gripped the microphone tightly, lost in the music. Lin Fei. She sang beautifully. Song Jia excitedly shook Lin Fei's arm. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. Despite her quirks, her singing was genuinely enchanting, and being from the Foreign Languages College, her English pronunciation was flawless. Midway through her performance, Luo Xiaoxi removed the microphone from her mouth and directed it towards the audience. Instantly, the atmosphere transformed into that of a concert, with everyone joining in a resounding chorus. And I say, Romeo, take me somewhere we can be alone. As she sang, Song Jia instinctively linked her arm with Lin Fei's, her innocent smile radiating sweetness and happiness, as if all the world's beauty coalesced in that moment. Song Jia's affection level reached 10. Lin Fei turned to glance at Song Jia, his expression somewhat complicated. As Luo Xiaoxi concluded her final lyric, the evening's performance came to an end. A few daring male classmates rushed into the center of the playground, seeking photographs with Luo Xiaoxi. She wasn't an unapproachable girl. She smiled and posed with them. However, this led to a throng of people clamoring for pictures, forcing Luo Xiaoxi to excuse herself hurriedly. Meanwhile, Lin Fei intended to approach Lu Jinglan for her WeChat, but Song Jia's persistent clinginess made him abandon the idea for the time being. Just as he was about to leave the soccer field, Kai Xinyan appeared unexpectedly. She walked briskly towards him, her face beaming with joy. Lin Fei. Song Jia immediately furrowed her brow, casting a hostile glare at Kai Xinyan, recognizing her as the girl who had just kissed Lin Fei. Xinyan, what brings you here? Lin Fei chuckled awkwardly. Nearby, Zhao Feng and others observed the situation with glee, relishing the drama. Bro, two ladies appearing simultaneously. Let us see how you handle this. The three exchanged smiles with Kai Xinyan as a form of greeting before swiftly retreating from the scene. Kai Xinyan noticed Lin Fei's odd demeanor and glanced at Song Jia, quickly grasping the situation. Oh, our club is going out for dinner soon, and I wanted to see if you could join me, she said, then turned to Song Jia. Lin Fei, aren't you going to introduce us? Oh, this is Song Jia, my friend, and also a student from your arts college, Lin Fei replied cheerfully. Kai Xinyan nodded, beginning to scrutinize the petite beauty before her. With her exceptional figure, beauty, and charm, Lin Fei truly considered her a friend? Lin Fei, who is she? Song Jia asked, her expression tinged with melancholy. Oh, this is Kai Xinyan, also from your arts college. She is your senior, Lin Fei explained. Song Jia nodded, assessing Kai Xinyan. She is quite pretty and has an enviable figure, but so what? Lin Fei is mine. No one can take him away. Hello, Jia. Kai Xinyan greeted gracefully, extending her hand confidently. However, Song Jia discerned a hint of provocation in Kai Xinyan's eyes. Internally, she cursed the vixen but still smiled as she replied, Hello, Senior Kai. After a brief handshake, They released each other's hands. Turning to Lin Fei, Song Jiai shook his arm playfully, saying, "Lin Fei, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we go to that street for a late-night snack?" Kai Xinyan's eyes flickered with discontent. Unwilling to yield, she linked her arm with Lin Fei's and said softly, "Lin Fei, my friends want to meet you. And our dinner is at that private restaurant we visited last time." Upon hearing this, Song Jiai's brows furrowed in indignation. How could you have dined together already? She was convinced that this vixen was trying to seduce Lin Fei. With this thought, her gaze towards Kai Xinyan became increasingly hostile. Meanwhile, Kai Xinyan smirked subtly, continuing her provocation. The two women appeared calm, yet beneath the surface, tensions simmered fiercely. Chapter 25. Why is money so difficult to spend? Lin Fei found himself caught in an uncomfortable predicament. To his right was Song Jiai, her eyes wide with innocent expectation, resembling a fawn pleading for affection. To his left was Kai Xinyan, her gaze as gentle as flowing spring water. Bystanders, witnessing this scene, were left bewildered, whispering among themselves. What is going on? Isn't that the campus beauty, Kai Xinyan? Why is she linked to a man's arm? Who is that guy? How can he attract two stunning women? No way. That really is Kai Xinyan. I must be imagining things. I can't believe she is being so indiscreet. It tarnishes her reputation. As people pointed and speculated, Lin Fei felt the pressure mounting. I'm really hungry. I'm about to starve. Song Jiai continued to shake Lin Fei's arm, her voice sweet and melodious. Lin Fei, Kai Xinyan chimed in, gazing at him earnestly, her tone equally endearing. Lin Fei felt overwhelmed, opening his mouth to speak, but hesitating repeatedly. This was an unsolvable dilemma. Choosing one side would surely displease the other, causing his affection ratings to plummet. Forget it, I'll just take a leap. Lin Fei suddenly pulled his hands away, feigning impatience as he declared loudly, "Let us go. I'll head back to sleep." With that, he turned and walked away briskly. Song Jiai was taken aback, then glared angrily at the other girl, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. You made Lin Fei upset." Kai Xinyan retorted with a cold laugh. "If it weren't for your interference, Lin Fei would have left with me already. Who do you think you are? If you hadn't barged in, Lin Fei and I would have left the school together." Song Jiai shot back, both unwilling to back down. 5 minutes later, when they finally realized what had happened, Lin Fei was nowhere to be seen on the playground. In the boys' dormitory, Zhao Feng and the others had yet to return with the late-night snacks. Lin Fei sat alone on a chair, exhaling deeply. He began contemplating how to navigate future encounters. He needed to boost his affection ratings while preventing any domestic discord. It seemed an insurmountable task. After all, when girls became jealous, the consequences could be terrifying. The silent treatment could last days or even weeks. After pondering for a long time, Lin Fei could devise no satisfactory plan and resolved to take things one step at a time. Just then, Yan Zhao's call came through. Lin Fei answered, smiling. "Zhao, what is up?" "Lin Fei, all the paperwork is complete. You can move in any time." Yan Zhao's voice brimmed with delight. She had never imagined she would own a house, let alone several villas. "So how are the villas? Are they satisfactory?" "Yes. The environment and location are excellent, but they are rather large. Living alone feels a bit daunting, so I plan to stay there on weekends and holidays. And during the week, I'll stay at school for convenience," she said softly. "That makes sense. I'll come keep you company on weekends when I have time." Lin Fei nodded. "Thank you, Lin Fei," came the sweet voice of Yan Zhao. "In the future, please refrain from uttering those two words. They feel too distant." Lin Fei replied with a smile. On the other end of the line, Yan Zhao obediently acknowledged him with a soft mm. After chatting for a while longer, they finally ended the call. Lin Fei took a shower, changed into some clothes, and climbed into bed. As soon as he opened his phone, he noticed apology messages from Song Jiai and Kai Xinyan. This made him feel somewhat embarrassed. It was clearly his fault, yet they were the ones apologizing. After casually responding to a few messages, Lin Fei leaned back against his duvet, racking his brain to contact intermediaries from international real estate companies, as well as some luxury car collectors and yacht dealers. He needed to swiftly spend Yan Zhao's 40 billion. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Fei was so preoccupied with spending money that he felt utterly disoriented. It was the first time in his life that he found the act of spending to be an arduous task. Initially, he purchased several luxury apartments for Yan Zhao in all major cities across the country. Subsequently, he acquired multiple bars, hotels, KTVs, and other entertainment venues in those locations, as well as homestays and hotels near famous tourist attractions throughout the nation. Moreover, Lin Fei procured several luxurious residences in the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Switzerland, Finland, Canada, Italy, and New Zealand. Additionally, he purchased a yacht valued at 3 billion. The entire process was exceptionally intricate. Were it not for his extraordinary financial resources, many matters would have been insurmountable. However, Once he unleashed a torrent of spending, nothing seemed too daunting. Yet, even with such a lavish expenditure, he had only managed to spend around 25 billion. Were it not for the system's stipulation against donations, he would have eagerly given it all away. In a bid to exhaust the remaining funds, Lin Fei promptly arranged to meet with a luxury car collector, Lu Minglong, immediately after military training that afternoon. Lin Fei had met Lu through a car dealership a few days prior. His background was quite remarkable. Initially, Lu had shown little interest in engaging with Lin Fei, but after Lin casually displayed his financial prowess, the latter was thoroughly impressed. Though Lu was a big shot himself, he had never encountered someone who would nonchalantly transfer 10 billion just to prove their wealth. After all, many publicly listed companies could not readily produce 10 billion in cash. Yet here was an unknown individual who effortlessly did so. It was only after witnessing Lin Fei's capabilities that Lu added him to his contacts. At the school gate, Yan Jiao sat on a chair, carefully arranging her makeup while holding a mirror. Her makeup was nearly imperceptible, as her skin was naturally fair and flawless, devoid of any blemishes. She had no need for concealer, and even her lipstick was merely a light shade. However, her outfit exuded an innocent allure. She wore a V-neck, off-shoulder pink knit top that subtly revealed a hint of white lace beneath, paired with a black mini skirt and black stockings that radiated sensuality. Today marked Lin Fei's first initiative in inviting her out, and she regarded it with great importance. "Ah, you must be Yan Jiao." Just as she was fixing her hair, she suddenly heard someone call her name and looked up. Upon recognizing the person, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in her eyes. Though she quickly masked it, Yan Jiao gazed at the individual before her, uncertainly inquiring, "Are you Qin Yuzhu?" She had not anticipated encountering an old high school classmate here, especially since neither hailed from the local area of Huayang, but rather from provinces far away in Anhui. The girl named Qin Yuzhu was tall and elegant, her makeup meticulously applied. She donned an extremely revealing black bodycon dress, carrying a Chanel handbag, exuding an air of a socialite. After sizing up Yan Jiao, her gaze fell upon the bag beside her. Upon realizing it was not a luxury brand, a flicker of disdain crossed her features. "So, Yan Jiao, what if your grades surpass mine or your beauty eclipses mine? You still live a lesser life than I do." "Ah, the illustrious Yan Jiao seems to have forgotten her roots. It's only been 2 years since graduation. And you fail to recognize me?" Qin Yuzhu said with a hint of mockery. Yan Jiao, well aware of Qin Yuzhu's condescending tone, understood that engaging with such a superficial individual would merely diminish her own stature and elegance. With a cold glance, she replied in a voice as calm as still water, "I simply did not expect to run into you here. Are you also studying at Huayang?" Qin Yuzhu paused for a moment, then flicked her hair with satisfaction and swayed her hips as she slowly replied, "I'm at the Finance University. My boyfriend attends Huazhong University. We're going out for French cuisine today. I begrudgingly came here to wait for him. Humph. If he hadn't gifted me a diamond ring worth over 30,000 last month, I wouldn't have bothered." With that, she deliberately extended her hand, flaunting the diamond ring, her face betraying her unabashed pride. Yan Jiao stole a casual glance, her lips curling into a faint, indifferent smile. "Your boyfriend seems rather generous to gift you such an expensive ring." "Generous? It's rather average, actually. His family's wealth is only in the tens of millions. Among the boys pursuing me, he is the least affluent. But, since he is utterly devoted to me, I suppose I can settle for him." Qin Yuzhu raised her chin, exuding an air of superiority as if the world should revolve around her. Simultaneously, she discreetly observed Yan Jiao's expression, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of envy or jealousy. Yet, Yan Jiao remained unfazed, merely nodding slightly, which left Qin Yuzhu feeling as though a lump of cotton had lodged itself in her throat. She was distinctly displeased. She considered herself one of the few who truly understood Yan Jiao, convinced that this woman was a blatant materialist. Yet now, confronted by her Chanel handbag and the extravagant diamond ring, Yan Jiao remained so composed. She is merely pretending. She must be seething with jealousy, only putting on a facade of calm. Several minutes elapsed, during which Yan Jiao remained silent, quietly engrossed in her phone, occasionally glancing towards the school gate. Qin Yuzhu couldn't help but wonder if Yan Jiao was entirely ignorant of the Chanel logo. At that moment, a sleek black BMW 5 Series slowly emerged from the school gate and came to a halt by the roadside. Upon noticing that the driver appeared to be a young student, several onlookers cast envious glances. "My boyfriend has arrived." Qin Yuzhu's face lit up with an exuberant smile as she caught sight of the license plate number. Yan Jiao merely glanced over before returning to her phone, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. A young man stepped out of the BMW, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and dyed yellow hair, standing approximately 6 feet tall. He wore a Gucci logo t-shirt paired with limited edition shorts. and sported a Mont-Blanc mechanical watch worth several tens of thousands, his ostentatious demeanor making him appear exceedingly pretentious. This man was none other than Chen Yuzhu's boyfriend. Li Jiangang. Brother Jian. Chen Yuzhu rushed over, her voice dripping with sweetness that sent shivers down the spine. Upon seeing Chen Yuzhu in her bodycon dress, Li Jiangang immediately embraced her with a lecherous grin, his hands wandering. Zhu, have you been practicing yoga lately? You feel so supple, he remarked with a sleazy grin, his demeanor utterly distasteful. Stop being so inappropriate, it's all for you, Chen Yuzhu retorted. Chen Yuzhu playfully pouted, yet offered no resistance. Instead, she seemed to indulge him. Hee, then I shall request a Hermes handbag. Chen Yuzhu raised an eyebrow, seizing the opportunity to make a demand. No problem, Li Jiangang replied without a moment's hesitation. Satisfied, Chen Yuzhu nodded in agreement. At that moment, she appeared to suddenly recall something, her expression brimming with smugness as she called out to Yin Jiao. Have you been waiting for your taxi for so long? Where are you headed? If it's on our way, we could give you a lift. Yin Jiao merely waved her hand dismissively. No need, my boyfriend is already on his way. With that, she returned to her phone, seemingly unfazed by Chen Yuzhu's boastfulness. Chen Yuzhu scoffed internally, silently cursing Yin Jiao for her lack of appreciation. It was then that Li Jiangang noticed Yin Jiao, who had been sitting silently. Oh, it's her. He squinted slightly, taken aback to encounter this woman he had long desired. Do you know each other? Li Jiangang inquired as he approached Chen Yuzhu. We were in the same class before. Our relationship is mediocre. Why do you ask? Do you know her? Chen Yuzhu replied, her gaze fixed on Li Jiangang, suspicion evident in her eyes. Li Jiangang quickly shook his head. He dared not reveal his recent intentions to pursue Yin Jiao. To dispel Chen Yuzhu's doubts, he feigned disdain, stating, This girl is from our school's dance program. I've heard that money can buy admission. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuzhu's face immediately contorted in disgust, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she remarked, I couldn't tell back in high school. Turns out she's quite the promiscuous one. Although their voices were low, Chen Yuzhu's acerbic words reached Yin Jiao's ears. However, desiring to preserve her pleasant mood for the day, Yin Jiao took a deep breath and chose silence, disregarding the nauseating couple. At that moment, Lin Fei sauntered over from the school gate, humming a tune. Lin Fei. Yin Jiao quickly rose to greet him, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Lin Fei said gently, affectionately ruffling Yin Jiao's hair, his expression apologetic. It's nothing. Lin Fei. Yin Jiao softly embraced him, as if she had found her strongest support. With warmth and tenderness enveloping her, Lin Fei instinctively wrapped his arms around her. What's wrong? You seem a bit off, Lin Fei asked softly, concern evident in his eyes. It's nothing, Yin Jiao shook her head, unwilling to let Chen Yuzhu's behavior mar their time together. Regardless of what transpires, feel free to share it with me. Lin Fei gently patted her back, his tone exceedingly gentle. Yin Jiao replied in a whisper, a blush of happiness illuminating her face. At that moment, Li Jiangang and Chen Yuzhu approached. Upon witnessing Lin Fei's intimate demeanor with his former dream girl, a flicker of jealousy flashed in Li Jiangang's eyes, but out of respect for Chen Yuzhu, he kept his emotions in check. Chen Yuzhu scrutinized Lin Fei from head to toe before asking in a mocking tone, Yin Jiao, is this your boyfriend? Yin Jiao nodded coolly, looking at Chen Yuzhu. Yes, why? Oh, just a casual inquiry, Chen Yuzhu replied dismissively, her lips curling in disdain. Lin Fei glanced at the pair before turning to Yin Jiao. Are they your friends? She asked my high school classmate, Chen Yuzhu. And the one beside her is her boyfriend. I don't really know him, Yin Jiao said, her tone imbued with detachment towards Chen Yuzhu. Lin Fei nodded, casually surveying the duo, acknowledging them with a perfunctory glance. He felt no obligation to be overly courteous given Yin Jiao's evident disfavor towards them. Lin Fei's apathetic demeanor irked both Chen Yuzhu and Li Jiangang, yet they refrained from expressing their displeasure. Just then, Chen Yuzhu suggested, Yin Jiao? Rather than waiting for a rideshare, why don't I have my boyfriend give you both a lift? After all, we're classmates, and he wouldn't mind. Indeed, my old BMW 5 Series can fit for. You two are headed to the city, right? It would be quite convenient, Li Jiangang added, deliberately flaunting his Mont-Blanc watch to catch Lin Fei's attention. Thank you for your kind offer, but we already have someone coming, Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, devoid of any gratitude. Both Li Jiangang and Chen Yuzhu exchanged knowing smirks internally. They regarded him as a pretentious pauper for refusing a ride in a BMW. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop at the curb, and a burly man in a suit emerged. The strong man glanced at a photo on his phone, then strode over to Lin Fei, respectfully stating, Young Master Lin, I am Zhao Hu, the driver sent by Mr. Liu to pick you up. Lin Fei smiled, extracting a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Zhao Hu. Thanks, brother Hu, I appreciate it. He had intended to drive himself today, but Mr. Lu had insisted on sending someone, and he felt it would be impolite to refuse such kindness. Zhao Hu hesitated briefly before accepting the offered cigarette. Thank you, young Master Lin. However, you can just call me Xiao Zhao, Zhao Hu replied respectfully. No worries, you're older than me. Calling you brother Hu is merely a formality, Lin Fei said nonchalantly, showing no sign of condescension towards the driver. His words unexpectedly earned him Zhao Hu's respect. This young master, though from a wealthy family, exhibited a level of social grace beyond those Zhao Hu had previously encountered. Gratefully, Zhao Hu quickly approached the Rolls-Royce, gently opening the door and gesturing for Lin Fei to enter. Lin Fei nodded slightly, taking Yin Jiao Jiao's hand as they settled into the back seat. Zhao Hu shut the door and dashed to the driver's seat, his demeanor reminiscent of a professional bodyguard. My goodness, when did our school acquire such a distinguished figure? Is the young master attending our school merely for a taste of life? Murmurs rippled through the onlookers, with many halting their yellow bikes to steal glances at the spectacle. A well-dressed man inviting a student into a Rolls-Royce is a sight that would capture attention in any school. Nearby, Chen Yuzhu and Li Jiangang swallowed hard, gazing dumbfoundedly as the Rolls-Royce gradually departed. After a moment, Li Jiangang regained his composure and cautiously asked, Yuzhu, your high school classmate, she wouldn't cause us any trouble, would she? The thought of someone powerful enough to send a Rolls-Royce for pickup left him bewildered. She shouldn't, right? I didn't offend her too much just now. By the way, she didn't hear what we said earlier, did she? Chen Yuzhu's voice trembled, her eyes filled with dread. Her already tenuous relationship with Yin Jiao Jiao could lead to dire consequences if their earlier conversation had been overheard. Having seen enough of the world, she was acutely aware of the clout that wealth could wield. Seeking revenge on someone could be extraordinarily effortless, and there were always ways to ensure the victim remained voiceless. With scapegoats readily available, it should be noted that there was no audible response from her. Li Jiangang observed Chen Yuzhu, his tone betraying a hint of uncertainty. Chen Yuzhu could only respond with a stiff nod, internally praying for the best. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Yin Jiao Jiao appeared somewhat anxious, as this was her first experience riding in such a luxurious vehicle. Although she had fantasized about it countless times in daydreams, the reality of being inside was starkly different, and she felt an overwhelming sense of constraint. The opulent interior and the immaculate seats made her cautious even to shift her position, fearful of leaving any marks. Stealing a glance at Lin Fei, who was humming a tune beside her, she worried that he might notice her discomfort. Lin Fei, perceptive to her tension, mischievously pinched her cheek to lighten the mood. You look even more beautiful today than the last time. It seems pink suits you splendidly. Caught off guard by a sudden gesture, Yin Jiao Jiao exclaimed, If you mess up my makeup, I won't let you off easily. Feigning surprise, Lin Fei replied, Oh, you wore makeup? I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. Unable to suppress a giggle, Yin Jiao Jiao's cheeks flushed with a delightful shade of red. I knew you were just trying to cheer me up. She playfully huffed, feeling her anxiety dissipate. I speak only the truth, Lin Fei assured, thumping his chest. All right. I believe you. Here's a little reward. Yin Jiao Jiao laughed and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Their playful banter left Zhao Hu, who was driving ahead, feeling slightly awkward. Mr. Lu, you must reward me for this. Your affectionate exchanges have filled me up, Zhao Hu mused to himself. As the car navigated onto a ring road, Lin Fei struck up a conversation with Zhao Hu. Brother Hu, where are we headed? This doesn't seem like the route to the city. Zhao Hu paused for a moment before responding with a hearty laugh. Young Master Lin, we are bound for the outskirts. Mr. Lu has too many vehicles for the city villas. Most of them are parked at the estate over there. After all, even the most spacious villa in the city cannot compare to the expansiveness of an estate. Lin Fei nodded, acknowledging the considerable number of cars Mr. Lu possessed. Indeed, Mr. Lu was among the pioneers of car enthusiasts in the country. His collection of limited edition supercars is worth at least 100 small fortunes, Zhao Hu remarked with admiration. Lin Fei was taken aback, realizing that Mr. Lu had built his wealth without any external systems, relying solely on his own financial prowess. Moreover, Mr. Lu counts the owner of Koenigsegg, the chairman of Fiat Chrysler, and several other prominent figures among his friends, Zhao Hu added. Hearing this, Lin Fei contemplated the prospect of befriending Lu Minglong, though he would assess the man's character first. If he proved too arrogant, Lin Fei would not waste his time. After all, with his current financial standing, he could easily secure a spot on Forbes. His future potential was limitless, and with the right connections, his wealth could become immeasurable. Additionally, Lin Fei was curious about the intermediary selling Ferraris on a certain app who who seemed to know such influential individuals. To be honest, I am not very acquainted with Mr. Lu. Would you mind sharing what kind of business he is involved in? Lin Fei inquired. You'll find out when you meet Mr. Lu. It's all legitimate business, Zhao Hu replied with a smile. Lin Fei nodded, deciding not to press further, as he recognized that Zhao Hu, being merely a driver, had limited insights. What are we doing here, Lin Fei? Yin Jiao couldn't help but ask from the side, as she was confused by his ongoing discussion about Mr. Lu and the estate, coupled with the fact that Lin Fei had been inquiring about various details concerning her in the past few days. Her curiosity only deepened. As Lin Fei glanced at Yin Jiao, he almost revealed his intention to buy her a car, but swallowed the words back. After all, he needed to increase her affection by just 5 points to surpass 90, and he couldn't disclose such plans yet. The same went for the luxury apartment and hotel acquisition he had yet to share with her. You'll find out shortly. Don't worry, I won't sell you off, Lin Fei said with a mysterious smile. With that, Yin Jiao ceased her inquiries, obediently nodding in agreement, her trust in him unwavering. Chapter 28. Choose freely from the garage. After driving for over half an hour, the car arrived at a private estate on the outskirts of Huayang City. The entrance of the estate featured imposing, intricately designed wrought iron gates. Upon entering, one could behold sprawling lawns and a shimmering artificial lake. Beech trees and plane trees stood either clustered or scattered across the lush green expanse. The view was dominated by buildings styled in the Western garden fashion, predominantly painted white, adorned with blue spires and golden decorative lines, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance. Surrounding the buildings were meticulously trimmed hedges and uniquely shaped flower beds, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. Yin Jiao gazed in astonishment at the picturesque scenery outside the car window, struggling to comprehend how one could possess such an expansive residential area. It hardly resembled a home. It was more akin to a park. Lin Fei, however, felt little astonishment. Having purchased several estates of similar grandeur for Yin Jiao in both the United States and Canada, all surpassing this estate in size and environment. The vehicle continued down a winding path, eventually halting in front of a European-style villa. Zhao Hu parked the car and stepped out to open the rear door. Young master, please disembark. Lin Fei nodded, took Yin Jiao's hand, and exited the vehicle, following Zhao Hu into the villa. The villa was not only imposing in appearance, but also lavishly decorated within. A grand chandelier hung from the soaring ceiling of the hall, while walls adorned with various priceless oil paintings added to its opulence. Sunlight streamed through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire interior. Inside, several servants busily attended to cleaning. At that moment, a butler in his 50s approached them. After a brief exchange with Zhao Hu, the butler smiled and respectfully addressed Lin Fei. Young Master Lin, Mr. Lu is waiting for you in the study. Please follow me. Lin Fei nodded and said to Yin Jiao, you can explore around here for a bit. I'll be up shortly. However, it wasn't that Lin Fei wished to exclude her. He merely feared that revealing his intentions to buy her a car might spoil the surprise. Although reluctant to part from him, Yin Jiao obediently nodded. The butler led Lin Fei upstairs to the study, where 2 tall, stern-faced bodyguards stood at the door. Inside, Lu Minglong was seated, sipping tea. Upon seeing the butler and Lin Fei, he immediately rose to greet them. Brother Lin, you have finally arrived. Having conducted a cursory inquiry into Lin Fei's identity yesterday, Lu Minglong discovered that Lin Fei's parents were ordinary public servants. Such a background could hardly account for his substantial wealth, leading Lu Minglong to conclude that Lin Fei's true identity must have been concealed or altered. The very fact that Lu Minglong could not ascertain Lin Fei's real identity left him pondering the potential affiliations behind him, perhaps a financial consortium or a family member of high rank. Such a person was undoubtedly worthy of friendship. Yet, had Lin Fei been privy to Lu Minglong's thoughts, he might have found them laughable. The sight of Lu Minglong so warmly welcoming a young man in his 20s left the butler utterly astounded. He had never witnessed Mr. Lu extend such regard to anyone before. Who, after all, was this young man? The butler discreetly assessed Lin Fei's appearance, comparing him to the prominent figures he had encountered in the past. Lin Fei, smiling, extended his hand to shake hands with Lu Minglong. Mr. Lu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. At the same time, he scrutinized the man before him, clad in a white striped shirt and tailored trousers. With piercing eyes and a well-defined visage, he exuded an impressive aura. Judging solely by his appearance and demeanor, one might assume he was in his early 30s. However, Lin Fei was aware that this man was nearing 50. In the past, such a prominent figure would have made Lin Fei feel somewhat intimidated. Yet now, he felt remarkably composed, for he understood that he had ascended to a different echelon. A mind enriched with knowledge and a pocket filled with wealth provide a man with the utmost confidence. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Minglong finally took a seat next to Lin Fei. After pouring a cup of tea for Lin Fei, he instructed the housekeeper, Old Chun, Please have someone prepare some pastries. Certainly. The housekeeper nodded and turned to leave. Lin Fei quickly waved his hand. Mr. Liu, my time is somewhat limited today. Could we proceed to view the cars? Lu Minglong, being a straightforward individual, paused briefly before cheerfully responding. Since you are pressed for time, let us expedite the process and head directly to the garage. Downstairs, Yin Jiao Jiao was seated on the sofa, calmly holding a cup of coffee. Although it was her first visit to such a place, she forced herself to maintain her composure, reminding herself that she was now among the affluent and must learn to remain unflappable. Just then, Lin Fei and Lu Minglong descended the stairs. Lin Fei. Yin Jiao Jiao immediately stood and approached, linking her arm with his. And this lady is? Lu Minglong inquired, glancing at Yin Jiao Jiao before turning back to Lin Fei. I am Yin Jiao Jiao, Lin Fei's girlfriend, she replied politely. Ah, Miss Yin, it is a pleasure to meet you, Lu Minglong said, extending his hand. Yin Jiao Jiao hesitated to respond, instead looking to Lin Fei. Observing this, Lu Minglong, a shrewd man, promptly withdrew his hand. Haha, let us hasten and inspect the cars. Lu Minglong exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Once Lin Fei regained his composure, he couldn't help but find the situation amusing. After all, he was not the type to be jealous over a mere handshake. Nonetheless, he recognized that Yin Jiao Jiao certainly knew how to make a man feel appreciated. The garage, located to the left of the villa, was a specially constructed 3-story facility. The underground levels combined with the ground floor offered an expansive area of at least several thousand square feet. The group first explored the lower level. And as soon as Lin Fei entered, he was greeted by an array of limited edition supercars, alongside some vintage models that were virtually unseen on the market. Among them were the Lamborghini Countach, Lamborghini Diablo, Ferrari F40, Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, and Pagani Huayra. At a glance, the Aston Martin DB11 was the least expensive among them. Yin Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled as she beheld the neatly lined-up luxury vehicles, realizing that her previous dreams had been far too modest. She could hardly fathom the extent of affluence that could lead to such opulence. Lin Xiao, what do you think? Any that catch your eye? Lu Minglong inquired with a jovial smile. They are all quite impressive, Lin Fei replied, then asked, Mr. Liu, are all these cars available for purchase? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Minglong responded, aside from a few older models, you may choose as you please, and I will offer you the best possible price. Nodding, Lin Fei drew Yin Jiao Jiao closer and pointed at the luxurious cars in the garage, saying, Jiao Jiao, I entrust you with a task. Select at least 10 cars that you fancy. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Select 10 cars? She stammered, swallowing hard. Yes, and that's a minimum. I brought you here today to purchase a car, so feel free to choose without worrying about the cost. Lin Fei assured her with a reassuring glance. Hearing this, Yin Jiao Jiao felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Although she was unfamiliar with most of the cars, their striking exteriors conveyed their immense value. Now, Lin Fei was allowing her the liberty to choose 10 at her leisure. Can we select together? Yin Jiao Jiao asked. Of course, Lin Fei replied, seizing the opportunity to procure a few vehicles he desired under her name, thereby sidestepping any potential objections from Tongzi. Thus, accompanied by Lu Minglong, 2 bodyguards, and a strikingly attractive female secretary, the two began their selection process. Initially, Yin Jiao Jiao struggled to let loose, but she soon entered a state of enthusiastic shopping. The balance in Lin Fei's bank account emboldened her to browse as if she were in a department store. Indeed, supercars captivated not only men but also women, who found themselves equally enthralled. After perusing the selection, Yin Jiao Jiao ultimately chose 16 cars. Remarkably, her taste aligned almost perfectly with Lin Fei's preferences, selecting his favorite models: Bugatti Veyron, Ferrari LaFerrari, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Koenigsegg Regera, and others. Lin Xiao truly has an eye for quality. While these may not be the priciest in my garage, they undoubtedly boast the best performance, Lu Minglong remarked with a grin. Lin Fei nodded appreciatively and then inquired, Mr. Liu, do you have any more high-end models upstairs? Certainly, Lu Minglong declared proudly. Upon reaching the first underground level, Lin Fei's interest was piqued once more. The array of brands, including Porsche, Maserati, Bugatti, and Koenigsegg, showcased a variety of models, featuring rare finds such as the Ferrari 16M, Ferrari 355, Ferrari Purosang, Koenigsegg Agera R, and the Mercedes-Benz SLS Black Series. Jiao Jiao, what do you think of that one? Lin Fei asked, gesturing towards the Koenigsegg Agera R. It's absolutely stunning. Yin Jiao Jiao nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mr. Liu, I want that one as well, Lin Fei stated, looking at Lu Minglong. However, Lu Minglong's expression shifted to one of reluctance, clearly hesitant. This particular vehicle was extremely rare, and he had exerted significant effort to acquire it. 100 million. I offer 100 million, Lin Fei signaled with his fingers, maintaining a calm demeanor. This is not merely a matter of money. Lu Minglong shook his head. 200 million, Lin Fei countered without further ado. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Minglong finally said, Lin Xiao, since you are so keen on this car, I shall reluctantly part with it as a gesture of friendship. Lin Fei inwardly cursed the old fox, but maintained a smile. Mr. Lu, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out. This was precisely the phrase Lu Minglong had been waiting for. And he eagerly nodded in agreement. Certainly. Lin Fei pretended not to hear and continued selecting cars with Yin Jiao. Soon, they chose 5 more vehicles, including the Mercedes-Benz SLS Black Series and Ferrari Purosang. Initially, Lu Minglong was reluctant, as these cars were among his cherished possessions. But he could not resist the relentless barrage of Lin Fei's financial prowess. It was his first experience witnessing a wealthy heir who spent money as if it were water, unlike other wealthy individuals he had known, who typically spent tens of millions on themselves. Lin Fei was bestowing these luxuries upon a woman. This revelation only solidified Lu Minglong's belief that Lin Fei belonged to one of the prominent financial families in the country, making it imperative to cultivate a relationship with him. Though he has attained a remarkably high rank, his understanding of certain elite circles within the country remains rather superficial. These families possess wealth quantified in trillions. Ultimately, Lin Fei and Yin Jiao selected 2 splendid supercars on the 3rd floor, concluding their venture. In the garage's lounge, Lin Fei reclined casually, a steaming cup of coffee in hand. Mr. Lu, could you calculate the total cost of these vehicles? I will transfer the amount to you, he requested. Crossing his legs nonchalantly, Lu Minglong turned to his female secretary, instructing her to perform the calculation. Understood, Mr. Lu, she nodded and began her task. Shortly thereafter, the secretary articulated with precision, Mr. Lu, the total amounts to 1.68 billion. This figure did not merely reflect the purchase price, but also encompassed collectible and rarity values. Averaging these factors indicated that each vehicle would likely incur an expense exceeding double its original cost. 1.68 billion. Yin Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. She had anticipated the cars would be exceedingly expensive, yet she had never envisioned such a staggering sum. The realization that Lin Fei intended to gift her these vehicles rendered her speechless and deeply touched. This man, having shared only a fleeting night with her, was willing to lavish billions upon her, prompting her to ponder the depths of his affection. In that moment, he became her everything. She was willing to do anything for him, even to the point of sacrifice. Yin Jiao's favorability rating rose to 100, with her favorability surpassing 90. She was on the verge of unlocking a substantial reward of 15 billion. The subsequent arrival of 15 billion into her bank account was astonishingly swift, eliciting an inner celebration from Lin Fei. Following this, they proceeded to complete the necessary transfer formalities. Thanks to Lu Minglong's extensive connections and Lin Fei's formidable financial resources, the entire process was significantly expedited, resolving all matters in under half an hour. Yin Jiao merely awaited her new driver's license and registration certificate. Mr. Lin, shall I store these cars temporarily here, or would you prefer they be delivered to your residence? Lu Minglong inquired with a genial smile. Please have them delivered. As Jiao and I are rather pressed for time, Lin Fei responded with a smile. Not a problem. Just provide me with the address, Lu Minglong replied readily. After Lin Fei conveyed the addresses of 7 villas, Lu Minglong promptly arranged for the vehicles to be transported. Mr. Lu, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Lin Fei extended his hand with a smile. Lin Xiao, if you don't mind, you can call me Long Gu. Addressing me as Mr. Lu feels too formal. Lu Minglong replied, grinning. Very well. Should you ever find yourself in need of financial assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I am simply a man with resources. Lin Fei jested. Cultivating a friendship with someone like Lu Minglong promised more benefits than drawbacks. As they exited the estate, the time was already past 1:50. Zhao was once again tasked with driving the 2 back. In the car, Lin Fei leaned back in the seat and succumbed to slumber, while Yin Jiao rested her head on his shoulder, reflecting on the day's events. Who was this man, really? Could he possibly be the son of China's wealthiest individual or the heir of some powerful conglomerate? She resolved to find an opportunity to inquire about Lin Fei. Upon returning to campus at 2:20, Yin Jiao headed to class, while Lin Fei hurriedly rushed back to his dormitory to change into his military training uniform. Yet, as a mere mortal, even Lin Fei had limits to his speed. By the time he donned his attire and reached the football field, the others had already begun to assemble in formation. Seizing a moment when the instructor was distracted, he darted into the ranks, only to be noticed. Well, you're quite swift, aren't you? Zhao Donglai remarked with a smirk. Chapter 30. There are many beauties. Lin Fei glanced at Zhao Donglai, forcing a smile. Zhao Donglai scoffed, but did not remove Lin Fei from the ranks, aware that such an action would draw the attention of the chief instructor, potentially leading to his own reprimand. After a half hour of standing at attention, the battalions returned to their respective training areas. On the way, Zhao Feng lowered his voice and asked, "Fei Gu, why didn't the instructor penalize you? It's probably not that simple." Lin Fei felt a sense of foreboding creeping in. As the afternoon approached 5 o'clock, with only half an hour remaining in the training session, Zhao Donglai issued the command to sit and rest, promptly calling Lin Fei out of the formation. Zhao Donglai turned to Lin Fei and asked, "Push-ups or a performance?" "Choose one." "Performance." The class erupted in excited cheers. Zhao Donglai shot a fierce glare, and the crowd fell silent. Lin Fei rubbed his nose, replying, "Instructor, I didn't bring anything to perform with. What can I showcase?" "Anything. Singing or dancing, just make sure to present something." Zhao Donglai insisted firmly. As Lin Fei pondered his predicament, a graceful figure appeared in the corridor of a nearby building, clad in a light blue dress and carrying a guitar. Lu Jinglan gracefully emerged, instantly capturing the attention of many. "Isn't that the campus beauty who played the people last time?" "Indeed, it's Senior Lu Jinglan. She's breathtaking." Whispers of admiration filled the air as students recognized her, some even waving shyly. Lu Jinglan remained composed under the scrutiny, smiling warmly. Spotting her, Lin Fei's mind sparked with an idea. He approached the instructor and whispered a few words before swiftly making his way to Lu Jinglan, blocking her path. Startled by his sudden appearance, Lu Jinglan regarded Lin Fei with a mix of amusement and confusion. "Classmate, what are you doing?" "Senior Lu Jinglan, may I borrow your guitar?" Lin Fei asked, his smile disarming. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Jinglan soon smiled and nodded, handing him the guitar. Of course, she was not surprised that he knew her name. She was aware of her popularity on the school's confession wall. Gratefully accepting the guitar, Lin Fei tested its weight and beamed. "Thank you, Senior." "No need for thanks." Lu Jinglan waved her hand lightly. "Were you selected to perform?" Yes." Lin Fei shrugged with a hint of resignation. Lu Jinglan smiled warmly. "That's normal. Performances are part of freshman military training. It's a great opportunity for personal growth. Good luck." This exchange evoked envy among many onlookers. "What is happening? The campus beauty isn't aloof? She is so friendly. I wish I had the courage to approach her. Hey, soldier, are you ready yet?" Zhao Donglai's voice boomed. "Almost done." Lin Fei quickly slung the guitar over his shoulder and dashed back to the formation. Lu Jinglan settled elegantly on a bench beneath a tree, watching quietly. Returning to the field, Lin Fei cradled the guitar, preparing to casually strum a tune to meet the situation. "Lin Fei, could you play Sunny Day?" A beautiful girl blushed as she asked. "I want to hear it too," chimed in several other female classmates in enthusiastic agreement. Lin Fei nodded in acknowledgement and, seeing that the boys had no objections, prepared to perform. Ever since he acquired the skill of musical proficiency, Lin Fei had found himself effortlessly at ease with various instruments. As he began to play, he felt akin to a master of the craft. With a gentle strum, the enchanting melody of Sunny Day swiftly captivated the audience, rendering them momentarily silent. Zhao Feng and Lu Dachao gazed at Lin Fei in bewilderment. "No way, dude, you can actually play?" As Lin Fei softly sang the lyrics, the girls in the class began to hum along. "Will you wait, or will you leave?" Notably, the girl who had earlier blushed while requesting the song gazed at Lin Fei with eyes full of admiration and tenderness. On the other side, Lu Jinglan watched Lin Fei's performance with keen interest. Through his deft strumming and sliding techniques, she could discern the depth of Lin Fei's understanding of the guitar, indicating at least an advanced proficiency. "Such a talent must be recruited into my music club," Lu Jinglan murmured to herself, her interest piqued. Lin Fei, fully immersed in his singing, was suddenly alerted by the system's voice in his mind. "You've gained 20 points. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he glanced over at Lu Jinglan, who rested her chin on her hands, attentively watching him with a slightly endearing demeanor. 5 minutes later, the performance concluded, and the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Many of the girls gazed at Lin Fei with infatuation, eagerly searching for his contact information in the class group chat. "I didn't realize your class had so much talent. How about we play a game of passing the parcel and draw 2 more people to perform?" Zhao Donglai said with a grin. At his words, many faces in the crowd turned pale. "Oh no, not this again. Please don't let it be me. If it is, I'm done for. Is there a crack in the ground? Let me hide in it." The most daunting aspect of freshman military training? It wasn't the sun or the instructors, but the prospect of showcasing one's talents. After all, everyone was just ordinary, lacking in singing or dancing skills, and with clumsy physiques, how could they possibly have enough acts? Yet, military training lasted at least half a month, and many could not escape the fate of being called upon to perform. Since Lin Fei had already performed, he was exempt from the parcel game, and Zhao Donglai instructed him to return the guitar. Lin Fei put away the instrument and sat beside Lu Jinglan. "Senior, thank you so much today," he expressed sincerely. "Thanks are unnecessary. Could you promise me one thing?" Lu Jinglan replied, batting her eyelashes and revealing a stunning smile. Lin Fei grinned. "That depends on what it is. If it involves any form of personal sacrifice, I'm afraid I must decline." Lu Jinglan's face flushed, and she playfully glared at him. "You're quite the dreamer." Lin Fei chuckled and continued. "Let's discuss the serious matter, Senior Lu." Clearing her throat, Lu Jinglan softly said, "I would like to invite you to join the Qinglan Music Society I'm establishing." She gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lu Jinglan quickly added, "Our club doesn't have many obligations. We rarely hold meetings, plus there are only 8 members. And many of them are quite attractive." Lin Fei paused, then replied earnestly, "While the presence of attractive individuals is secondary, my passion for music is paramount. Since you've created such a platform, I will reluctantly join." Lu Jinglan rolled her eyes internally. "Men? By the way, the club activities are genuinely minimal, right?" Lin Fei inquired again. "Rest assured, I wouldn't deceive you." Lu Jinglan assured him quickly. "All right." Lin Fei nodded. With Lu Jinglan's considerable resources at her disposal, he was keen not to miss this opportunity, as joining the club would undoubtedly enhance their rapport. "Let us exchange contact information first. I'll send you a form to fill out later." After adding each other on WeChat, Lu Jinglan asked, "By the way, Junior, what is your name?" "Lin Fei." With the character for tree and the character for flying bird, he replied with a smile. "Got it." Lu Jinglan beamed. The afternoon of military training soon came to a close. After the session ended, Lin Fei chose not to dine out, but returned to his dormitory to shower. As he was dressing, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID read, "Aunt Zhang." Upon answering, a gentle voice came through. "Hello, is this Xiao Fei?" Lin Fei responded with a smile. "Aunt Zhang, what's up?" Zhang Yujia, a single mother recently turned 40, had engaged Lin Fei as a tutor for her daughter, Mi Shuman, during the holidays for 2 months. After a brief pause, she said, "Today is Xiao Man's birthday, and I wanted to see if you have time to come over for dinner." The mention of Xiao Man made Lin Fei's face flush, conjuring some rather vivid images in his mind. Clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness, he replied, "Yes, I'm free. I'll come over shortly." "Great. I'll hang up now. I still have soup to prepare." "All right." After ending the call, Lin Fei quickly finished dressing and headed to the parking lot. Once in his McLaren, he drove towards the city but didn't rush to Aunt Zhang's house. Instead, he first stopped at a shopping mall, recalling that Mi Shuman had previously mentioned her birthday. However, with recent events occupying his mind, he had completely forgotten the date. He wondered if she would be upset. As he wandered through the mall, Lin Fei found himself at a loss for what to buy. His memory served that she primarily enjoyed listening to music, painting, and playing the piano, with few other hobbies. Moreover, Aunt Zhang, while a single mother, seemed financially stable. After much deliberation, Lin Fei decided to purchase a necklace, a stunning piece adorned with gemstones and diamonds from Harry Winston, valued at over 700,000. Aunt Zhang resided in the upscale community of Junhua Huafu in Huayang City. The area boasted a pleasant environment and convenient transportation, with average property prices exceeding 60,000 per square meter. The smallest apartments in the complex spanned over 200 square meters, meaning even the least expensive units were valued at over 10 million. Were it not for the stringent regulations surrounding tutoring, Lin Fei might never have had the chance to work in such a prestigious neighborhood. Nevertheless, he was quite accomplished in his own right, achieving a score of 643 in the college entrance examination without relying on the system, nearly scoring full marks in geography and chemistry. It must be noted that the security measures in upscale communities were exceptionally rigorous. Even driving his McLaren P1, Lin Fei found himself stopped by the guards. At last, it was Aunt Zhang who made the call, prompting the security to grant passage. After parking the car, Lin Fei hurriedly took the elevator to the upper floor. It had been over an hour since Aunt Zhang's call had summoned him. Meanwhile, inside the house, Zhang Yujia held her phone, hesitating whether to call Lin Fei to urge him on, as the dishes were nearly cooling down. By the dining table, Mi Shuman sat quietly in her chair, her expression as tranquil as a still lake. She had deliberately donned her favorite dress today, all for Lin Fei's visit. Just as Zhang Yujia was about to dial Lin Fei's number, the doorbell finally rang. It must be Xiao Fei. Zhang Yujia hurried to open the door. Mi Shuman's previously calm demeanor finally exhibited a hint of change. Outside, Lin Fei clutched a gift bag, taking several deep breaths. For some unknown reason, he felt a twinge of nervousness. After the previous incident, he was uncertain how to face Mi Shuman now. As the door swung open, the first sight that greeted him was Zhang Yujia, adorned in a white lace gown, her hair elegantly styled. Her face was captivatingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, her figure graceful, and her demeanor gentle. At first glance, one would hardly believe she was a woman of 40. "Aunt Zhang, Lin Fei greeted her with a smile. Suddenly, the system chimed. Target 007 is about to automatically bind. Damn it, what is this nonsense system? He thought. Bind it immediately. Name, Zhang Yujia. Age, 40. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Figure, 96. Comprehensive score, 945. Purity, 98. Goddess strategy funds, 999. 9 billion. Current affection level towards host, 40 points. Lin Fei mentally cursed the system countless times. Fortunately, this was not a mandatory task. Otherwise, he would be at a loss. 999. 9 billion? No thanks. Xiao Fei. Why are you daydreaming? Come in quickly, Zhang Yujia said with a smile. Okay, Aunt Zhang. Lin Fei chuckled awkwardly and followed her inside. Aunt Zhang's home spanned over 280 square meters, boasting a minimalist and modern decor. The floors were spotless, but with only 2 residents, it lacked a certain warmth. Upon entering, Lin Fei also spotted the long-unseen Mishuman. She was as beautiful as ever, yet still bore a hint of melancholy. Xiao Man, happy birthday, Lin Fei approached her, extending the gift. System detecting target 008, binding in progress. Name, Mishuman. Age, 18. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 95. Figure, 95. Comprehensive score, 95. Purity, 100. Goddess strategy funds, 122. 2 billion. Current affection level towards host, 60 points. Oh my, not again. Lin Fei felt a pang of frustration. Why is it binding now for the ones that shouldn't be bound? Forget the money. Despite his flaws, Lin Fei held on to his principles. Upon seeing Lin Fei, Mishuman's fair face flushed with a faint pink hue, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. When she noticed the gift in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Thank you, Lin Fei, she said softly, accepting the present. Zhang Yujia observed the interaction keenly. As a woman of experience, she understood her daughter's feelings. However, she chose to feign ignorance. Lin Fei was remarkably accomplished, and both his parents were educated professionals. With her daughter soon to enter university, she would not oppose any budding feelings between them. After all, she recognized that her daughter rarely expressed fondness for anyone, and Lin Fei was the first. After receiving the gift and expressing her gratitude, Mishuman fell silent, her head bowed. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Lin Fei turned his attention to the array of dishes on the table, exclaiming, Aunt Zhang, your cooking remains unparalleled as always. The colors and aromas are delightful. I'm absolutely starving. Can we please start the meal? Zhang Yujia paused momentarily, then smiled apologetically. Let us eat. I was just caught up thinking about the stock market. I'm so sorry, Xiao Fei. She swiftly moved to the table, urging them. Xiao Fei, Xiao Man, please dig in before it gets cold. The food had already been served, and Lin Fei wasted no time, picking up his chopsticks and diving into the meal. Mishuman cast a gentle glance at Lin Fei, who was devouring the food, before picking up her own chopsticks to nibble on a piece of green vegetable. As they ate, Zhang Yujia suddenly slapped her forehead and laughed. How could I forget to ask if you drink, Xiao Fei? I have some red wine that a friend gifted me. No need to trouble yourself, Aunt Zhang. I'm not fond of red wine. Lin Fei waved his hand. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't tea drink, Zhang Yujia realized it wouldn't tea be suitable for her to drink alone, so she dropped the subject. All right then. After a moment, she asked, by the way, Xiao Fei, you got accepted into Huada, right? Yes, why do you ask, Aunt Zhang? Lin Fei nodded while chewing. Zhang Yujia hesitated momentarily before speaking. Well, Xiao Man is in her senior year now, and with my busy work schedule, I haven't had much time to tutor her. I wanted to ask if you could come over on the weekends to help her with her studies. She just took her exams last week, and her math score was just over 80. Lin Fei, upon hearing this, didn't immediately agree. After all, times had changed, and he no longer lacked for money. Yet, he also didn't want to refuse, given that Aunt Zhang and Xiao Man had treated him well. Noticing Lin Fei's hesitance, Zhang Yujia quickly added, I can offer you 700 per hour. What do you think? In the past, Lin Fei would have jumped at such a rate without a second thought, as 2 hours of work would equate to a university student's monthly living expenses. However, now, even a casual purchase for a girl could yield tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in returns. The pay of 700 per hour was evidently beneath his consideration. Seeing Lin Fei still undecided, Zhang Yujia felt a twinge of disappointment towards the young man. She had thought he was of good character, only to see him now seemingly trying to negotiate terms, which felt rather greedy. Lin Fei set down his chopsticks, offering a helpless smile. Aunt Zhang, it's not about the money. I genuinely have other commitments. Upon hearing this, Mishuman's eyes dimmed slightly, and her previously bright expression turned noticeably colder. Mishuman's affection level dropped to 10. Current affection level, 50. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Zhang Yujia wisely chose to drop the matter, saying with a smile, Since you're busy, Xiao Fei, let us forget about it for now. I'll find someone else for Xiao Man. Let us eat. I'm full, Mi Shuman announced, placing her chopsticks down and turning to retreat into her room without looking back. Zhang Yujia's expression flickered momentarily before she regained her composure. Xiao Fei, don't mind her, she's like that. Just enjoy your meal. Lin Fei chuckled awkwardly and continued to eat. However, with the atmosphere now strained, he lost his appetite, merely scraping through a few more bites before setting down his chopsticks. And Zhang, is Xiao Man all right? Lin Fei inquired cautiously. Zhang Yujia gestured to Lin Fei, assuring him not to worry. Don't fret, this girl is just like that. She'll be fine in a few days. Zhang, if I have time, I could come over on Saturday morning to tutor her, Lin Fei suggested. Xiao Fei, she is at a crucial stage now. I need to find a long-term, stable tutor for her. If you come and go unpredictably, it will affect her, don't you think? Zhang Yujia replied, looking at Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded stiffly, acknowledging the truth in her words. After their meal, Zhang Yujia began to clear the table, and Lin Fei, feeling awkward, joined in. However, once the dishes were washed, he found himself with nothing to do, so he settled down on the sofa to watch television. Yet, the variety show was painfully awkward, and he soon felt a sense of discomfort. After a while, Zhang Yujia finally emerged from the kitchen. Lin Fei quickly said, Zhang, it's getting late. I really must head back, or the school dormitory will close. You're leaving so soon? Why not stay a bit longer? I'll call Mi Shuman out, and we can have some cake together before you go, Zhang Yujia offered. Lin Fei hesitated but eventually nodded. All right then. After all, it's Mi Shuman's birthday. It wouldn't be appropriate to leave right after dinner, as if I merely came to mooch off the food. Meanwhile, in the room, Mi Shuman sat quietly on the edge of her bed, cradling a large goose plush toy. This was a prize Lin Fei had secretly taken her out to win during a tutoring session, using the dozens of toys they had collected. She vividly remembered how happy she had been that day, as no one had ever taken her to enjoy such childish delights. As she reminisced, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She recalled the day she had exited the bathroom only to accidentally bump into Lin Fei, her bathrobe caught by the doorknob. Being a modest girl, that incident had profoundly altered her feelings toward him. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Zhang Yujia's voice called out, Xiao Man. It's time for cake. If you don't come out now, Lin Fei will leave. Upon hearing that Lin Fei was about to depart, Mi Shuman finally rose to open the door. Zhang Yujia had ordered a small cake for her. Though it wasn't large, it was exquisitely beautiful. Once the lights were dimmed, Zhang Yujia lit the candles, and she and Lin Fei began to sing the birthday song for Mi Shuman. Happy birthday to you, they sang while clapping, just as one would for a small child. Mi Shuman felt a wave of emotion wash over her, her nose tingling. Xiao Man, make a wish, Lin Fei gently urged. Mi Shuman nodded, closed her eyes, and clasped her hands tightly. I wish for peace and safety for my mother and Lin Fei, and that I will surely be admitted to Huayan University. After she made her wish, Zhang Yujia turned on the lights and began to slice the cake. She was quite particular about maintaining her figure and rarely indulged in creamy treats, but today, on her daughter's 18th birthday, she made an exception and cut herself a small piece. As the clock struck 9:30, Lin Fei finally felt free to leave without hesitation. At this hour, even the most powerful authority could not keep him. Zhang, Xiao Man, it's getting late. I truly must be on my way, he stated. Zhang Yujia glanced at the time and nodded in agreement. It was indeed late. How about I drive you back? It would save you the trouble of hailing a cab, she suggested. There's no need for such trouble, Zhang. I can just grab a cab, Lin Fei replied with a smile. Very well. But do take care on your way back, Zhang Yujia cautioned. Of course, Lin Fei nodded, glancing at Mi Shuman before turning to leave. Zhang Yujia and Mi Shuman accompanied him to the door. Lin Fei, just as he was about to step into the elevator, Mi Shuman suddenly called out to him. Xiao Man, what's the matter? Lin Fei turned around, a look of confusion on his face. Zhang Yujia also looked at her daughter, puzzled. I want to see you off, Mi Shuman said, gazing at Lin Fei. Lin Fei initially thought to refuse, but seeing the earnestness in her eyes, he relented. Well, all right then, it is quite late, and I might get lost, he chuckled awkwardly. Zhang Yujia nearly laughed at Lin Fei's comment, but upon glancing at her daughter, she sighed inwardly. Chapter 33, The Beautiful Liang Yun. Inside the elevator, Lin Fei and Mi Shuman maintained a silence that felt somewhat peculiar. Xiao Man, how have your grades been lately? Lin Fei broke the silence first. Average, Mi Shuman replied, pursing her lips slightly. You need to put in more effort this year. Lin Fei smiled encouragingly. Since you care about my grades, why did you refuse to tutor me? Mi Shuman suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on Lin Fei, her eyes revealing a mix of emotions. I can't guarantee I'll be available every week. I just told Zhang that she needs to find a stable tutor. Plus, with technology so advanced now, I can also help you via video calls, Lin Fei reassured her. Mi Shuman fell silent. Indeed, with Lin Fei now in college. He had to carve out his own life and could not come to tutor her every week. Then how about we have a half-hour video session every evening for math tutoring? Mi Shumen asked, her eyes hopeful. Of course. Lin Fei grinned widely. Upon hearing this, Mi Shumen's expression softened. Mi Shumen, affection level 10. Current affection level, 60. Just then, the elevator arrived at the underground parking lot. Lin Fei, did you press the wrong button? Mi Shumen asked, puzzled. Actually, I drove here today, Lin Fei replied. You bought a car? Mi Shumen was somewhat astonished. She had heard her mother mention Lin Fei's family background. While not poor, they were not particularly wealthy either. She hadn't anticipated that he could afford a car in his freshman year, realizing she had underestimated his financial capabilities. No wonder he was reluctant to accept her mother's offer of $700 per hour for tutoring. Yes, I won a few million from the sports lottery recently. Lin Fei casually fabricated an explanation. Lin Fei, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Mi Shumen asked, half in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Lin Fei chuckled. Seeing that Lin Fei appeared earnest, Mi Shumen asked seriously, did you really win? Although he felt guilty about deceiving a child, Lin Fei's psychological resilience was robust. Yes, an 8-game parlay. I bought a lot of tickets, and they all won, he stated with utmost seriousness. Mi Shumen knew Lin Fei enjoyed playing football, but she was astonished that he could predict the outcomes of 8 matches. His prowess was almost AI-like. When Lin Fei produced the McLaren car key and unlocked the door, all of Mi Shumen's lingering doubts vanished. No wonder you didn't want to tutor me. Turns out you're wealthy now, Mi Shumen teased. Little girl, that's just one reason among many, Lin Fei said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Our relationship cannot be measured by money. If I have the time, even if you didn't offer me anything, I would still come to tutor you. Mi Shumen gazed at Lin Fei, her heart a whirlpool of emotions. Are you serious? She asked, looking deeply into his eyes. Yes, Lin Fei affirmed with a nod. He was indeed not joking. He appreciated how well Mi Shumen and Zhang Ai treated him, and he had never forgotten it. Lin Fei, I believe you. In that moment, the once vacant eyes of Mi Shumen seemed to radiate with newfound light. Even her typically frosty demeanor was graced with an uncommon smile. Well, it's getting late. We should head back soon, as classes await us tomorrow, Lin Fei remarked, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Mi Shumen remained silent, instead opening her arms and blushing as she gazed at Lin Fei. He stepped forward and embraced her lightly, encouraging. All right, let us hurry home. She nodded softly. Lin Fei, please be careful on your way back, she reminded him before he departed. Rest assured, Xiaoman, he replied. Once back upstairs, the clouds of gloom that had previously overshadowed Mi Shumen dissipated, replaced by a sweet warmth in her heart. Observing the shift in her daughter's mood, Zhang Yujia instinctively understood that something significant had transpired between the two. However, she was no antiquated relic. Her daughter was now an adult, and she preferred not to meddle excessively. Yet, having endured the pains of 2 failed relationships, she was reluctant to let her daughter repeat her past mistakes. There were still words she felt compelled to share. Xiaoman, could you come to my room for a moment? Zhang Yujia asked softly. Is there something you need? Mi Shumen inquired with curiosity. I have something to discuss, Zhang Yujia replied, offering a gentle smile to ease her daughter's anxiety. All right, Mi Shumen acquiesced. Following her into the room, the two sat side by side on the bed, and Zhang Yujia gently took Mi Shumen's hand, speaking in a tender tone, my dear. Tell me, do you have feelings for Lin Fei? Mi Shumen was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson, her heart racing with fervor. She had not anticipated such directness from her mother, devoid of any preamble. How could she evade such a bold inquiry? Although Mi Shumen did not verbally respond, Zhang Yujia could feel the rapid pulse in her daughter's wrist divulging the answer. I see I have my answer, Zhang Yujia said with a warm smile. Mom, I don't like him, Mi Shumen hastily denied. But I haven't even revealed the answer yet. Why are you so eager to distance yourself? Zhang Yujia thought her daughter's innocence was endearingly naive. Mi Shumen fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward. Lin Fei was indeed a fine young man, handsome and academically gifted, earning her mother's admiration. However, Zhang Yujia felt it essential to impart some wisdom. Romance should not be a fleeting impulse. Your focus should not be solely on Lin Fei, but rather on striving to excel in your studies and preparing for university. If you cannot even achieve a score of 600, how can you hope to keep pace with Lin Fei, stand alongside him, or engage in a romantic relationship? Mom, what do you mean? Mi Shumen blushed, feeling shy. What do you think? Do you really believe I've never experienced love? Zhang Yujia rolled her eyes playfully. Embarrassed, Mi Shumen lowered her gaze, unsure how her feelings had become so evident. If you can score 600, I promise not to restrict your freedom anymore. How does that sound? Zhang Yujia proposed. Really? Is that true? Mi Shumen blinked, surprised. When have I ever deceived you? Zhang Yujia stroked her daughter's hair gently, speaking softly. Meanwhile, after departing from Junyue Huafu, Lin Fei had initially intended to return directly to school. However, he received a message from Zhao Feng and the others suggesting a game of billiards. Naturally, Lin Fei accepted, having not played in ages. Feej, we're at Yulong Square. GK Billiards Club, Zhao Feng sent the location. Okay, Lin Fei replied, driving towards the destination. The GK Billiards Club was quite renowned in the university town, primarily because many of the female assistants were attractive university students working part-time, often dressed in alluring outfits. Business thrived, attracting not only students but also affluent individuals seeking entertainment. Half an hour later, Lin Fei arrived at Yulong Square in his McLaren. As he parked, onlookers paused to admire the car, a rare sight in the vicinity, where even a BMW was considered a luxury. However, some scoffed. They couldn't believe a university student could afford such a vehicle, assuming it was merely rented for show. Wow. Mingjie, look over there. A McLaren P1. Someone exclaimed. Yeah, it's just a McLaren. No big deal. Another replied dismissively. I bet it's just a rental for some guy trying to impress girls. As Lin Fei stepped out of the car, a group of fashionable and charming female students approached him, as though he were their quarry. Hey there, can we add each other on WeChat? Let us be friends. A stunning girl said sweetly. Lin Fei glanced at her and, noticing the system had not yet bound her, simply waved his hand dismissively and walked past. The girl, rejected, sulked and muttered under her breath. Just a few steps later, two more stylishly dressed young women joined the first, encircling Lin Fei. Hey, she wants your WeChat. She thinks you're her type. They giggled, pointing to the girl hiding her face. Lin Fei chuckled inwardly. It seemed the McLaren was indeed more appealing than he had imagined. The girls urged their shy friend, Liang Yun, to gather her courage and approach Lin Fei. Finally, Liang Yun, emboldened by the urgency of the moment, stepped forward, her cheeks flushed, and asked, could I add you on WeChat? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. As Lin Fei took a closer look at her features, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. The system activated, target 009 identified, binding initiated. Name, Liang Yun. Age, 22. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 96. Build, 96. Overall score, 96. Purity, 100. Goddess Pursuit Funds, 66. 6 billion. Current favorability towards host, 30 points. Delight surged within Lin Fei. Liang Yun was precisely the type he favored, clearly capable of indulgence. To his surprise, he had initially misjudged her, thinking she was merely another superficial beauty reliant on makeup to maintain her allure. As a result, the girl merely wore light makeup, yet her beauty was strikingly exceptional, rivaling even that of Song Jiai and Kai Xinyan without any hint of inferiority. He had previously believed that beauty and modesty were intrinsically linked. However, he now realized that a woman's appearance does not necessarily correlate with her demeanor. This explains why, at times, when watching adult films, one might be perplexed by the presence of an extraordinarily stunning lead actress. How could someone so beautiful choose such a profession? How could such beauty engage in actions that are often deemed taboo? Society tends to assume that beautiful women are inherently demure, ethereal, and challenging to pursue, while those deemed less attractive are burdened with negative stereotypes, perceived as easily attainable. Ultimately, one discovers that stunning women may find themselves pursued by men of average looks, while some less conventionally attractive women have surprisingly high standards. Chapter 34, The Pool Table Beauty Assistant. Of course, Lin Fei swiftly displayed his WeChat QR code to her. After adding Lin Fei on WeChat, Liang Yun blinked her eyes and inquired, Handsome, my name is Liang Yun, the Yun with the grass radical. What is your name? Lin Fei. As in flying high, Lin Fei replied with a broad smile. Great. Liang Yun beamed sweetly, adding a note to Lin Fei's contact. By the way, handsome, I attend the financial university. Which school do you go to? Liang Yun continued. I'm from Huada. Lin Fei chuckled. Upon hearing that Lin Fei was from Huada, Liang Yun's gaze towards him held a hint of admiration, given that it had once been her dream school. Wow, Huada. Liang Yun, you have good taste. Liang Yun's two friends chimed in, teasingly eyeing her. Oh, what nonsense are you all spouting? Liang Yun quickly denied, though her eyes couldn't help but wander back to Lin Fei. After bidding farewell to the three beautiful women, Lin Fei finally arrived at the GK Pool Club. The establishment was already bustling with patrons, and the expansive hall was nearly devoid of empty tables. Glancing around, he was met with a sea of long legs adorned in black and white fishnet stockings. It was unclear if the club had stringent requirements for its part-time staff, but many of the female assistants and companions were quite attractive, boasting looks that were certainly above average, complemented by enviable figures. Their attire was quite revealing, showcasing ample cleavage and toned waists. Fei, go over here. Zhao Feng called from a corner. Lin Fei nodded and approached the pool table in the corner. Zhao Feng and Xia Xiang each had 2 balls remaining, while Lu Daqiao sat nearby, spectating. Fei Gu, watch how I handle Xiang. Zhao Feng boasted with a grin. I'll bet you can't sink it. Xia Xiang retorted with a smirk. With a swift strike, Zhao Feng sent the cue ball gliding past a colored ball, which subsequently dropped into a pocket. Huh, what do you think? Zhao Feng exclaimed, brimming with pride. Xia Xiang scoffed. Let us see you make the next shot first. Focus and learn well. Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows, preparing for another shot. He leaned forward, narrowed his eyes, and adopted a serious demeanor before delivering a powerful low shot. The cue ball collided forcefully with another ball, which then ricocheted several times before finding its way into the pocket. To make matters worse, the cue ball ended up in a straight line with the 8 ball and the pocket. Damn it, I concede. Xia Xiang admitted defeat, having lost 3 rounds prior. How are you so skilled? Xia Xiang questioned. My family used to run a farm stay, and we had over a dozen pool tables. I spent my childhood playing, so I've been at it for over a decade. Zhao Feng replied with a chuckle. No wonder, you have quite the foundation. Lin Fei clapped Zhao Feng on the shoulder. Absolutely. Zhao Feng grinned. Since there's only one table out here, how about we book a private room? Lin Fei suggested, looking at the trio. Fei Gu. The big private room here is $100 an hour. Lu Daqiao scratched his head. Today, I'm in a good mood. I'll cover all expenses. Lin Fei declared, turning away before they could respond and heading straight to the front desk. The cashier at the front was an enchanting young woman with her hair elegantly styled, who smiled warmly upon seeing Lin Fei approach. Handsome, are you looking to book a table or a private room? Lin Fei assessed the woman before him. Her demeanor was captivating. Her skin smooth and fair, and her figure generous, qualifying her as a beauty in her own right. I'd like to book a big private room. Lin Fei replied with a smile. The young woman regarded Lin Fei for a moment before slightly leaning over her computer to finalize the booking. Lin Fei inadvertently caught a glimpse of a deep neckline. Don't look. He chastised himself, quickly averting his gaze as if nothing had happened. Before long, the private room was ready, and the young woman summoned a teenager to escort Lin Fei to the room. The young lad appeared to be around 15 or 16, dressed in a rather casual manner, leading Lin Fei to suspect he might have dropped out of school to work here. It seemed many young people were drawn to such establishments, seeking ease and minimal educational requirements. Lin Fei instructed Zhao Feng to settle the previous table, then invited Xia Xiang and Lu Daqiao to join him in the private room. The room was located on the 2nd floor, tucked away behind the cashier's desk. Somewhat concealed. If one weren't specifically looking for it, the staircase leading up would be hard to notice. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lin Fei observed that the doors to each private room were securely locked, leaving him curious about the activities occurring within. Soon, the young lad led Lin Fei and his friends into room 211. Although it was a large private room, it contained only 3 pool tables, which Lin Fei understood, considering it was a pool club near a school and thus could not be overly luxurious. Nonetheless, the environment was pleasant enough, with clean sofas and floors. Handsome. If you wish to order an assistant or snacks, just scan the QR code on the wall, the young lad informed Lin Fei. Understood. Lin Fei nodded as the young man turned to leave. Fei Gu, Daqiao doesn't know how to play. How are we going to manage with 3 tables? Xia Xiang asked. Surveying the 3 tables, Lin Fei looked perplexed, turning to Lu Daqiao. Daqiao, you don't know how to play pool? Lu Daqiao offered an awkward smile. Fei Gu. I'm not kidding. I really don't. No worries. Brothers will pitch in to get you a beautiful assistant. Let her teach you. Zhao Feng chimed in with a mischievous grin. Zhao Feng's suggestion was appealing, but since Lin Fei had already stated he would cover the expenses today, he added, let us not discuss pooling money then. Fei Gu, that one tea do. Even if you're wealthy, you can't always be the one footing the bill. Xia Xiang protested, feeling that if Lin Fei were to pay every time, it would be rather awkward for them. Lu Daqiao and Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and proposed, how about this? We'll order 3 assistants to join us for a game. If I can defeat all 3 assistants and you too, I'll cover the bill for today. If I lose even one match, we'll split the costs. Deal. Xia Xiang and Zhao Feng chimed in unison. Seeing that both had agreed, Lu Daqiao also nodded. They were skeptical that Lin Fei could win 5 consecutive matches, knowing that most assistants who worked here had a certain level of skill. After all, Lin Fei was no match for old Ding. He certainly lacked the prowess to effortlessly overpower 5 individuals. Otherwise, mere good looks and subpar billiard skills would hardly satisfy the clientele. With an appreciative glance at the two, Lin Fei recalled that he had recently acquired a skill bonus encompassing mastery in all ball games, including billiards. Although he couldn't claim to outshine a world champion, his skills were certainly competitive. Scanning the QR code affixed to the wall, Lin Fei began to select his assistants. The other 3 gathered behind him, eager to join in the selection process. It must be noted that this billiard club boasted an impressive array of female assistants, totaling a remarkable 26. Moreover, The mini-program not only displayed their photographs, but also provided details regarding their height, weight, personality, and fashion style. Even more astonishing was the option to specify their attire, albeit for an additional fee. Feej, number 10, number 10. I want number 10. Zhao Feng exclaimed with excitement. Feej, are these assistants pleasant? Will they scold us? Lu Daqiao inquired cautiously. Upon hearing Lu Daqiao's question, the three could hardly contain their amusement. Ha ha ha. Daqiao, don't make me laugh to death. Zhao Feng chuckled, finding Lu Daqiao's earnestness rather endearing. Suppressing his laughter, Lin Fei reassured him, rest assured, Daqiao, they are all quite gentle. Lu Daqiao, feeling a tad awkward, scratched his head. Number 10, Susu, really is quite attractive, Lin Fei remarked, clicking on the assistant Zhao Feng had mentioned earlier to view her other photographs. I do have a discerning eye. Zhao Feng grinned. 98 an hour, that is quite reasonable, Lin Fei mused, stroking his chin before promptly selecting 5 hours. He then continued browsing through the other assistants. Before long, assistant number 17, Jingjing, captured Lin Fei's attention. Upon visiting her profile, he noted that her rate was significantly higher than the rest. At 168 per hour. After viewing her photographs, Lin Fei quickly understood why. The young woman possessed striking features, donned in a style that exuded innocence and charm. With understated makeup, and she was a third-year university student. Feej, this girl is truly beautiful, Lu Daqiao remarked, breaking the silence. Oh Daqiao, have you taken a liking to her? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Lu Daqiao chuckled bashfully, but as he recalled the hefty price of 168, a look of concern crossed his face. He wondered how much of his living expenses would remain if they ended up splitting the costs. Lin Fei draped an arm around Lu Daqiao's shoulders, saying, since you like her, I'll book her, and I'll make sure she personally instructs you. By the way, what would you like her to wear? Just come over and click on the images on the screen. Lin Fei offered his phone to Lu Daqiao with a mischievous smile. Without hesitation, Lu Daqiao selected a picture of Jingjing in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts. Oh, so Daqiao prefers the sweet girl style, the three teased him. Lu Daqiao's dark complexion flushed slightly, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. With only one slot remaining, Lin Fei selected assistant number 21, Bella. This woman's attire embodied Lin Fei's favored dominant lady style, and her appearance was quite appealing, likely scoring an impressive 8 out of 10. After finalizing the assistants, Lin Fei ordered some snacks and beverages. Daqiao, don't be shy later. Lin Fei patted Lu Daqiao's shoulder. With a firm nod, Lu Daqiao replied, I'll do my best. Feej. 5 minutes later, the three beautiful assistants entered the private room one after another. The first to arrive was Susu, a stunning woman with an alluring figure. Her cascading curly brown hair framed her face, and she wore a fitted gray dress that accentuated her curves, complemented by sheer black stockings that enveloped her long, elegant legs. Next came Bella, clad in a white qipao that revealed her long, fair thighs, adorned with an enchanting smile. Her black hair was elegantly styled, her figure voluptuous, and her features strikingly refined, exuding an alluring charm. Finally, Jingjing made her entrance, dressed in a pink t-shirt paired with denim shorts. Compared to the previous two, her outfit was less provocative, yet it radiated a youthful exuberance. Her innocent appearance was captivating, making her a goddess to many in the school. Beautiful lady. My brother wishes to learn billiards. Please teach him well. If you manage to teach him tonight, I will reward you with 1,000 yuan tip, Lin Fei said, pulling Lu Daqiao closer to Jingjing. 1,000? Boss, are you serious? Jingjing's eyes widened in disbelief. With so many witnesses here, do you think I would deceive you? Lin Fei replied with a warm smile. After considering the offer, Jingjing realized that anyone who could afford a private room and 3 assistants must possess considerable resources. 1,000 yuan, frankly, was not an exorbitant amount, and there was little reason for deceit. Boss, you can count on me. I will ensure this handsome gentleman learns, Jingjing assured him. All right, Daqiao, go over there with this lovely lady and practice. Lin Fei enthusiastically nudged Lu Daqiao toward Jingjing. Caught off guard, Lu Daqiao stumbled and inadvertently bumped into Jingjing. Rather than being upset, she giggled and wrapped her arm around his. With a gentle smile, Jingjing said to Lu Daqiao, handsome, let us head over there. I'll teach you how to play billiards. Having never experienced such a scenario, Lu Daqiao felt flustered and instinctively attempted to pull away. However, Jingjing held on tightly, making it difficult for him to escape. Moreover, her soft voice melted his heart. All right, Lu Daqiao replied, nodding stiffly. Thus, hand in hand, they made their way to the billiard table in the corner. Meanwhile, Lin Fei turned to Zhao Feng, placing an arm around his shoulder, and addressed Susu, beautiful lady. My brother is also a novice at billiards and is unfamiliar with certain techniques. He greatly requires a patient and gentle instructor. Can you assist him? Susu glanced at Zhao Feng, her eyes briefly betraying a hint of disdain. He was of average appearance, his outfit somewhat drab, and his gaze seemed rather lecherous. However, her disdain was subtly concealed, and Zhao Feng, not intentionally leering, remained oblivious. Yet Lin Fei noticed her reaction and promptly raised a finger, offering a faint smile. The tip is also 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Susu's eyes brightened instantly, her demeanor shifting from contempt to warmth and affection. In truth, this handsome man had a certain appeal. His chubby frame was oddly endearing. Don't worry, I promise he will learn. Susu bit her lip and smiled. Lin Fei's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded. After assigning the assistants, only Bella remained. Coincidentally, at that moment, a call came through from Xia Xiang's girlfriend. Handsome, are you also interested in learning techniques? Bella asked, gazing at Lin Fei, her eyes twinkling with allure. Do I seem like it? Lin Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Shall we have a game then? Bella's lips curled into a coy smile. If you win, I'll give you 100,000. What do you say? Lin Fei looked at Bella and replied, You think I'm joking? Bella chuckled, but a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. 100,000? You think you can afford it? You might be surprised. I'll give you 4 shots. If you can win, I'll still pay you, Lin Fei grinned. Although Bella harbored doubts, she was nonetheless inclined to take a chance given such favorable terms. Even if Lin Fei lacked funds, defeating him and relishing the moment would be quite gratifying. She merely hoped he wouldn't leave her a poor review. But what if I lose? Bella inquired. If you lose, just give me a massage, Lin Fei chuckled. All right, I hope you're not deceiving me, or I might be quite heartbroken, Bella replied, flashing a captivating smile. Chapter 36. Billiards is splendid, one must learn it. First, try to beat me. Lin Fei stepped forward, playfully pinching Bella's cheek. Bella was unfazed by Lin Fei's playful gesture. Such antics were familiar to her by now. However, his provocative demeanor irked her. After all, she had been engaged with billiards for 7 or 8 years, and she refused to believe she could be outmatched by a student. After arranging the balls, Lin Fei graciously allowed Bella to break first. She seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful shot that sent the billiard ball scattering. Yet, only one colored ball sank into a pocket. Observing the table's layout, Bella opted to continue targeting the colored balls. With a satisfying crack, another ball dropped in. Bella smiled. If she could pot 2 more balls, and then the 8th ball, Lin Fei would owe her money. However, fate was unkind, and her next shot, lacking sufficient force, failed to find its mark. What a pity. Lin Fei flashed a smile at Bella before picking up the cue and searching for an optimal position. Bella narrowed her eyes, carefully scrutinizing his movements. Lin Fei leaned slightly, positioning the cue, then struck the cue ball with a forceful stroke. The cue ball collided heavily with a solid ball, sending it into a pocket. As the cue ball seemed poised to follow suit, it ricocheted back instead. It was a remarkably executed low shot. Nonetheless, Bella's expression remained unchanged. This was hardly impressive. However, Lin Fei's subsequent maneuver left her utterly speechless. He executed a jump shot, sending a solid ball, previously obstructed by 3 colored balls, straight into the net. The display was not over. With another emphatic strike, the cue ball darted forth like a shooting star, resulting in 4 solid balls sinking into pockets. Remarkably, he deftly avoided all perilous paths. Although the 8 ball and colored balls were also struck, none posed a threat. At that moment, Lin Fei was left with just 2 balls and the 8 ball. Bella's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, rendered momentarily speechless. Having worked at this club for 2 years and encountered thousands of customers, she had never witnessed billiards played in such a manner. Lin Fei's style seemed chaotic, as if he were playing recklessly, yet somehow it was astonishingly effective. Watch closely, beautiful, Lin Fei said, leaning forward, his gaze entirely diverted from the cue. Without looking back, he executed a blind shot. Bang, bang, bang. The last 2 balls also found their way into the net. How is this possible? Bella exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing it, she would never have believed that such a seemingly mindless approach could yield such brilliance. Now, only the 8 ball remained on the table. Lin Fei struck again, the 8 ball tracing several straight lines before dropping into a pocket. An unbroken run. How terrifying. Bella gazed at Lin Fei, her voice trembling as she spoke. Boss, you must be a professional player. No, I'm just a casual player, Lin Fei replied, lighting a cigarette with a swagger. Shall we continue? He asked with a grin. Bella gritted her teeth and said, Let us continue. She refused to believe that Lin Fei would not make a mistake. As long as she pocketed 4 balls and the 8 ball, she would claim victory. She was resolute in her abilities. Meanwhile, Jingjing, delicate as a flower, exuded a fragrant jasmine aroma, gently leaned against Lu Dachao. This is a low shot. After you strike, the ball will return to you. If you want to hit, Jingjing said softly, her warm breath brushing against Lu Dachao's cheek. He dared not move. taking in the intoxicating scent that rendered him momentarily unable to steady his cue. As for the techniques, he was oblivious to them. Have you understood, handsome? Jingjing turned her head, gazing at him with tender eyes. The two were already close together, and with her turning, their noses almost touched. Gazing at her innocent yet slightly alluring face, Lu Daqiao's heart raced. The last time he visited a bar, the dancer Lin Fei had introduced him to didn't he make him this nervous? Was this what it felt like to be smitten? Lu Daqiao swallowed hard, muttering. Then let us learn the high shot, Jingjing said, winking as she leaned closer to him. Her soft form and delightful scent made Lu Daqiao feel as though he were falling in love. In contrast to Lu Daqiao's bashfulness, Zhao Feng was considerably bolder. Su Su, motivated by the prospect of a reward, diligently taught him the techniques, but he paid no heed, focusing solely on resting his hand on hers. So smooth, so soft, so cool. Zhao Feng appeared utterly composed, feigning attentiveness, yet he was lost in a euphoric haze. Have you understood, handsome? Su Su asked, suppressing her irritation while forcing a smile. I'm not quite clear on the technique, but I can't articulate it in words, Zhao Feng replied, feigning confusion. What movement? Su Su inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. You take a shot stance, and I'll point it out for you, he said earnestly. Su Su nodded, picking up the cue and bending over. Zhao Feng naturally moved beside her, casually resting his hand on her back. Su Su instinctively tried to pull away but quickly composed herself. After all, this wasn't their first encounter, so she allowed it to happen. How do you execute a jump shot? Zhao Feng asked seriously. Su Su rolled her eyes internally but, thinking of the generous tips from Lin Fei, she patiently began to explain. A jump shot requires first observing the distance of the balls downstairs. A hefty man clad in a Givenchy t-shirt and adorned with a chunky gold chain entered the hall. Standing about 6 feet tall, his corpulence spilled out in folds, and his rugged face bore an intimidating expression, making it clear he was not to be trifled with. Accompanying him were several tall, lean youths sporting pompadours, smoking as they entered, casting lewd glances at the female assistants in the hall. At that moment, a young woman at the front desk and another young man in a suit hurried to greet the gold chain-clad man. Brother Niu, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? I would have personally welcomed you at the door, the young man in the suit said, smiling obsequiously. This hefty man, named Niu Dahai, though appearing somewhat inept, was actually the nephew of the second largest shareholder of the club's parent company and had a notoriously bad temper. Indeed, Brother Niu, we've prepared nothing for your arrival, the young woman chimed in, observing the deference shown to this hefty man by the two in charge. Many in the billiard hall began to express curiosity. Who is that guy, and why is he so powerful? I'm not sure, but judging by appearances, his identity seems rather extraordinary. Just look at the Givenchy attire he dons. He must be quite wealthy. The others began to engage in lively discussion. Niu Dahai observed the sycophantic glances exchanged between the two and felt a swell of pride. Mimicking the grandiose demeanor of influential figures, he waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. I'm merely here for some leisure. You carry on with your business. Just arrange a lavish private room for me and summon a few top-tier entertainers, particularly that one named Jingjing. Upon hearing this, the suited man and the young woman's expressions shifted dramatically. The private rooms were fully booked, and Jingjing had already been requested. Damn it, why must you choose the busiest time to come? They thought, frustration bubbling within. Niu Dahai, noticing their discomfort and prolonged silence, narrowed his eyes and inquired, what is the matter? Is there a problem? Not at all, Brother Niu, please don't misunderstand. It's just that all the private rooms are fully reserved, the suited man lamented, his face a mask of despair. Niu Dahai, upon hearing this, chuckled before arrogantly declaring, just take any available room, waive their charges, and tell them to scram. If they don't leave, I'll personally escort them out. Brother Niu is formidable. You're amazing, brother. The moment his words echoed, it provided an opportunity for his subordinates to flatter him with praise. Niu Dahai snorted, pulled out a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. A subordinate immediately produced a lighter, eager to ignite it for him. Brother, this might not be wise. If we offend someone, it could jeopardize our future business, the suited man cautioned, his expression troubled. Indeed, Brother Niu, if this escalates, we may find it difficult to explain to Mr. Su. The young woman added in a bid to persuade him. Niu Dahai, considering their points, felt a flicker of doubt. However, having brought his subordinates for a night of revelry, lacking a private room would undermine his authority. At that moment, the suited man's eyes darted as a spark of inspiration struck him. Brother Niu, I have a plan, he proclaimed earnestly. Niu Dahai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? Share your thoughts. The suited man glanced around, lowered his voice, and revealed. There's a large private room that was booked by a group of university students. I believe we could work something out. Upon hearing this, the young woman rolled her eyes internally. Oh, so you enjoy bullying students, do you? Why not just kick them out? Neo Dahai's eyes widened in indignation. Immediately, the suited man hastily responded, a forced smile plastered on his face. He quickly dashed upstairs, while the young woman led Neo Dahai and his entourage to the lounge. Inside the private room, Bella felt utterly despondent as she had lost 7 rounds to Lin Fei within half an hour. Not a single game had she won. And what infuriated her further was that she had barely one chance to strike per round. Once it was Lin Fei's turn, the outcome was all but determined. Boss, are you here to fish? Bella remarked with a wry smile. Don't say that. I'm here for entertainment, Lin Fei replied with a playful wink. Alas, it seems the prize money is beyond my reach, Bella sighed, leaning against the pool table. All right, I'm feeling tired. Come give me a massage, Lin Fei said, setting his cue aside and taking a seat on the sofa. Bella, adhering to the spirit of fair play, obediently approached and began to massage Lin Fei's shoulders. As Lin Fei relished the massage, he couldn't help but acknowledge Bella's skill not only in billiards, but also in massage. Pondering whether she had been a professional player in the past. While enjoying the treatment, he observed Zhao Feng and Lu Dachao, one fixated on taking liberties, the other diligently learning the game, occasionally grinning foolishly. Lin Fei sensed trouble brewing upon witnessing Lu Dachao's expression. If he genuinely developed feelings, it would spell disaster. A straightforward boy like Lu Dachao could never navigate the treacherous waters of women accustomed to the professional world. If he were to fall for them, he would undoubtedly be toyed with. At that moment, Lu Dachao, oblivious to the dangers, asked timidly, Jingjing, do you work part-time? Yes, just to earn some pocket money. Jingjing replied with a smile. What school do you attend? Lu Dachao continued his inquiry. A flicker of impatience crossed Jingjing's eyes, yet she responded. I'm from the Early Childhood Education College. What of it? Oh, nothing much, just curious, Lu Dachao replied, grinning foolishly. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Summer Xiang opened it to reveal the suited man, accompanied by 2 staff members from the billiards hall, one of whom was the young attendant who had led Lin Fei and his group earlier. Is there something you need? Summer Xiang asked, scanning the newcomers with evident displeasure. Lin Fei and Zhao Feng approached, equally puzzled. Clearing his throat, the suited man, maintaining an unflustered demeanor, stated, I just wanted to inform you that this private room had been booked in advance, but our front desk neglected to note it and assigned it to you instead. The original guests have arrived, so you'll have to leave. Of course, this oversight is on us, so all your expenses today will be waived. At these words, Lin Fei's gaze turned frigid. Booked in advance? Are you jesting? Even the 3 female assistants felt a twinge of embarrassment at the absurdity. Waiving the charges is one thing, but asking us to leave is out of the question. Lin Fei scoffed. Indeed, this is your issue, you must resolve it. Summer Xiang added with equal firmness. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Lu Dachao considered suggesting they accept the complimentary offer, but seeing the resolute stances of the others, he refrained from speaking further. The suited man was taken aback. He clearly hadn't anticipated that they would reject even the offer of waiving the charges. Are they truly university students? Refusing a complimentary offer? Are they not in their right minds? The suited man felt compelled to clarify. I meant all expenses waived, including your snacks and drinks, and even the assistant's fees. Lin Fei stepped forward, patting the man's shoulder. I reiterate, we do not require any waivers. And we will not leave. Faced with their unyielding resolve, the suited man had no choice but to smile awkwardly and retreat with his 2 companions. Zhao Gu, why don't we just kick them out? They're merely a group of university students. Offending them is of no consequence. A sharp-faced young man whispered to the suited man. Are you foolish? Just kicking them out? If anything goes awry, Mr. Su will surely make an example of us. And it will be Zhao Gu who suffers. We should simply inform Brother Niu and let him handle it. If it escalates, he'll take the blame. The young attendant who had escorted Lin Fei earlier suggested candidly. Hey, Bai Qi, you've actually got some sense. The suited man remarked appreciatively. Bai Qi. The young attendant who had led Lin Fei previously grinned modestly. Chapter 38. The Arrival of Unpleasant Guests. In the lounge, Neo Dahai lounged on the sofa, with the young woman on his left and several subordinates sipping beverages on his right. One hand roamed over the young woman's thigh, while the other continually shoved popcorn into his mouth. Though she found Neo Dahai repugnant, she dared not voice her disdain and could only muster a forced smile. Sister Qing, I truly cannot fathom how you maintain yourself. You appear more youthful than those university students. Neo Dahai remarked with a mischievous grin. Sister Qing, the beautiful woman in question, was originally named Dong Qing. Come now. Brother Neo, spare me the jest, Dong Qing replied with a stiff smile. By the way, where's Jingjing? Neo Dahai suddenly recalled his primary purpose for coming today. Having been preoccupied with eating, Jingjing has already been booked and should be in the private room entertaining a guest with a game of pool, Dong Qing informed him. Get her down here immediately. Neo Dahai's expression darkened as he barked his command. Just as Dong Qing was about to respond, a man in a suit, Zhao Shuang, entered the room with two young men. Have the people been driven away? Niu Dahai glared at the trio with a fierce look. Zhao Shuang felt an involuntary fear upon seeing Niu Dahai's intimidating demeanor. After swallowing hard, he recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Niu Dahai erupted in rage. Standing up and seizing a beer bottle, shaking it menacingly as he growled, "Those little brats think they're entitled to leave without consequence after being treated to a free meal. Well, I shall ensure they understand the error of their ways. Lead the way," Niu Dahai called out to Zhao Shuang. Startled, Zhao Shuang quickly plastered on a smile and guided him. The young men who had accompanied Niu Dahai swiftly grabbed beer bottles or pool cues and followed suit. Inside the private room, the others remained oblivious to the earlier commotion, continuing their games and merriment. Very nice. Quite comfortable. Lin Fei leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed, with Bella diligently attending to him. Just then, a series of urgent knocks, more accurately, banging, resounded at the door. Lin Fei frowned, irritated by the disturbance. Who on earth is this fool? Damn it, who is it now? Zhao Feng, annoyed by the interruption, cursed vehemently and then grabbed a pool cue, striding toward the door to open it. What the hell, are you insane? Zhao Feng blurted as he swung the door open. You must be tired of living to insult Brother Niu. Before Niu Dahai could speak, one of his underlings shouted at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng opened his mouth to retort, but, upon seeing the overwhelming numbers against him, hesitated. Nevertheless, in a bid to save face, he pointed at them defiantly. You'd best watch your tongue. Just as the underling began to retaliate, Niu Dahai pulled him back. Enough of this noise. Niu Dahai stepped forward, scanning the room, ready to inquire who was in charge, only to spot Jingjing, and his fierce demeanor transformed into a lecherous grin. Jingjing, so you are here. Niu Dahai exclaimed with a smile. Jingjing regarded Niu Dahai with a flicker of disgust, but recalling his previous mention of a recent property demolition, she quickly donned a smile. Though this repulsive pig was ugly and dark, at least he had a few properties and over 700,000 in savings. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to play along for a while. Brother Dahai, why didn't you let anyone know you were coming? Jingjing approached him, adopting a somewhat coy demeanor. Hee, I've been busy lately managing a fish pond my family contracted in the countryside. Niu Dahai laughed heartily, casually draping an arm around Jingjing's shoulder. His anger dissipating considerably. Jingjing shivered slightly, but did not pull away. Lu Dachao observed this scene with a tightening chest, his fists clenching involuntarily. At this moment, Lin Fei, who had remained silent, slowly rose from the sofa and ambled over with an indifferent expression. Zhao Feng, Xia Xiang, and Lu Dachao's gazes converged on Lin Fei. Niu Dahai glanced between Zhao Feng and Lin Fei, a smirk playing on his lips, realizing that this young man must be the leader. Are you the head honcho of these brats? Niu Dahai asked disdainfully, tilting his head. You broke the door? Lin Fei dismissed his words, instead asking coolly. It's my private room. I can break it however I please. What concern is it of yours? Niu Dahai retorted arrogantly. Your private room? Lin Fei chuckled. Didn't I inform you earlier? It was a mix-up at the front desk. I booked this room last night. Whose could it be if not mine? Niu Dahai sneered. I give you 1 minute to vacate, or else I shall not be polite. Niu Dahai narrowed his eyes, threateningly. What does not being polite entail? Lin Fei stepped back, sitting on the pool table, regarding Niu Dahai with an air of indifference. Niu Dahai paused, then smirked. Look at what my brothers are holding. He deliberately twisted his neck, brandishing the beer bottle in his hand. Seeing the situation escalate, Dong Qing hurriedly approached Niu Dahai, whispering, Brother Niu, please don't cause a scene. This is the university town. There are special police patrolling nearby every day. Dong Qing did not wish for Niu Dahai to disrupt the balance she had carefully maintained with the students over the past 2 years. If he were to cause trouble today and injure someone, who would dare come back? Upon hearing Dong Qing's words, Niu Dahai calmed down slightly. Then, Dong Qing leaned in closer, suggesting softly, Brother Niu, why not just give them $500 along with a complimentary meal to make them leave? I'll cover the cost. Niu Dahai considered this idea favorably, thinking it reasonable. He pulled Jingjing closer, adopting a magnanimous demeanor as he addressed Lin Fei. I'm in a good mood today and do not wish to quarrel with you students. Thus, I shall offer you $500 and a complimentary meal, so you can leave promptly. At this, Zhao Feng and Xia Xiang nearly burst into laughter. Trying to act like a big shot in front of Brother Fei? Who gave you the audacity? You fool. Even if you sold yourself, would it amount to anything in Brother Fei's eyes? How about this? You kneel and bow 10 times, call me father a few times, then crawl to the entrance like a dog. And I will give you 500,000, paid in full, no installments. Lin Fei replied with a smirk. This elicited laughter from Niu Dahai and his underlings. Brother, is he a fool? Ha! 500,000. You've made my day. Even Su Su and Jingjing found Lin Fei's bravado amusing. Sister Dongqing regarded Lin Fei with a bemused expression. You are just a university student. What are you pretending for? Even at this point, you still haven't grasped reality? If I hadn't intervened, you'd have been beaten long ago. Alas, today as university students truly suffer for the sake of pride. Chapter 39. Will you crawl? Lin Fei surveyed the group with no anger, but simply smiled at Niu Dahai. Do you dare? Niu Dahai burst into laughter, responding, very well. I accept your challenge. As long as you are willing, I won't mind if you crawl to the square below. But if you cannot deliver, you will have to crawl beneath my legs and continue until you reach the entrance, calling me Grandfather Niu 3 times. Niu Dahai added, Deal. I shall indulge you. Lin Fei scoffed, then pulled out his phone. What is your bank account number? Lin Fei inquired. Oh, so you're actually going through with it. Niu Dahai lit a cigarette nonchalantly and remarked, Stop with the nonsense. Lin Fei retorted, Well, I'll show you how I turn things around. With a cold grunt, Niu Dahai pulled out his phone, unable to recall his bank card number. Shortly, he recited the number to Lin Fei, who began his operation. Sigh, the youth of today. Dongqing observed Lin Fei and waved her hand dismissively. The man in the suit, Zhao Shuang, along with his subordinate Bai Qi and the sharp-featured youth, shared the sentiment. Feeling that Lin Fei was overdoing his act, Su Su and Jing Jing also shook their heads in disappointment, initially thinking Lin Fei was quite handsome, only to realize he was just a brash young man full of pretentiousness. It's 500,000, not $50. You can't just say you can take it. Bella wore a thoughtful expression, sensing that Lin Fei was not as simple as he appeared. He was far too composed and unruffled. A minute passed. Yet Niu Dahai's account remained silent. The mocking expressions on the faces around grew more pronounced. If I were you, I'd hurry and crawl through Niu Ji's legs instead of pretending. They cackled. Yeah, you've been at it for ages. Your acting skills are impressive. The crew of pompadour-haired lackeys surrounding Niu Dahai laughed uproariously. Niu Dahai had already spread his legs, anticipating Lin Fei to crawl through. Finally, it's done. That was quite a hassle, Lin Fei muttered as he tucked his phone away. You can check your balance now. He lifted his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at Niu Dahai. Just as Niu Dahai was about to berate Lin Fei as a fool, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. It was a text message alert. Still, Niu Dahai remained skeptical that Lin Fei possessed such capability. A university student, unless he sold a kidney, could not casually produce 500,000. As he retrieved his phone, intending to see which nuisance of an operator had sent him a spam message, he instead found a bank transfer notification. His heart sank, and he quickly opened it. The sight of a long string of numbers made his expression turn grave. 500,000. It was truly 500,000. The onlookers, upon witnessing Niu Dahai's reaction and murmuring among themselves, suddenly understood. All turned to Lin Fei in astonishment. Niu Dahai's reaction could only indicate one thing. He had indeed received 500,000. In an instant, Su Su and Jing Jing's gazes towards Lin Fei transformed. They never imagined he possessed genuine wealth, rather than merely posturing. Moreover, to unleash such an amount at once, he was truly a tycoon among tycoons. If only that 500,000 were given to them, they could buy 10 handbags and upgrade to the latest iPhone. Bella smiled. Indeed, I was right. Although I initially thought Lin Fei was just showing off, his confidence during the conversation with Niu Dahai revealed a depth of character that was undeniably authentic. The lackeys, upon seeing Niu Dahai's expression, leaned in closer. Holy hell, he really did it. No way, did he truly send 500,000? They exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the significance of that amount, consumed by their excitement. What are you shouting about? Niu Dahai kicked the loudest lackey 2 meters away. All right, you can crawl out now, Lin Fei said, hands in his pockets, looking at Niu Dahai with a cheerful demeanor. Niu Dahai glared at Lin Fei, silence enveloping him. He never anticipated that Lin Fei could actually produce 500,000. Yet, to make him crawl out, that was something he would rather die than do. You want our brother Niu to crawl? Who do you think you are? His lackeys surged forward, pointing at Lin Fei and ready to pounce. Young and just entering society, they were eager to show off, especially with a few beautiful ladies present, focused solely on their bravado. You lot refused to admit defeat, huh? Zhao Feng and Xia Xiang quickly stepped forward to shield Lin Fei. I'll ask you one more time, will you crawl or not? Lin Fei's eyes turned icy as he regarded Niu Dahai. Inside, Niu Dahai felt a pang of fear. After all, anyone capable of producing 500,000 was not to be trifled with. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, especially with a few ladies present, he couldn't afford to back down so swiftly, so he continued to feign bravado. I won't crawl. What can you do about it? However, the shift from referring to himself as I instead of this old man indicated his growing trepidation. Fine, then I'll assist you. Lin Fei smiled faintly, then swiftly grabbed a nearby cue stick, bringing it down hard upon Niu Dahai. The speed of his action caught many off guard, the cue striking Niu Dahai's head with a resounding thud. Bang! Lin Fei wielded the thin end, while the thicker side came crashing down on Niu Dahai's skull. Ah! Niu Dahai screamed, quickly clutching his head. You bastard! I'll kill you. Recovering from the shock, Niu Dahai hastily grabbed a bottle and hurled it at Lin Fei. Lin Fei sidestepped effortlessly, causing Niu Dahai to lose his balance and receive an elbow to the face. Lin Fei swiftly turned and landed a punch squarely on Niu Dahai's face, sending him reeling and crashing into the pool table. Damn it! Kill him! Niu Dahai shouted. Pointing at Lin Fei, his lackeys immediately lunged toward Lin Fei. However, to Lin Fei, these scrawny, energetic youths were no different from punching bags. He barely acknowledged them, raising his fists to unleash a flurry of blows. With a series of dull thuds, the lackeys' faces twisted painfully as they fell. Xia Xiong and Lu Daqiao, realizing the situation, rushed in to deliver a few kicks. These scrawny youths, accustomed to smoking, drinking, and chasing girls, found themselves utterly unprepared for the beating, collapsing to the ground in anguish. At that moment, they regretted ever following Niu Dahai. They had not only failed to impress the ladies but had instead received a thorough thrashing. Niu Dahai, witnessing his lackeys fall within mere moments, felt his complexion drain. Lin Fei regarded Niu Dahai coolly. Chapter 40. Fortunately, you are not his son. Niu Dahai clenched his fists, his gaze fierce, his face reddening to an almost purplish hue. Damn it, this is so humiliating. Initially, he thought he could easily handle this university student, only to realize he had kicked the steel plate. Sensing the situation escalating, Dongqing hurried to Lin Fei's side, forcing a smile as she said, Hey, handsome, why don't we just let this go? I'll apologize on behalf of Brother Niu, and all your expenses today will be waived. Next time you come to play, you won't have to pay either. What do you think? She genuinely wished to prevent the matter from escalating, knowing full well that this was not the city but a university town. If things blew up, the club's future business would be ruined. Lin Fei, however, treated her as if she were invisible, continuing to gaze at Niu Dahai. Handsome. Dongqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Seeing her entreaties were in vain, she dashed out and made a phone call. You want to play dirty? Lin Fei found Niu Dahai particularly irksome. First trying to claim the VIP room, then disturbing his enjoyment. He knew that if he didn't deliver a memorable lesson today, he would feel incredibly stifled. Young man, you may possess some wealth, but do not let it inflate your arrogance. This society is not solely governed by riches. Today, consider this unfortunate incident as a stroke of bad luck on my part. I shall return your money, and we shall regard this affair as if it never transpired. Niu Dahai glared intensely at Lin Fei as he spoke. Is this a threat? Lin Fei chuckled, unfazed. No, merely opting for a more advantageous approach. Niu Dahai retorted with a scoff. However, what awaited him was an unexpected heavy punch that seemed to materialize out of thin air. The force of the blow was such that it sent one of Niu Dahai's teeth flying, blood and saliva spilling from the corner of his mouth. Damn you! Niu Dahai began to curse, but Lin Fei delivered another swift kick. With a resounding thud, Niu Dahai crashed against the edge of the pool table, the impact causing him to feel as though his spine might break. Impressive, Bella exclaimed, her voice trembling slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with admiration. That was a bit too brutal, wasn't it? Su observed fearfully as she gazed at Lin Fei. Wow, that was incredibly cool, Bai Qi said, excitement evident in his voice, though he dared only to whisper it. Although this brother doesn't appear particularly large, his strikes are surprisingly fierce, Zhao Shuang murmured to himself. Fei Gu remains as dashing as ever. Zhao Feng cheered, his fists pumping in the air with fervor. Lu Daqiao and Xia Xiong also wore expressions of deep admiration, especially considering that the hefty figure of Niu Dahai towered over Lin Fei by at least 2 sizes. Are you going to crawl? Lin Fei asked, brandishing a cue stick and pressing its tip against Niu Dahai's neck. I will crawl, Niu Dahai replied, but to Lin Fei's astonishment, Niu Dahai suddenly erupted in fury, yanking the cue stick away and charging at Lin Fei with his head lowered. Thud! Niu Dahai's forehead collided solidly with Lin Fei's chest. In that instant, every heart in the room seemed to leap into their throats. After all, it was a blow to the chest, and Niu Dahai had put all his strength into it. If Lin Fei were to be injured. However, instead of a cry of agony from Lin Fei, it was Niu Dahai's pained wail that echoed in everyone's ears. Ah, you have metal plates hidden in your shirt? Niu Dahai exclaimed, clutching his head and staggering back, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fei. Idiot! Lin Fei retorted, unimpressed. Get crawling, or I'll break your legs and toss you off the building. Do you believe me? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. You bastard, I'll kill you. Just then, one of Niu Dahai's lackeys suddenly lunged at Lin Fei with a small knife. Watch out. Fei Gu, beware of what's behind you. Lin Fei's brow furrowed as he sensed impending danger. You've got to be kidding me. Lin Fei quickly turned around. only to find the young man who had previously escorted him was now grappling with one of Niu Dahai's minions, sporting a pompadour. The pompadour lackey held a fruit knife tightly in his grasp, blood oozing from Bai Qi's hand. Realizing the urgency, Lin Fei sprang into action, delivering a swift kick to the pompadour lackey's lower region. Ouch! The pompadour lackey emitted a wretched scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, dropping the fruit knife as he doubled over in agony. Ugh, ah my! His face turned pale, contorted with pain. All the men present felt a chill run down their spines at the thought of such a blow. They could only imagine how long he might suffer from this. Are you all right? Lin Fei quickly inquired of Bai Qi. Bai Qi shook his head, assuring him that it was merely a superficial cut and nothing serious. Thank you for your timely assistance, young brother, Lin Fei said, patting him on the shoulder. I just didn't want anyone to lose their life, Bai Qi replied hastily, wary of choosing sides. Losing his job would be disastrous, especially with his father still owing substantial medical bills. Niu Dahai, taken aback by the unexpected bravery of his new recruit, wore a stunned expression. Don't you dare risk your life when you're still underage. I've only taken you out for a few meals and to a couple of nightclubs, and you're already throwing yourself into danger? At that moment, Dong Qing entered the private room, accompanied by a portly middle-aged man. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene and the bloodied floor, the middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically. What on earth happened here? He demanded, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Shuang. Mr. Su, you've finally arrived. Zhao Shuang rushed forward, attempting to ingratiate himself. The middle-aged man was none other than Su Dong, the owner of the GK Billiards Club. What exactly transpired here? Su Dong thundered, gesturing toward the bloodstains on the floor. Zhao Shuang glanced at Niu Dahai, who glared back menacingly, causing Zhao Shuang to shudder. Thus, Zhao Shuang resumed his previously rehearsed narrative for Su Dong. By the end of his account, not only was Niu Dahai exonerated, but he had also become the victim. Upon hearing Niu Dahai's name, Su Dong's gaze drifted to the man in question, realization dawning upon him. That scoundrel again. Niu Dahai, is what Zhao Shuang said true? Su Dong scrutinized Niu Dahai with a stern expression. Uncle Su, every word Zhao Shuang spoke is true. I had indeed reserved this private room in advance, Niu Dahai declared, his face devoid of color, yet maintaining a facade of sincerity. Given his battered appearance, Su Dong chose to temporarily accept this claim. Enough of your nonsense, Zhao Feng shouted, pointing at Niu Dahai. How shameless can you be? Xia Xiang spat, disregarding her image. You are the owner here, correct? Lin Fei approached Su Dong, speaking with calm assurance. Su Dong regarded Lin Fei with a discerning gaze, straightening his attire before nodding in affirmation. Yes, I am Su Dong, the proprietor of this establishment. That buffoon beside you is not your son, I presume? Lin Fei inquired, pointing at Niu Dahai. Su Dong glanced at Niu Dahai, shaking his head. No, he is not. If he were my son, I would prefer to have him put to death. He wouldn't even spare a glance at Niu Dahai if it weren't for the sake of an old friendship. Good thing he isn't. Otherwise, you might want to consider having another, Lin Fei grinned. Chapter 41, The Lies Unraveled. What do you mean by that? Su Dong furrowed his brows, questioning. Lin Fei smiled slightly, and proceeded to narrate the series of events in detail. Throughout the recounting, Niu Dahai attempted to interject, but each time he was met with a fierce glare from Su Dong. By the end of Lin Fei's tale, Su Dong's expression darkened to a stormy frown. He could hardly fathom how Niu Dahai had sunk to such depths of absurdity. Yet, what troubled him more was the realization that this seemingly youthful student had effortlessly produced 500,000. This young man's identity was surely not simple. So, now you should understand what transpired, correct? Lin Fei shrugged, his tone nonchalant. Would you care to explain yourself? Su Dong turned to Niu Dahai, his voice icy. Though he did not know Lin Fei, he was all too familiar with Niu Dahai. This scoundrel constantly leveraged his uncle Niu Baichuan's influence to wreak havoc. If Niu Baichuan were not a dear friend, Su Dong would have dealt with Niu Dahai long ago. Uncle Su, he spouting nonsense. I was the one who reserved the room, and when I arrived, I politely asked them to leave and even offered to cover their bill, Niu Dahai asserted, desperation in his voice. At this declaration, Zhao Shuang, Dong Qing, and the three female assistants couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. How utterly shameless. Politely indeed? You nearly smashed the door down, and you dare call that polite? Exactly. Brother Niu was exceedingly courteous in asking them to leave. Yet they not only refused, but also assaulted him. Yes, they initiated the confrontation, and their aggression was particularly severe. We were left with no choice but to retaliate. The few spirited young men brought by Niu Dahai hurriedly echoed this sentiment. Where's the evidence to support your claims? Su Dong replied coldly. Upon the mention of evidence, Niu Dahai and his companions fell silent. In the current scenario, the absence of evidence would serve them best. Should evidence indeed surface, their arguments would be utterly invalidated. Isn't it simple? Since he claims he reserved the private room first, Let us bring forth the chat records for everyone to see. He claims to be quite courteous. Let us review the corridor surveillance footage and ascertain just how courteous he truly is. Lin Fei remarked with a smirk. At this proclamation, Niu Dahai's expression shifted dramatically. Su Dong nodded, finding the argument quite compelling. Niu Dahai, produce your evidence. Uncle Su, I deleted the WeChat chat records long ago. The reservation was made ages ago. Niu Dahai hastily explained. Then who did you ask to reserve the room? Su Dong inquired. Niu Dahai was momentarily at a loss for words. Who could he possibly have asked? Under the pressure of the moment, he could only fabricate an answer. I asked Zhao Shuang to make the reservation. He pointed at Zhao Shuang, signaling him with frantic glances. Zhao Shuang, bewildered, responded, when did you ask me to reserve it? However, upon seeing Niu Dahai's threatening gaze, he quickly nodded in compliance. Yes. Brother Niu indeed asked me to make the reservation. Take out your phone, open the chat records. It faces us. If you dare delete anything, I'll break your legs. Lin Fei declared, brandishing his cue stick menacingly at Zhao Shuang. He had discerned that this suit-clad young man was nothing but a coward. Do it promptly. Su Dong ordered with an austere demeanor. Niu Dahai panicked once more and exclaimed to Lin Fei, you're infringing on someone else's right to privacy. You have no right to inspect another's phone. Niu Dahai, silence yourself. Su Dong sharply reprimanded, slamming his hand on the billiard table. Niu Dahai complied, knowing well that despite Su Dong's seemingly genteel exterior, he could be ruthless when provoked. Zhao Shuang, come here and present your phone. Su Dong commanded. All right. Zhao Shuang hurried over to Su Dong's side, swiftly retrieving his phone. Compared to Niu Dahai, he feared Su Dong far more. Offending Niu Dahai might result in a few beatings, but offending Su Dong could jeopardize his job. Phone out, open the chat records. Su Dong ordered sternly. Niu Dahai, in a frenzy, gestured wildly at Zhao Shuang, but the latter evaded his gaze. As the chat records were about to be unveiled, Niu Dahai, in desperation, lunged forward to smash Zhao Shuang's phone. However, he was swiftly kicked aside by Lin Fei. With a thud, the room's attention shifted to the ground, where Niu Dahai lay clutching his waist, grimacing in pain. Still wishing to destroy evidence? Lin Fei sneered at him. You're talking nonsense. Niu Dahai retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fei. Su Dong cast a glance at the two, remaining silent, and simply took Zhao Shuang's phone to inspect the chat records. To his dismay, the records contained nothing beyond a few messages from Niu Dahai inquiring whether any new female teaching assistants had arrived recently. How come there are no messages regarding your room reservation? Su Dong questioned, approaching Niu Dahai. I. Niu Dahai stammered. Realizing his lies had been exposed, it seemed the young man's claims were indeed valid. Su Dong, denying him a chance to fabricate further excuses, stated directly, no need for explanations. Return the money to this brother immediately, and gather your friends to apologize to him. But Uncle Su, he's just a kid. You want me to apologize to him? Niu Dahai exclaimed incredulously. I want to repeat myself. If my words hold no weight, I'll have your uncle come personally. Su Dong replied coldly. Niu Dahai, you have inherited none of your uncle's wit. A mere student could afford 50,000 to gamble with you. How ordinary could his background be? The family behind him could eliminate you as easily as one would a chicken. Upon hearing this, Niu Dahai understood Su Dong was not jesting and was resolute in his demand for an apology. Surveying the room, Niu Dahai noted he had become the center of attention, with nearly every gaze fixed upon him. A wave of heat washed over his face. Noticing Niu Dahai's hesitance, Su Dong urged, hurry up, grinding his teeth. Niu Dahai's eyes flickered with a touch of determination. Damn it, I'm going for it. Everyone, come here and apologize to this brother. Gradually, Niu Dahai stood, gesturing to his companions behind him. Despite their reluctance, they complied, forming a line before Lin Fei. Lin Fei surveyed them, perceiving them as schoolchildren confessing to a teacher. Brother, I sincerely apologize for today's offenses. I hope you can be magnanimous and let us off the hook. Niu Dahai gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. The others mimicked Niu Dahai's apology, though their faces betrayed their unwillingness. This young brother, I truly apologize for today. How about this? I'll cover all expenses today. And in the future, you can visit any of my GK billiard clubs or bars for free, including any expenses for ladies as well. Su Dong interjected with a smile, extending a business card to Lin Fei, his demeanor genuinely earnest. Lin Fei did not accept the card but instead scrutinized Su Dong, remarking, is this the extent of your sincerity? Su Dong quickly realized his misstep and kicked Niu Dahai twice, coldly ordering his companions to kneel and bow in apology to Lin Fei. Though Niu Dahai was brash, he understood the significance of Su Dong's connection to his uncle. Offending him could spell disaster for his future. Thus, Niu Dahai and his companions bowed repeatedly in apology to Lin Fei. Only then did Lin Fei wipe his hands and regard Su Dong. This brother, may I ask your name? Su Dong inquired respectfully. Lin Fei, came the curt reply. Lin, as in the character for Wood? Su Dong asked. Yes, Lin Fei nodded. With the surname Lin, could this young man possibly be the son of the Tianli Group's president? I should investigate this upon returning home, Su Dong mused. But first, he needed to resolve the current matter. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and return the money to this young brother. Su Dong called to Niu Dahai, maintaining a serious expression. Chapter 42. I'll give you 50,000. After the money was returned, Su Dong pulled Niu Dahai to the far corner, his expression grave as he engaged in a serious discussion. Lin Fei waved at Bella and her companions, smiling. Come here. Bella, Su, and Jing Jing exchanged glances filled with excitement. Are we getting a reward? After a brief exchange, the three hurried over, their eyes alight with expectation. Bring out the payment QR code. Lin Fei instructed the three beauties with a grin. Okay. They nodded eagerly, quickly displaying the payment code. Lin Fei scanned it and transferred 20,000 to each of them. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be 10,000? Jing Jing asked, bewildered. Then why don't you refund me 10,000? Lin Fei jested. Jing Jing, recognizing his playful tone, retorted playfully, if there's a problem with the payment, I take no responsibility. The radiant Bella stepped forward, her eyes sparkling as she softly inquired, will you be coming back, handsome? Depends on the circumstances. Lin Fei replied with a cheerful smile. May I add you on WeChat? Bella winked. Of course, Lin Fei agreed, not wishing to cause her any embarrassment. I want to add you too. Jing Jing and Su gazed at Lin Fei with eager anticipation. Go ahead, no harm in it. Lin Fei shrugged, thinking it was trivial. After all, adding someone on WeChat wouldn't lead to anything serious. The three girls added Lin Fei on WeChat and noted his name, leaving them satisfied. In their eyes, Lin Fei had undoubtedly solidified his image as a wealthy and handsome figure. With just a word from him, they would be willing to offer everything. After all, he casually bestowed 2,000 as a tip. Should their relationship deepen, it might well lead to discussions of buying homes and cars, just like the girlfriends of Principal Wang, who could walk away with substantial breakup fees, ensuring a life free from financial worries. However, Lin Fei's generosity was merely a fulfillment of his earlier promise. While he found their appearances enjoyable, they would never ascend to the status of his lovers. Jing, may I add you on WeChat? At that moment, Lu Dachao mustered his courage to address Jing. Upon uttering those words, his face flushed crimson to the roots of his neck. Jing was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this earnest boy would dare to approach her for his WeChat. Nevertheless, Lu Dachao's demeanor was entirely contrary to her preferences. His overly reserved and honest nature did not appeal to her. She favored someone like Lin Fei. Thus, she prepared to gently decline Lu Dachao's advances, but as the words formed on her lips, she suddenly hesitated. Lin Fei was exceptionally outstanding, embodying the trifecta of wealth, handsomeness, and charm, surely surrounded by admirers. As for her, despite having decent looks and figure, the university town was brimming with those who surpassed her in beauty. She couldn't be certain Lin Fei would even notice her. Yet, this earnest boy was different. He had a closer association with Lin Fei and would likely fare well in life. Besides, if he harbored feelings for her, why not keep him as a backup? With this thought, Jing's expression softened, intentionally displaying a hint of shyness. Sure, I can teach you how to play billiards sometime, she said, opening the QR code. Her large eyes sparkling as she spoke to Lu Dachao. Lu Dachao, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his hands tremble. His grin stretching from ear to ear, his goddess had agreed to add him on WeChat. Okay. He hurriedly scanned the QR code and clicked to add her as a friend. Jing, fully committed to the act, quickly accepted his request and inquired about his name to add a note. After becoming friends, Lu Dachao's mood significantly improved. He felt love was finally within his reach. At that moment, Su Dong approached Lin Fei with sincerity etched on his face. Lin Xiao, I wonder if you have some time recently? What's the matter? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Su Dong, looking apologetic, replied, today's incident has caused some mental distress for you all. So I plan to choose a good day to offer a modest drink as an apology for you and your friends. What do you think? What do you say? Lin Fei turned to Zhao Feng and the others. Free food and drinks, why not? Zhao Feng casually remarked. All right then, call me when you're ready, Lin Fei said. Providing his number, he could use a few reliable individuals to run errands for him in Huayang, and Su Dong seemed like a promising candidate. Having more friends is certainly better than having more enemies. With that, Lin Fei and Zhao Feng prepared to leave. Su Dong quickly pulled out his phone to save Lin Fei's contact, then called out to Zhao Shuang and Dong Qing. Come on, see Lin Xiao off with me. Zhao Shuang and Dong Qing hurried over, following closely behind Lin Fei. Upon reaching downstairs, Lin Fei suddenly halted. He recalled a certain clever-looking young man. Turning to Zhao Shuang, he asked, what about that guy? The one who got cut? Zhao Shuang paused for a moment, then quickly responded, you mean by Qi? He is currently in the lounge tending to his wound. Take me to see him, Lin Fei instructed. Zhao Shuang nodded rapidly and led the way, while the others exchanged glances and quickly followed. In the lounge, Bai Qi was busy bandaging himself, humming a cheerful tune. Lin Fei approached, teasing. Looks like it's not too serious if you're still in the mood to sing. Hey, handsome, have you handled everything? Bai Qi asked with a grin. Lin Fei smiled and nodded, settling onto the sofa. Zhao Ge, Bai Qi called out to Zhao Shuang. At that moment, Su Dong and the others entered the room. Su Zong, Qing Jia, Bella Jia, Bai Qi greeted them in turn. I heard from Dong Qing that you injured your hand today while saving Lin Xiao? Su Dong inquired with a warm smile. Bai Qi, slightly embarrassed, nodded. He felt that calling it saving someone was a bit much. He had merely acted on instinct when he saw something frightening. Very well, I plan to personally give you a bonus of 10,000 as a reward. Su Dong said appreciatively, looking at Bai Qi. Ah, really? Bai Qi exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. That was equivalent to over 2 months of his salary. Su Zong wouldn't lie to you. Zhao Shuang chuckled. Thank you, Su Zong. Bai Qi quickly expressed his gratitude. Of course, it's well-deserved, Su Dong replied with a smile. At this moment, Lin Fei interjected, give me your bank account number. Huh, me? Bai Qi asked, uncertain. Yes, Lin Fei confirmed with a smile. Bai Qi promptly recited his bank account number. Lin Fei swiftly noted it down and without hesitation, transferred 500,000. I've sent you some money. Consider it a token of my appreciation. After all, you saved my life today. Lin Fei patted his shoulder. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned, then pulled out his phone. And upon seeing the notification, he was utterly flabbergasted. Brother, did you accidentally add 2 extra zeros? Bai Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Fei, struggling to keep his phone steady. It's for you, accept it. After all, you did save me today, Lin Fei chuckled. Though Bai Qi's intervention wouldn't have led to any serious trouble for Lin Fei, he appreciated the willingness to help and didn't want to seem ungrateful. Brother, thank you. Bai Qi's expression suddenly turned serious. Lin Fei was taken aback by his sudden shift in demeanor, but merely replied with a gentle smile. Let us save the thanks for later. The others exchanged curious glances, intrigued by the amount Lin Fei had transferred to Bai Qi. Was it 20,000? 50,000? Or perhaps more? Yet, Lin Fei remained silent, and they felt it inappropriate to inquire further. All right, let us be on our way. Lin Fei stood up, addressing Zhao Feng and the others. Lin Xiao, shall I send someone to escort you? Su Dong offered with a smile. No need. We'll just find a nearby hotel to rest. Lin Fei waved his hand, politely declining. After leaving the GK Billiards Club, Lin Fei and his 3 roommates found the nearest hotel, booked 4 rooms, and crafted plausible excuses to request leave from their instructor before sinking into a deep slumber. The next day at noon, at the First People's Hospital of Huayang City, in the inpatient department, on a hospital bed lay a gaunt middle-aged man. Beside him stood a functioning dialysis machine. In the adjacent bed sat a middle-aged couple, engaged in conversation with him. The woman, plump with a mole on her chin, wore a concerned expression as she spoke. Third brother, your illness is chronic. You must seek continuous treatment. You are unable to work now, and little Qian is still in school, while little Qi is out gallivanting. How do you expect to cover these expenses? The 20,000 we borrowed has already been exhausted, and now we are left with not a penny. Perhaps it would be better to heed my advice. Let little Qian forego her education and marry that lad from the Zhang family. This way, you needn't worry about medical expenses, and little Qian's future will be secured. Don't you agree? Chapter 43, by Qian's helplessness. No, little Qian must continue her studies. I might as well stop treatment. The man on the hospital bed responded with a grave expression. It was evident they were suggesting he sell his daughter. How could he ever consent to such a thing? Bai Jianjun would rather die than agree to this. Nowadays, with so many university graduates, the job market will be even more competitive by the time she graduates. It is better for her to marry into a good family now than to waste time on her education. The woman rolled her eyes and retorted. Upon hearing this, Bai Jianjun's heart was heavy with bitterness. Indeed, the landscape for university graduates has changed drastically. However, the distinction between not studying and studying without purpose is significant. He would never agree to sacrifice his daughter's happiness for mere wealth and status. With this thought, Bai Jianjun chose to close his eyes and waved his hand dismissively, saying, This matter is beyond my control. I won't speak to Qian about it, so please do not mention it again. At that moment, a young woman entered the ward. Her expression one of surprise upon seeing the couple seated there. Fourth uncle, fourth aunt, what brings you here? The middle-aged couple immediately brightened at the sight of her. Little Qian, your fourth uncle and I have come to discuss some matters with your father. Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Jianjun opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features as he looked at the young woman. Qian, you're here? If Lin Fei were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the modestly dressed woman as Bai Qian, with whom he had shared a fleeting night of passion. Bai Qian appeared somewhat weary today. Having worked through the night sorting vegetables at a logistics park, attended classes in the morning, and now rushed to the hospital. Despite her ethereal beauty, her attire was exceedingly ordinary, likely amounting to less than 100 yuan in total. "Father, how are you? What did the doctor say recently?" Bai Qian gently inquired as she settled beside the bed. "Rest assured, there's nothing serious," Bai Jianjun reassured her with a comforting glance. "That's a relief." Bai Qian sighed in relief. "Fourth uncle, fourth aunt, have you eaten? If not, I can go buy you something." She turned to the middle-aged couple. The man, Bai Jianjun's younger brother, was named Bai Jianyong, and the woman, Chen Guing. Despite their familial ties, Bai Qian had always harbored a negative impression of them, particularly of fourth aunt Chen Guing, who was sharp-tongued and miserly. "No need. We had already eaten before coming to Huayong," Chen Guing replied with a forced smile. "All right then." Bai Qian nodded, relieved that she wouldn't have to buy anything. "Little Qian, you haven't been seeing any boyfriends at school, have you?" Chen Guing probed with an air of curiosity. Bai Qian furrowed her brow, puzzled by the question. "Not yet. I'm not interested in such matters at the moment," she replied coolly. Chen Guing's expression brightened at this news, and she quickly remarked, "Little Qian, you're not a child anymore. It's time you found a boyfriend. Otherwise, once you start working, it'll be even harder to find someone." Bai Qian rubbed her temples, forcing a smile. "Fourth aunt, I truly have no intention of pursuing a relationship right now. You young people these days are utterly clueless. How can you be of age and not think about finding a boyfriend? What will you do then? Are you going to support your father all by yourself? Don't forget, little Qi is out gallivanting. Your burden is quite heavy, little Qian," Chen Guing admonished, pointing a finger at her. Bai Qian turned her head towards the window, choosing silence. She had no desire to engage in conversation with her. Seeing Bai Qian's silence, Chen Guing assumed she was contemplating and hastily gestured to Bai Jianyong. He quickly caught on, smiling at Bai Qian. "Little Qian, do you know what we came to discuss with your father today?" Bai Qian turned her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. Upon hearing this, Bai Jianjun shot a warning glare at Bai Jianyong, signaling him to refrain from speaking. However, Bai Jianyong feigned ignorance, continuing to gaze at Bai Qian. "Do you remember Zhang Kuei from the Zhang family?" Bai Qian found the name somewhat familiar and, after a moment's contemplation, uncertainly replied, "Is he the one from the supermarket?" "Yes, exactly." Chen Guiying chimed in eagerly. "What about him?" Bai Qian queried, perplexed. She remembered him as a carefree slacker who had failed to progress academically after middle school. Zhang Kuei's family has really prospered. They've opened 2 KTVs in the county and 3 hot pot restaurants here in Huayong, raking in millions in profit each year. Chen Guiying spoke animatedly, as if it were her own achievement. "Indeed, I heard they just bought a house worth over 4 million in Huayong, specifically for Zhang Kuei," Bai Jianyong added, affirming her excitement. "So what does that have to do with us?" Bai Qian responded nonchalantly, though a hint of envy stirred within her. While others enjoyed carefree lives and avoided the hardships of high school, they now thrived. Perhaps this was simply fate. Chen Guiying smiled mysteriously before revealing, a few days ago, while chatting with Zhang Kuei's father, he mentioned that Zhang Kuei has started his own car rental business and is now considered a small boss. However, he has yet to find a proper partner. It turns out that he has liked you since middle school, which is why he hasn't found a girlfriend. Like me? Bai Qian felt an urge to laugh. "Yes, just the other day, he called to ask for your contact information." Chen Guiying confirmed with a nod. Bai Qian furrowed her brows. No wonder a rather flamboyant boy had added her on WeChat recently. Thankfully, she had not accepted. "Fourth aunt, why did you give my WeChat to someone so casually?" Bai Qian replied, somewhat annoyed. "Oh, I just thought he seemed sincere and wanted you two to get to know each other better." Chen Guiying responded, as if it were the most natural thing. "I don't like him. There's no need to get acquainted." Bai Qian retorted directly. "He's grown up now, a tall fellow at 6 feet. Looking far more handsome than before. If you don't believe me, I can show you a picture," Chen Guiying declared, already pulling out her phone to display a photo. In the image stood a robust man wearing sunglasses, with a sleek black Cadillac CT5 behind him, exuding an aura of success. "See, quite impressive, isn't it?" Chen Guiying held her phone up, beaming with pride as she looked at Bai Qian. "I'm not interested in that type," Bai Qian replied, exasperated. "You can't judge without even meeting him." Chen Guiying rolled her eyes and exchanged knowing glances with Bai Jianyong. Bai Jianyong sighed deeply and slowly remarked, "Xiao Qian, I forgot to inform you that your father's medical expenses, which your uncle and I managed to scrape together, amount to only the previous 2,000 yuan. From now on, we truly find ourselves at a loss." His expression was one of helplessness, as if he had exhausted all means. Chapter 44. Sister, I have encountered a benefactor. Yet, it was Bai Jianjun who bore the heaviest burden, toiling away far from home, and being of a simple disposition. He ultimately received nothing from the over 100,000 yuan left by his late mother. The funeral contributions were never shared with him either. Upon hearing this, Bai Qian felt a weight descend upon her heart. She had persevered in her studies without dropping out to work, all because there were still 3 uncles around. She believed that, irrespective of circumstances, they were her father's blood brothers and would not abandon her in times of need. However, her father suffered from chronic renal failure, a condition requiring extensive treatment and substantial financial resources. Even if her 3 uncles could contribute, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Moreover, what good were relatives? At their age, each had their own family matters to contend with, who would deplete their finances for her sake alone. Xiaoqian, we aren't forcing you. We merely wish to discuss this with you. After all, you will eventually marry, and since there is a suitable match now, why not give it some thought? Chen Guiying continued. Upon hearing this, Bai Qian fell into deep contemplation. She was acutely aware that the treatment for chronic renal failure was a protracted and costly endeavor. Furthermore, she was uncertain how long her father would remain bedridden. Unless a kidney transplant could be arranged, the expense for such a procedure was astronomical. And even if her uncles drained their savings, it might not suffice. In that moment, Bai Qian felt utterly powerless. Was it true that a girl from a poor family could only change her fate through marriage? Bai Jianyong, Guiying, please cease your discussions. Xiaoqian does not harbor any affection for that lad from the Zhang family. Your words are but a waste of breath. Bai Jianjun finally spoke. He had remained silent, merely observing his daughter's stance. If she were willing, he would offer his support. If she felt even a hint of reluctance, he would rather forego treatment than sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Chen Guiying rolled her eyes and retorted, "Third brother, whoever truly likes someone from the outset. Relationships require time to cultivate. Zhang Guodong has explicitly stated that he will marry no one but Xiaoqian. His intentions are genuine. Xiaoqian is currently not in a relationship, so this could be a fortuitous pairing. Additionally, she wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing, and you wouldn't have to work. You could simply enjoy life. How wonderful is that?" Bai Jianyong added in support. "Third brother, I've heard about your illness. To recover, a kidney transplant is essential, otherwise, you will be bedridden and unable to care for yourself. However, your brothers and I cannot afford the cost of a transplant. Now, with the Zhang family offering to cover your medical expenses, it's an opportunity we must seize. Think about it. The Zhang family is willing to pay for your treatment, and Xiaoqian would marry into a wealthy family. Perhaps Zhang Guodong might even arrange a job for Xiaoqi. It's a win-win situation. Such good fortune is hardly common." Bai Jianjun sighed. "Xiaoqian, how about this? Why don't you add each other on WeChat and chat for a bit? If it doesn't feel right, we can reconsider." Chen Guiying suggested, glancing at Bai Qian. "Yes, just have a conversation first. If it's unsuitable, then so be it." Bai Jianyong concurred. Bai Qian was about to refuse when she saw her father's increasingly frail face and recalled the doctor's words. She hesitated. She truly did not wish to witness her father languishing on a hospital bed, sustained only by a dialysis machine. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, filled with trepidation. "Dad, sister, I'm here." At that moment, Bai Qi entered the ward, wearing an exuberant smile. "Oh, fourth uncle, fourth aunt, what brings you here?" Seeing Bai Jianyong and Chen Guiying surprised him. He was aware that the 3 uncles were pooling resources for his father's treatment. But it was odd that these 2 were present instead of the eldest uncle. Bai Qi held a strong aversion towards fourth uncle and fourth aunt, as they often labeled him a ne'er-do-well and spoke ill of him behind his back. "Xiaoqi, what are you doing here?" Bai Qian asked, puzzled. "Shouldn't you be at work right now? Sneaking around 1T and well, your boss might dock your pay." Chen Guiying chastised. Bai Qi disregarded their comments, directing his attention toward his father on the hospital bed, asking, "Dad, are you feeling any better today?" Bai Jianjun nodded. He felt both indebted and helpless regarding this son. Bai Qi had always been lively and clever, yet his academic performance was lackluster. He had dropped out of middle school. Fortunately, he was not a bad person, but uncertainty loomed over his future. Casting a glance at Bai Jianyong and Chen Guiying, Bai Qi took Bai Qian's hand and led her outside. "Sister, come outside for a moment. I have exciting news." Though Bai Qian was confused, she allowed herself to be led out. It was also an opportunity for her to gather her thoughts. "Hey, where are you taking your sister? We have important matters to discuss." Chen Guiying called out, rising hastily. But Bai Qi paid her no mind, infuriating her further. "This little rascal." On the balcony outside, Bai Qi released his sister's hand, grinning with pride. "Sister, do you know how much I'm worth now?" Bai Qian rolled her eyes and replied, "What? Did you finally get a paycheck?" "No, I've encountered a benefactor," Bai Qi said, his eyes shimmering with admiration. "Have you lost your mind?" Bai Qian frowned, placing her hand on her foolish brother's forehead. "Sister, I am serious. I truly met a benefactor." Bai Qi insisted earnestly. "Then share it with me. Who is this benefactor?" Bai Qian chuckled lightly. Bai Qi cleared his throat and recounted the events of the previous night. After listening, Bai Qian expressed concern. Is your hand all right? Don't worry. Sister, it was just a minor scratch, nothing serious. Bai Qi grinned. Bai Qian nodded but furrowed her brow and asked, so this person gave you 50,000? Yes. If you don't believe me, I can show you the transfer message. Bai Qi nodded seriously, swiftly pulling out his phone. Bai Qian stared at the message, rendered speechless. You received 50,000 just for a scratch on your hand? She asked, unsure. Exactly. I was more shocked than you. Bai Qi exclaimed. This is 50,000. Enough to buy a BMW. Can you believe someone would just hand it over? Bai Qian rubbed her temples, feeling the world was dreadfully unfair. Some toiled endlessly for a mere 10,000, while others casually offered sums in the tens of thousands. Sister, we need not worry about Dad's medical expenses anymore. And I'm already searching for a kidney donor for him, Bai Qi said, his eyes slightly reddening. His admiration for Lin Fei had transformed into profound gratitude. Seeing tears welling in her brother's eyes made Bai Qian's heart ache. Simultaneously, she silently expressed her gratitude to the person who had given her brother 50,000. Chapter 45. Zhang Kuei arrives. Sister, did you not sleep last night? Bai Qi finally noticed his sister's pallor. I merely had a restless night. It's nothing. Bai Qian forced a smile. Sister, did you work the night shift sorting logistics again? Bai Qi frowned. Bai Qian waved her hand dismissively, saying, it was just one night. It's fine. Sister, you mustn't do that again. I will handle Dad's medical expenses. Bai Qi declared with utmost seriousness. He has already witnessed one of his closest relatives fall ill. He does not wish to see another. Xiaoqi, you have matured. Bai Qian smiled sincerely. Sister, I will transfer you 20,000 yuan. Buy yourself some clothes and improve your living conditions. Look at how much weight you've lost. Bai Qi stated. No need to transfer. Keep it for Dad's medical expenses. I have enough money. Bai Qian quickly waved her hand in refusal. Sister, rest assured, it is more than sufficient. Transferring this 20,000 won't have any impact. Bai Qi disregarded his sister's objections and directly opened WeChat to transfer the money. Sister, pass me your phone. I will assist you with the receipt. Bai Qi extended his hand, speaking with an air of authority, fearful that she might return the money later. Don't worry. I'll accept it. Bai Qian smiled helplessly, unlocking her phone to click on the payment. After all, she figured she might not use it, so it could be temporarily stored here for emergencies. Once she accepted the payment, Bai Qi finally revealed a joyful smile. By the way, make sure to pay back some of the uncle's money first, lest Auntie and the others gossip behind our backs. Bai Qian remarked. Don't worry. I'll find an opportunity to discuss it with them shortly. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. How should we explain the source of this money to Dad? Bai Qian suddenly recalled something. Just say we won a lottery. Bai Qi had already devised this excuse. You have quite the clever mind. Bai Qian could hardly suppress a laugh. As they approached the hospital room, Bai Qian heard laughter and conversation inside. Not only from her uncle and aunt, but also from an unfamiliar voice. Upon entering, she indeed found a young man sitting by her father's bedside. The man appeared somewhat mature, with a robust physique. His features were not unattractive, yet one could hardly describe him as handsome. Nevertheless, he was dressed entirely in genuine designer brands and wore a luxurious mechanical watch, exuding an aura of affluence. Beside the bedside table lay an array of health supplements and fruits. Ah, Xiaoqian has arrived. Chen Guiying beamed upon seeing Bai Qian. Bai Qian, however, completely ignored her and instead focused on the young man at her father's bedside. This was Zhang Kuei, the very person her aunt had just shown her. Unbeknownst to Bai Qian, Chen Guiying had secretly messaged Zhang Kuei earlier, inviting him over. Zhang Kuei, seated by the bed, was instantly captivated by Bai Qian. This woman was simply perfect. Her physique and features were nearly impeccable. Moreover, her simple attire and clear gaze suggested she was a woman of virtue. He had not returned to his hometown much in recent years, but upon returning this summer and seeing Bai Qian, he realized that such beauty still existed in this world. Back in middle school, Bai Qian's plain dressing and tendency to remain in the classroom had prevented him from recognizing her beauty. Looking back now, he felt he had been blind. Zhang Kuei stood up, extending his hand with a confident smile. Xiaoqian, it's been a while. You still look as beautiful as ever. Haha, does my sister know you? It's been a while since you've seen her. Bai Qi bluntly mocked. At this remark, Chen Guiying's expression changed, and she pointed at Bai Qi, scolding. You little rascal, how can you speak like that? This is your brother Kuei. Do I know him? Bai Qi glanced at Chen Guiying, holding back laughter. You. Chen Guiying was so furious that her face flushed, pointing at Bai Qi, speechless. Xiaoqi, be polite. Bai Jianjun interjected. Fine. Bai Qi waved his hand, sitting down on a nearby stool with an unhappy expression directed at Zhang Kuei. This little rascal. Chen Guiying muttered under her breath, and then shot Zhang Kuei a meaningful glance. Zhang Kuei quickly smiled and asked, Xiaoqian, which university are you attending now? Hearing him address her as Xiaoqian, Bai Qian frowned slightly, but with so many people around, she refrained from saying much and replied coolly, Huayang Normal University. Zhang Kuei immediately gave her a thumbs up. Xiaoqian, you are not only beautiful, but also exceptionally accomplished. Unlike me, who didn't even finish high school and is just muddling through life. Xiao Kuei, you are mistaken. That is not muddling through. At your young age, you already own a company, which far surpasses many university students. Chen Guiying immediately flattered him. Aunt Chen, it's just a small company. We only make about 7 to 800,000 a year, which isn't much. Zhang Kuei waved his hand, feigning modesty. What are you pretending for? Uffed. Bai Qi rolled his eyes inwardly. From the moment he laid eyes on Zhang Kuei, he felt an intense dislike. Thinking to himself that there is a saying that rings true. Some people do nothing but sit there and make others want to punch them. Oh, 7 to 800,000 is not little. My family doesn't even earn that much in 3 years. Chen Guiying chuckled, her eyes squinting with delight. Bai Qian was uninterested in how much Zhang Kuei earned. Instead, she turned to Bai Qi and asked, Xiaoqi, do you have work this afternoon? I took the day off today. I'll go in tomorrow, Bai Qi replied. Then you stay here to take care of Dad. I'll be leaving now. I have class this afternoon, Bai Qian stated. All right, sister, you may go. I'll handle things here, Bai Qi nodded. Dad, I'll head back to school now and come to see you later, Bai Qian said to her father. Bai Jianjun nodded. Xiaoqian, hurry back. Don't be late. Upon hearing Bai Qian was leaving, Bai Jianjun and his wife felt a hint of dissatisfaction. Zhang Kuei had just arrived, and now she was leaving. Was it intentional? Xiaoqian, why don't you stay a bit longer? Zhang Kuei just got here, and you two haven't had much of a conversation. Chen Guiying urged. Aunt, I truly need to go back to class. Besides, we don't have much to talk about, Bai Qian replied. At this, Zhang Kuei appeared somewhat awkward. Seeing this, Chen Guiying quickly suggested, how about letting Zhang Kuei drive you back? He has a car, and you won't have to squeeze onto the subway. No need, Aunt. That would be too much trouble, Bai Qian politely declined. It's no trouble at all. I'm free anyway. And I'd like to see what the university is like. Zhang Kuei quickly added with a smile. Really don't need it, but thank you for the offer. Bai Qian reiterated her refusal. Xiaoqian, Zhang Kuei doesn't mind. Just let him take you. He won't bite. Chen Guiying encouraged. Indeed, Zhang Kuei is just being kind. Bai Jianjun chimed in. Bai Jianjun glanced at the expensive supplements nearby, sighed, and thought it would be impolite to refuse, saying, Xiaoqian, let Zhang Kuei drive you. Chapter 46. What are your intentions? Drive? My sister knows the way. Bai Qi spoke up, somewhat displeased. He had the nagging feeling that this man harbored ulterior motives towards his sister. Xiaoqi, be quiet. What does a child know? Bai Jianjun glared at him. Bai Qi turned his head, dismissing it entirely. Xiaoqian, your father has spoken. Just go. Zhang Kuei came specifically to see your father today. Look at those supplements. Those are worth thousands. Chen Guiying began her moral persuasion. Bai Qian looked at her father, then at the supplements, and felt that she should indeed give some face, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Zhang Kuei's face brightened instantly. Then let us go. I happen to want to visit the normal university. I've heard the scenery there is lovely. Bai Qian remained silent, merely nodding casually as she walked toward the door. Zhang Kuei hastened his steps and approached the door. Turning back, he smiled and said, Uncle Bai San, Uncle Bai Si, Aunt Si. I shall take Xiaoqian back to school now. If you dare to harbor any ill intentions towards my sister, I will undoubtedly deal with you. Bai Qi rose, his expression grave as he issued the warning. The words caused a stir among those present, even rousing the patient in the adjacent bed from slumber. Zhang Kuei was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting chill flickering in his eyes, but he quickly forced a chuckle, saying, What are you talking about? Xiaoqi, you are just being ridiculous. Bai Jianyong lowered his voice sharply, admonishing, What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Guiying lightly smacked Bai Qi's shoulder, exclaiming, You little rascal. What are you saying? Bai Jianjun also admonished him seriously, though he secretly supported Bai Qi's sentiments. Humph. Bai Qi snorted coldly, choosing silence. Although they lived in a society governed by law and his sister was remarkably intelligent, he felt compelled to issue a warning. All right, off you go. Chen Guiying quickly laughed to ease the tension. Zhang Kuei had promised her a generous red envelope of 33,000 yuan if she could successfully match the two. Go on. Bai Jianyong waved him off hurriedly. Zhang Kuei nodded and departed, genuinely concerned that Bai Qi, that little rascal, might spoil his plans. As they walked from the inpatient department towards the hospital parking lot, Bai Qian walked briskly ahead of Zhang Kuei, deliberately avoiding walking alongside him. Aware of Bai Qian's strong guard against him, Zhang Kuei adhered to the adage that a thick-skinned approach could win over a goddess, quickening his pace to catch up. At last, he drew alongside Bai Qian and, while striding, attempted to initiate a conversation. Xiaoqian, which high school did you attend? Upon hearing him call her Xiaoqian again, Bai Qian's eyes flashed with disdain. Yet knowing she would have to ride with him, she suppressed her feelings and replied coolly. Nanchong No. 1 High School. Zhang Kuei responded with admiration. Impressive. I knew you were exceptional. You were always in the top 10 during middle school. No wonder you got into Nanchong No. 1. Bai Qian sighed inwardly, choosing to remain silent. Yet, Zhang Kuei, seemingly oblivious to her impatience, persisted in engaging her. Bai Qian offered little more than perfunctory responses until they reached the parking lot, where Zhang Kuei finally fell silent. He approached a sleek black Cadillac CT5, deftly retrieving the car keys and unlocking the door. Pulling the vehicle beside Bai Qian, he opened the passenger door and called out, Xiao Qian, hop in. Bai Qian furrowed her brows, hesitant to sit in the front, but knowing she would get car sick in the back, she reluctantly climbed in. After all, they lived in a lawful society. He wouldn't dare do anything to her in broad daylight. As soon as the door closed, Zhang Kuei leaned forward, extending a hand towards Bai Qian. What are you doing? She exclaimed, startled. Zhang Kuei jumped back, quickly clarifying, don't misunderstand. I'm just fastening your seatbelt. I'll do it myself. She quickly replied, securing her own belt. Zhang Kuei chuckled awkwardly and returned to his seat. After leaving the hospital and merging onto a main road, Zhang Kuei stole glances at Bai Qian. Though slender, she possessed an alluring figure, her long, delicate legs captivating him. He internally reveled in her natural beauty. Her skin radiant even without makeup, truly exquisite. Suddenly, his mind wandered to the things his friends had mentioned, such as obedience water. If he could procure such substances and invite her out for dinner, it would lead to. He envisioned capturing evidence on camera, pondering the possibilities with increasingly sinister thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Qian had seen his expression in the rearview mirror. Her complexion altered slightly as she opened her phone to dial. If Zhang Kuei dared to make any advances, she would not hesitate to call the police. Zhang Kuei seemed to notice her demeanor, promptly restoring his usual facade. Xiao Qian, with Uncle Bai San's illness, your family must be in considerable debt, right? He inquired. Both intentionally and unintentionally. Bai Qian nodded, aware that her father, Bai Jianjun, had borrowed 70,000 yuan from friends and co-workers, but with Bai Qi now financially stable, they would repay it soon. I can't imagine how a delicate girl like you is managing, especially with a younger brother to care for. Zhang Kuei feigned sympathy. If you ever need assistance, do let me know. I, Zhang Kuei, would exhaust my entire fortune to help you, he declared earnestly. Bai Qian scoffed silently, but maintained an indifferent facade. We're managing just fine for now. We have our solutions, she replied. Zhang Kuei merely smiled, believing Bai Qian was simply too proud to accept help. However, he intended to bide his time, waiting for her to reach her breaking point before offering assistance. By the way, Xiao Qian, it's been ages since you bought new clothes, hasn't it? How about we go shopping together sometime? I could get you some nice outfits and maybe a handbag. What do you think? Zhang Kuei suggested cheerfully. You needn't worry about that, Bai Qian replied coolly. Xiao Qian, do you really not grasp my intentions? Zhang Kuei insinuated, attempting to place his hand on her thigh. What are you doing? Bai Qian's expression shifted as she shouted, forcefully swatting his hand away. Zhang Kuei quickly apologized, smiling sheepishly. My bad. I was just trying to shift gears. Bai Qian inhaled deeply, shifting further towards the window, casting a wary glance at Zhang Kuei. After half an hour, the car arrived at the entrance of Huayang Normal University. Throughout the journey, Zhang Kuei continuously sought to engage Bai Qian, often attempting to make inappropriate advances. Had she not yelled at him, he likely would have escalated his behavior. Once the car stopped, Bai Qian swiftly opened the door and exited, turning to him through the passenger window. You should head back. I'm not in a hurry. I actually wanted to check out the university. Why don't we go in together? Zhang Kuei replied with a grin. I have class soon. You can explore by yourself. Bai Qian coldly rejected him. Chapter 47. The second beauty of the normal university, Bai Qian. Zhang Kuei's incessant advances had escalated Bai Qian's loathing to its zenith. Xiao Qian, I genuinely want to see the university. I've never been, but I've always wanted to. Zhang Kuei insisted sincerely. If you want to see it, just go. Why tell me? Bai Qian replied icily, turning away. Yet, Zhang Kuei was undeterred. He parked the car and hurriedly followed her. However, upon reaching the security office, he was stopped by the security guard. Although Huayang Normal University did not have facial recognition access, they did not allow just anyone to enter. The guard immediately recognized Zhang Kuei was not a student and raised an eyebrow, asking, Are you a student here? Zhang Kuei, thinking swiftly, nodded eagerly yes. I'm a student at the Normal University. Nonsense. There are no students in their 30s here. The guard retorted. In their 30s? Who's in their 30s? Zhang Kuei responded. Bewildered. Who else could it be? The guard glared at him. Uffed. Ha ha ha. Two female university students passing by stifled their laughter behind their hands. Zhang Kuei's face flushed crimson, and he immediately glared at the security guard in anger. What do you mean I look over 30 just because I'm a bit darker and dressed more maturely? His voice was rather loud, attracting the attention of Bai Qian, who was already 10 meters away. Upon seeing Zhang Kuei being stopped, she felt a sense of relief. The security guard snickered and extended his hand. Let me see your student ID then. Zhang Kuei suddenly felt embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly, retorting, who carries their student ID around every day? Then access the academic credentials network, the security guard asserted, seemingly already anticipating such a response. Pointing directly at Zhang Kuei's phone. What is the academic credentials network? Zhang Kuei was baffled. The security guard's mouth twitched slightly at his ignorance. You don't even know what the academic credentials network is, yet you dare to impersonate a university student? Hurry up and leave. External individuals must make an appointment to enter the campus, and it's obvious you haven't done that. Come back when you've made an appointment. The guard waved him off. Realizing he had been exposed, Zhang Kuei's eyes darted around before he pointed at Bai Qian in the distance, shouting, I'm here accompanying my sister. Look, that's her. Just because you say so? The security guard chuckled. If you don't believe me, I can have her come over and confirm. With a cold snort, Zhang Kuei dashed towards Bai Qian while the guard was distracted. Hey, come back here. Are you looking for trouble? The guard exclaimed, rushing into the room to grab an electric baton before chasing after him on his electric bike. Wow, this old man is surprisingly fast. Zhang Kuei's expression changed, and he hurriedly called out to Bai Qian, Xiao Qian, wait for me. Bai Qian frowned, initially intending to pretend she didn't hear, but she could faintly hear the guard yelling, Stop, stop. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she finally turned around. Upon turning, she was greeted by the sight of the security guard, one-handedly riding his electric bike while wielding a baton, chasing after Zhang Kuei, who was sprinting away with his head tucked down in an awkward manner. The guard swung twice and missed, chuckling. Oh, you can dodge? With that, he twisted the throttle to gain speed, nearly matching Zhang Kuei's pace, and then jabbed the baton into Zhang Kuei's side. Ouch! Zhang Kuei yelped in pain, while the guard burst into laughter, continuing to poke at Zhang Kuei's backside with the baton. Xiao Qian, is your school's security guard from the underworld? Zhang Kuei shouted. Looking up, Bai Qian observed the scene with furrowed brows, thinking how Zhang Kuei couldn't shake off the guard. Yet, this commotion was not sustainable. If someone got hurt, it would likely implicate the guard. Uncle Chun, be careful not to cause any trouble, she cautioned. The guard paused, then retracted his baton, having thought there were no other people around. At this moment, Zhang Kuei reached Bai Qian's side, panting heavily. I can't believe that security guard is such a thug. Zhang Kuei gasped, his face filled with indignation. He hit me twice on the back, jabbing my side and my behind. Why did you follow me? Bai Qian's expression was quite displeased. I just wanted to come in and take a look. Zhang Kuei replied sheepishly. Xiao Qian, is this guy a relative of yours? The security guard, approaching on his electric bike, inquired. No, I don't know him. He is just an outsider. Uncle Chun, please escort him out, Bai Qian directed at the guard. Outsider. Uncle Chun perked up at this, immediately preparing to confront Zhang Kuei with his baton. What are you going to do? Zhang Kuei panicked at the sight of the baton. Get out now, or I'll call the police. I have the authority to use force to stop you until they arrive. Uncle Chin asserted sternly. Zhang Kuei's face fell, glancing at Bai Qian, who turned away without a word. Realizing he was in a tight spot, Zhang Kuei could only awkwardly smile. All right, uncle, I'm leaving. Please don't call the police. Next time you intrude upon our university, I'll make sure to spin you like a top. Uncle Chun glared at him. Get moving. I'll escort you out. Zhang Kuei nodded. Okay, thank you. Subsequently, Uncle Chun rode his electric bike, taking Zhang Kuei back to the security room. Meanwhile, Bai Qian walked expressionlessly along the path to her class. As she neared the classroom, more students filled the area due to the approaching class time. Look, that's the first campus beauty, Bai Qian, I told you about. So she is Bai Qian. I heard she is stunning, but I didn't pay much attention then. Now, seeing her, she truly is breathtaking. Wow. Isn't that the second campus beauty, Bai Qian? She is incredibly beautiful. Along the way, numerous students recognized Bai Qian. However, rather than feeling pleased by the compliments, she felt increasingly awkward, hastening her steps to escape whenever someone praised her nearby. In truth, she rarely participated in school activities or public appearances. Her recognition stemmed from having been unwittingly photographed in the library and featured on a confession wall. After that incident, many began visiting the library merely hoping to encounter her. Bai Qian understood the adage about fame bringing trouble. So after an influx of people seeking her out at the library, she ceased going there altogether. Even when she needed to study, she would find an empty classroom by herself. Chapter 48. The two sisters-in-law appear simultaneously. As time flew by, evening arrived. The playground at Huayan University was bustling with excitement, as there was no military training tonight, and a free football match was set to take place. Taking advantage of this time, Everyone changed out of their military training uniforms into refreshing casual attire and gathered at the playground. At precisely 7 o'clock, the freshman team would face off against the football team. Lin Fei was also participating in this match, as he hadn't played football in a year. If he didn't play now, he might forget his skills entirely. The stands beside the playground were already packed with spectators, some holding snacks, others draped in jerseys, and some waving military training flags. Even the rubber track below was filled with students seated on the ground. The atmosphere of the entire football field was electrifying. Lin Fei donned a blue jersey emblazoned with the number 9 and white shorts, sitting on the rubber track beside the football field, laughing and chatting with his roommates. "Excuse me, make way please." At that moment, Song Jiai, carrying a bag of fruit snacks, cautiously approached, careful not to step on those seated. "Watch out, beautiful. Don't fall. If you do, make sure to fall this way." "Brothers, I feel this beauty is no less than the 10 campus beauties in our school." "Absolutely. I think so too. And she has that charming Jiangnan beauty aura, you know?" Upon seeing the beauty, the male students willingly cleared a path, some even joking around, while many were already captivated by Song Jiai's stunning looks. Feeling her face flush, Song Jiai hurriedly made her way to Lin Fei's side. Upon seeing her arrive, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. "Where did you pop up from this time? I don't want to talk to you." Song Jiai shot him a glare, yet obediently sat next to Lin Fei, placing the large bag of snacks beside them. "Go on, eat. Don't be shy." Song Jiai greeted Zhao Feng and the others with a smile. "Sister-in-law, thank you." Zhao Feng chuckled as he picked up a banana and began to peel it. "Go on. Indulge yourselves with the complimentary snacks. Don't be shy. Make sure to finish them all. Leave none for her," Lin Fei said with a grin. No sooner had he spoken than Song Jiai pinched his waist sharply. "Ouch, what was that for?" Lin Fei yelped in pain. "Little black." Song Jiai shot him an exasperated glance. "You're no better. You have even more of Gij's emoticons than I do," Lin Fei retorted, pouting slightly. "Humph. Those aren't mine," Song Jiai replied, her cheeks flushing, though her conviction was clearly wavering, for she indeed harbored a fondness for little black. "Look over there. Isn't that Kai Xinyan? Oh my goodness, Xinyan is wearing black stockings today. Wow, Kai Xinyan in a short skirt paired with black stockings. This competition is truly worth attending. Are those legs even real?" At that moment, the boys on the sidelines erupted into a frenzy. For today, the third campus bell, Kai Xinyan, president of the dance club, had donned a short skirt with black stockings. This was a rare and breathtaking sight to behold. Lin Fei's ears perked up, and he frowned slightly. Kai Xinyan, black stockings? Short skirt? He turned his head, and sure enough, there she was, carefully making her way over while holding her skirt. Although she wore safety shorts underneath, she still clutched at her skirt tightly. In her hands, she carried a bag of drinks and snacks. Upon spotting Lin Fei, she instantly brightened, waving enthusiastically, "Lin Fei," and quickly approached him. Witnessing this scene, the male students were left bewildered, all turning to look at Lin Fei. "What the heck? It's him. Who is he? Is he famous? Are you foolish? He asked the guy Kai Xinyan kissed last time." Some boys who had closely watched the fashion show immediately recognized Lin Fei and began explaining to those around them. Faced with the piercing stares directed at him, Lin Fei merely shrugged. "Not you again," Song Jiai exclaimed, her teeth gritting in irritation upon seeing Kai Xinyan. Kai Xinyan, noticing Song Jiai, let out a cold humph and turned to Zhao Feng, greeting him warmly. "Hello everyone, it's nice to see you again." Kai Xinyan beamed with an inviting smile. Zhao Feng, Lu Dachao, and Xia Xiang exchanged glances, seemingly questioning whether they should address her as sister-in-law. "Thank you, Senior Kai," Xia Xiang quickly said. "Yes, thank you, Senior Kai," Zhao Feng added with a grin. Kai Xinyan appeared unfazed by the sister-in-law title, simply waving her hand with a smile. "No need for thanks." She then turned to Song Jiai, her lips curving upward. "Jiai, you're here too?" "I had to come. Lin Fei is competing today," Song Jiai replied, pouting as she deliberately inched closer to Lin Fei. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Kai Xinyan, she felt an overwhelming urge to be near Lin Fei. As if to assert her claim, Kai Xinyan let out a huff, equally unwilling to back down, and promptly sat beside Lin Fei, extending her long legs, clad in black stockings, across the plastic track. After sitting down, she picked up a bottle of drink, twisted the cap off, and handed it to Lin Fei. "You'll be doing some intense exercise later. Drink this to replenish your energy." Observing the exchange, Song Jiai frowned, then stabbed a piece of cantaloupe with a bamboo skewer. Sulking, Lin Fei, "Here, have a piece of fruit." Lin Fei, caught in a dilemma, closed his eyes and ignored both of them. "Dear students, our competition is about to commence. Please maintain silence." At that moment, a boy in a suit, holding a microphone, announced. The playground erupted in a thunderous cheer. "Is the match starting? Lin Fei, aren't you going to play?" Song Jiai asked anxiously. Kai Xinyan wore a look of confusion as well. I'll play in the second half. I want to watch the game first, Lin Fei replied with a smile. He was concerned that entering too soon might overshadow the joyous atmosphere of the day. Kai Xinyan glanced at Lin Fei, assuming he might lack the skill, which was why he wasn't starting, and gently patted his hand, offering quiet reassurance. It's all right. Coming on as a substitute is fine. It's all for fun anyway. Song Jiai, pouting, felt regret that Lin Fei wasn't starting, as being a starter in front of nearly 20,000 spectators would be quite the spectacle. Little did they know, Lin Fei was not only a national-level football player, but also a key striker for the championship team in the provincial high school league. Finally, as the host's lengthy opening remarks drew to a close, it was time for the players to enter the field. Leading the way were 4 referees, followed by 22 athletes, poised at the sidelines, ready for action. As an exhilarating piece of background music played, the referees and players made their grand entrance. The school team wore matching white jerseys and black shorts, exuding professionalism. In contrast, the freshman team looked somewhat shabby, sporting simple blue vests with numbers and mismatched white shorts. However, at least the vests and shorts shared a common color, making them not too difficult to distinguish. On the school team, Chao Shouyu donned the captain's armband and the number 10 jersey, chewing gum with an air of arrogance. Meanwhile, the freshman team lacked captain armbands, with only the leading player tying a red ribbon around his arm. As the players took their positions in the center circle, the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch, with cheers and shouts erupting all around. Chao Shouyu, I love you. Shouyu, go for it. Show those freshmen. Chao, go for it. Keep a clean sheet against them. Numerous girls with striking figures and appealing looks shouted excitedly from the sidelines, some even holding up posters of Chao Shouyu. On the field, Chao Shouyu wore a look of pride and satisfaction. This was the reaction he craved. At that moment, Song Jiai leaned in closer to Lin Fei and whispered, pointing at Chao Shouyu, "That's the one in number 10 who bothered me last time." Lin Fei squinted, scrutinizing Chao Shouyu. Just a glance made Lin Fei suspect that he was indeed a skilled player. However, whether he was as formidable as Lin Fei anticipated would be revealed in the upcoming match. I think he might have some vision issues. To have come over and harassed you, Lin Fei remarked mischievously. Go to hell, Song Jiai retorted, clearly annoyed. Watching the two whispering together, Kai Xinyan's eyes brimmed with jealousy. Soon, it was time for the national anthem, and everyone in attendance rose to sing. For reasons unknown, they sang with exceptional volume and passion, far surpassing the usual spirit displayed during the flag-raising ceremonies. After the anthem concluded, the players exchanged high fives, and the captains of both teams, guided by the referees, proceeded to flip a coin to determine possession. The freshman team was fortunate enough to secure the kickoff. With the kickoff executed, the match officially began. The spectators on the sidelines erupted into fervent cheers. The school team's fans were loud, but the freshmen were equally spirited, neither side willing to yield. The freshman team had several capable players, such as number 10 Yang Yong and number 8 Pan Yu. Once they gained possession, several key players calmly began to pass and control the ball, gradually pushing forward. However, the final pass was intercepted by a high header from the school team's defender, and immediately, possession fell to the feet of the school team's midfielder. The transition between attack and defense for the school team was remarkably swift. After just a few passes, Chao Shouyu found himself alongside 2 forwards from the school team, rapidly approaching the penalty area. The freshman team hastily retreated to defend, but after a wall pass with the school team's number 11, Zhang Chao, Chao Shouyu surged into the box with the ball and unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! The sound resonated as the ball rocketed into the top corner like a cannonball. Whoosh! The goalkeeper was caught off guard, unable to make a save as the ball nestled into the net. A wave of exhilaration washed over Chao Shouyu's face as he immediately sprinted to the sidelines to celebrate, casting his eyes around for potential admirers. Oh my! Incredible! My idol is simply too handsome. Chao Shouyu, I want to marry you. The crowd erupted into cheers, both men and women captivated by the stunning display. As a football enthusiast, Lin Fei could not help but concede that the strike was indeed magnificent. The match resumed swiftly, and the school team's morale soared after the goal, their attacks growing more relentless, leaving the freshman team in a state of passive defense. Yet, as a makeshift team, their defensive organization was non-existent, and the school team quickly exploited their vulnerabilities. Chao Shouyu dribbled down the wing, deftly cutting inside and altering his pace to bewilder 4 defenders before taking aim. The ball arced beautifully through the air before once again finding the back of the net. 2 o'clock. This goal further ignited the atmosphere on the sidelines. Nearly 20,000 spectators were present, and the roar of the crowd was simply electrifying. Chao Shouyu basked in the spotlight as the school's digital media club captured his every move, while numerous girls nearby gazed at him with starry eyes. Meanwhile, the freshman team, having conceded 2 goals in quick succession, was demoralized, with teammates pointing fingers at one another. For heaven's sake, can you not hesitate before shooting? Can't those in front of you hold on to the ball? Can the goalkeeper look at his teammates' positions before clearing the ball? Even the freshman students on the sidelines shook their heads in wry amusement, recognizing the vast disparity in skill. Victory seemed utterly unattainable. Chapter 50, just a normal contest. The match reached the 30-minute mark, with the score already at 5 o'clock. Aside from Chao Shuyu's 4 goals, Zhang Chao had also netted 1. The freshman team was utterly overwhelmed, unable to venture out of their own half, each player appearing lost. Chao Shuyu's fans on the sidelines began to taunt the opposing team, their arrogance palpable. At that moment, Chao Shuyu spotted Song Jiai sitting on the sidelines, and his eyes lit up. Since his last unsuccessful attempt at flirting, he had been inquiring about her whereabouts, but had found nothing. Unexpectedly encountering her at the football field today, he was taken aback. Wait, who was that man beside her? As he observed Song Jiai and Lin Fei's close demeanor, his expression soured. The sight of Lin Fei's blue vest intensified his ire. Damn it. How dare he pursue the girl I like? If I don't score double digits against you today, I won't bear the surname Chao. With a fierce glint in his eye, Chao Shuyu raised his hand, demanding the ball from his teammate. After receiving the pass, he broke through, deftly maneuvering past 3 defenders before delivering a jaw-dropping world-class strike. Incredible, brother. How could he score from so far out? Ladies, does anyone know his name? I think I'm in love. This senior is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A number of freshmen began to sway towards the school team's side. After scoring, Chao Shuyu removed his shirt, revealing his chiseled physique. He then ran to the edge of the field, provocatively gesturing a 6 towards Lin Fei's direction. In an instant, the freshman male spectators could no longer contain themselves, rising to vocally berate Chao Shuyu. What a show-off. The school team flaunting their superiority over a junior team. Damn it, we'll definitely crush you in the second half. Come back tomorrow night if you dare. Even Kai Xinyan and Song Jiai wore irritated expressions. Although Kai Xinyan was a sophomore, she found the provocation intolerable. More importantly, Lin Fei was on the freshman team, and their actions were a direct insult to him. How outrageous. Song Jiai's face flushed with anger. However, the moment the freshmen shouted back, the sophomores and juniors on the opposite sidelines retaliated with equal fervor. Freshmen, if you can't win, just sit down quietly. Don't stand up and lose both the match and your dignity. If you're so capable, score a goal instead of just running your mouths. Our Shuyu will score double digits today, and then we'll see if you still have the audacity to talk. If you're lacking in skill, practice more. Thank you. In an instant, a cacophony erupted as fans from both sides clashed, prompting the host to intervene with a microphone in hand. Fortunately, as students, the host's words quickly calmed the crowd. The match resumed. Just after the restart, the freshman team gained a decent opportunity. Number 10, Yang Yong, skillfully maneuvered past an opposing midfielder and charged down the center towards the penalty area. Just as he was about to penetrate the box, an opposing fullback suddenly accelerated towards him, brutally taking him down along with the ball. Yang Yong tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before lying there, clutching his ankle in agony. The opposing defender, realizing the severity of the situation, feigned injury and collapsed as well. The referee swiftly blew his whistle and rushed over. For heaven's sake, that's just dirty. Are they trying to play dirty? Can the school team show a bit of decency? Yang Yong's foul left the freshman students on the sidelines fuming, with many sophomores and juniors sharing the sentiment that such aggression was unnecessary for a friendly match. Even Lin Fei, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of anger and stood up. However, the school team's female fans disagreed, justifying the rough play. This is football. If you can't handle the physicality, don't play. This is what they call the spirit of a tenacious defender. Do you even understand? This is just normal combat. Are you all so fragile after losing? Thus, the argument reignited. Since the opposing defender had touched the ball first before taking Yang Yong down, the referee could only issue a yellow card, which was more of a consolation for the fans due to Yang Yong's injury. Soon, Yang Yong was assisted by 2 teammates and made his way to Lin Fei. Looking at Lin Fei, he forced a smile and said, "Lin Fei, why don't you go in now? I really can't continue playing." Lin Fei took a bottle of drink from his bag and handed it to him. Patting his back, "Just take a good rest, leave it to me." Yang Yong accepted the drink with a nod. Although he was uncertain of Lin Fei's abilities, his muscular physique suggested he was likely no slouch. Lin Fei stretched a bit before jogging onto the field. "Brother, good luck. Be careful, they're playing dirty." As Lin Fei stepped onto the pitch, the freshman male spectators cheered him on. "Fly, brother, go for it. Lin Fei, give it your all." Zhao Feng and Kai Xinyan also eagerly encouraged him. Lin Fei smiled and nodded, then began assessing the game while communicating with his teammates. However, the opposing fans completely disregarded Lin Fei, believing that no matter who was substituted in, the outcome of the match would remain unchanged. As the score reached an astonishing 6-0 with merely 10 minutes remaining in the first half, even with the addition of stoppage time, there would be at most around 13 minutes left. In such a fleeting moment, even the king of the pitch could not salvage the situation. In the stands, Lu Jinglan was mildly taken aback upon spotting Lin Fei entering the arena. This fellow not only played the guitar, but was also adept at football. On the bleachers designated for the school team's supporters, Luo Xiaoxi, clad in a black spaghetti-strap dress, sneered upon seeing Lin Fei in his blue vest. Humph. I didn't expect you to be a freshman participating in the match. Soon, I shall witness how Chao Shuyu crushes you. Beside her, her friend Yu Miaoling noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired curiously, Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Look at who that number 9 is. Luo Xiaoxi scoffed. Yu Miaoling was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't he the same boy who had rejected her friend the other day? I can hardly wait to see him get utterly defeated by Chao Shuyu. Luo Xiaoxi exclaimed with a smug grin. Meanwhile, Irina was seated with several international students of diverse ethnicities, and upon seeing Lin Fei take the field, she leapt up in excitement and shouted, Lin, Lin. Hearing her distinctive trilled R, Lin Fei turned his head, and upon recognizing Irina, he smiled and nodded. Chao Shuyu regarded Lin Fei with palpable disdain, convinced that Lin was merely a tall forward with poor footwork, thus posing no threat. Moreover, due to Song Jiaye's presence, Chao Shuiyu's desire to score intensified. Today, he aimed to net double digits in front of her. Chapter 51, The Korean Beauty Lin Fei. The match soon commenced. Lin Fei had previously conferred with his teammates and was granted unlimited freedom to attack. As the game began, the ball found its way to Lin Fei's feet. Instead of passing, he swiftly dribbled forward. At that moment, everyone on the field questioned his sanity, with all 11 opponents yet to cross midfield. Was it not foolish to charge ahead alone? The left midfielder for the school team wore a contemptuous expression, thinking, go ahead. Let us see if you can get past me. However, as he stepped forward to intercept, Lin Fei executed a brilliant feint, effortlessly outpacing him. The left midfielder was momentarily stunned. With astonishing speed, Lin Fei penetrated the opponent's defense, drawing alarmed expressions from several defenders who rushed to intercept him. Yet, this was precisely what Lin Fei awaited. As they charged forward, he suddenly dropped his shoulder and changed direction. The defenders reacted quickly, attempting to follow his new path. But Lin Fei smirked and executed another sudden stop and turn, leaving them off balance and tumbling to the ground. In the next instant, he launched a shot from just outside the penalty area. With a thunderous crack, the ball rocketed like a cannonball into the far corner of the net. The goalkeeper had yet to move before the ball nestled into the back of the net. A wave of ecstatic cheers erupted from the crowd. In the stands, Luo Xiaoxi scoffed at Lin Fei's goal, dismissing it as mere luck. Lin Fei, eschewing celebration, darted toward the goal to retrieve the ball and raced back to the center circle. On the school team's side, Chao Shuiyu's expression shifted. His gaze on Lin Fei now tinged with seriousness. Keep a close watch on that number 9. Chao Shuiyu instructed his teammates. Following the restart, the school team played cautiously, unlike their previous aggressive approach. However, after a sudden passing error, Lin Fei seized the opportunity to break through and scored yet again, marking his second goal. The school team was thrown into disarray. Who was this number 9 that had just come on? He was an unstoppable scoring machine. Lin Fei, fueled with relentless energy, dribbled the ball forward at every opportunity, as if he were an invincible force. He executed a series of high-difficulty maneuvers, including pendulum dribbles and rainbow flicks. And despite the school team's desperate defense, he netted a total of 4 goals. In the final minute of the first half, Lin Fei charged into the penalty area and executed a precise push shot, scoring just in time. Lin Fei had achieved a remarkable 5 goals, bringing the score to 6-5. The arena fell into a momentary hush before erupting into thunderous applause. Oh, incredible, incredible, incredible. This is even more thrilling than the World Cup, shouted a perfect-looking beauty beside Irina, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she exclaimed in Korean, Wow, Lin Fei is so handsome. On the sidelines, Song Jiaye jumped for joy, clapping her hands enthusiastically. Lin Fei, Kai Xingyan was equally elated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After a brief 10-minute halftime, Lin Fei casually drank some sports drink and engaged with the spectators before re-entering the fray. In the second half, the school team altered their formation to a defensive strategy, knowing they could not afford to concede another goal. Otherwise, their reputation would be tarnished, and they desperately aimed to maintain the scoreline at 6-5. However, Lin Fei in the second half truly epitomized the essence of a Bombardier-esque style of play. Whenever he gained possession, he would charge forward, regardless of the distance, taking a powerful shot after just a couple of steps. His shots were precise and powerful, with 9 out of 10 hitting the target, and the lone miss struck the post. Several times, the opponents attempted to resort to foul play in desperation, yet not only did they fail to take him down, but they also ended up injuring themselves. Before long, the score had escalated to 15-6. Lin Fei then began to support his teammates, assisting them with passes. In the final 30 seconds of the match, Lin Fei advanced from outside his own penalty area, deftly evading 7 defenders before unleashing a stunning 47-meter shot that left the crowd in awe. Good grief. Brother, are you Carlos? This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. He scored 16 goals and assisted his teammates in netting 8 more. What on earth was this? A 16-goal game. Without you, I wouldn't even watch the national team, shouted a fan. Handsome, what is your name? I want to marry you. Sisters, I need all the information on number 9 within 10 minutes. The school team was utterly bewildered, each player exchanging helpless shrugs, while even the supporters in the stands fell into stunned silence. As the post-match ceremony commenced, the freshman team beamed with joy. Kai Xinyan and Song Jiayi leaped in excitement, momentarily forgetting their previous grievances, and embraced each other in elation. Irina and the Korean beauty who had been fervently cheering for Lin Fei shared a jubilant hug, as if they had won the match themselves. On the sidelines, Yin Zhaojiao held flowers in one hand, covering her mouth with the other, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. This was her man. Although Lu Jinglan was not well versed in football, witnessing Lin Fei standing proudly on the field left her momentarily lost in thought. In the stands, Luo Xiaoxi stared in disbelief at Lin Fei's triumphant stance, utterly incredulous. She had anticipated watching Lin Fei get overwhelmed by Chao Shuyu, yet now, it was Lin Fei who had single-handedly dismantled the entire school team. Strangely, she found herself viewing him in a decidedly more favorable light. Xiaoxi he really is quite handsome, her friend Yu Miaoling gushed, starry-eyed. Meanwhile, several students from the Digital Media Society on the sidelines were already discussing creating a highlight reel for Lin Fei. After the closing ceremony, Kai Xinyan and Song Jiayi could no longer contain their excitement and rushed into the arena to embrace Lin Fei. However, out of consideration for the surrounding atmosphere, Lin Fei could only offer a brief hug in return. Chao Shuiyu, who was already feeling dejected from his loss, was further infuriated upon witnessing the embrace between Song Jiayi and Lin Fei, nearly choking on his anger. Not far away, Yin Zhaojiao had intended to approach with flowers at that moment, but upon seeing Kai Xinyan and Song Jiayi, she hesitated and decided to retreat. Perhaps it would be better to present the flowers to Lin Fei later. She quietly left the football field. At that moment, Irina arrived beside Lin Fei, accompanied by a stunning Korean beauty. Lin, congratulations, Irina exclaimed warmly in Chinese, opening her arms for a simple embrace with Lin Fei. Thank you. Lin Fei responded with a smile and a nod. Song Jiayi and Kai Xinyan were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Irina. When had Lin Fei become acquainted with another foreign beauty? Irina then playfully blinked her captivating eyes at Lin Fei and said with a hint of mischief, Lin, I have a Korean friend who wishes to meet you. Lin Fei was momentarily stunned. Korean friend? At that moment, the beautiful woman standing next to Irina extended her hand toward Lin Fei, beaming with enthusiasm. Appa, my name is Li Uni. It's a pleasure to meet you. To Lin Fei's surprise, this Korean girl spoke Chinese quite well. Upon reflection, it made sense. Her name had to be registered in Chinese on her identification, and studying abroad would naturally equip her with some language skills. Furthermore, Lin Fei noticed that this Korean beauty was not inferior to many renowned Korean actresses, possessing a more natural allure. Li Uni was clad in a white cropped tank top, layered with a beige knitted cardigan that perfectly showcased her slender figure and ample curves. Her short denim shorts accentuated her long, graceful legs, complemented by over-the-knee white lace stockings, exuding a striking sensuality. Her chestnut-colored curly hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her features embodied the natural beauty and softness typical of Korean women, her lightly made-up face radiating infectious joy. Suddenly, the system noted, target number 010 detected. Automatic binding imminent. Name, Li Eunhee. Age, 20. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Attractiveness, 95. Figure, 98. Overall score, 965. Purity, 100. Goddess Acquisition Fund, 99. 9 billion. Current favorability towards host, 30 points. Lin Fei smirked inwardly, realizing he had unwittingly bound 10 targets. Time seemed to be slipping away. Alas, one step at a time. Meeting new people was a form of destiny, and earning money was not the sole purpose. With his mood adjusted, Lin Fei graciously extended his hand to her, offering a gentle smile. Hello, I am Lin Fei. Okay, I'll remember that. Li Eunhee replied with a bright smile and a nod. Curiously, she inquired, Lin Fei, you play football exceptionally well, comparable to our Korean Sun Heung-min. By the way, are you a member of the national team? Haha, I'm merely a novice. But I do hope to face your son someday, Lin Fei chuckled. Previously, his skills might have only qualified him as a reserve player for the youth national team. But since acquiring the skill proficiency reward, his abilities had reached the level of a global superstar. Given the chance, he genuinely wished to showcase his talents on the international stage and bring glory to his country. Upon observing that Li Yunhe was merely interested in him due to his football prowess, Song Jiai and Kai Xinyan's initial hostility diminished. You're so talented, yet not selected for the national team? Li Yunhe found it hard to believe. Well, perhaps my talents have yet to be discovered, Lin Fei chuckled lightly. Before receiving the skill reward, he would have been fortunate just to equalize the score. What a pity, Li Yunhe expressed with a hint of regret. Believing Lin Fei deserved to shine on the international stage. Excuse me, move aside, please. At that moment, several members of the Digital Media Society, clad in red vests and carrying cameras, squeezed in front of Lin Fei. A chubby boy approached Lin Fei, grinning as he asked, "Hey there. We're from the school's Digital Media Society. May we interview you? Can you interview me?" Song Jiai eagerly jumped in front of Lin Fei, her excitement palpable. "Children, don't cause a ruckus. Step aside." Lin Fei gently nudged Song Jiai aside, cleared his throat, and said, "Sure, go ahead with the interview." The chubby boy's eyes lit up at the approval, and he quickly signaled his fellow society members to prepare. Song Jiai clung to Lin Fei's arm, playfully demanding, "I want to be interviewed too. How many meals did you eat this afternoon? Look at you. Your little belly is sticking out." Kai Xinyan crossed her arms, teasingly chiming in. Upon hearing this, Song Jiai's expression soured, and just as she was about to retort, she caught sight of her slightly protruding belly, and her confidence faltered. "It's just that I drank too many beverages. It'll all be fine by tomorrow," Song Jiai protested. "Then how come I'm perfectly fine?" Kai Xinyan proudly showcased her toned waistline. Song Jiai watched, a glimmer of envy flashing in her eyes at such a perfect figure. However, recalling that it was Kai Xinyan, she pouted, "Humph, you just got lucky with your figure." Kai Xinyan smirked slightly, finding amusement in teasing the younger girl. Meanwhile, the Digital Media Society had fully prepared for the interview. "Excuse me, what are your thoughts on today's match?" Lin Fei pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. To be honest, I held back. What Lin Fei said was the truth. Had he exerted his full strength, he would have scored far more than just a few goals today. The reporters from the Digital Media Society were taken aback. "You scored over 10 goals. And you say you held back? That's quite an insult." Clearing his throat, one reporter asked, "Do you believe your skills are sufficient to enter the national team?" "Absolutely." Lin Fei shrugged nonchalantly. "And if given the opportunity, do you think you could lead the national team to the World Cup?" I should be able to." Lin Fei's response was slightly hesitant. After a few more questions, the interview concluded, and the Digital Media Society members rushed off to interview the school team players. As they walked away, they chuckled, "This guy is so arrogant. I bet our video will definitely go viral." "Lin Fei, I also love playing football. Can I add you on WeChat? We could play together sometime," Li Yunhe said with hopeful anticipation, her eyes sparkling. "Sure, of course." Lin Fei readily opened the QR code for her to add him on WeChat. Kai Xinyan and Song Jiai exchanged glances, both feeling a pang of jealousy. Yet they refrained from expressing their feelings, as they were not Lin Fei's girlfriends. Indeed, Xiaoyu was right. To deal with men, one must employ a strategy of subtlety, alternating between warmth and distance to keep them intrigued. Going forward, Kai Xinyan resolved not to be overly generous to this guy. After adding each other on WeChat, Li Yunhe looked at Lin Fei and invited, "Lin Fei, there's a gathering for international students tonight. Would you like to join us for some fun?" Irina also turned to Lin Fei, her face beaming with anticipation. "Perhaps another time. I have military training tomorrow, so I'll pass." Lin Fei chuckled, shaking his head. "All right then, we'll invite you again for the next gathering." Li Yunhe replied cheerfully. Lin Fei chose not to stay, and neither did the two others, as there were still people waiting for them. After bidding farewell to Lin Fei, Irina and Li Yunhe departed. Not long after their exit, Kai Xinyan also took her leave. Just as Song Jiai was preparing to go out for barbecue with Lin Fei, a video call suddenly came in from her home, prompting her to hurriedly return to her dormitory. Ultimately, Lin Fei was left alone, adrift in the evening breeze. However, to Lin Fei's surprise, several of his roommates had not yet returned and were waiting for him not far away. "Brother Fei, you were absolutely incredible today," one exclaimed. "Indeed. I shall call you the king of the court," another chimed in, as the three roommates approached and threw their arms around Lin Fei's shoulders in excitement. "Haha, keep it low-key." Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively, wearing a playful expression. Upon returning to the boys' dormitory, Lin Fei suddenly noticed Yin Jiajiao sitting alone by the flower bed, lost in thought with a large bouquet in her arms. "Lin Fei," she exclaimed upon spotting him, quickly jogging over. Seeing this, Zhao Feng and the others wisely retreated into the dormitory. Holding the flowers, Yin Jiajiao approached Lin Fei, her face radiating joy. Lin Fei, I personally arranged these flowers for you. You looked so handsome today. It must be said that Yin Jiajiao's floral arrangement skills were commendable, with each flower meticulously placed and harmoniously colored. More importantly, nestled within the bouquet were 2 photographs from their last dining outing. Lin Fei accepted the flowers. Feeling a warmth in his heart, it was evident she had put considerable thought into this gesture. Noticing his silence, Yin Jiajiao cautiously inquired, Lin Fei, do you not like them? No, I like them very much. Thank you for your effort, Lin Fei replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yin Jiajiao beamed sweetly. But since you're here, why didn't you present them earlier? Lin Fei asked, puzzled. I was afraid of being scolded, she teased, her eyes glinting with mischief. Understanding the implication, Lin Fei's face flushed. Ahem, they are just friends, he stammered, awkwardly clearing his throat. Stop explaining, I want to get jealous. Yin Jiajiao playfully chided. At that moment, she genuinely did not mind. Lin Fei provided her with financial support, a car, a home, warmth, and security. She felt immensely content. Even if Lin Fei were to leave her in the future, she would gracefully refrain from entangling him, choosing instead to find solace in solitude. However, I did not expect you to charm Kai Xinyan as well. Truly, you are the man I admire, Yin Jiajiao said, leaning against Lin Fei's chest. Pride evident in her voice. Lin Fei's lips twitched slightly. Yin Jiajiao's personality was truly inscrutable to him. By the way, you were the one who donated millions in Kai Xinyan's livestream the other day, weren't you? Yin Jiajiao inquired. How do you know about that? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Fool, that news has spread like wildfire. It's only you newcomers who are unaware, she replied, unable to suppress her laughter. Did you just call me a fool? Lin Fei smirked, gently pinching her cheek. That hurts, Yin Jiajiao said, gazing up at him with a feigned look of sorrow. Observing her alluring gaze, Lin Fei felt a rush of warmth. Though it was late and the area was relatively deserted, there were still occasional passers-by. He worried that their sounds might be overheard and subsequently shared online. Lin Fei, be mindful, Yin Jiajiao whispered, her cheeks flushed. Ahem, it's not my fault. Lin Fei responded, feeling awkward. I haven't done anything. She pouted, still trying to argue. Lin Fei scoffed. She whimpered. Continue, Yin Jiajiao said, wrapping her arms around Lin Fei's neck, exhaling warmth. Lin Fei took a deep breath, realizing he needed to regain his composure or risk making a mistake. Jiajiao, stop teasing. You should head back to sleep, Lin Fei urged. Then just a quick kiss, she coaxed. Without hesitation, Lin Fei leaned down and kissed her cheek. Just as he was about to pull back, Yin Jiajiao clasped his neck, silencing him. After a considerable time, they finally separated. All right, you should really get some rest. Lin Fei gently patted her back. This week, let us choose a villa. I'll give you a little reward. How does that sound? Yin Jiajiao whispered conspiratorially into Lin Fei's ear. Lin Fei's lips curved slightly. What reward? That's a secret. Yin Jiajiao winked, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Upon returning to the dormitory, his 3 roommates exchanged knowing glances with Lin Fei, as if to ask, how does it feel? Goodness, what else with those looks? Lin Fei chuckled, scolding them playfully. Ahem, brother Fei, you have a lipstick mark. You should wipe it off, Xia Xiang pointed to his own lips. Lin Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After taking a shower and sitting on his bed chatting with his roommates for a while, he opened his phone and found a plethora of new messages. Among them, Mi Shuman had sent the most, prompting Lin Fei to open her message first. Lin Fei, this necklace costs over 700,000. But it's so beautiful, I love it. Unfortunately, my mom insists I return it to you. I told her you won the lottery, but she won't listen. It drives me crazy. What should I do? After reading her message, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. However, upon reflection, it was indeed a bit unreasonable for a freshman to gift someone a necklace worth over 700,000 without a close relationship. How about this? Just tell Aunt Zhang that you've already returned it to me, Lin Fei replied. Mi Shuman quickly responded, oh right. After all, we're both in the same boat. Mom wouldn't know I haven't returned it yet. You're so clever. What do you mean by in the same boat? What kind of language is that? Lin Fei replied. Don't sweat the details. Mi Shuman responded. After chatting for a bit longer, the girl decided to call it a night. Next, Lin Fei replied to messages from Song Jiai and Kai Xinyan. After finishing his replies, Lin Fei intended to sleep. But despite his efforts, he found himself wide awake. So he opened Douyin instead. As soon as he entered, he stumbled upon a live broadcast from a beautiful lawyer he had previously followed. The lawyer, as always, was dressed in formal attire, engaging with her fans and answering various peculiar questions. Although there were over 2,000 viewers in the live stream, there weren't many gift givers, and the top donator had only contributed a few thousand. Lawyer Gao, I enrolled in a class to learn, but didn't absorb anything. Can I sue the educational institution for fraud? Lawyer Gao, Are there illegal activities that are actually legal? Lawyer Gao, if I receive a major demerit in prison, will I be directly expelled? Lawyer Gao, my employee died of a heart attack while voluntarily working overtime. How can I claim compensation from their parents? Lawyer Gao, if I require my employees to work 12 hours, can I sue them for illegal gains since the state only allows 8 hours? Upon entering the chat, Lin Fei was greeted by an array of outrageous comments. In the stream, Lawyer Gao, clad in formal attire with long legs adorned in black stockings, exuded femininity. Though she was in her 30s, her skin was remarkably well-maintained, radiant, and dewy, with perfectly sculpted features. Her shoulder-length, slightly curled hair framed her face, accented by 2 gold earrings. As she laughed heartily at the ridiculous legal inquiries, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. She appeared even more captivating than before. Upon entering the homepage, Lin Fei was taken aback to discover a new entry in the profile. Shanghai Media. Chapter 54. The Conclusion of Military Training. Surprised by this label, Lin Fei recalled that it had not been present when he last visited her profile. To his astonishment, she had joined his company, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. Oh. He remembered that several prominent streamers were also affiliated with Shanghai Media. Suddenly, his eyes glistened with excitement as he began to search them one by one. As expected, a significant number of the female internet celebrities he frequently watched were indeed under Shanghai's banner. The thought of becoming their boss filled Lin Fei with a sense of exhilaration, reminiscent of a harem where he could select from a myriad of beauties. Shaking off the mischievous thoughts, he returned to Lawyer Gao's live stream. It must be said that this woman possessed a certain charm. Despite her age being somewhat advanced, she was still an A8. Once he joined the company, perhaps he could engage her in conversation. Before long, Lawyer Gao matched with a streamer for a PK battle. Her opponent was also a major streamer with millions of followers and substantial support, placing Lawyer Gao at a disadvantage from the start. Without hesitation, Lin Fei directly donated 1 million and unleashed a barrage of carnival gifts. After all, she was his streamer, and it was only fitting for the boss to show support. Initially, the opposing streamer believed he had the upper hand over Lawyer Gao, but when Lin Fei's carnival gifts commenced, he was left utterly bewildered. Old 8 loves to eat Kuan burgers, sends out a carnival 10. Old 8 loves to eat Kuan burgers, sends out a carnival 20. At that moment, Lawyer Gao's live stream was transformed into a spectacle of dazzling light effects. The chat, which had previously been filled with insightful legal consultations, erupted into chaos. Wow. The big boss has arrived. It's over. Gao Lu is being targeted by the big boss. It's over. Kuan Gu, do you need a dog at home? I'm excellent at guarding the door. Kuan Gu, Gao Lu is my goddess. Could you please call out my name when you step on her, so I can feel a part of it? Viewers, who had been ardent supporters of their beloved female streamer, felt their hearts shatter as the big boss made his entrance. When the top donor appeared, it signified that this female streamer was indeed in for a treat. Lin Fei had honed his speed to perfection, quickly dispatching over 300 carnival gifts. Ultimately, Lawyer Gao triumphed in the PK. However, she seemed to still be in a daze, covering her mouth and trembling slightly. Moments later, she could no longer contain her excitement and rushed to express her gratitude in the live stream. Thank you, Kuan Gu, for the carnival gifts. As she counted the gifts Lin Fei had sent, she was astonished to realize he had bestowed upon her 1 million in gifts. Although she was a rookie streamer under Shanghai, this amount was monumental for her, given her previously modest traffic. After expressing a flurry of thanks, Lawyer Gao decided to follow Lin Fei on Douyin and send a private message through the backend. This was indeed a lucrative benefactor. She could not let him slip away. Kuan Gu, thank you so much for your gifts today. I have never received such a generous offering. May I add you on WeChat? Seeing the private message from Lawyer Gao, Lin Fei smiled and replied, no need, we will meet again. Lawyer Gao was momentarily bewildered by Lin Fei's response. What did he mean by we will meet again? 7 days swiftly passed, with the military training activities being rather monotonous. They either marched in formation or executed synchronized steps, all in preparation for impressing the leaders. Lin Fei's group fared relatively well, but other unfortunate teams had to endure formations and other elaborate displays. Finally, after a long wait, the military training concluded on Saturday morning with a grand parade, revealing the most genuine smiles on the faces of the freshmen after 14 days. However, they all emerged sun-kissed, having turned a shade darker despite their application of sunscreen. In the afternoon, Lin Fei's class group received the course schedule from their instructor. To his surprise, he discovered that he had a light course load this semester. However, the subjects were rather challenging, including advanced mathematics, linear algebra, C programming, and data structures. On Fridays, he only had 2 classes, both of which were relatively easy. This meant he would enjoy 3 days of rest each week. After showering and changing, Lin Fei drove to Huayang City. He planned to return home, as his parents had called him earlier that day. mentioning guests at their home and inviting him to join them for a meal now that his military training had concluded. Yet, even without this invitation, Lin Fei would have returned home. He had been quite busy these past few days, arranging for someone to help him fabricate false documents, essentially concocting a story that he had won millions in a lottery, with certificates from the lottery center and fake tickets. He intended to provide his parents with some financial support. However, he could only give money to his mother, as his father worked in the education bureau, and it would be inappropriate to gift him too much at once. Lin Fei's family resided in the Huayong North District, specifically in the Hualong New City neighborhood, which was a mid-range residential area with affordable housing prices, around 8,000 per square meter. Fortunately, the environment and transportation were decent, making it a popular choice for residents. After parking his car, Lin Fei took the elevator to his apartment. 2 minutes later, Lin Fei stood at his doorstep, inputting his fingerprint to unlock the door. Upon entering, he was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. Without a doubt, it was his mother cooking. "Dad, Mom, your son Lin Fei is back," he called out while changing his shoes. In the living room, Lu Jinglan was seated on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds. Upon hearing that familiar voice, she abruptly halted her actions, her expression frozen in disbelief. Lin Fei's father, Lin Guodong, upon hearing his son's exuberant entrance, frowned, wishing he could draw out a pack of cigarettes. Lu Jinglan's father, Lu Jigang, turned to Lin Guodong and chuckled. "Is it your son Fei who has returned?" "Indeed, it is that little rascal," Lin Guodong retorted with a playful scold. At that moment, Lin Fei had finished changing his shoes and entered the living room. As his gaze fell upon the coffee table, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Jinglan, is that you?" "Lin Fei?" Lu Jinglan was equally shocked. She initially thought she had misheard, only to realize it was indeed the case. "Lin Guodong, Lin Fei. Could it be that Lin Fei is the son of my father's good friend?" She had previously known that her father had a good friend named Lin Fei, but she had no idea it would be this Lin Fei. What a coincidence! Lin Guodong and Lu Jigang exchanged bewildered glances, equally astonished. "Wait, little Fei, do you know Jinglan?" Lin Guodong asked incredulously, clearly recalling that the two children had only met once when they were both a year and a half old. Although Lu Jinglan had been attending university in the area for a year, she had only dined at their home a few months prior, and Lin Fei had been living at school, so they had not seen each other since. Lu Jigang was equally stunned, unable to comprehend how the two had come to know one another. "Well, we actually haven't known each other for long." Lin Fei scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 55, Such is Fate. Subsequently, Lin Fei recounted the incident of borrowing Lu Jinglan's guitar at school. "Ha ha ha, old Lin, see, this is fate," Lu Jigang exclaimed, turning to Lin Guodong, his laughter resonating with delight. Today, he had specifically invited Lu Jinglan over from school, wishing to introduce her to Lin Fei. Considering they both attended the same university now, Lin Guodong gazed at Lin Fei with a hint of confusion. "You little rascal, you can play the guitar? Self-taught. Is that a problem?" Lin Fei retorted, pouting slightly as he settled onto the sofa. Lin Guodong felt a swell of pride within, yet he maintained a facade of indifference. Snorting dismissively, "Well, at least you've learned something worthwhile." Lu Jigang observed Lin Fei with a beaming smile, nodding in approval. "Xiao Fei, quite impressive, teaching yourself the guitar." "Hee, Lu Bo speaks so pleasantly," Lin Fei replied with a grin. "By the way, you and Jinglan were born in the same year, and you're even a month older than her. If you hadn't delayed a year in middle school to take the entrance exam for Huayong Experimental School, you would be in the same grade. So, refrain from calling her Jinglan Xuejia. Just call her Jinglan," Lu Jigang added. Upon hearing that Lin Fei was older by a month, Lu Jinglan's sunflower seeds suddenly lost their appeal. The junior had morphed into an older brother, which felt rather peculiar. "Huh, I'm a month older than Jinglan Xuejia?" Lin Fei expressed disbelief. "Hey, did you forget what I just said? Call her Jinglan, not Xuejia," Lu Jigang asserted sternly. Lin Fei quickly nodded. "Understood, Uncle Lu. I'll remember next time." Lu Jinglan, seated on the sofa, wore an awkward expression, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Lin Fei. He continued to munch on sunflower seeds, engrossed in scrolling through videos on his phone. "Still munching on seeds? Hurry inside and assist your mother," Lin Guodong reprimanded. I know. Lin Fei nodded vigorously before rising to head into the kitchen. "Xiaolan, you should also go help Aunt Chen," Lu Jigang instructed his daughter. Lu Jinglan hesitated for a moment, but then obediently nodded. "Old Lu, no need for that. Let Xiaolan sit. I just find that little rascal irritating." "It's not busy at all," Lin Guodong quickly interjected. "Nonsense. Let Xiaolan go in and take a look. This girl has never cooked in her life. It's a perfect opportunity for her to learn." Lu Jigang waved his hand dismissively. "Xiaolan, go on and learn from Aunt Chen," he urged. As Lin Fei entered the kitchen, he spotted his mother, Chen Yuejun, slicing cured sausage. Without a second thought, He snatched a piece and popped it into his mouth. Oh, delicious, Lin Fei exclaimed, chewing appreciatively. Compared to the extravagant dishes outside, simple home-cooked meals were far more to his liking. This was not to say that outside food was necessarily inferior. It simply became monotonous after a while. Well, look who the greedy little pig is in the kitchen. Chen Yuejun teased her son with a smile. Came to help, Lin Fei replied, grabbing another slice of sausage. Hurry and peel some garlic. I'm about to make cold century eggs, Chen Yuejun instructed, noticing her son still munching away. Right away, Lin Fei nodded eagerly, reaching for another slice of sausage. Just as he was about to indulge again, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the kitchen. Lu Jinglan looked somewhat awkward as she glanced at the mother-son duo and asked, Aunt Chen, Dad asked me to come help. Is there anything else you need to chop or wash? Before Chen Yuejun could respond, Lin Fei handed a garlic bulb to Lu Jinglan with a cheerful grin. You're just in time. Peel this garlic, will you? Oh, okay. Lu Jinglan accepted the garlic. Nodding obediently, Chen Yuejun shot Lin Fei a disapproving look. What are you doing, giving garlic to a guest to peel? Xiaolan, don't mind Lin Fei. He's just teasing you. You can peel the garlic for him, Chen Yuejun quickly corrected. No, it's fine, Aunt Chen, I can manage. Just let Lin Fei do something else, Lu Jinglan insisted, shaking her head. Mom, I'll peel the century eggs, Lin Fei interjected, grabbing 2 century eggs eagerly. Chen Yuejun rolled her eyes. You little rascal, always picking the easiest tasks. Suddenly, Chen Yuejun realized they were out of vinegar. I'm going downstairs to buy a bottle of vinegar. You finish peeling the century eggs, and then mix the garlic for me. Be careful not to chop it too fine. Also, wash the cilantro and scallions, and cut them into sections. As she loosened her apron, she continued issuing instructions. Got it. Lin Fei nodded repeatedly, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks. Lu Jinglan, cautiously peeling garlic, couldn't he help but smile at the playful banter between mother and son. Before long, Lin Fei had successfully peeled the century eggs. Next, he picked up a knife and began slicing the eggs. Slicing century eggs is indeed a skillful endeavor. One wrong move could result in a mess. However, Lin Fei exhibited remarkable precision, cutting them into uniform sizes without breaking them. This was attributed to his childhood habit of watching others cook closely, keenly observing their movements, and contemplating the outcomes of their actions. Once the century eggs were properly sliced, Lin Fei proceeded to wash the scallions and cilantro. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lu Jinglan had only peeled 3 cloves of garlic, and they bore the marks of her nails. Lin Fei chuckled and asked, Jinglan, have you never entered a kitchen at home? Lu Jinglan turned to him. A hint of embarrassment in her voice. When I was little, I accidentally knocked over a pot of hot oil in the kitchen and nearly got burned badly. Ever since then, my parents don't let me near the kitchen. Ah, I see. Lin Fei nodded in understanding. My fingers feel so spicy, Lu Jinglan remarked, grimacing as she continued peeling. Why not use the knife to smash them? Lin Fei suggested. Smash them? Lu Jinglan asked, puzzled. Hand me the garlic, and I'll demonstrate. Lin Fei winked. Here. Lu Jinglan handed him the garlic and quickly washed her hands. Lin Fei placed the garlic on the cutting board and raised the knife. Smash. With 2 swift strikes, several cloves of garlic shattered, and Lin Fei effortlessly peeled them. Wow, that was so fast, Lu Jinglan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as if she had discovered a new world. All right, hurry and peel the rest. I'll chop the scallions, Lin Fei encouraged. Lu Jinglan nodded, then began peeling the garlic. The smashed garlic was remarkably easy to peel, and she quickly finished the task. Come over and help me chop the scallions. I'll mix the garlic, Lin Fei announced, setting down the knife and turning to fetch the meat grinder. Sure, Lu Jinglan eagerly agreed, having been curious about the sensation of chopping vegetables. Picking up the knife, Lu Jinglan began to chop cautiously, but her grip was unsteady, resulting in uneven sections of scallions, some measuring 3 centimeters, others merely 2. Chop a little smaller, just a bit. Lin Fei chuckled, bemused. And remember, you're chopping scallion pieces, not slaughtering them. I'm genuinely worried you might accidentally slice your fingers, Lin Fei teased. How should I cut then? Lu Jinglan asked, feeling a bit shy. Watch closely, Lin Fei instructed, demonstrating the technique with the knife. Lu Jinglan, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the method and nodded enthusiastically. I got it. Lin Fei smiled, handing her the knife while placing the washed cilantro on the cutting board, cutting it into larger pieces. He then resumed his task of grinding the garlic. With the garlic minced to perfection, Lin Fei commenced the artful arrangement of century egg on the plate. By the time Chen Yuejun returned, Lin Fei had already prepared 2 exquisite cold dishes, marinated century egg and cucumber salad. Oh my, how industrious you are today, Chen Yuejun chuckled, affectionately patting her son's head. When have I ever been anything but industrious? Lin Fei replied with a hint of pride. All right, one compliment and you're already strutting about. Chen Yuejun rolled her eyes playfully. Aunt Chen, can Lin Fei really cook? Lu Jinglan inquired curiously. Chen Yuejun paused, surprised that Lu Jinglan would take the initiative to mention her son. Indeed, since elementary school, Xiao Fei has been preparing his own meals, she affirmed with a smile. A glimmer of pride in her eyes. I had no idea you were so talented, Lu Jinglan teased as she glanced at Lin Fei. It's all thanks to my mother. Lin Fei grinned sheepishly. Half an hour later, Chen Yuejun finally wrapped up her culinary endeavors, presenting a total of 18 dishes that were gradually served onto the dining table. With the mother and son duo, along with Lu Jinglan, taking on the role of servers. Once all the dishes were laid out, the five of them gathered around the table, and Chen Yuejun began to serve rice. Gazing upon the abundant and delectable spread, Lin Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. His mouth watering. No matter how fragrant the delicacies outside, they paled in comparison to the simple fare of home. Dear sister-in-law, I truly appreciate your efforts today, Lu Jigang said somewhat sheepishly. Brother Jigang, you needn't be so formal, Chen Yuejun replied with a smile. Tonight, we must indulge in a few more drinks, Lin Guodong exclaimed, throwing an arm around Lu Jigang's shoulders and laughing heartily. That is a must. Lu Jigang nodded in agreement. Once the rice was served, Chen Yuejun eagerly called everyone to the table. Come on, let us eat. Lin Fei could hardly contain his anticipation, but out of respect for his father, he waited for Lu Jigang to take the first bite. Lu Jigang picked up a piece of braised pork and, as he savored it, he didn't forget to praise Chen Yuejun's culinary skills. Lin Fei, no longer able to hold back, seized his chopsticks and began to devour his meal with gusto. Observing Lin Fei's hearty appetite, Lu Jinglan felt her own appetite surge and followed suit. As Lu Jigang and Lin Guodong engaged in lively banter about amusing anecdotes from their military days, Lu Jinglan and Lin Fei burst into laughter. Lu Jigang and Lin Guodong shared a deep bond, having been classmates and comrades in the border defense forces. Later, Lu Jigang relocated to Nanchang due to his wife's work. After a few rounds of drinks, Lu Jigang's face had taken on a rosy hue as he leaned on Lin Guodong, grinning broadly. Old Lin, do you remember our boastful claims from back in the day? What claims? Lin Guodong pondered, struggling to recall. After all, it had been over 20 years. I said that if I had a son and you had a daughter, we would become in-laws. You threw a stone at me in disbelief, yet here we are. You've had a son, and I've had a daughter. Lu Jigang laughed, slightly tipsy. You do possess a good memory, Lin Guodong chuckled as the memory resurfaced. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, who had been engrossed in his meal, nearly choked with laughter at Lu Jigang's words. Lu Jinglan, however, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Her father's remarks had inadvertently led her to imagine herself with Lin Fei. What on earth are you thinking, Lu Jinglan? Have you been single for too long and gone a bit mad? She mentally scolded herself, shaking her head vigorously. After polishing off 2 bowls of rice, Lin Fei leaned back in his chair, satisfied. I'm stuffed. Chen Yuejun rolled her eyes at his gluttony, exclaiming, look at you, all mouth and no restraint. Lin Fei pouted, then reclined on the sofa, switching on the television to a random channel. At that moment, Lu Jinglan emerged from the restroom and joined him on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching TV. What are these ridiculous dramas they're making now? Did the director leave his brain in his pants pocket? Lin Fei complained after watching for a while. Lu Jinglan couldn't help but chuckle at his remark, agreeing that current anti-Japanese dramas were indeed absurd. Forget it, I'm off to play some games, Lin Fei sighed, rising to head to his room. Once inside, he booted up his computer and launched CS:GO. However, he soon sensed an eerie presence behind him and turned to find Lu Jinglan standing there, unbeknownst to him. You scared the life out of me, Lin Fei exclaimed. I'm sorry, Aunt Chen sent me to find you to play, Lu Jinglan replied sheepishly. Lin Fei felt a wave of frustration. His mother had a knack for making him entertain guests whenever they visited. Last year, his mother's colleague brought over a little brat who insisted on playing PUBG the moment he entered Lin Fei's room. Driven to distraction, Lin Fei had locked the door, pinning the kid down and tickling him for over 10 minutes, resulting in a wailing child who reported back to his mother, earning Lin Fei a stern reprimand. Come sit on my bed and watch me play. Once I finish this round, we can play a 2-player game, Lin Fei suggested, resuming his game. Lu Jinglan felt her cheeks warm at the mention of a 2-player game, but quickly shook her head, reminding herself to keep her thoughts in check. She gently perched on the edge of Lin Fei's bed, surveying his room. Lin Fei's room, though small, approximately a dozen square meters, exuded a cozy ambience. The bed was tidy, the room free of any unpleasant odors, and the walls adorned with posters of various sports stars. Unbeknownst to Lu Jinglan, Lin Fei's mother had tidied up the room. When Lin Fei had lived there, it could easily have been mistaken for a pigsty. While Lin Fei played and muttered curses, he eventually removed his headphones and turned to Lu Jinglan. Come over, Let us play a two-player game. Lu Jinglan nodded and straightened up on the small chair beside Lin Fei, adopting an endearing demeanor akin to that of a neighborly little sister. Lin Fei deftly navigated to 4399's minigames, asking, Jinglan, what do you want to play? Fish eat fish. Lu Jinglan pointed at the screen, declaring. Hearing her choice, Lin Fei was taken aback. Why do all girls like this game? Clearing his throat, he raised an eyebrow. How about we play King of Fighters instead? Lu Jinglan rolled her eyes silently, questioning why he even asked. I've never played King of Fighters, she admitted, biting her lip. Not to worry, I'll teach you. It's quite simple, Lin Fei chuckled, quickly opening a modified version of the game. Lu Jinglan, intrigued, asked Lin Fei about the characters and their skills. Lin Fei patiently explained, and after absorbing the information, Lu Jinglan felt a spark of interest. After a thorough explanation, Lu Jinglan grasped the basics. Just press buttons and see what happens. This was indeed the case, as the modified version of King of Fighters allowed even the most novice player to execute special moves with mere button mashing. Alright, let us get started, Lin Fei declared, selecting a character, while Lu Jinglan, having chosen the Ice Queen Kula, nodded excitedly, her anticipation palpable. As the game commenced, Lu Jinglan's fingers danced erratically over the keyboard, quickly unleashing special moves and skills, catching Lin Fei off guard as he struggled to counter her attacks. As Lin Fei's health bar steadily diminished, a faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Jinglan's lips, suggesting that perhaps she possessed a modicum of talent. Yet, Lin Fei remained unfazed, allowing her to strike first without any concern. Just as Lu Jinglan anticipated Lin Fei's imminent defeat, she, ever the considerate player, decided to ease up slightly, intentionally pausing her skills. However, in that very moment, Lin Fei's giant serpent unleashed a spectacular ultimate move, reducing her character's health to nearly nothing. What? How is your damage so high? Lu Jinglan exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, she began frantically pressing buttons in an attempt to execute her own ultimate move. Yet no matter how she tried, it simply wouldn't activate. Ultimately, under a barrage of Lin Fei's ultimate attacks, Lu Jinglan's Ice Queen stood no chance and was utterly vanquished. Lu Jinglan felt a pang of indignation. Surely, her earlier concession had provided him with an opening. Next time, I absolutely cannot hold back. Lin Fei glanced at her with a mischievous grin. So, shall we go again? Bring it on. Lu Jinglan nodded firmly, determined to prove herself. The next match commenced swiftly. But before Lu Jinglan could even make a move, Lin Fei's giant serpent sent her character soaring with another ultimate attack. KO. Another round concluded with Lin Fei sustaining not a single point of damage. Realizing that continually dominating her was becoming rather monotonous, Lin Fei suggested they play a game of Big Fish Eats Little Fish. However, Lu Jinglan's competitive spirit ignited, and she insisted on continuing. Half an hour later, as Lu Jinglan stared at the KO message on her screen, she surrendered in defeat. Alright, I can't beat you. I'm done, she said, her spirits visibly dampened. Then let us play Big Fish Eats Little Fish. It's been ages since I last played, Lin Fei cheerfully proposed. Okay, I'm in. Lu Jinglan's hope of triumph was rekindled. Having played the game since childhood, she was determined not to be outdone by Lin Fei. Lin Fei exited the fighting game and handed the mouse to Lu Jinglan, who quickly located a game of Big Fish Eats Little Fish. Soon, they were engrossed in the game, methodically consuming smaller fish. Lu Jinglan displayed remarkable skill, swiftly becoming the largest fish in the game. For Lin Fei, the game was simplicity itself, and he soon matched Lu Jinglan's size. However, recalling his earlier victories, he decided to ease up. After playing a dozen rounds, Lu Jinglan emerged victorious each time, finally sporting a triumphant smile. Yet, the minigame, despite its charm, soon lost its allure. After one more round, they decided to stop. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Guodong and Lu Jigang continued their drinking, while Lin Fei's mother was engrossed in a television drama, leaving the two young people at a loss for what to do. Shall we watch a zombie movie? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Yes, Lu Jinglan nodded, eager to relive her childhood memories. Then could you set it up? I'll grab some snacks, Lin Fei said, already leaving the room. Lu Jinglan nodded and began searching for a horror film on the streaming service. However, after scrolling through numerous titles, she was dissatisfied and settled on a zombie movie featuring the renowned actor Ing Shu. Although she had seen many such films in her youth, classics remained timeless and never failed to entertain. This was primarily due to the fact that most recent horror films had been utterly disappointing. Before long, Lin Fei returned with several chilled beverages, placing them on the desk, then opened the wardrobe to retrieve several large bags of potato chips. Observing Lin Fei's actions, Lu Jinglan couldn't help but smile at the thought that no movie night was complete without chips and drinks. Lin Fei opened the bags of chips and set them on the table, then popped open 2 cans of drink, handing one to Lu Jinglan. Thank you. she said with a smile as she accepted the drink. After dimming the lights, Lin Fei started the movie. However, watching a zombie film now felt more like a comedy. After more than half an hour, the pair found themselves not frightened but breaking into fits of laughter. Outside, Chen Yuejun, who was watching her drama, couldn't help but smile at the sound of their mirth. This mischievous lad certainly had a knack for making friends. And as for Lu Jinglan, she truly was a wonderful girl, cultured, polite, and beautiful. How splendid it would be if she were to become his daughter-in-law. The question remained, could this boy seize the opportunity? Meanwhile, Lin Guodong and Lu Jigang were flushed with drink, and their conversation had escalated to discussions of national affairs, indicating they were nearing their limit. Chen Yuejun kept a watchful eye on their drinking, anxious they might become overly intoxicated. Back in the room, after a lengthy viewing session, Lin Fei and Lu Jinglan found the film lacking in genuine terror and decided to switch to a different horror film, this time from Japan. If one were to consider which Asian countries still produced worthwhile horror films, Japan and Thailand would be the only contenders. Not long into the new film, a chilling scene unfolded. Lu Jinglan held her breath, too terrified to move, while Lin Fei rested his chin on his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Suddenly, an extremely frightening face flashed across the screen, startling both of them. What was that? Chen Yuejun called from outside. It's nothing, just watching a horror movie. Lin Fei quickly replied, worried his mother might misunderstand. After another 10 minutes, the film grew eerily quiet, and Lin Fei sensed that something sinister was about to occur. Bracing himself mentally, Lu Jinglan, too, covered her eyes, leaving only a narrow gap to peek through. However, to their surprise, nothing terrifying appeared on screen. What a trick! Lin Fei muttered in annoyance. Lu Jinglan released a sigh of relief and lowered her hands. Just then, in the film, a once empty villa corridor suddenly revealed the figure of a terrifying female ghost. Lu Jinglan shut her eyes tight and dove into Lin Fei's arms. Letting out a piercing scream, Lin Fei, who had not been scared by the ghost, nearly jumped out of his skin at Lu Jinglan's sudden embrace, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. In the darkness, both emitted sharp yelps. Realizing what had transpired, Lin Fei hurriedly turned on the light. As the illumination flooded the room, Lu Jinglan initially froze, then quickly stood up and stepped aside, her formerly pale face now flushed crimson as she dared not meet Lin Fei's gaze. At that moment, Chen Yuejun rushed in, and upon seeing the two looking somewhat awkward, a flicker of suspicion crossed her eyes. Watching a horror movie, is it a bit scary? She asked, unable to suppress a chuckle. Just a bit startled. Lin Fei chuckled nervously in explanation. Chen Yuejun internally rolled her eyes. How could one's face turn red while watching a horror film? Chen auntie, it's nothing serious. We were just a bit frightened earlier, Lu Jinglan chimed in. Chen Yuejun nodded and suggested they turn on the lights before leaving the room. Once she departed, the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat peculiar. Lu Jinglan lowered her head, her face still flushed, unable to look at Lin Fei, while he began to glance around tactically. After a moment, Lin Fei cleared his throat and finally spoke, I apologize. Jinglan, in the dark, I truly didn't notice. The moment he spoke, Lu Jinglan's face reddened even more. It's fine, it wasn't intentional. She murmured softly. Relieved by her forgiveness, Lin Fei sighed inwardly. Had Lu Jinglan chosen to complain, he would surely have faced dire consequences. Lin Guodong and Lu Jigang were thoroughly intoxicated, sprawled across the sofa, mumbling incoherently. Chen Yuejun muttered a few words about the drunken fools before beginning to tidy up the dining table. Once she had finished, she called out to Lin Fei, instructing him to assist Lu Jigang to the guest room, while she would help Lin Guodong back to his bedroom. After resolving their predicaments, Chen Yuejun returned to the living room, her expression filled with regret as she addressed Lu Jinglan. My dear Lan, I sincerely apologize. Our home accommodates only 3 rooms, so you may have to endure a night outside. Lu Jinglan quickly shook her head. It's quite all right, Aunt Chen. Mother, why not let Jinglan stay in my room? Lin Fei blurted out. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinglan, who had just regained her composure, felt her cheeks flush crimson once more. Chen Yuejun promptly approached Lin Fei and pinched his ear, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Ouch, ouch, it hurts. I meant to say, I'll sleep on the sofa, and Jinglan can have my room. It's not like we're sharing a bed. Lin Fei hurriedly clarified, hearing her son's explanation. Chen Yuejun finally released her grip, admonishing him, next time, think before you speak. Understood, understood. Lin Fei nodded vigorously, rubbing his ear. Jinglan, perhaps you should sleep in Xiao Fei's room. It's rather late, and it would be troublesome for you to stay elsewhere. Rest assured, the bedding has been freshly changed just a few days ago. It's all clean, Chen Yuejun suggested to Lu Jinglan. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jinglan nodded in agreement, thinking to herself, it's just new bedding. Refusing might lead others to think I'm being picky. I'll just treat it like staying in a youth hostel. All right, I'll go fetch some toiletries for you, Chen said. Heading to the bedroom to retrieve a pair of shower sandals, a clean towel, and disposable toothbrush and toothpaste. At 11:30 that night, Lu Jinglan lay on the bed, unable to find sleep. The thought of lying in Lin Fei's bed filled her with an indescribable sense of awkwardness. Here she was, resting in the bed of a boy. She mused, gazing at the ceiling. The memory of Lin Fei pushing her earlier made her cheeks flush once more. Yet, strangely, she hadn't felt particularly angry at the time. Ever since discovering that Lin Fei was the son of her father's good friend, she inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity towards him. Never mind, I should just sleep. Lu Jinglan shook her head, deciding against using her phone, and turned off the light, determined to rest. However, after 10 minutes had passed, sleep eluded her. Perhaps it was the excessive consumption of beverages, for her stomach began to feel uneasy. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a sound emanated from her stomach, and Lu Jinglan felt a wave of urgency, quickly grabbing her phone and exiting the room to head towards the bathroom. Creak. Lu Jinglan swiftly pushed open the bathroom door, one hand already grasping her pants, prepared to undress. But as she lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of Lin Fei, completely unclothed, seated on the toilet, a pair of scissors in hand, his other hand covering himself. His face flushed with embarrassment as he stared at her. Lu Jinglan's face turned a bright shade of red, her eyes widened, and her lips parted in shock. A high-pitched scream ready to escape her throat. Realizing the predicament, Lin Fei quickly tossed the scissors aside, pulled up his pants, and rushed towards her. However, before she could scream, a warm hand swiftly covered her mouth, stifling her impending cry. Lu Jinglan was thrown into a state of panic, her eyelashes fluttering, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her gaze darting about. Lin Fei held her mouth tightly, anxious that even the slightest sound might lead to misunderstandings. Don't scream. We'll be in trouble if someone hears us, Lin Fei insisted, locking eyes with Lu Jinglan. Lu Jinglan nodded vigorously, struggling to catch her breath. Lin Fei exhaled in relief and slowly released his grip. As soon as he did, Lu Jinglan gasped for fresh air, feeling as though she might have suffocated moments ago. Weren't you asleep? How did you come in here? Lin Fei furrowed his brow and asked. I needed to use the bathroom, Lu Jinglan replied softly. Her face still flushed. Under the warm light of the bathroom, Lin Fei's muscular physique was on full display, and his sun-kissed skin exuded a sense of masculinity. Lu Jinglan stole a glance at him, her heart racing unexpectedly at the sight of his impressive form. Are you experiencing a stomach upset? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Lu Jinglan, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned her gaze away and nodded slightly, whispering, Yes, I think something I ate didn't agree with me. Damn, it's definitely gone bad, Lin Fei exclaimed, slapping his forehead in frustration. What has gone bad? Lu Jinglan inquired. The chips, Lin Fei replied with an awkward smile. I could just slap you. Even Lu Jinglan, usually composed, found herself exasperated. At that moment, Lin Fei's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly gestured for silence. Wait. Don't speak. Lu Jinglan furrowed her brow, but soon heard footsteps approaching. Panic surged within her, at this hour. Who could possibly be leaving their room if not for the bathroom? And she had no idea who it was. If it were her father, she wouldn't know how to respond. Here she was, alone in the bathroom with Lin Fei, one of them clad only in shorts. It could become quite a scandal if discovered. Lin Fei, too, felt a rush of anxiety, his heart racing as he realized the gravity of the situation. As the footsteps drew nearer, a look of determination crossed his face. He swiftly dashed behind the bathroom door, pulling Lu Jinglan close to him, ensuring she remained silent. Don't make a sound, Lin Fei urged, his expression serious. Devoid of any intention to take advantage of the situation, he carefully pulled the door closer, attempting to obscure their presence as much as possible. Lu Jinglan felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson as Lin Fei held her, the proximity making her heart race uncontrollably. With her breath brushing against Lin Fei's neck, the intoxicating scent of her body created an almost overwhelming atmosphere. The delicate fragrance of jasmine enveloped him, and her soft form felt like cradling a piece of warm, fragrant jade. Moreover, her flustered expression added an alluring charm to the moment. Just then, the person entered the bathroom, and both of their hearts raced to their throats. As the individual approached the toilet, Lin Fei caught a glimpse of the person's back. Uncle Lu. His heart plummeted, and he held his breath. Both remained tense, fixated on the direction of the toilet, not daring to make a sound. The silence was so profound that they could hear their own heartbeats. Lu Jinglan instinctively shrank back, but suddenly felt something beneath her foot. Lowering her gaze, she recognized what it was and quickly withdrew her foot, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Fei. He had been wearing sandals, and her toes had inadvertently been stepped on, causing him immense discomfort. Goodness, you nearly crushed my toes. Lin Fei mouthed silently. At that moment, outside, Lu Jigang had just finished using the restroom, pulled up his trousers, and stumbled away, likely due to inebriation, making his gait somewhat unsteady. Let alone noticing the two individuals concealed behind the door. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief, and once he heard the footsteps fade into silence, the two emerged from their hiding place. However, the previous incident left both of them feeling quite awkward, and neither dared to break the silence. Lin Fei hastily picked up his small pair of scissors and forced a chuckle, saying, "By the way, weren't you heading to the restroom? You should go now. I'll take my leave." With that, he swiftly exited the room, closing the restroom door behind him. Lu Jinglan remained rooted in place, taking a considerable moment to regain her composure. That had been utterly mortifying. The following morning, the five of them gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Upon learning that Lin Fei had voluntarily relinquished his bed to Lu Jinglan and opted for the sofa the previous night, Lu Jigang immediately gave him a thumbs up. Beaming with admiration, "Well done, Xiao Fei, you're quite the man. I didn't misjudge you." Lin Fei felt a twinge of unease at Lu Jigang's praise, awkwardly nodding in acknowledgement. It was nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Jinglan caught sight of Lin Fei's guilty expression, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. After breakfast, Lu Jigang took Lu Jinglan with him as they left. His visit wasn't merely a nostalgic reunion with Lin Guodong. He had other matters to attend to as well. Lin Fei and his father accompanied them downstairs. Once the two had departed, Lin Fei asked his father to head back upstairs while he went to retrieve the lottery tickets from the car. After gathering the materials, Lin Fei hurried back into the house. Seeing her son carrying a pile of items, Chen Yuejun inquired, "Xiao Fei, what do you have there?" Lin Guodong, who was seated on the sofa watching television, turned his head with curiosity. "Mom, Dad, would you believe me if I said I won several million in the sports lottery?" Lin Fei cleared his throat and stated. Both Chen Yuejun and Lin Guodong were taken aback momentarily before rolling their eyes in unison. "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Chen Yuejun replied with exasperation. "I'm serious. If you don't believe me, take a look." Lin Fei placed the lottery tickets and the winning certificate from the lottery center on the coffee table. Chen Yuejun and Lin Guodong exchanged glances before both began examining the documents. Lin Fei was confident that his parents wouldn't discern the authenticity, as the materials were crafted to appear more genuine than the real thing. "Oh my, you actually hit the jackpot on an 8-match score prediction," Lin Guodong exclaimed in surprise. He had seen many who won on match outcomes, but nearly all were betting on win-loss predictions. Very few ever achieved the score prediction victory. Why? The odds were simply too low. The probability of winning a score prediction was akin to being struck by lightning. "What is an 8-match score prediction?" Chen Yuejun, unfamiliar with sports betting, asked, puzzled. "Mom, an 8-match score prediction means I correctly guessed the scores of 8 matches in the sports lottery. Does that make sense?" Lin Fei explained with a smile. "You got all 8 matches right." Chen Yuejun was astonished. "Indeed." Lin Fei shrugged. "This little rascal even predicted several upset matches. He truly has the luck of the draw. Just spent a bit over 100 and won over 5 million. Lin Guodong chuckled. He had tried his hand at betting but had never won. He couldn't believe his son had struck it rich. However, despite the windfall, he didn't appear overly excited or exuberant. 5 million. Chen Yuejun was slightly taken aback but didn't show excessive enthusiasm. "Dad, Mom, I intend to deposit all this money into Mom's bank account for your retirement," Lin Fei announced. Lin Guodong and Chen Yuejun exchanged knowing smiles before turning to Lin Fei. "Your dad and I aren't short on money. You should save that for your future wife." With that, they returned to watching television, as if a mere 5 million were worth no more than 50. Lin Fei felt a bit awkward for a moment. However, upon reflection, he realized they were right. His mother earned over 8,000 a month, and his father was similar, so they truly didn't lack for funds. Their biggest expense was likely their travels during holidays. "I'm not in a hurry to spend money at the moment. And at least give me the chance to be filial," Lin Fei said with a wry smile. "Your dad and I don't have any particular expenses. It wouldn't do any good to take it," Chen Yuejun replied, shaking her head with a hint of resignation. "Aren't you fond of traveling during the holidays? How about this? I'll transfer 1 million to you as travel funds," Lin Fei quickly suggested. "If you refuse, I'll just donate all of it," he threatened. Chen Yuejun and Lin Guodong were momentarily bewildered. Was their son a different person? In the past, he would throw a fit over not receiving his red envelope money. And now he was practically begging to give them money. All right, just transfer it to Mom's card." Chen Yuejun waved her hand, realizing that as long as the money stayed within the family, it was fine if she didn't spend it. Chapter 60. Little Potato Can Ride a Motorcycle Too? The afternoon passed swiftly. Lin Fei drove towards the Jingqin Huafu Villa area. Yin Jiao Jiao had called him at noon, inviting him over as she intended to cook for him. Jingqin Huafu is located near Moon Lake Park in the northwest of Huayang City. boasting exquisite scenery and a pleasant environment. It is one of the affluent districts of Huayang City. Lin Fei had spent 1 billion to acquire a villa there. Halfway through his journey, Lin Fei suddenly turned the car around and headed to Wanda Plaza in the city center, intending to buy a gift for Yin Jiao. She had sent him flowers last time, and now she was cooking for him. Besides, she had mentioned a reward for later that evening. After all, she was his woman, and it was necessary to present her with gifts. Although she had initially added him on WeChat because of his McLaren, she had genuinely developed feelings for him since then. Moreover, he had obtained over 15 billion from her. Arriving at Wanda Plaza, Lin Fei was quite lavish, spending over 1 million on several LV bags and a diamond necklace from Zhoumofu. This extravagant display of wealth caught the attention of several sales associates, who subtly sent him flirtatious glances and discreetly handed him little notes. However, Lin Fei dismissed the notes upon exiting, as they were merely superficial distractions. At a crossroads, Lin Fei stopped at a red light when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure nearby. The individual seemed to recognize him as well, quickly removing her helmet to reveal a pure and sweet face, exclaiming in surprise, "Is it you?" "Oh, who would have thought that this little potato could ride a motorcycle too?" Lin Fei remarked, raising an eyebrow and smiling at her. Hearing Lin Fei call her little potato, Luo Xiaoxi's expression turned to indignation as she gritted her teeth in annoyance, pointing an accusing finger at him. "Who are you calling little potato?" Her outburst drew the attention of several young men and women riding motorcycles nearby. "Who is that? She seems to know him," one commented. "I don't know, but he drives a McLaren P1. Maybe he is a friend of hers," another added. "But he is quite handsome, unlike her usual sweet demeanor. Today, Luo Xiaoxi was dressed quite provocatively. She wore a white spaghetti strap top that revealed her porcelain arms, paired with light blue denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, and her icy blue curls cascaded down in a stylish manner. Moreover, Lin Fei noted that she was riding a Ducati V4R, valued at around 600,000. So, she was quite the little rich girl. "Of course, I'm calling you that, Luo Little Potato." Lin Fei chuckled. "How did you know my last name is Luo?" Luo Xiaoxi furrowed her brow, casting a disdainful glance. "Just a wild guess," she remarked. Lin Fei chuckled softly, well aware that Luo Xiaoxi would hardly believe such words. As her eyes darted about, an intriguing thought crossed her mind. Could it be that after our last encounter, he has developed an affection for me? His feigned indifference might have been a ruse to pique my interest. Perhaps he has been secretly gathering information about me. Yes, that must be it. With a haughty snort, Luo Xiaoxi challenged, "Are you harboring a crush on me?" Lin Fei, taken aback by her boldness, erupted into hearty laughter. This girl certainly had a peculiar way of thinking. Witnessing Lin Fei nearly double over with laughter, Luo Xiaoxi's face flushed crimson with indignation as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. "What do you mean by that?" While she had often encountered those who pursued her, being the subject of ridicule was a novel experience for her. Lin Fei stifled his laughter and waved dismissively. "Nothing. Just reminded of something amusing." Luo Xiaoxi, incensed by his forced restraint, was about to accelerate her vehicle into his car's rear when Lin Fei suddenly pressed the gas pedal and sped away. "This is infuriating," she fumed, trembling with rage as she pointed at the McLaren that had already raced 100 meters ahead. Determined, she donned her helmet and accelerated to catch up. As Lin Fei maneuvered onto a broad avenue, he caught a glimpse of the rapidly approaching Luo Xiaoxi in his rearview mirror. What was she plotting? He furrowed his brow. Before long, Luo Xiaoxi overtook his car, turning back to taunt him with a haughty lift of her chin. Lin Fei chuckled. Were it not for the speed limit, he would have surely left her Ducati in the dust today. Although the Ducati V4R boasted quicker acceleration than the P1, the P1's endurance on long stretches was unmatched. Noticing Lin Fei's lack of acceleration, Luo Xiaoxi muttered coward under her breath and veered to the right, departing from the scene. Lin Fei grimaced, wondering why her affection meter had inexplicably dropped from 10 to 9. Once he successfully wooed her, he would ensure she experienced the consequences of her actions. Half an hour later, having received the door code from Yin Jiao in advance, Lin Fei swiftly entered the villa. Though he had purchased it, he had yet to reside there even for a day. However, the immaculate state of the villa suggested that Yin Jiao had already made herself at home and tidied up. Hearing sounds emanating from the kitchen, Lin Fei's lips curled into a slight smile. After placing the gift on the sofa, he stealthily approached the kitchen. Inside, Yin Jiao, clad in a maid's outfit and apron, was engrossed in chopping vegetables. Noticing her preoccupation, Lin Fei seized the opportunity to embrace her from behind. To his surprise, Yin Jiao did not react with alarm. Instead, she quipped over her shoulder, "What? Are you trying to scare me? It would be more fun if you screamed a little." Lin Fei pouted. "How dull. You didn't even scream." With a playful tilt of her head, Yin Jiao leaned back and planted a kiss on Lin Fei's cheek. winking mischievously. Is this interesting enough for you? Now that's more like it. Lin Fei grinned. Don't get carried away, Yin Jiao Jiao said softly, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she was held in his embrace. Jiao Jiao. You play hard to get quite skillfully, Lin Fei whispered in her ear. Pervert. Yin Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes flirtatiously, setting down the knife before wrapping her arms around Lin Fei's neck and leaning in for a kiss. However, Lin Fei maintained a semblance of restraint, releasing her after a brief moment. Though Yin Jiao Jiao felt a bit flustered, she reminded herself of their impending meal, quickly composing herself to continue cooking. Lin Fei, why don't you sit in the living room for a bit? I'll be done shortly, she suggested gently. All right, Lin Fei replied, affectionately caressing her cheek before turning to leave the kitchen. Staying there would surely tempt him to act on his desires, so he decided to explore the villa instead. Having previously viewed photos and videos of the property, he was eager to experience it in person. The villa featured not only a private pool, but also an expansive balcony and a lawn spacious enough for a gathering of dozens. Even the underground garage boasted 2 full levels. Moreover, the rooms were equipped with an array of amenities, including a piano, a massive television, and a home theater. All in all, Lin Fei found it quite delightful. Upon returning to the living room, he discovered that Yin Jiao Jiao had prepared the meal and was setting the dining table. Being a woman, she clearly had a penchant for romance. Yet with someone as oblivious as Lin Fei around, she had to take matters into her own hands. After finishing the table settings, Yin Jiao Jiao undid her apron and released her twin ponytails, allowing her luscious hair to cascade down her shoulders. The sweet girl transformed into a captivating woman. Wait for me, she called out to Lin Fei, flashing him a mysterious smile before disappearing into a room. What was this little enchantress up to? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself as he watched her retreating figure. When several minutes passed without her return, Lin Fei decided to take a quick nap on the sofa. Just a few minutes into his slumber, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor jolted him awake. Opening his eyes, Lin Fei was momentarily stunned. Yin Jiao Jiao approached him with graceful strides. Her maid outfit replaced by a sultry black bodycon dress that accentuated her curves exquisitely. Her slightly curled hair was held back with a clip, enhancing her allure. The black stockings enveloped her delicate legs, and paired with Valentino heels, any man would be rendered breathless. Yin Jiao Jiao stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Lin Fei's neck and gazing deeply into his eyes. Darling, it's time for dinner, she cooed. Hearing her sweetly uttered darling sent shivers down Lin Fei's spine. Yet, his hunger prevailed, so he suppressed his reaction. Sweeping her into a princess carry and heading toward the dining table, while teasing, you want to escape after dinner. The table was adorned with an exquisite lace tablecloth, a vase of red roses at its center. Silver candlesticks flickered, casting enchanting shadows through the wine glasses filled with red wine, creating a distinctly romantic atmosphere. Accompanied by several beautifully plated dishes of Chinese cuisine, the setting exuded charm. Yin Jiao Jiao's dishes were dainty, not overly ample, but sufficient for 2 people. As the primary purpose of the evening was not merely to dine. After sharing a toast, they finally began to savor the dinner. How does it taste? Yin Jiao Jiao inquired, wiping her mouth and fluttering her beautiful eyes. Truly delightful. No jest, Lin Fei replied with a satisfied smile. Yin Jiao Jiao's culinary skills surpassed his expectations. Initially, he had assumed the dishes appeared too bland, and thus doubted their flavor. However, they turned out to be surprisingly exquisite. Seeing Lin Fei genuinely enjoy the meal, Yin Jiao Jiao beamed, her confidence in her cooking evident. I'm glad you like it, she declared with a sweet smile. With his hunger intensifying and the food being delectable, Lin Fei ate with abandon. Meanwhile, Yin Jiao Jiao rested her chin on her hand, her face aglow with happiness as she watched him relish her culinary creations, occasionally savoring a bite of salad and sipping on red wine. As the meal drew to a close, Lin Fei suddenly slapped his forehead and muttered an exclamation, then promptly rose and strode towards the sofa. Shortly thereafter, he returned with an exquisitely designed, high-end jewelry box in hand. Upon catching sight of the box, Yin Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Fei approached the dining table, opened the jewelry box, and presented it to Yin Jiao Jiao. Do you like it? He asked with a cheerful smile, gazing at the dazzling diamond necklace within. Yin Jiao Jiao felt a warmth envelop her heart. Her eyes glistened with tears as she looked up at Lin Fei and nodded emphatically, I adore it. Lin Fei, could you help me put it on? With affectionate eyes, she spoke softly. Lin Fei readily complied, carefully fastening the necklace around her neck. It looks stunning, he praised once it was in place. Thank you, darling, Yin Jiao Jiao replied, her lips curving into a sweet smile. With the atmosphere reaching a crescendo, Lin Fei found his appetite waning. After downing a glass of wine in one gulp, he lifted Yin Jiao Jiao effortlessly into his arms. What are you doing? She exclaimed in surprise. Without further ado, Lin Fei leaned down. Yin Jiao Jiao instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, responding with fervor. 2 hours later, Lin Fei lit a cigarette, reclining against the pillow while exhaling clouds of smoke. He was not particularly addicted to nicotine. He simply found an occasional puff to be quite relaxing. Yin Jiao Jiao, her cheeks flushed, nestled against Lin Fei's chest, her hand absent-mindedly tracing circles. After a brief respite, the couple took a shower together and then settled on the bed to watch television. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fei shared with Yin Jiao Jiao his ventures of purchasing properties domestically and abroad, as well as his acquisitions. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao Jiao fell silent. Her expression clouded with concern. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. Lin Fei, you must tell me honestly, are you laundering money for someone? Having seen similar plots in movies, she felt a surge of panic, fearing that Lin Fei might indeed be involved in illicit dealings. Foolish girl, what are you thinking? Lin Fei chuckled, ruffling her hair. But this involves at least 100 billion. Even if you were the son of a wealthy tycoon, you couldn't afford to squander it like this. Yin Jiao Jiao felt her worldview crumbling. Realizing her distress, Lin Fei resorted to a classic excuse. Actually, I have a cousin abroad who left me $100 billion in inheritance, but the stipulation is that I must first spend 50 billion. However, upon hearing this, Yin Jiao Jiao merely rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm a fool? Lin Fei felt a twinge of awkwardness. Indeed, it was an outrageous claim. Actually, I have a system, he said with a grin. Yet, Yin Jiao Jiao found this even more absurd, and decided to convince herself that Lin Fei truly had a cousin abroad. Moreover, the fact that he could spend such vast sums without attracting scrutiny suggested that the origins of the money were legitimate, rendering her need for further investigation unnecessary. Perhaps Lin Fei belonged to a prominent family within some major conglomerate. Such families often maintained a low profile while possessing wealth that could be staggering, rendering even the richest individuals in Huaxiao mere specks in comparison. Never mind, let us not dwell on this. Let us continue watching television. After all, what is mine is yours, and those things will ultimately be for us to share, Yin Jiao Jiao remarked, playfully tossing her hair. While she felt a tinge of anxiety over the extravagant gifts Lin Fei had bestowed upon her, the legality of the situation alleviated her concerns. Besides, she was now Lin Fei's woman. Did it truly matter whose possessions they were? Chapter 62. An irate Yin Jiao Jiao. After watching television for a while, Yin Jiao Jiao picked up her phone and began scrolling through Douyin. As soon as she opened the app, her eyes widened in surprise. The video featured Huada. Glancing at the likes, she saw it had garnered 1.09 million. Instantly intrigued, she continued watching, only to realize that this was footage from the football match the other day, and the individual wearing the number 9 jersey, being followed by the camera, was none other than Lin Fei. Lin Fei, come look, she exclaimed excitedly, thrusting her phone in front of him. What is up? Lin Fei chuckled at her enthusiasm, but his amusement faded as he recognized the familiar figure on the screen. The video was a 3-minute highlight reel showcasing Lin Fei's every goal, accompanied by an exhilarating soundtrack that even ignited Lin Fei's own excitement. However, in a bid to protect his privacy, the video's creator refrained from providing close-up shots. Upon noticing the staggering 1.09 million likes, Lin Fei was taken aback. Wow. I haven't checked Douyin in days, and I've become a sensation? Wait, this seems to be our school's digital media club's official account, Yin Jiao Jiao remarked, finally noticing the account name. Upon delving into the profile, she confirmed her suspicion. I never imagined I would experience the sensation of being an internet celebrity, Lin Fei mused, running a hand through his hair with a smile. So handsome. Yin Jiao Jiao gazed at the Lin Fei in the video, her eyes brimming with admiration. Let us check the comments. Lin Fei, curious about the public's perception of him, encouraged her to proceed. She replied, then opened the comment section. Commenter 1. This is just bullying amateurs. If he faced professional players, he would be overwhelmed. Commenter 2. These defenders are terrible. If it were me, this kid wouldn't even get past the midfield. Commenter 3. I was far better than him in high school. It's just that I didn't have video evidence. Commenter 4. I think this guy is pretty impressive. His pace is genuinely fast. Commenter 5. I feel this brother's skills are sufficient to make the national team. Huaxiao Football Association, recruit him. The comments were a mixed bag, with some dismissing Lin Fei as merely preying on weaker opponents, while others lauded his exceptional talent, arguing he should be called up to the national team, prompting many to tag the Huaxiao Football Association. Angered by the negative remarks, Yin Jiao Jiao's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Humph. These people are utterly ridiculous." All right, let's just enjoy the entertainment, Lin Fei chuckled. They're infuriating. No way, I have to defend you. Unable to contain her frustration, Yin Jiao Jiao began to respond to each negative comment with fervor. Lin Fei smiled and sent a message to his roommate. reminding him to bring his books, before collapsing into bed, utterly exhausted from the day's events. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Yin Jiao, too weary to continue, finally set aside her keyboard and snuggled into Lin Fei's embrace, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, as both had classes to attend, they made their way back to school together. Lin Fei parked the car and arrived at the classroom just as the clock struck 10:30, perfectly on time. The class was linear algebra, taught by a portly professor in his 50s or 60s, who wore glasses. Noticing Lin Fei's timely arrival, the professor said nothing. Lin Fei scanned the classroom and quickly spotted his friends Zhao Feng and others in the back row, where a seat had been left open for him. Good buddies. Lin Fei shot them a satisfied glance as he took his seat. Only then did the elderly professor begin to speak. I am Lu Ping, your linear algebra instructor for this semester. I have no excessive demands for this course. Just ensure you complete your assignments. Linear algebra may well be one of the simplest core courses you will encounter in your 4 years, of course, compared to discrete mathematics and advanced calculus. Mastering it is no simple feat, the professor began to ramble, transitioning from the weightage of class performance to his experiences studying at Carnegie Mellon University in the United States. Time continued to pass for over half an hour before Lupin finally concluded his idle chatter. Subsequently, he began to discuss fundamental concepts of linear algebra and learning methodologies, which rendered Lin Fei increasingly drowsy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kai Xinyan, who was attending a math class, rested her chin on her hand, gazing vacantly out of the window. She had not been in touch with Lin Fei lately, as her close friend Jean Xiaya suggested that being intermittently warm and cold was the ultimate strategy to capture a man's attention. By initially showering him with kindness and enthusiasm, then abruptly withdrawing her affection, she believed it would create a sense of disparity, prompting him to think of her more often. Kai Xinyan attempted this tactic, but to her dismay, it backfired. She found herself ignored by Lin Fei, who appeared to have completely forgotten her existence. After much contemplation, Kai Xinyan ultimately came to a realization. Lin Fei was unlike other boys. He was not lacking in female admirers. Her attempts at manipulation would only lead to her own neglect, rather than garnering his attention. Moreover, witnessing Lin Fei surrounded by numerous girls ignited her competitive spirit. Sometimes, this is how girls behave. They dismiss boys who lack admirers, instinctively feeling that being associated with such a boy would be embarrassing. Conversely, the more a boy is pursued and adored by others, the more attractive he becomes in their eyes, shrouded in an alluring filter that enhances his charm. The allure of the unattainable grows stronger, and they feel compelled to claim what others desire. Although she had previously attracted the attention of wealthy suitors, they either lacked physical appeal or intellectual depth. Lin Fei was the first man to captivate her heart, and she was unwilling to relinquish him to others so easily. At noon, Lin Fei was finally liberated after enduring the instructor's lecture, which had left his mind in a haze. However, immediately upon exiting the classroom, his advisor called, requesting his presence in the dean's office. Lin Fei initially feared he had done something wrong and felt a wave of anxiety, only to learn that a significant figure was seeking him. This revelation left him bewildered. Who could it be? Andy Lau? Jackie Chan? With curiosity piqued, Lin Fei made his way to the office of Dean Zhu Baichuan of the Information Engineering College. After knocking, the door was swiftly opened by a young man clad in a suit. Upon entering, Lin Fei noticed 4 individuals inside. Seated behind the desk was Dean Zhu Baichuan, whom he recognized from the bulletin board. The other 3 appeared to be outsiders, and among them was a middle-aged man in casual athletic attire, whom Lin Fei recognized as a former national football team player, a participant in the 2002 World Cup, and a renowned figure from Manchester City Football Club. The other 2 appeared to be his younger assistants, dressed in formal attire. Lin, you're here. Dean Zhu greeted with a warm smile. Hello, Dean. Lin Fei replied awkwardly, nodding. This is Coach Sun, a former national team player, and these 2 are his assistants. They watched your videos online and came specifically to meet you. Dean Zhu introduced with a grin. Chapter 63. If you're not a brother, I won't lend you. Lin Fei then turned his gaze to Coach Sun, who was also observing him intently. Hello, Coach Sun, Lin Fei greeted, feeling a sense of admiration for him. Hello, Coach Sun responded with a smile. Please, take a seat. Lin, no need to be overly formal. Dean Zhu gestured invitingly. All right, Lin Fei replied with a grin, comfortably settling onto the sofa. May I ask you a question, Lin? Coach Sun inquired with a friendly demeanor. Lin Fei nodded. Go ahead. Are you interested in trying out for the national team? Coach Sun asked directly. Prior to this meeting, Coach Sun had meticulously reviewed Lin Fei's videos multiple times with numerous prominent figures in the football community, even consulting various foreign professionals for assessments. They concluded that Lin Fei's impressive goal tally was not merely a result of easy matches, but rather a testament to his genuine skill and technique. Subsequently, They contacted the president of Huada University to inquire about the strength of the university's football team. They discovered that the team consisted entirely of first- and second-tier national players, having dominated provincial university leagues for years and ranking among the best in the nation. It was evident that Lin Fei had completely outclassed this formidable group of players, achieving results that even the country's top forwards could not rival. Thus, Coach Sun decided to come personally to meet Lin Fei and persuade him to represent the nation. Isn't the selection for this period over? Lin Fei hesitated. Coach Sun nodded, then added, "We have already communicated with the Football Association. If you are willing to try out for the national team, they will make a special request to include you in the next training roster." This decision was, in essence, a gamble by the Football Association, for while Lin Fei was undoubtedly talented, their investigations revealed that the highest level of competition he had participated in was the Provincial High School League. Of course, Lin Fei had the potential to represent Huayang Experimental High School in the National High School League, but due to his impending senior year and family advice, he had opted to withdraw early. "I'll think about it," Lin Fei offered a non-committal response. National team matches were infrequent and wouldn't consume much of his time. Yet he couldn't promise to be available at all times, so he chose to give a vague answer and would decide based on his mood later. "Fantastic. You will not regret your decision today. Immense glory awaits you," Coach Sun described with enthusiasm. He had not anticipated such smooth progress. He had expected Lin Fei to hesitate or refuse the invitation due to concerns about complications. Instead, Lin Fei's response was remarkably agreeable. Dean Zhu beamed with delight, as Lin Fei's acceptance meant that a Huayang University student would appear on the national team training roster in a month. As one of the school's leaders, he felt immensely proud. "Lin, I am eagerly looking forward to seeing you bring glory to our country," Dean Zhu said, patting Lin Fei on the shoulder with a smile. At that moment, Lin Fei interjected, "Coach Sun, let's not rush. I'm still considering it." Coach Sun nodded. "Of course, that is perfectly fine. Once you've made your decision, be sure to contact us. Regardless of whether you choose to join or not, we will respect your decision." Lin Fei smiled and nodded. But in his heart, he began contemplating how to decline the offer. After some further conversation, Lin Fei finally exited the office. After grabbing a meal, it was already past 1 o'clock, with only 40 minutes remaining until class. Lin Fei decided against returning to the dormitory, opting instead to head directly to the classroom to catch some sleep. Ever since Bai Qi received that 500,000, he had settled all previous debts incurred from medical expenses. Upon hearing the disparaging remarks made by his uncle and aunt during their visit to the hospital from Bai Jianjun, Bai Qi promptly called them to express his displeasure. Embracing his image as a rogue, he decided to fully embody that role, later warning Zhang Kuei to refrain from bothering Bai Qian, lest he provoke a serious incident. However, due to the necessity of repaying debts, Bai Qi only had a little over 300,000 remaining. The kidney source he sought was being offered at 550,000. Bai Qi had been negotiating, but the seller was adamant on the price. Out of options, he resorted to borrowing money from friends at the billiard hall, relatives, and even a long uncontacted uncle. Ultimately, he managed to cobble together only 30,000, but Bai Qi bore no resentment. In this day and age, when the economy is in decline, who would dare to lend a substantial sum to an immature minor? Even securing a few thousand yuan is already a considerable favor. Bai Qi currently possesses a total of 400,000 yuan, yet he is still short by 150,000. While this amount may seem modest, it is, in truth, a significant figure for the average individual. For most families, their annual income does not reach this sum. Acquiring this additional 150,000 yuan is indeed no easy feat. At that moment, Bai Qi suddenly recalled his middle school classmate, Yukong. Recently, while scrolling through his social media feed, he had noticed that Yukong frequently posted photos of himself enjoying yacht outings, accompanied by stacks of cash. He distinctly remembered that Yukong's family had once been impoverished. It was surprising to see him now indulging in such luxuries, evidently having made a name for himself over the years. Perhaps he could reach out to borrow from him, given that they had once shared a good rapport. Consequently, Bai Qi quickly dialed Yukong's WeChat number. However, after several attempts without a response, he could not help but let out a wry smile, fearing that Yukong might already be aware of his intentions to borrow money. Just as he was about to tuck his phone into his pocket, it rang again. Expecting it to be his sister, he was taken aback to find it was a return call from Yukong. "Hello, old you," Bai Qi exclaimed enthusiastically upon connecting, attempting to evoke memories of their past camaraderie. "Why the sudden contact?" Yukong teased from the other end. Bai Qi chuckled awkwardly before cautiously broaching the topic. I was hoping you could help me with something." "What is it? Speak up. I'll definitely assist you." Yukong replied enthusiastically. "Could you lend me some money?" Bai Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment as the words left his mouth. It had been a while since they last communicated, especially after Yukong had dropped out of school in the second semester of their second year. Now to reach out solely for a loan felt somewhat awkward. The lively Yukong fell silent upon hearing the request. After a lengthy pause, he finally responded, "It's not that I don't want to lend, but I'm currently in a tight spot myself. I just built a villa back home, and the renovation is only halfway done. I only have a little over 100,000 left. How could I lend you any?" Chapter 64. I'll make you rich. Bai Qi had anticipated this response, so he merely sighed. "I don't have money to lend, but I can show you how to make money, provided you have some capital." Yukong continued. Bai Qi's eyes lit up at the prospect. "You can help me make money? Honestly, I've been curious about what you've been up to these past few years. Given your new car and house, I'm quite envious." "Old you, are you serious? You're willing to take me along?" Bai Qi asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Do you have any capital?" Yukong inquired skeptically. "Yes," Bai Qi quickly affirmed. "How much?" 20,000 yuan. Bai Qi initially intended to mention a larger sum, but, recalling the adage about not flaunting wealth, he settled on the modest figure. 20,000 is acceptable. You're in Huayong, right? "Yes. Send me your location. We'll meet up to discuss." An hour later, Bai Qi found himself in the passenger seat of Yukong's Volkswagen Magotan. Observing that Yukong, merely 2 years his senior, was already driving a car, Bai Qi felt a pang of envy. "Old you. It seems you've really struck it rich these past few years. Driving a Magotan now," Bai Qi remarked as he scanned the interior of the vehicle. He had once dreamt of owning a car that could shield him and his family from the elements and take them on adventures. Yet, the harsh reality was that after dropping out at 15 and spending 2 years in society, he had saved nothing and had instead accrued a mountain of debt due to his father's illness. "Just a Magotan. If it weren't for some recent business losses, I'd be driving an E300 by now." Yukong scoffed. "And what about you? Where have you been making your fortune?" Yukong raised an eyebrow. "I'm working at a billiards club near the university town," Bai Qi admitted somewhat bashfully. Having dropped out later than Yukong, Bai Qi had at least received a middle school diploma, yet he found himself enviously trailing behind Yukong's success. "Do you earn 5,000 a month?" Yukong chuckled. "Just over 4,000, Bai Qi replied, his cheeks flushing. "What kind of situation is that?" Yukong shook his head, laughing. His laughter was ambiguous, leaving Bai Qi unsure whether it was mocking or playful. "There's not much I can do. I have no connections, so this is all I have," Bai Qi sighed. "Don't worry, I'll help you get rich," Yukong declared, patting Bai Qi on the shoulder in a show of brotherly camaraderie. Seeing Yukong's earnest demeanor, Bai Qi nodded vigorously. If Yukong could thrive, so could he. He too wanted to build a villa back home and drive a Magotan. "By the way, old you, where are we headed now?" Bai Qi, lost in daydreams, had forgotten about their actual objective. "You want to make big money, right? Let us go earn it." Yukong grinned. After more than an hour, they arrived at a hotel by the riverside. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yukong led Bai Qi into the establishment, where the lobby manager seemed to recognize him and greeted him with a smile. Bai Qi walked alongside, feeling a sense of pride. They took the elevator to the 5th floor and meandered through the halls before entering a small room, from which they took another elevator down to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Bai Qi was greeted by the pulsating beats of loud music. "Is there a bar below?" Bai Qi inquired curiously. "Haha," Yukong chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. Soon, Bai Qi followed Yukong to the source of the music, discovering a bar larger than the average establishment, both in size and atmosphere. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of numerous elegantly dressed women dancing, each surrounded by men who were vying for their attention. To his astonishment, some beautiful women were clad in nothing more than sheer garments, their movements illuminated by flashing lights. The bar was teeming with patrons, predominantly young people. Is this a legitimate bar? Bai Qi found himself questioning whether this was an illicit establishment. "Be careful not to speak out of turn here," Yukong warned. "Understood." Bai Qi quickly nodded. Yukong guided Bai Qi to a secluded corner of the bar, where he opened a steel door and led him down a staircase. Bai Qi felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the worst. However, upon reaching the bottom, he finally exhaled in relief. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, but as he caught sight of rows of slot machines and the sounds of people shouting to place their bets, it dawned on him that they had arrived at an underground casino. "Old you, is your scheme to make money through gambling?" Bai Qi frowned, questioning the wisdom of this venture. "Rest assured, this is a legitimate casino. Many university students and professionals frequent this place," Yukong reassured him, sensing Bai Qi's apprehension. Bai Qi scanned the casino and indeed saw numerous fashionable young people and office workers clad in crisp white shirts. "Come on, let me take you for a few rounds," Yukong said, draping his arm around Bai Qi's shoulder. Before long, Yukong exchanged 10,000 yuan for chips and led Bai Qi to a gambling table. The game was straightforward. 3 dice were rolled by the dealer, and players bet on whether the total would be high or low. A total of 10 or less was considered low, while 11 or more was deemed high, with payouts based on the amounts wagered on either side. Yukong and Bai Qi observed a round together, during which Yukong explained the rules, and then they began placing their bets. I bet high. I bet high too. Bet high. At the gambling table, several burly men shouted, place your bets. I'm betting small. Yukong, with audacity, boldly wagered 10,000 on small. As the dice rattled, the atmosphere among the onlookers grew tense. Bai Qi, too, fixed his gaze on the dice cup, curious about the outcome. Soon, the dealer cleared the table and revealed the dice. 1, 1, 3, small. With the exceedingly high odds, Yukong swiftly amassed 60,000, including his stake. Incredible. Bai Qi was overwhelmed with excitement. What do you think? Care to join in? Yukong coaxed. Bai Qi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. A single round should pose no trouble. If I lose, I'll stop. Subsequently, Bai Qi exchanged 10,000 for chips and returned to the same table. Old you, are you betting large or small? Bai Qi inquired, looking at Yukong. Let us go with large this time. Yukong pondered briefly and replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi immediately produced 1,000 in chips to bet large alongside Yukong. As Yukong placed his bet, he discreetly signaled the dealer. Soon, the dealer lifted the dice cup. 4, 5, 5. Large. What the heck? We won? Bai Qi exclaimed in disbelief. The surrounding patrons, seeing Bai Qi's reaction, cast scornful glances. Just 1,000 and he elated? Where did this bumpkin come from? Although the odds were merely 1, 1. Watching his 1,000 double to 2,000 still brought a smile to Bai Qi's face. With his newfound wealth, Bai Qi's confidence surged, and in the second round, he boldly wagered 2,000. Chapter 65. How could this happen? Upon witnessing Bai Qi's 2,000 bet, a glimmer of cold amusement flashed in Yukong's eyes. This time, both were betting small, while many around them had chosen large. People often exhibit a perplexing contrarian mentality, relishing the thrill of going against the grain. Moreover, perhaps due to the bustling atmosphere, 5 or 6 unfamiliar faces joined in on the betting. With the influx of wagers, the odds soared to 1, 5. Should Bai Qi win this round, he would claim a total of 12,000. After the bets were placed, the dealer began shaking the dice. Hearing the relentless clattering, Bai Qi felt a shiver of anxiety. However, when the dealer unveiled the 3 dice, his excitement erupted. I can't believe it. I guessed right. Yukong, witnessing this, quickly chimed in with a grin. How about that? I didn't deceive you, did I? As Bai Qi beheld the pile of chips exceeding 10,000, his grin widened. Eyes brimming with gratitude. Old you, I knew I could count on you. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of regret for only betting 2,000. Had he wagered 20,000, he would have netted 100,000. Contemplating this, Bai Qi felt a pang of remorse. Wow, my luck is extraordinary today. Indeed, 1,000 had transformed into over 10,000, a stroke of fortune. Betting 10,000 could have yielded a staggering 100,000. Right, just too timid, several onlookers remarked, casting glances at Bai Qi. Hearing these comments, Bai Qi recognized the truth in their words. His wagers were indeed too modest, while others were betting 10 or 20,000. At this moment, Yukong added, with your 1 or 2,000 bets, who knows when you'll profit? I suggest you go all in with 10,000. If you lose, you can always start over, but if you win, that could mean 50 or 60,000. Bai Qi found this reasoning quite compelling. The larger the stake, the greater the potential reward. Lacking a gambling addiction, he resolved to walk away after securing 150,000. Besides, he had already won 10,000, which could serve as a trial stake. Losing it wouldn't hurt, but winning would be a huge gain. Old you, I'm betting 1,000,000, Bai Qi declared, clenching his teeth. Excellent. I knew you were a good bet. Yukong praised, giving him a thumbs up before turning back to place the wager. This round, they continued to bet small, with the newcomers joining them in their choice. Thus, the odds settled at 1, 1. The dice were shaken. The cup was lifted. 1, 1. 1 small. The expressions of the patrons around the table varied. Some began to regret not betting alongside Yukong. Bai Qi's 10,000 instantly transformed into 20,000. Observing the duo's third consecutive victory, many gamblers flocked to join them in betting. Bai Qi, feeling a surge of confidence, produced 20,000 to continue betting small with Yukong. However, due to the overwhelming number of people betting small, the odds shifted to 5, 1. As the dealer unveiled the dice, those who had wagered small alongside Bai Qi erupted in elation, having guessed correctly once more. Bai Qi stared blankly at the 40,000 chips before him, his heart racing. He felt that with just 2 more rounds, 150,000 would be within reach. However, as the next round commenced, everyone shifted to betting large. After all, having had 3 consecutive small outcomes, betting small again posed considerable risk. Yukong, noticing this, smirked slightly, glanced at the dealer, and boldly wagered 50,000 on small. Is this guy really betting small? And so much? Has he lost his mind? The surrounding gamblers regarded Yukong as if he were a fool. Bai Qi, feeling concerned, suggested, "Why don't we bet large this time? To earn big, one must dare to gamble." The odds for betting small were approximately 1/6, and winning this round would yield a substantial profit. 1,000 turning into 6,000, and 6,000 into 36,000. Such opportunities don't come by every day. Yukong whispered in Bai Chi's ear. The thought of 1/6 odds made Bai Chi's eyes gleam with excitement. He quickly exchanged another 10,000 for chips, bringing his total to 60,000. 6/6. May it bring good fortune, he mused. In this round, if Yukong, Bai Chi, and the other two bet small, it would be against the majority betting large. Bai Chi continually reassured himself that the truth lies with the few. As the dealer slowly lifted the cup, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. 4/6/4. Large. What? Bai Chi's face drained of color. How could this happen? 60,000, just like that, vanished? Seeing Bai Chi's 2,000 stake dissolve, Yukong quickly remarked, "It's all right. That's how the casino works. There are wins and losses. If all else fails, you can always borrow some money and make a comeback." Bai Chi felt utterly dejected. Had he known, he would have cashed out that 40,000 earlier. Now, not only had he lost everything, but he was also down 2,000. "Forget it, old you, I'm done gambling." Bai Chi decided it was time to stop. Sigh. "This lack of resolve explains your current predicament," Yukong chided, only to immediately turn around and place 50,000 on small. Bai Chi managed a wry smile. Watching from the sidelines, the odds were 1/3, not as high as before, but still reasonable. However, upon the dealer revealing the dice, Bai Chi was left in shock. It was indeed small. Yukong's 50,000 had ballooned to 200,000. Yukong turned back, beaming with pride at Bai Chi, then wagered the entire 200,000. 200,000 became 600,000. 600,000 turned into 1,200,000. Yukong had won 3 consecutive rounds. While Bai Chi felt no joy, he realized that had he bet alongside Yukong, he would have amassed a fortune. To recover his losses, he had to borrow money quickly. Otherwise, today would be in vain. Yukong urged. Bai Chi hesitated for a mere second before racing to the counter to exchange chips. He decided to exchange for 60,000, gamble once more, recover his losses, and leave. Bai Chi thought to himself. Soon, Bai Chi returned to the gambling table after exchanging for 60,000 in chips. Yukong, seeing such a substantial amount, wore a skeptical expression. How could a newcomer like him possibly acquire 60,000? "Are you trying to deceive me? Your capital is only 20,000, isn't it?" Yukong said, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Well, this 60,000 is actually from my dad's card. I borrowed it without him knowing." Bai Chi had already concocted an excuse. Yukong cursed him internally as a spendthrift, but outwardly he smiled and said, "Good. That's the kind of audacity we need. To make big money, one must take such risks." This time, they continued to bet small, but Yukong only wagered 100,000. Bai Chi initially intended to bet 30,000, but seeing the odds of 1/2, he was tempted to take a chance. If he won, he would have a total of 180,000 and could make a swift exit. However, when he eagerly glanced at the dice, his expression froze. 4/6/6. Big. The dealer's voice jolted him back to reality. Damn it, how could this happen? Bai Chi fumed, pulling at his hair in frustration. In the subsequent round, Yukong won back all his losses and even made a profit. Gambling requires boldness. Those who fear after losing a couple of rounds will never win, Yukong remarked, continuing to place his bets. He was well aware that Bai Chi had more money stashed away. After all, if he dared to dip into his father's funds, it meant there was more to be had. As the next round commenced with odds soaring to 1/4, Bai Chi gritted his teeth and decided to go all in on this one. He exchanged for another 50,000 in chips, matching Yukong's bet. Yet again, he lost. Watching his 130,000 vanish before his eyes, Bai Chi felt a growing sense of regret. If only he had bet 50 or 60,000 earlier, he could have recovered his losses. Determined to regain his footing, Bai Chi adjusted his next bet to 60,000. But once more, he faced defeat. In the following rounds, betting small led to wins, while betting large resulted in losses. Just as despair began to creep in, he experienced a fortunate streak, winning several substantial bets. Moreover, with his newfound success, several women approached him, showering him with attention, and onlookers began to cheer, claiming he was on the verge of a rebound. However, just as hope reignited, he lost a significant sum once more. In the end, Bai Chi was left with merely 20,000 in cash and chips. Damn it, I must recover my losses today. Bai Chi's eyes were bloodshot. Having nearly exhausted his funds, he saw no quicker means of recouping his losses than gambling. In his final bet, he wagered everything he had left, 20,000. Yet, the outcome was the same. He lost it all. Panic set in. Over 300,000 had just slipped away. What about my father's illness? I barely obtained that money, and now it's gone. Bai Chi felt a rising sense of disbelief. He was convinced he had missed several opportunities that could have netted him 1 million, fueled by the encouragement of Yukong. Bai Qi impulsively rushed to the front desk to borrow another 10,000 in chips, wagering only on high odds. Yet, within 10 minutes, he lost everything again. He borrowed another 10,000, but still failed to win. Bai Qi felt darkness closing in, collapsing to the ground in despair. It's true. Their dice must be rigged. Everyone. Look, their dice have a remote control. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a mustard yellow shirt, looking disheveled, stood up, brandishing a small remote control. Instantly, the casino erupted in chaos as several burly men rushed forward, attacking him without hesitation. Damn it, another scammer. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. The middle-aged man begged for mercy on the ground, insisting the remote was his. At that moment, Bai Qi spotted the dealer at the table he had been playing at, swiftly removing the dice from the table and replacing them with identical ones. The speed was terrifying. Meanwhile, the crowd was too engrossed in the spectacle to notice the dealer. Damn it, Bai Qi cursed, springing toward the beautiful dealer. Thud. He tackled the dealer to the ground. What are you doing? She shrieked, her voice drawing the attention of many in the casino. Ignoring the uproar, Bai Qi began to search her, feeling something hard in her sleeve. He bit down with determination. The sleeve tore, and several dice fell out. Bai Qi quickly seized them and shouted, I guarantee that the dice in this casino are rigged. In an instant, hundreds of eyes were upon him. To substantiate his claim, Bai Qi placed one die on the floor, preparing to step on it. But as he did, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, and before he could react, he was sent flying backward. Several burly men surrounded him, mercilessly kicking and punching him. Another troublemaker. I'll teach you a lesson. They shouted. You're in cahoots with that old man, aren't you? Crouching on the ground, Bai Qi curled up, clutching his head as he cried out in agony. Amidst the chaos, one of the men swiftly stuffed a small plastic bag into Bai Qi's pocket while continuing to pummel him. As they fought, a gap opened in the circle, allowing the onlookers to see Bai Qi. Then, a muscular man with a buzz cut and a dragon tattoo lifted Bai Qi and pulled the plastic bag from his pocket. Everyone, look at what this man has, he declared, raising the bag high. The crowd turned their attention to the plastic bag. The muscular man smirked and tore it open, revealing several dice and a remote control. So, you really are here to cause trouble. The crowd erupted in outrage. Anyone who doesn't believe it can check the dice and all the equipment at the gambling table. The muscular man continued. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly inspected the dice and the surrounding area. However, they found nothing amiss. The casino had already ensured everything was in order during the previous commotion. We sincerely apologize for this farce today. As a gesture of goodwill, the casino will waive its commission on all cash exchanges today, the muscular man announced. Instantly, the casino buzzed with excitement as everyone reveled in the good news, completely forgetting about the earlier incident with the dice and remote control. Meanwhile, Bai Qi was left bloodied, his nose bleeding, and his face bearing bruises of various shades. However, this was far from over. The burly men, seeing that the situation had calmed down, seized Bai Qi and the middle-aged man, dragging them toward the innermost room of the casino. Upon entering, the two were unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Damn it. Continue beating them. Just don't kill them, commanded the tattooed giant with a dragon inked across his shoulder. Instantly, 7 or 8 muscular men advanced once more, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the two. This time, their assault was more vicious than before, and Bai Qi eventually lost consciousness. Chapter 67. The Wrath of Bai Qian. With a splash, a bucket of cold water was thrown over him, jolting the unconscious Bai Qi awake. His face was a bloody mess. Bruises and ghastly wounds marred his body, and waves of intense pain coursed through him. He felt as though death was imminent, devoid of any strength to utter a word. All he desired was to escape. How dare you ruin Brother Luo's establishment? You must be seeking death. At that moment, Yukong stepped forward from the crowd, delivering a sharp slap to Bai Qi's face and berating him. The other burly men merely snorted in disdain. Don't ever bring such imbeciles here again. I'll be the first to deal with you. The tattooed giant approached, patting Yukong on the shoulder. Yes, Brother Luo, Yukong quickly replied, forcing a smile and nodding. One of the men who called Brother Luo stepped forward, grasping Bai Qi's collar with a sneer. I've heard you have a father and a stunning sister, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Bai Qi shot a murderous glare at Yukong, his body too weak to retaliate, wishing he could strangle him for his treachery. You scoundrel, I thought of you as a brother. If you wish to keep your father and sister safe, I trust you understand the implications of today's events, the giant warned, drawing a small knife and lightly scraping it against Bai Qi's chin. Feeling the cold steel, Bai Qi could only humiliate himself with a nod. You owe 20,000 to the casino, and I'll give you 2 months to repay it. Our daily interest is 10%. If you fail to produce the money in 2 months, we'll have to approach your father. The giant smirked as he slapped Bai Qi's face. No. Wasn't he at 1% daily? Bai Qi rasped, recalling the cashier's words when he borrowed the money. Oh, she must have made a mistake. The giant retorted with a derisive laugh. At 8 o'clock that evening, in a private hospital room of Huayang City, Bai Qi lay in bed, his head wrapped in several layers of bandages, with his hands and legs similarly bound. After Yukong brought him to the hospital and covered the medical expenses, he left behind 5,000 yuan before departing. A masked nurse, a woman in her 20s with a somewhat stern demeanor, stood beside him, adjusting the foredrip to prepare for his infusion. Observing Bai Qi's condition, she sighed. These injuries were clearly the result of a brawl. However, she had grown accustomed to such scenarios, witnessing them nearly every day. Ah, the nostalgia of our youth. Just then, Bai Qi's phone rang, the caller ID reading, "Sister." Yet, he was utterly immobilized, casting a pleading glance at the nurse. Noticing his distress, the nurse picked up the phone, answered the call, and placed it on Bai Qi's pillow. "Xiaoqi, are you at Dad's?" Bai Qian's voice came through the line. "No, I'm out." Bai Qi strained to make his voice sound normal. But Bai Qian was no fool. She immediately sensed something was amiss. "Xiaoqi, what is wrong with your voice?" Her tone shifted to one of concern. "It's nothing. Just a cold." Bai Qi attempted to laugh and speak louder, but any effort sent pain shooting through his body. "Video call me." Bai Qi was at a loss for words. At that moment, the nurse could no longer bear to watch, taking the phone from Bai Qi and stating, "Your brother is in Ward 705 of Huakong Hospital. He is seriously injured and needs someone to care for him." "Who are you? Why do you have my brother's phone?" Bai Qian inquired urgently from the other end. "I'm a nurse at Huakong Hospital. Your brother is hospitalized here, and he is in a critical condition requiring care. Do you understand?" The nurse replied earnestly. "What is wrong with my brother?" Bai Qian's voice trembled. "For now, he is out of danger, but you need to hurry," the nurse concluded before abruptly ending the call. Placing the phone on a nearby cabinet, the nurse turned to Bai Qi, only to find him glaring at her with fury, as if he wished to slice her to pieces. "How do you expect to use the restroom? How will you eat? Who will pay your medical bills? Who will sign for your discharge?" The nurse calmly countered. Mu Ting could see that the young man on the bed had his own troubles, but above all, he needed someone to care for him at this moment. Bai Qi fell silent, still irked by the nurse's unsolicited meddling. "All right, hold still." Mu Ting prepared to administer the four. Yet, Bai Qi, in a fit of defiance, began to fidget his fingers. Mu Ting shot him a glance of annoyance before firmly restraining his hand. As she felt the soft and cool touch of her hand against his skin, Bai Qi's face, concealed beneath the bandages, flushed. Having never held hands with anyone other than his sister, his heart raced. Mu Ting remained focused, expertly inserting the needle into Bai Qi's vein. As the needle pierced through, Bai Qi involuntarily shuddered, the movement aggravating his injuries and nearly causing him to faint from the pain. "Hiss," Bai Qi gasped. "You're young and reckless, engaging in fights. Now you understand the pain, don't you?" Mu Ting chided. Bai Qi shot her an irritated glare, but remained silent. After completing the infusion, Mu Ting checked Bai Qi's condition before leaving the room. Since Huakong Hospital was not far from the university, Bai Qian arrived within half an hour. Upon pushing open the door to Ward 705 and seeing Bai Qi, almost unrecognizable beneath the layers of bandages, tears streamed down her face. Her lips trembled as she hurried to his bedside, her voice breaking. "Xiaoqi, what on earth happened? How did you get hurt like this?" Her eyes brimmed with pain and fury as she reached out, hesitating to touch him for fear of causing him more hurt. "Sister, I'm fine." Bai Qi mustered a smile, but with half of his face obscured by bandages, it appeared somewhat absurd. "Still claiming you're fine? Just look at all these injuries." Bai Qian's tears flowed uncontrollably, her voice laced with anguish. "What happened? Did you get into a fight?" She grasped his hand tightly, her body trembling with a mix of anger and concern. Seeing his sister so distraught filled Bai Qi with guilt. "Sister, it's my own foolishness. You don't need to worry about it." "Shut up. You're my brother. How can I not care?" Bai Qian raised her voice. "If anything happens to you, what will I and Dad do?" Bai Qi, witnessing his sister's heartbreak and fury, felt an increasing sense of guilt but dared not reveal the truth. He understood her too well. Though she usually presented a gentle and quiet demeanor, she would never relent when it came to matters concerning him. Back in elementary school, when he was extorted for protection money, she had even fought others on his behalf. Chapter 68. I can help take care of you. Sister, it is entirely my fault. I foolishly succumbed to the allure of quick riches and ventured into the casino, only to lose not just my money, but also incur debts. In a fit of anger, I caused a scene and ended up getting beaten. Bai Qi, unable to meet his sister's gaze, was painfully aware that she could always see through his lies, having done so since childhood. Earlier, on the way back with Yukong, he had incessantly spoken of that brother Luo, who wielded significant power in Huayang City, with his maternal uncle being the head of the police department in a certain district. The thought of someone so deeply entrenched in both the underworld and the law, surrounded by many ruthless individuals, genuinely frightened Bai Qi. If he were alone, he might have fought tooth and nail to reclaim his money, but with family to consider, he could only swallow his anger and humiliation. Upon hearing this, Bai Qian was struck as if by a thunderbolt, her expression filled with disbelief and profound despair. Xiao Qi, how could you have turned to gambling? Her voice, laden with sorrow, had become hoarse. She could hardly believe that her honest and upright brother had taken such a path. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap Bai Qi. Sister, it was a moment of folly. I only thought of making quick money to help Dad with his kidney transplant. I had no choice, Bai Qi choked, tears welling in his eyes. I truly realize my mistake now. You can scold me or hit me if you wish, but they shouldn't have beaten you so severely. Bai Qian retorted angrily, wiping her tears. Sister, I was the one who struck first. I hurt that person badly, which is why they retaliated so violently. Bai Qi tried to excuse himself. Upon uttering those words, he felt a wave of tears threaten to spill over. Having been cheated out of his money and then severely beaten, only to find himself justifying his actions, an unnameable rage quietly ignited within him. Upon hearing that her brother had struck first, Bai Qian could no longer contain her fury, raising her hand to deliver a slap. She was genuinely angry. Bai Qi closed his eyes in pain, bracing himself for the blow, but after a long pause, it never came. Bai Qian, struggling to suppress her inner turmoil, took a deep breath and endeavored to calm herself. How much do you owe? Bai Qi opened his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. 20,000. Upon hearing this, Bai Qian felt a small sense of relief. She still had the 10,000 he had transferred to her previously, which she hadn't used, and figured she could manage to pay off the remaining amount with some part-time work. Yet, the thought of delaying their father's kidney transplant brought fresh tears to her eyes. However, Bai Qian quickly composed herself, wiping her tears and looking at Bai Qi with unwavering resolve. Xiao Qi, do not fear. I will find a way to help you, even if it costs me everything. You just focus on recuperating. By the way, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I will go get it for you. Bai Qian gently inquired, her eyes filled with concern as she sat by the bed. Bai Qi hesitated to trouble his sister, yet his stomach betrayed him with a rumble. Just a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee will suffice. Given my current condition, I can't manage anything else, he replied with a bittersweet smile. Bai Qian glanced at the bandages on his head and face, sighed in resignation, and nodded. Then rest for now. I will return shortly. She offered a gentle reminder before rising to leave the ward. Despite being a private institution, Huakong Hospital was quite expansive, boasting a few well-known specialists. Hence, although the fees were steep, it was still a bustling place for consultations. The hospital's cafeteria was located downstairs, leading Bai Qian to purchase the congee there. However, the cafeteria prices were exorbitant. A single bowl of century egg and lean pork congee cost her 13 yuan, a price that was quite steep. How exorbitant! Bai Qian lamented as she walked, exhaling deeply. 13 yuan was nearly all of her daily budget. At school, she often subsisted on the cheapest meal combo at 5 yuan, indulging in a meat dish only on rare occasions. This was not due to Bai Qian's unwillingness to eat well, but rather a necessity. With her father currently without income and her brother's wages entirely devoted to medical expenses, the remaining funds from her student loan were also directed toward their father's treatment. Her monthly allowance relied heavily on her part-time job over the weekends. At school, she was even nicknamed the poverty-stricken campus belle. Upon returning to the ward, Bai Qian sat beside Bai Qi, opening the congee and gently blowing on it before feeding him. Witnessing this tender scene, Bai Qi felt a lump in his throat. Yet adhering to the principle that a man should not shed tears in the face of adversity, he held back. He silently vowed to rise above his current plight, to repay those who had wronged him, and to ensure his family would one day enjoy a better life. After taking a spoonful of congee, Bai Qi felt a warm wave wash over him, alleviating some of his pain. How is it? Is it tasty? Bai Qian asked, still feeding him. Bai Qi nodded gently, feeling an even deeper sense of guilt. His sister had sacrificed so much for their family. Sister, once you finish, you should head back. You have classes tomorrow, he urged. How can I leave you in this state? Bai Qian replied with a wry smile. It's nothing serious, sister. I just have some superficial wounds. I can still manage to get out of bed, and if there is any issue, I can call the nurse. Bai Qi forced a smile. Bai Qian fell silent, aware that she had 2 classes to attend the following day and had already taken numerous days off due to their father's situation. If she requested more, it would not reflect well. Since her brother was not in immediate danger and with nurses present, her staying would not be of much use. Unbeknownst to them, another person had entered the room. Mu Ting stood at the doorway, observing the pair. Upon seeing Bai Qian feeding congee to her brother, a flicker of admiration crossed her eyes. Such beauty. However, noticing the cheap pink t-shirt and faded jeans that Bai Qian wore, she found it somewhat surprising. How could someone so strikingly beautiful dress so simply? In her experience, contemporary female university students tended to be flamboyant, and this unassuming appearance was quite a departure from her expectations. Yet she quickly dismissed her thoughts and approached, asking, "You must be his sister?" Bai Qian, engrossed in feeding her brother, did not initially notice the newcomer. Upon hearing the voice, she looked up. "Hello, nurse. Are you here to change the dressings?" But soon, she recognized the voice as somewhat familiar and tentatively asked, You are the nurse I spoke with on the phone this afternoon, right?" Finally recognized me, Mu Ting teased, beginning to change Bai Qi's for drip. "He initially didn't want to tell you. I felt sorry for him being alone, so I had to play the villain." Understanding dawned on Bai Qian, and after shooting Bai Qi an incredulous glance, she quickly turned to Mu Ting, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, nurse. If it weren't for you, I might have truly been deceived." "Not a problem." Mu Ting waved her hand dismissively. "By the way, I overheard your brother mention that you have classes tomorrow. Why don't you head back for now? He isn't in any danger, and since I'm on duty tonight, I can look after him." Chapter 69, Encountering Bai Qian again. A mix of emotions. After considering Mu Ting's words, Bai Qian hesitated before finally nodding in agreement. "All right, I will stay a little longer before leaving. Thank you for taking care of him tonight, Miss Nurse." "Not a problem," Mu Ting replied, waving her hand again. After finishing the change, she departed. On the hospital bed, Bai Qi was lost in thought when suddenly an idea struck him. He turned to Bai Qian and said, "Sister, please don't tell Dad about my injury." Bai Qian nodded, a hint of irritation in her voice as she replied, "Rest assured, even if you don't mention it, I wouldn't disclose this to Dad. If their father were to learn of it, his condition could worsen significantly." Bai Qian sat by the bed, conversing with Bai Qi for a while longer, repeatedly urging him to be obedient and take care of his recovery. After lingering for quite some time, she reluctantly left around 9:30, her heart heavy with concern. Not long after Bai Qian departed, Bai Qi suddenly felt a pressing need to relieve himself. Gritting his teeth, he laboriously propped himself up, enduring the pain as he shakily lifted the stand and made his way to the restroom. However, as soon as he entered, his legs buckled beneath him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the floor. The agony was excruciating. The fall intensified his suffering to the point of near suffocation. "Damn it," he cursed, noticing that the needle in his hand had already come loose, which only fueled his frustration. At that moment, Mu Ting appeared unexpectedly. She had just passed by the door and, sensing something was amiss when she didn't see Bai Qi in bed, hurried inside. Observing Bai Qi grimacing in pain, she let out a resigned sigh and rushed to help him. "You fool, why are you trying to be tough?" Mu Ting chided gently. Bai Qi felt a blush rise to his cheeks, embarrassed. "Need to use the restroom? Should I help you?" Mu Ting asked with a frown. Bai Qi quickly declined, insisting, "No, I'm fine on my own. If you really can't manage, just call out. There's nothing to be ashamed of, you understand?" Mu Ting admonished before stepping out and closing the door behind her. Bai Qi took a deep breath, trembling as he began to relieve himself. His hands, battered from being struck multiple times, were in agony, leaving only his left fingers able to move. Enduring the intense pain, he managed to complete the task, albeit with a few drops staining his pants. Emerging from the restroom, Bai Qi's gaze met Mu Ting, who stood quietly at the door, her expression tinged with concern. As if she had been waiting for him, she approached and gently steadied him, her touch both tender and firm, guiding him back to the bed. "Next time you need to go, remember to ask for help. If you happen to fall and hurt yourself, the hospital won't have the funds to compensate you," Mu Ting remarked, her brow slightly furrowed, her tone laced with reproach. Bai Qi's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded sheepishly. After helping him settle back onto the bed, Mu Ting retrieved a new needle to continue the foredrip. Observing her serious demeanor as she searched for a vein, Bai Qi, almost on instinct, expressed, "Thank you, nurse." Mu Ting chuckled softly, then teasingly replied, "You certainly know how to charm with your words." Meanwhile, after leaving Huakong Hospital, Bai Qian boarded a bus back to school. The evening bus was nearly empty, and seated in the last row by the window, she stared vacantly at the retreating street scenes, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With their father bedridden and her brother grievously injured, the burden of being a schoolgirl with no clear direction weighed heavily on her. As thoughts swirled, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her pale cheeks. Yet, she understood she could not succumb to despair. She was the sole hope of her family. In that moment, a phrase from a quiet window echoed in her mind. "When heaven thins my fortune, I shall enhance my virtue to welcome it. When heaven burdens my body, I shall lighten my heart to compensate. When heaven brings me adversity, I shall forge my path to overcome it." This passage, stumbled upon in the library, rekindled her strength at that critical juncture. As the bus announced its next stop, Huayong Normal University, Bai Qian slowly rose, adjusted her appearance, took a deep breath, and composed herself. The moment she alighted, a refreshing breeze swept past, alleviating some of the weight in her heart. Given the distance from the bus stop to the university gate, Bai Qian had to walk back. The route was bustling with street vendors, lively with activity in the evenings, offering an array of snacks that filled the air with a sense of warmth and vitality. Having skipped dinner, and with the canteen's 5 yuan meals already closed, she sought out the cheapest wonton stall, planning to purchase a bowl of 6 yuan wontons to tide her over. Arriving at the stall, she addressed the vendor, "Boss, I'd like a small bowl of wontons, to go please." "Sure thing, beautiful," the rotund middle-aged man replied with a hearty laugh. Bai Qian nodded and stood by the roadside, quietly waiting. Her exquisite beauty, even without a trace of makeup, naturally drew the attention of nearly every male passerby. "Wow, did you see that girl in the pink top standing at the wonton stall? She's absolutely stunning," one man exclaimed. "Right? I noticed her too. And she's not even wearing makeup," another chimed in. "I wonder if she's from the finance or education department. Should we follow her to find out?" Several groups of onlookers couldn't help but steal glances, fearing they might miss this rare sight during their 4 years at university. Though there were many beautiful girls in college, they often relied on makeup and fashion. It was indeed a rarity to come across someone so naturally beautiful. Meanwhile, Bai Qian was engrossed in checking notifications from her class group, completely oblivious to the gazes of the onlookers. Adjacent to the wonton stall was an authentic Xinjiang lamb skewer vendor. The skewers sizzled over the charcoal, golden oil splattering as the aroma of cumin and chili filled the air, with the Xinjiang chef busily tending to his craft. At that moment, a young couple approached the stall. The girl, sweet and gentle, was accompanied by a rather handsome young man. "Boss, I'll have 3 skewers of lamb. Make sure to pile on the spicy seasoning," the girl chirped, holding up 3 fingers and playfully mimicking a popular video. "Sure thing, little beauty," the skewer vendor responded with a grin. Suddenly, the girl turned to the young man beside her and asked, "By the way, Lin Fei, do you want some?" Lin Fei, already quite full, nodded, not wanting to dampen the mood. "All right, I'll have 1. Boss, add another skewer." Song Jiai smiled sweetly. The skewers, it seemed, had an innate charm, and after placing her order, Song Jiai became engrossed in watching the chef's grilling techniques. Lin Fei, hands in his pockets, hummed a tune as he surveyed the surroundings. Just then, he froze, his gaze fixed at 10 o'clock. His expression shifted from relaxed to one of utter shock and disbelief. A complex mix of surprise, confusion, and incredulity washing over him. How could it be her? Is she also studying in the university town? Lin Fei murmured, his eyes glued to Bai Qian. Who? Song Jiai, with her keen hearing, perked up and looked at Lin Fei, puzzled. Following his gaze, she caught sight of Bai Qian and gasped, "Wow, what a stunning girl." Despite Bai Qian keeping her head down, her alluring silhouette radiated undeniable charm. Sometimes, even without seeing a girl's face, one could instinctively sense her beauty. Due to the enchanting figure of the other party, her graceful demeanor, exquisite bone structure, and the unique aura that emanated from within, Lin Fei had long been receiving messages of beauty that resonated within his mind. He did not respond to Song Jiai, but rather, with unwavering determination, he strode directly towards Bai Qian. Upon noticing this, Song Jiai's jealousy flared up, and she promptly grasped Lin Fei's arm, pouting playfully and exclaiming, "Hey, where do you think you're going? The lamb skewers will be ready soon. You eat first. I have something to attend to." Lin Fei turned his head, gently patting the back of Song Jiai's head, his expression unusually serious, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Seeing Lin Fei's solemn demeanor, which hardly suggested a casual flirtation, Song Jiai obediently nodded. "Oh, fine then. Little beauty, your lamb skewers are ready." At that moment, the grill master shouted in a loud voice, "Hey, I'm coming." Song Jiai hurriedly dashed over, enthusiastically directing the master to add the seasonings. Lin Fei, on the other hand, took a deep breath, as if he were drawing all his courage into his chest, and then approached Bai Qian. Seeing Bai Qian again, it would be a lie to say he was not nervous. Although their previous encounter could be deemed merely an accident or a fleeting romance, as a traditionally minded man, he felt a sense of indebtedness towards her. However, halfway there, Lin Fei suddenly halted, pondering, "How should I begin? Miss, would you like chili in your wontons? How about cilantro?" At this moment, the wonton vendor enthusiastically inquired. Bai Qian quickly put away her phone and swiftly replied to the vendor, "A little less cilantro, more chili. And vinegar too." "Got it." The vendor skillfully prepared the wontons according to her specifications and handed the steaming bowl to Bai Qian. She thanked him, took the wontons, and pulled out her phone to scan the payment code. "I'll take care of it." Just then, a figure darted in front of her like lightning, swiftly scanning the payment code and promptly settling the bill. The vendor, witnessing this scene, flashed a sly smile at Lin Fei, as if to say, "Well done, my friend. WeChat payment, 6 yuan." Bai Qian had yet to comprehend what was happening when the payment announcement from the wonton stand rang out. She furrowed her brows, her expression one of confusion as she tried to understand the intentions of the person before her. At that moment, Lin Fei took a deep breath, turned to face Bai Qian. In an instant, their eyes locked, and both were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Bai Qian's gaze turned as cold as frost, filled with unmistakable indignation, deep-seated hatred, and profound disgust. She had gone to great lengths to forget this face, to bury those memories. Yet fate had cruelly reunited her with this man. What a coincidence to run into you here, Lin Fei awkwardly remarked, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Bai Qian ignored him and resumed scanning the payment code, completing the transaction. Once done, she turned to leave. Lin Fei quickly grasped her arm, his expression earnest as he said, "I know you don't want to see me, but could you please wait? I have something very important to discuss with you." Being held by a boy in public ignited a flush of embarrassment and anger on Bai Qian's face, prompting her to exclaim, "Let go of me." Her cry drew the attention of several onlookers. Oh look, another juicy drama unfolding. It seems like a guy is cheating again. How could he cheat on such a beautiful girl? What a scoundrel. Despite the lack of context, the crowd began to speculate, their imaginations running wild as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Even Lin Fei, known for his thick skin, felt his cheeks flush under the scrutiny of so many eyes. He quickly asserted, "I genuinely have something crucial to tell you. Can you please refrain from getting agitated? I don't want to see you or hear anything from you. Please just let go." Bai Qian replied icily. Lin Fei felt a surge of frustration, utterly at a loss for how to handle Bai Qian's rejection. At that moment, Song Jiai, holding a small bag and munching on a skewer of lamb, approached. Upon seeing Lin Fei holding onto a girl's hand, she immediately exclaimed in exasperation, "Lin Fei, what are you doing? Let her go." She stepped forward, trying to pry his hand away. This only incited further heated discussions among the surrounding crowd, who began to criticize Lin Fei vehemently. Bai Qian glanced at the sweet-looking, graceful Song Jiai, then back at Lin Fei, her disdain intensifying. Lin Fei furrowed his brow, brushing Song Jiai's hand aside, and earnestly addressed Bai Qian, "I'm not joking. This matter is of great importance." Seeing that Lin Fei was serious, coupled with the fact that everyone was watching, Bai Qian hesitated but finally nodded. "Jiai, please wait here for me. I need to handle something," Lin Fei instructed Song Jiai. "Make it quick," she responded. Her curiosity piqued about what had transpired between Lin Fei and this girl, but she refrained from asking further. "Follow me." Lin Fei firmly took hold of Bai Qian's arm and led her towards the overpass. "I can walk by myself," Bai Qian protested, struggling against Lin Fei's grip. He glanced at her, released his hold, and moved behind her, cautious that she might flee. Bai Qian sighed in resignation and reluctantly walked towards the overpass. Once on the overpass, Bai Qian finally turned to face Lin Fei, her expression frigid as she glared at him, her brows furrowed, demanding, "You said you had something important to say. Go ahead." Lin Fei cleared his throat, prepared to speak directly, but when the words reached his lips, he found himself faltering. Bai Qian, noticing his hesitation, frowned. "If you don't speak, I'm leaving." She turned as if to walk away. "Wait. Let me think of a more tactful way to phrase this," Lin Fei stammered, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Just say it plainly," Bai Qian replied, turning her head away. Her arms crossed. Lin Fei nodded, taking a deep breath as if he were about to make a decision against his very nature. "All right, since you insist I be direct. That day when we were together, we didn't use protection." As he spoke, his voice dwindled to a whisper. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Bai Qian's face drained of color, her body nearly collapsing from the shock, almost causing her to fall. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, her lips trembling. "What? What did you say?" "That day, I didn't use that," Lin Fei repeated, though he dared not meet Bai Qian's piercing gaze. "Was that day within the safe period?" Lin Fei cautiously inquired, genuinely fearful of the implications. What if Bai Qian were truly pregnant? Would they have to keep the child? Or would they terminate it? The thought of bringing a child home only to face his father's wrath was daunting. Yet, to choose not to have it would mean resorting to a medical abortion, which would undoubtedly harm Bai Qian's body, especially as it was her first pregnancy. At this moment, Bai Qian's mind was a whirlwind, momentarily unable to process the information. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and urged Lin Fei to remain silent so she could think clearly. Lin Fei promptly fell silent, anxiously watching her. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Qian suddenly opened her eyes wide, her pallor indicating her distress. "That day, I think I was at my ovulation period." When the topic of ovulation arose, Bai Qian's voice diminished significantly. Had it not been for Lin Fei standing right before her, her words might have gone unheard. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly succumbing to faintness. What if she were to become pregnant? He swallowed hard, his voice laced with anxiety. "Isn't it your fault, you scoundrel? You figure it out. Bai Qian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her tone tinged with a hint of sobbing. She could not fathom the implications of a potential pregnancy, especially with her brother and father depending on her care while she was still pursuing her studies. Lin Fei hastily reassured her, "No matter what, I will take responsibility." Tears brimmed in Bai Qian's eyes as she bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure. Yet her emotions surged uncontrollably. Responsibility? What can you offer in terms of responsibility? I could just as well strike you dead. As soon as the words left her lips, she raised her hand, intent on slapping Lin Fei. He quickly dodged to the side, forcing a laugh as he said, as the saying goes, "A day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. Don't be so furious." Bai Qian glared at him, her chest heaving with anger. Observing her agitation, Lin Fei promptly subdued his playful demeanor and cautiously suggested, "Shall we go to the hospital for a checkup?" Bai Qian clenched her teeth. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "There's a clinic nearby. Let's just go there to buy a pregnancy test." Lin Fei nodded, replying, "All right. I shall follow your lead." Subsequently, they walked in silence, the weight of the atmosphere heavy as they made their way to the clinic. Upon arriving at the clinic, Bai Qian stood at the entrance, her face contorted with a mix of conflict and embarrassment, her feet seemingly anchored to the ground. Biting her lip, she turned to Lin Fei and murmured, "I feel too embarrassed to go in. You buy it." Lin Fei's forehead was instantly lined with frustration. "Sister, if you feel embarrassed, how do you think I feel?" However, recognizing that he was the one who had lost control, he resignedly nodded, inhaled deeply, and steeled himself to enter the clinic. Inside, several patients were in line for prescriptions. As Lin Fei entered, a middle-aged woman in a white coat greeted him with a smile. "Young man, are you here for a prescription or an injection?" I need a prescription," Lin Fei replied, feeling somewhat awkward. "Oh, what seems to be the problem?" the doctor inquired. Glancing around, Lin Fei leaned closer and whispered, "Doctor, do you sell pregnancy tests here?" The doctor chuckled upon hearing this. "We do. At your age? Still so shy?" she teased. "How many do you need?" she asked. "Just one will suffice," Lin Fei quickly responded, knowing that anything more would be unnecessary. The doctor nodded and turned to the back room. Feeling embarrassed, he managed a sheepish smile and glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before letting out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the doctor rummaged through the back room, searching for a pregnancy test. It had been ages since she last sold one, and it took her a moment to locate it. After some searching, she finally found a box of pregnancy tests, opened for who knows how long. Not bothering to check for expiration or moisture, she simply grabbed one and returned to Lin Fei. The accuracy of the test was irrelevant. Clearing out stock was her priority. After all, it wasn't her who was pregnant. Moreover, if the result turned out to be inaccurate, it would be the scoundrel's fault for not taking the girl to the hospital. As the doctor emerged, Lin Fei quickly approached her, asking, "How much?" He was eager to complete the transaction and waste no time. "Just $5 will do," the doctor waved her hand dismissively. Handing him the pregnancy test, Lin Fei promptly accepted it, stowing it in his pocket, and hastily paid before exiting the clinic. Upon stepping outside, he handed the pregnancy test to Bai Qian, saying, "Find a place to test it. By the way, do you know how to use it?" Bai Qian took the test, coldly replying, "I possess at least this basic knowledge." Glancing at the packaging, her brow furrowed slightly, a twinge of concern creeping in. "I hope I am not pregnant." "There's a public restroom just ahead. Shall we go there to test?" Lin Fei suggested, pointing to the nearby facility. Bai Qian nodded and walked toward it, Lin Fei following closely behind. After casually placing the wontons by a tree, Bai Qian approached the restroom with a heart full of trepidation. As she stood outside, her body trembled slightly. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally ventured inside. Lin Fei, taking the initiative to hold Bai Qian's wontons, stood under the tree, anxiously awaiting her return. 5 minutes later, Bai Qian emerged from the restroom, her expression somewhat neutral. Lin Fei rushed forward, eager to inquire, "What happened? You're not pregnant, right?" Bai Qian glanced at him, then gently nodded, "It's negative." Lin Fei instantly exhaled, his previously tense demeanor easing somewhat. "Here are your wontons," he said, handing them to her. Bai Qian shot him a cold glance before accepting them. "By the way, are you also studying in the university town?" Lin Fei tentatively asked. "What business is it of yours?" Bai Qian replied icily before turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. "Wait." But just as she took a couple of steps, Lin Fei firmly grasped her wrist. "What are you doing?" Bai Qian spun around, glaring at him. Lin Fei gazed at her pale, yet somewhat haggard face, his expression earnest as he stated, "I know this situation has caused you considerable harm, and I am willing to do anything to make amends. However, I do this not to appear noble or righteous, but merely to find peace within myself." They were each other's first, and he harbored a special sentiment for her. If she were a promiscuous girl who indulged in casual affairs, he might have easily walked away. But Bai Qian was a reserved and virtuous girl, and having had her first experience taken away by him, she would likely bear a lasting shadow from it. Lin Fei was far from a saint, yet he was not the kind of man who would abandon his responsibilities. Chapter 72. Do as you please. Yet Bai Qian, upon hearing this, merely bit her lip, her eyes brimming with anger and grievance. Compensation? Can you restore my purity? Lin Fei fell silent for a moment before replying. Aside from that, I am willing to offer anything else. Bai Qian managed a bitter smile before coldly stating, I do not require your compensation, nor do I wish to have any further dealings with you. Thank you. Lin Fei furrowed his brow, feeling a flicker of annoyance. He genuinely wanted to make amends. But what could he do with Bai Qian's obstinate stance? Fine, do as you wish, he retorted, turning away in frustration. Observing Lin Fei's sudden change, Bai Qian felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. With a self-deprecating smile, she forcefully broke free from his grasp and briskly walked away without looking back. Lin Fei watched her retreating figure, a sense of irritation bubbling within him. He pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he sat on the curb, feeling morose. Yet after a few puffs, he couldn't help but glance in Bai Qian's direction. Seeing her walking toward the finance university, he silently committed it to memory. At that moment, a faint scent of orchids wafted through the breeze, reaching Lin Fei's nostrils. Turning his head, he forced a smile. Jia, what brings you here? Song Jia, clad in a delicate pink knit top paired with a white floral skirt, appeared particularly enchanting under the streetlights. Though the skewers of lamb and the freshly purchased cold noodles she carried somewhat marred the scene. Upon hearing Lin Fei call her name, she pouted and replied, just came over to take a look. Yet, her gaze inevitably drifted toward the distant Bai Qian, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Lin Fei chuckled, opting for silence as he continued to smoke. Song Jia let out a dismissive huff and approached Lin Fei, unbothered by the prospect of dirtying her skirt, and sat down beside him. Not afraid of getting dirty? Lin Fei inquired, extinguishing his cigarette. Just wash it later, Song Jia replied nonchalantly. With precision, Lin Fei discarded the cigarette, but into a trash bin, and promptly snatched a skewer of lamb from Song Jia, taking a bite. Not bad, just a little cold, he remarked while chewing. Do you want to try some grilled cold noodles? I just bought them, and they're still warm. Song Jia exclaimed, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Go ahead and eat. I won't snatch it from you, Lin Fei said with a smirk. I can't finish all this on my own. Help me share it. Song Jia urged, nudging him. Reluctantly, Lin Fei agreed, and they began to enjoy the grilled cold noodles together. After just one bite, Song Jia blinked her beautiful eyes and curiously asked, Lin Fei, was that girl just now your ex-girlfriend? Lin Fei, about to swallow, nearly choked on her question. After a couple of gentle thumps on his back to clear his throat, he finally shook his head and replied, no. Song Jia furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, then why did she look at you as if you were a heartless scoundrel? Mind your own business about societal matters, Lin Fei retorted with a slight grimace. Uffed. Song Jia couldn't help but laugh, rolling her eyes at him before continuing. Come on, tell me. I'm really curious. What a pain. Let's finish up and leave quickly. It's almost 11. Lin Fei playfully flicked her forehead, irritation evident in his tone. That hurt. You have no sense of chivalry. Song Jia pouted, rubbing her forehead as she gazed at him with mock sorrow. Still want to hear? If you do, I'll give you a couple more taps. Lin Fei threatened playfully. Song Jia quickly shook her head, her eyes widening in fear. No more, no more. Let's go back to school. Lin Fei stood up and declared, it's late. We should head back. Do you think we can make it back on time? Song Jia asked, a hint of concern in her voice. What do you suggest then? Rent a room nearby? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Lin Fei, what nonsense are you talking about? Song Jia's face flushed crimson. I didn't say it would be just the two of us. Lin Fei chuckled. Go to hell. Song Jia huffed, playfully pinching his waist. Lin Fei stood there, allowing the little potato to bounce around him. After exchanging a few more playful jabs, Song Jia suddenly pointed to a nearby bike. Lin Fei, why don't we ride that bike back? Lin Fei glanced at the yellow bike and nodded. The distance was neither too far nor too close, making it just right for a bike ride. All right, let's take that, he agreed, then walked over to unlock the bike. But when Lin Fei returned on the bike, he found Song Jia standing there, her face brimming with anticipation. Aren't you riding? Lin Fei asked. Song Jia blushed slightly and awkwardly replied, I didn't say I could. I meant for you to carry me. How can you not know how to ride? Lin Fei sighed, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. What do you mean? Is there anyone else who can't? Song Jia questioned, perplexed. Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. If you can't ride, I can carry you. However, he opted not to let her sit in front, choosing instead for her to sit behind him. The last time Kai Xinyan sat in front, things had gotten a bit awkward. Hold on to my shoulders, or you'll fall off. Lin Fei reminded her. Got it, got it. Song Jia responded, excitement evident in her tone. She had never ridden a bike before and rarely used public transport. This was her first time on such a contraption, and she was quite thrilled. To make it more comfortable for her, Lin Fei crouched low on the bike, with only a small portion of his bottom resting on the seat. In contrast, Song Jai was thoroughly enjoying the experience of riding a small electric bike in the cool night breeze, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, and her charming dimples appearing. Lin Fei, go faster. The wind is dying down, she urged. Miss Song, I'm about to twist the handlebars off. This bike only has this much speed, and with both of us on it, just getting it moving is a feat. Lin Fei replied, exasperated yet amused. All right, Song Jai nodded, somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, the bike jolted violently as it rolled over a manhole cover, causing Song Jai to lose her balance and nearly tumble off. Thankfully, she managed to grab Lin Fei's shoulder just in time. Hey, be gentle. My nails are about to dig in. Lin Fei exclaimed in pain. I'm sorry, Lin Fei. Song Jai quickly apologized. Lin Fei, I can't hold on very well. Should I wrap my arms around your waist? Song Jai suggested. Her face flushed as she spoke in a barely audible voice. Before Lin Fei could respond, she wrapped her arms around his waist. Lin Fei, who looks better? Me or that girl named Kai? She asked shyly from behind. Both are beautiful. Lin Fei nearly chuckled at her, referring to Kai Xinyan as that girl. You can't just say both. You must declare who is the fairest. Song Jai insisted, pouting. You're beautiful, you're beautiful. Lin Fei hurriedly replied. Hee hee. Song Jai's face lit up with a sweet smile, as if she had just tasted honey. Chapter 73, Parent-Teacher Conference. The next afternoon, in the boys' dormitory, Lin Fei lay sprawled on his bed in oversized shorts, fast asleep. A morning full of C language classes had left his mind in a haze. In the dorm, only he and Zhao Feng remained. Xia Xiang and Lu Daqiao had gone to play basketball, while Zhao Feng wore headphones, engrossed in a game of CS:GO. Just as Lin Fei was enjoying a deep slumber, his phone suddenly rang. Without opening his eyes, he hung up and resumed sleeping. However, the phone rang again shortly after, and he repeated the same action. When the phone rang once more, Lin Fei, now irritated, thought, who the hell is calling me in the middle of the day? He glanced at his phone to see the caller ID. Xiaoman, shouldn't this girl be at school today? Why is she calling me? Lin Fei frowned. Answering the call, he said, hello, Xiaoman. Lin Fei, you finally picked up. Came Mi Shuman's melodious voice from the other end, tinged with a hint of grievance. I thought it was another spam call from the service provider, so I didn't answer. Haha, Lin Fei replied, weaving a casual excuse. By the way, why are you calling me in the middle of the day? What is up? He continued. Lin Fei, could you do me a favor? Mi Shuman asked softly. Go ahead. Lin Fei rubbed his eyes and smiled. Could you come to school to help me with a parent-teacher conference? Mi Shuman's voice was barely above a whisper. A parent-teacher conference? Xiaoman, you can't be serious. Lin Fei exclaimed, bemused, as he was still a student himself. If you're busy, I could just hire someone outside the school, Mi Shuman said, sensing his reluctance, her tone growing a bit disheartened. What about Aunt Zhang? You aren't avoiding her because you didn't do well on the exam, are you? Lin Fei joked. No, it's because my mom is on a business trip to Hu City and won't be back until the day after tomorrow, since I have no relatives here in Huayang. I can only ask you, Mi Shuman explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the girl had only Aunt Zhang as her closest kin, and it seemed that Aunt Zhang held a significant position within the company, leaving her perpetually occupied and thus offering scant companionship to Mi Shuman. As for Mi Shuman's father, Lin Fei was not well informed. He only knew that they had divorced when she was quite young, to the extent that even Mi Shuman herself had no recollection of his appearance. Xiaoman, when do you start? I'll head over right away, Lin Fei said. Mi Shuman, pleasantly surprised by Lin Fei's agreement, cheerfully replied, it doesn't start until 3:30, so you don't need to rush. Lin Fei glanced at the time. It was only 2:30, leaving him ample time. He nodded. All right, I'll get up and wash up first. I'll call you when I arrive. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Fei got out of bed, casually washed up, and changed into a cooler outfit before leaving his dormitory. Mi Shuman attended the 3rd high school of Huayang City, which was located approximately 6 or 7 kilometers from Huada. Without traffic, it would take about 10 minutes to reach. Lin Fei drove his McLaren P1, speeding down the broad avenue. When he approached an intersection, he gradually halted to wait for the traffic light. Vehicles ahead and behind maintained a cautious distance, wary of scratching this elegantly curved supercar and incurring damages equivalent to a small fortune. The McLaren P1 came to a stop beside a bus station that marked the boundary between the Normal University and the Finance University. Numerous, beautiful young women waiting for the bus cast glances at the supercar. While some may not have recognized the brand, they could certainly tell it was a high-end sports car with a price tag to match. Wow, what a stunning car. It must cost over $1 million, right? Over $1 million. Haha. You can't even buy the rear end of a car for that. The driver looks like quite the handsome guy. Wow, a McLaren P1? Impressive. Isn't this the same car someone posted in the group chat that night? Many young men and women waiting at the bus stop engaged in animated discussions, their eyes filled with envy and longing. Owning such a car in college would grant one unlimited choices in romantic pursuits for 4 years. One could date as many as they wished. Unfortunately, if one wasn't born into wealth, such opportunities would remain forever out of reach. The divide between people is often created by the circumstances of their birth. A fortunate beginning outweighs mere scholarly achievements or material possessions. Lin Fei, overhearing their chatter, instinctively turned his head toward the bus stop. Just as he did, he caught sight of a graceful figure standing at the roadside. There stood Liang Yun, adorned in a light yellow floral sundress, wearing wired headphones. Leaning against the bus schedule sign, sipping from a cup of milk tea while smiling and scrolling through her phone. A smile crept across Lin Fei's lips as he took out his phone to make a WeChat call. Liang Yun, engrossed in a video, was momentarily surprised to see Lin Fei's call, quickly answering. Ever since adding Lin Fei on WeChat, she had frequently initiated conversations with him. Although he had been rather unresponsive recently, their exchanges had become quite lively afterward. Hello, Lin Fei. Liang Yun greeted cheerfully as the call connected. Look in front of you. Lin Fei replied with a grin. Confused, Liang Yun looked up and saw Lin Fei waving at her from behind the wheel of the McLaren. She was taken aback and hurried over to the car window, exclaiming, Lin Fei, what are you doing here? Just passing by, Lin Fei chuckled. By the way, where are you headed? I can give you a ride. I'm going to Huayang West Station. Is that on your way? Liang Yun replied without hesitation, blinking playfully. Perfect. Hop in. Lin Fei smiled, knowing that the West Station was just a bit further past the third high school. Okay. Liang Yun nodded and opened the car door to get in. Although she wouldn't typically have the confidence to open the door of a McLaren P1. After adding Lin Fei on WeChat, she had researched the car and familiarized herself with it. As soon as she entered, a refreshing fragrance filled the air. Whether it was her natural scent or perfume, it was undeniably pleasant. Liang Yun's sitting posture was elegant, yet slightly reserved. As one might expect in the presence of a multi-million-dollar sports car, her heart raced with a hint of nervousness. Don't worry. Feel free to stretch your legs across the dashboard. Treat it like a tractor, Lin Fei joked amiably. Huh. Liang Yun stifled a laugh, her earlier apprehension dissipating at Lin Fei's playful remark. Turning to look at her, Lin Fei realized that Liang Yun's figure was simply exquisite. Her fair, slender legs, though partially obscured, revealed graceful lines that hinted beneath the light floral dress, while the neckline showcased her remarkable attributes. Lin Fei estimated her to be at least a 36D. Noticing Lin Fei's gaze, Liang Yun's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly tugged at her dress, playfully admonishing, Where are your eyes wandering? Lin Fei candidly replied, With such a beauty beside me, if I don't take a moment to appreciate, it would be rather unrefined of me. Chapter 74, This is my uncle. Smooth talker. I suppose you say that to every girl. Liang Yun huffed lightly, yet a ripple of delight coursed through her. For what girl wouldn't enjoy being complimented on her beauty, especially by someone she held a certain fondness for? Current affection level, 10. Total affection, 40 points. As the car drove away, the crowd waiting at the bus stop erupted in a flurry of excitement. Indeed, if you don't drive a McLaren, you'll never grasp how proactive beautiful women can be. Damn it, another fine cabbage is about to be picked. I'm so envious. Why isn't at me? I reckon I'm not much worse than her. Many young men lamented their misfortune, while the women could only resent the fact that the lucky girl was not themselves. Only Bai Qian, standing behind the bus stop, gazed disdainfully at the receding McLaren. By the way, are you going home from the high-speed train station? Lin Fei inquired. Yes. There's something going on at home, Liang Yun replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and nodding gently. Where are you from? Lin Fei asked curiously. Yuqing. Liang Yun answered in the local dialect, her tone shifting. Oh, my hometown is also in that area. Lin Fei exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Lin Fei's father had grown up in Yuqing, but moved to Huayang for work later on. Which part of Yuqing are you from? Liang Yun asked, equally surprised. Bishan. And you? Lin Fei replied. That's quite far. My home is in Fengdu, Liang Yun said. To their delight, they discovered they both hailed from Yuqing, leading to an engaging conversation that lasted until they arrived at the high-speed train station, both reluctant to part ways. Lin Fei arrived at Huayang Third High School at just past 3 o'clock. Due to the overwhelming number of parents attending the meeting that day, his car could not enter the premises, and he had to park in a nearby residential area. Approaching the school gate, Lin Fei was greeted by a sea of people. Several luxury vehicles, including Rolls-Royces, Land Rovers, and Bentleys, were parked at the entrance. Lin Fei was not surprised, as Huayang Third High School was among the top 5 high schools in the city, attracting its fair share of affluent families. Truth be told, Lin Fei often found it curious that many prestigious public high schools with relatively low tuition fees were predominantly attended by wealthy or upper-middle-class children, whereas students at expensive private high schools often came from more modest backgrounds. It was truly a reversal of expectations. Just as Lin Fei was about to call Mi Shumin to come out and meet him, he caught sight of her waving at him beside the security office. Mi Shumin donned a striking red and white school uniform, her hair styled in a ponytail, with the popular eyebrow-framing bangs favored by contemporary high school girls, exuding a vibrant youthful charm. Yet, this girl was still somewhat shy. She dared not raise her voice, merely offering a shy wave with her flushed cheeks. Lin Fei smiled gently and approached the entrance. Just as the security guard was about to stop him, Mi Shumin jogged over, exclaiming, "Uncle Gua, he is my uncle. Here to attend my parent-teacher meeting." The guard scrutinized Lin Fei for a moment, then, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "Your uncle seems quite young." Lin Fei appeared to be just in his 20s, making it hard for anyone to believe he was the uncle of a high school senior. His expression darkened as he cast a bewildered glance at Mi Shumin, silently questioning, "When did I become your uncle?" Mi Shumin playfully stuck out her tongue and linked her arm with Lin Fei's, urging, "Uncle, let us go. The meeting is about to start." "Wow, Xiaoman, your uncle is so young, and quite handsome too." At that moment, a fellow student from Huayang No. 3 High School approached Mi Shumin and whispered. Mi Shumin glanced at her best friend, Yu Xiaoyu, and with a proud smile, replied, "Of course." Lin Fei observed the two girls, shaking his head inwardly. Despite being only 2 years apart, they seemed like children. Huayang No. 3 High School, boasting nearly a century of history, had a campus environment that rivaled some universities, uplifting the spirits of anyone who walked within. 10 minutes later, Lin Fei, Mi Shumin, and her friend arrived at the classroom door. In the corridor, many students stood waiting. One handsome boy, noticing the close demeanor between Lin Fei and Mi Shumin, furrowed his brow. Through the window, Lin Fei could see a number of parents already seated inside. "Lin Fei, my seat is the second row, the one in the middle. Just go in and sit. I'll wait for you outside." Mi Shumin whispered in Lin Fei's ear, pointing to the middle seat in the second row. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Attending a parent-teacher meeting so soon after finishing the college entrance exams felt rather surreal. Nodding, he stepped inside and scanned the room. Noting that most of the attendees were middle-aged individuals around 40 years old, which made him feel slightly awkward. Many parents cast strange looks in his direction, as if to question why a young man was there to attend a parent meeting. Turning back, Lin Fei noticed Mi Shumin outside, energetically waving her fists in encouragement. He chuckled softly and took a seat, casually flipping through Mi Shumin's homework to ease his discomfort. After perusing a page, he was suddenly startled by a commotion outside, followed by the classroom door swinging open as a teacher in a white dress entered. Her long, silky hair cascaded down her shoulders, her features exquisite, and her bright eyes radiated a gentle, refreshing beauty. This figure seemed vaguely familiar. Lin Fei furrowed his brow, fixating on the teacher. She appeared to notice his gaze, her brow slightly furrowing, but she said nothing. However, seeing such a young person seated in a classroom left her puzzled. Was he a parent or a mischievous student? After contemplating, she deemed it unlikely and approached the podium, softly stating, "Thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this monthly exam summary meeting. I am the English teacher and homeroom teacher, Zhuang Yueying, and I will discuss the recent exam results." As Zhuang Yueying spoke, she adeptly opened a meticulously prepared PowerPoint presentation. The screen displayed a clear summary of the class's monthly exam scores, along with detailed comparative graphs from previous tests. Zhuang Yueying. Upon hearing this familiar name, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, as if a jolt of electricity coursed through his body. To confirm he wasn't mistaken, he quickly raised his head, focusing intently on the teacher once more. This time, he scrutinized every detail, the familiar contours of her brows and eyes, her gentle smile. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. "Yueying Jia, my mother bought a lot of candy this time. I'll give you some later." "Yueying Jia, why do crabs like to hide under rocks?" "Yueying Jia, your peaches are really sweet, much sweeter than those from the supermarket." "Yueying Jia, you're so beautiful. I want to marry you when I grow up." The scenes from his childhood played in his mind like a fast-moving carousel, leaving Lin Fei momentarily dazed. He had anticipated that seeing Yueying Jia again would occur 11 years later. However, in contrast to the slightly tanned, awkward girl he remembered, the current Yueying Jia had undergone a remarkable transformation. Had he not retained a vivid memory, he might not have recognized her at all. Zhuang Yueying continued her discourse on the recent exam, discussing improvements compared to earlier assessments, but Lin Fei absorbed not a single word, his gaze solely fixed upon her. After more than an hour of presentation, Zhuang Yueying finally paused to sip water and stated, "Now, I will show the score reports. When I call your child's name, please raise your hand." With that, she began distributing the score sheets. Soon, she called out Mi Shumen's name, prompting Lin Fei to raise his hand eagerly. As Zhuang Yueying approached him, ready to hand over the report, her brow furrowed momentarily. From a distance, she hadn't paid much attention, but now, seeing Lin Fei's features clearly, her gaze sharpened. Could it be him? Yet, after a moment's thought, she dismissed the notion with a wry smile. What were the odds of such a coincidence? Quickly regaining her composure, Zhuang Yueying softly inquired, "Are you Mi Shumen's guardian?" "Ah, I'm her little uncle," Lin Fei nodded. Smiling. In this setting, it was not the right time for them to acknowledge their past. He intended to approach Zhuang Yueying personally later, as he couldn't deny the nostalgia he felt after so many years. "Ah, a little uncle," Zhuang Yueying nodded, accepting this explanation without suspicion. Knowing Mi Shumen to be a well-behaved girl who wouldn't resort to sending someone else to attend a parent meeting on her behalf. Placing the report on the desk, Zhuang Yueying analyzed. Mi Shumen has improved her overall score compared to last time, but she still needs to strengthen her training, particularly in mathematics, where her performance remains inconsistent. Understood. I will inform her mother, Lin Fei replied with a broad smile and a nod. Zhuang Yueying acknowledged him and continued distributing other parent score reports. Yet she couldn't help but glance back at Lin Fei once more. He bore an uncanny resemblance, but since he was Mi Shumen's little uncle, there was no way he could possibly be connected to her. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Yueying chose not to dwell on it. There were many people in the world who resembled each other, after all. As the parents reviewed the scores, Zhuang Yueying proceeded to commend a few students for their achievements. Bringing the parent meeting towards its conclusion, our Jingyi scored 648 this time. Quite impressive. He should be able to get into Xiangda. Maihan, you scored 633. That should suffice. I don't expect too much. After all, the teaching standards among the 985 institutions aren't that vastly different. Exactly. We shouldn't set our expectations too high. These kids are far more capable than we were back in our day. Yes, as long as they're safe and sound, there's no need to push too hard. We've already endured their struggles for them. A group of parents, each clutching their children's report cards, adorned with radiant smiles, gathered outside the classroom, fervently encouraging their offspring and promising rewards such as sports cars or global travels upon the conclusion of their college entrance examinations. Upon hearing such words, Lin Fei could not help but sigh, reflecting on his own senior year. Had he performed poorly, his father would have undoubtedly chastised him, while his mother had always been more lenient. His father, a mere junior college graduate, though a product of a fortunate era with guaranteed placements, was not necessarily more learned than the contemporary undergraduates. After all, progress is an unceasing march, and the knowledge acquired today is undoubtedly more extensive and complex than that of yesteryears. The challenges of the past lay in the entrance exams, not necessarily in the quality of education. His mother, a graduate of a normal university, approached these issues with greater understanding, well aware of the difficulties associated with gaining admission to college. Yet, Lin Fei considered himself fortunate, at least spared from reproach. In his class, there was a girl from a rural background whose parents berated her for merely achieving admission to a 211 university, claiming she lacked effort. People often underestimate the challenges of experiences they have not encountered. As the parents gradually departed the classroom, Lin Fei found himself standing alone. Mi Shumen, feeling the weight of the homeroom teacher's authority, dared not enter the classroom, instead standing by the window, silently urging Lin Fei to come out with her lips. Her face flushed with urgency. Today was a parent-teacher conference, and she had no desire to waste time at school. Simultaneously, an odd thought crept into Mi Shumen's mind. Was Lin Fei lingering due to an attraction to Teacher Zhuang? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. For Teacher Zhuang was immensely popular at school, beautiful, an excellent lecturer, and, most importantly, gentle, never raising her voice at students. However, Mi Shumen, having harbored a fear of teachers since childhood, instinctively felt a hint of trepidation towards Zhuang Yueying. Nonetheless, she acknowledged the teacher's merits. Zhuang Yueying was at the podium organizing her materials when she caught a glimpse of a figure still standing in the classroom. Lifting her head, she was met with the sight of Lin Fei, a gentle smile gracing his face as he regarded her. A slight awkwardness washed over Zhuang Yueying. Yet adhering to her professional demeanor, she mustered a smile and inquired, "Dear parent, do you have any questions?" However, as she gazed upon Lin Fei's visage, she involuntarily merged it with a face from her memories, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. "Teacher Zhuang, I would like to discuss Shumen's academic concerns with you. If that is permissible," Lin Fei stated earnestly. Zhuang Yueying paused for a moment before nodding. "Of course, I happen to be heading to the office. Please follow me." It was a rare occasion for a parent to seek her counsel regarding their child's academic situation, and Zhuang Yueying was more than willing to oblige. After tidying her materials, Lin Fei followed her out of the classroom, making their way to the office upstairs. Mi Shumen contemplated calling out to Lin Fei, but reconsidered upon glancing at Zhuang Yueying. At that moment, Lin Fei sent her a message. I'm discussing your academic matters with your homeroom teacher. Wait for me at the school gate. I'll be there shortly. Mi Shumen pouted, replied with an okay, and then headed back to the classroom to grab her bag before descending the stairs. Meanwhile, Lin Fei accompanied Zhuang Yueying into her office. The office was modest in size but elegantly arranged, with neatly stacked materials on the desk and a faint floral scent lingering in the air. Please, have a seat, Zhuang Yueying invited, pulling out a chair with a gentle smile. Afterward, she turned to fetch a glass of water for Lin Fei. Seated, Lin Fei surveyed his surroundings. Zhuang Yueying soon returned with 2 cups of water, placing one before Lin Fei with a slightly embarrassed smile. I apologize, we have no tea available. Thank you, Sister Yueying. Lin Fei responded, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his eyes soft with warmth. Chapter 76. I remember. Upon hearing Sister Yueying, Zhuang Yueying froze, nearly dropping the cup in her hand. Disbelief washed over her as she stared at Lin Fei, her lips trembling. You called me what? Sister Yueying. It's me, Lin Fei, he replied, rising to meet her gaze. Zhuang Yueying remained stunned, her lips quivering. Xiao Fei? Is it really you? How is this possible? She had merely sensed a resemblance earlier, but never anticipated it would indeed be Lin Fei. Overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she took a trembling step forward, gently caressing Lin Fei's face. Her quivering fingertips seemed to carry years of longing and concern, her focused gaze striving to absorb every change he had undergone over the years. Moments later, unable to contain her elation any longer, she embraced Lin Fei tightly, resting her head on his shoulder as she wept uncontrollably. This boy, 5 years her junior, had gifted her with her very first pencil case from his New Year's money. He was the brave boy who had rushed to protect her with a broom when she was cruelly insulted and beaten by her grandmother, filled with helplessness and pain. Despite having grown up in comfort, he had willingly endured the scorching sun to help her carry corn. He was the first to defend her when others taunted her as a child abandoned by her parents, using his small frame to shield her from the world. He was the one who provided her strength with his innocent words and warm embraces during her moments of despair. This boy, though younger, was sometimes like a naive little child, evoking her instinct to nurture. At other times, he was her steadfast refuge, offering her boundless warmth and solace. Sister Yueying, please don't cry. Shouldn't you be happy to see me? Lin Fei hastily consoled her. The system detected target number 011 and was about to automatically bind. Name, Zhuang Yueying. Age, 25. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 95. Figure, 98. Overall score, 965. Goddess Strategy Fund, 50 million. Purity, 100. Current favorability towards host, 90 points. Ding. Initial favorability exceeding 60 points. No skill rewards granted. Lin Fei silently cursed the system before discarding these distracting thoughts. At that moment, Zhuang Yueying, realizing her reaction had been excessive, quickly distanced herself from Lin Fei's shoulder, hastily wiping away her tears. Simultaneously, she anxiously glanced toward the door, relieved to find no one present. Otherwise, she would not know how to explain herself. After dabbing her eyes, Zhuang Yueying managed to smile. How have you grown so much? Sister Yueying, I'm already 20. After all these years, have you forgotten my birthday? Lin Fei replied, feigning sadness. October 18th, I've remembered it all along. Zhuang Yueying said, using a tissue to dab her face, her fair cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Fei stood momentarily stunned. He had not expected her to remember his birthday. And warmth surged within him. Sister Yueying, so you do remember, Lin Fei chuckled softly. How could I forget? Zhuang Yueying remarked gently. Her gaze toward Lin Fei filled with tenderness. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Lin Fei's face turned crimson, and he instinctively glanced around. By the way, you mentioned you were Mi Shumen's uncle? Zhuang Yueying inquired. Ah, that's a lie. I met that girl while tutoring during the holidays. Her mother is out of town and lacks time, so I came to attend the parent-teacher conference. Lin Fei replied, smiling awkwardly. Do not blame her. Lin Fei interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yueying playfully retorted, rest assured, I am far from being a malicious teacher. Lin Fei teased. Xiaoman is truly fortunate to have a homeroom teacher like you, Yueying Jia. If only my former English teacher had been you. A faint smile graced Zhuang Yueying's lips as she inquired, by the way, Xiao Fei, have you started university now? Lin Fei shrugged. I spent an additional year in junior high to attend the experimental high school, and now I am in my freshman year at Huada. Upon learning that Lin Fei was studying at Huada, Zhuang Yueying gently pinched his cheek, her radiant smile illuminating the room. That's impressive. You're far more capable than I am. Lin Fei modestly replied. It's nothing special, really, though internally he felt a swell of pride. By the way, Yueying Jia, have you been in Zhujiang all these years? Lin Fei asked, after not seeing Zhuang Yueying during his summer trip back home. He had ventured to her residence only to discover that she had been taken away by her father to Zhujiang province following the passing of her grandparents within a month. He had felt a profound sadness and gloom lingered in his heart for quite some time, but being young, he had been powerless to alter the situation. Zhuang Yueying shook her head and softly replied, after completing high school in Zhujiang, I went to university in the northeast, and then I came to Huayang for work. Have you not returned home at all during that time? Lin Fei gazed at her, inquiring. I have been back twice, but I didn't encounter you. And I felt too embarrassed to ask, fearing others might misunderstand us, Zhuang Yueying confessed, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. What misunderstandings could there be? Lin Fei asked, a teasing glint in his eyes. Zhuang Yueying, feeling slightly flustered under his gaze, quickly shifted the topic. How have you been all these years? Are you doing well? Quite well, I suppose, though at times I find myself thinking of you. Yueying Jia, Lin Fei replied, leaning against the cabinet with a smile. I miss you too. Zhuang Yueying said earnestly, her gaze filled with warmth and a hint of deeper feelings. After uttering those words, she lowered her head, her face blooming with a blush akin to a flower, the delicate pink hue even gracing her fair neck. Lin Fei, taken aback by this sight, found the truth of the moment overwhelming. A woman's blush spoke volumes beyond mere words. Unconsciously, he stepped closer and gently enveloped Zhuang Yueying in his embrace. As he held her, the warmth and softness of her presence stirred no impure thoughts within him. Instead, he reminisced about their shared past, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhuang Yueying, caught in Lin Fei's embrace, merely trembled slightly, lifting her gaze to him before burying her face against his chest, wrapping her arms around his back. Feeling the genuine warmth and heartbeat, tears streamed down her cheeks. Yueying Jia, do you reside in Huayang now? Lin Fei asked softly. Yes, I purchased a flat in the Xiqing district and have lived there alone these past years. Zhuang Yueying replied gently. Lin Fei was taken aback by the notion of her being alone. Yueying Jia, you're not married yet? He asked, feigning nonchalance. Zhuang Yueying met his gaze in silence, her expression betraying nothing. Their eyes locked, and their breaths grew shallower. Lin Fei slowly lowered his head, while Zhuang Yueying slightly closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering. Just then, an untimely ringtone shattered the moment. Chapter 77, Two Theatrical Souls. They both snapped back to reality, hastily separating. Zhuang Yueying's face flushed crimson, her awareness returning to the office, and she quickly glanced toward the door, relieved to see no one approaching. Lin Fei awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Yueying Jia. Zhuang Yueying interrupted him, tidying her hair. You should take that call. Nodding. Lin Fei took out his phone to find it was a call from Mi Shuman. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello, Xiaoman. What's up? Lin Fei. Why aren't you downstairs yet? Came Mi Shuman's plaintive voice from the other end. Oh, you're not in the office, are you? She asked quietly. Lin Fei glanced at Zhuang Yueying, who appeared slightly embarrassed, and chuckled. No, I'm already downstairs and on my way. Mi Shuman responded with a brief before hanging up. Zhuang Yueying raised her gaze, the blush still lingering on her cheeks, and suggested softly, Xiao Fei. Perhaps you should head back. Lin Fei opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Zhuang Yueying's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as she quickly adjusted her attire and composure, donning a professional smile. In any case, when Mi Shuman returns, we need to reinforce her foundational knowledge in mathematics. The other subjects seemed to be holding steady. She spoke a bit louder for the newcomer to hear. Lin Fei, playing along, adopted a grateful demeanor. Thank you so much, teacher. I will definitely discuss this with her mother. At that moment, a young female teacher, clad in a knitted top and jeans, entered. Spotting Zhuang Yueying, she greeted her with a smile. Zhuang Laoshi. Chen Laoshi. Zhuang Yueying replied, returning the smile. Upon noticing Lin Fei, the teacher curiously asked, Zhuang Laoshi, is this your student? Zhuang Yueying quickly waved her hand, laughing. No. He is the uncle of a student in my class, here to inquire about his niece's academic performance. Oh, how young, the female teacher teased. Before settling into a chair and opening her laptop to work, Zhuang Yueying approached her desk, retrieved a form, and quietly scribbled a phone number on it before handing it to Lin Fei. This is a record of Mi Shuman's exam results, along with some analysis and suggestions. I hope you, as her guardian, can take a good look. Lin Fei accepted the form with genuine gratitude. Thank you for your efforts, teacher. It's nothing. Just my duty, Zhuang Yueying replied, shaking her head. Well, I'll take my leave now, Zhuang Laoshi, Lin Fei said with a smile, hastily exiting the office. As dusk fell, the French parasol trees at the school entrance were bathed in golden sunlight, the students traversing beneath them creating a vivid tapestry of youth. The bustling school gate was alive with the enticing aromas wafting from nearby food stalls, drawing students to a halt. Mi Shuman leaned against the railing by the sidewalk, her backpack slung over her shoulder, savoring an ice cream cone. At that moment, a handsome, well-proportioned boy approached, dressed in the Huayong 3rd Middle School uniform. His delicate features and fair complexion accentuated by an expensive watch on his wrist, signaling a well-off family background. Shuman, what a coincidence to run into you here. He greeted her with a smile. Coincidence, Zheng Yuqing, Mi Shuman replied coolly, casting him a fleeting glance. Zheng Yuqing was someone she had known for quite some time, as their mothers worked in the same company, one as the head of finance and the other as the head of operations, and they occasionally dined together. However, Mi Shuman harbored a strong dislike for Zheng Yuqing's character, finding him overly stingy and somewhat of a mama's boy, and since entering high school, she had started to see him as rather effeminate. Zheng Yuqing sensed the chill in the air and felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet he quickly managed to don a smile. Shuman, who are you waiting for here? My uncle. What's the matter? Mi Shuman furrowed her brow. Is he the one coming to attend the parent-teacher meeting today? Zheng Yuqing inquired with curiosity. Yes, why? Mi Shuman glanced at him. Oh, nothing. Zheng Yuqing hastily shook his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his smile. Since it's your uncle, I can rest assured. At that moment, Lin Fei emerged from the school gate, hands casually tucked in his pockets, humming a little tune. Mi Shuman rushed over to him. Lin Fei, did Teacher Zhuang say anything bad about me? Not at all. In fact, she praised you for being well-behaved. Lin Fei replied with a cheerful grin. That's great. Mi Shuman nodded happily. Lin Fei, to express my gratitude for your effort in attending the parent-teacher meeting today, I've decided to treat you to dinner. She linked her arm with Lin Fei's, her smile radiant. Then I shall feast upon you. Lin Fei teased. But do keep it reasonable. My pocket money only amounts to a little over 8,000. Mi Shuman whispered. What do you mean by only 8,000? That's equivalent to what many earn in a month. Lin Fei's lips twitched slightly. It was evident she came from a wealthy family. He recalled his high school days when he barely had a few dozen yuan per week. Shuman, are you heading home? I just hailed a ride. How about we return together since it's on the way? At that moment, Zheng Yuqing stepped in front of the two, his face slightly flushed as he asked. Mi Shuman frowned and declined. You can go back on your own. My uncle and I still have to go for dinner. Oh, Zheng Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, offering a sheepish smile. Actually, I haven't eaten yet either. Why don't we go together? I know a restaurant that is particularly good. However, after uttering those words, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed inappropriate to intrude upon a family meal. That's unnecessary. My uncle doesn't like it. Mi Shuman stated firmly. Well, all right then, Zheng Yuqing replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Mi Shuman took Lin Fei's arm and bypassed Zheng Yuqing, who stood there awkwardly. Lin Fei smiled knowingly. It was clear the young lad had feelings for Mi Shuman, but she likely remained indifferent towards him. After walking a short distance, Mi Shuman inquired, Lin Fei, have you decided where to eat? There's a great hot pot place over on Zhongshan Road. Let us go there, Mi Shuman suggested. Since she was treating, Lin Fei thought he could just have a light bite. Sounds good. I haven't had hot pot in ages. Mi Shuman nodded enthusiastically and took out her phone to call for a taxi. No need for a taxi. I drove here, Lin Fei replied. Is it the same car you drove last time? Mi Shuman blinked curiously. Yes, Lin Fei shrugged. Then I'll ride with you. Mi Shuman exclaimed, her excitement evident. She had yet to experience riding in a supercar.